Chapter 361. Seeing Fang Wanfu again in politics class, Gu Qingwan noticed that his expression had become much lighter. She tapped Fang Wanfu's desk. Let's settle the consultation fee. Fang Wanfu fished a large box of chocolates from his bag and raised his chin. Is it enough? He had even contacted Jiang Chuchu specifically to give Gu Qingwan this consultation fee. Although he felt that the answer of giving her something delicious was underestimated, he had always been good at irritating people, not pleasing them. After much deliberation, Fang Wanfu decided to do as Jiang Chuchu asked, without any sudden ideas. That's enough. Gu Qingwan picked up the chocolates and left, happily thinking that with such a large box, she could give a few to each student when she returned to class 3. She opened the packaging and was about to pick a flavor to try when Fang Wanfu said, "My family doesn't stop me from drawing anymore. It's pretty good. You can get a better notebook." Gu Qingwan replied, picking out a hazelnut one, peeling off the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. Fang Wanfu choked. Why didn't this guy follow the rules? Shouldn't he say something to take credit for it so he could continue? Gu Qingwan refused to cooperate, so Fang Wanfu could only stiffly say, "A box of chocolates is enough? You're such a loser, you." He was about to say, "You helped me so much and deserve better," but before he could finish, he was pinned down. Zhang Zhanshan stared at him. "If you don't know how to talk, just shut up." Fang Wanfu shut up, feeling deeply wronged. Gu Qingwan waved to Zhang Zhanshan and peeled a milk chocolate bar, feeding it to him. "He wasn't mocking me, he was just trying to repay me." Gu Qingwan rolled the wrapper into a ball. "Look, this box of chocolates is what he just gave me." Zhang Zhanshan released his hand, his mouth still brimming with the chocolates Fang Wanfu had given him, his attitude softening. But she couldn't help but say, "You really need to learn the art of language." Fang Wanfu grumbled, "I think I'm fine the way I am now." "And then you have misunderstandings with your family for years?" Gu Qingwan's knife struck home. Fang Wanfu felt like vomiting blood. The physical damage Zhang Zhanshan had just inflicted was less emotionally damaging than Gu Qingwan's words. He tried to argue, but realized Gu Qingwan was telling the truth. The bell rang again, so he had to go to class and return to Gu Qingwan afterward. Today, during class, Fang Wanfu rarely stopped playing with his phone, drawing, or sleeping. He had made things clear with Tan Jinshu last night, so he didn't have to paint in secret. After dinner, he sat in his room and painted for 3 or 4 hours. When he got tired of painting, he went to bed. He actually went to bed earlier than usual and woke up punctually this morning, not feeling sleepy at all. Besides, he had painted enough. There was no need to paint in school. Fang Wanfu didn't feel like playing with his phone, so he simply listened to the class. The politics teacher couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Did this kid take the wrong medicine today? When the bell rang, Fang Wanfu immediately turned around and said, "I cleared up the misunderstanding with my family." Gu Qingwan thought for a few seconds before realizing he was still continuing the conversation from before class. "So what do you want to do next?" Gu Qingwan asked. Unsure about the impact of Fang Wanfu clearing up the misunderstanding with his family, Gu Qingwan felt she needed to understand Fang Wanfu's intentions. If these changes would further affect Zhang Zhanshan's fate, she would have to be on high alert. Fang Wanfu scratched his head. "Just painting? You can paint freely now. Have you ever thought about becoming a fashion designer?" Gu Qingwan was a little surprised. Hearing her say this, Fang Wanfu suddenly felt embarrassed. "With my mediocre skills, how can I become a fashion designer?" He spoke so modestly, not quite like his usual arrogance. However, his expression didn't indicate that. It was practically written across his face as eager to try. Zhang Zhanshan could see it through Gu Qingwan. "Stop pretending. If you want to be a designer, go for it. But your test scores probably aren't high enough for you to pursue your dreams, right?" Fang Wanfu's face fell instantly. He really didn't get along with these two. Why were they always attacking his weakest spots? He threw down a remark, "None of your business," and turned back to his own business. During the second period of politics class, Fang Wanfu was taking it pretty seriously, at least following the teacher's instructions. Gu Qingwan suspected he was trying to improve his grades. It was a good idea, but he wasn't sure if it would pan out. But with that, Fang Wanfu settled down and seemed to be alright for the time being. Gu Qingwan had been thinking he could take a break, but at noon that day, news of new developments surfaced from the other side. Fan Xiren. Location Fan Xiren. Melon. ING. Qinyu. ING? Xiexiangxue. This probably means it's in the present tense. Something is happening. It's been over a month since school started, and the students in class 3 haven't had any live gossip yet. It's a boring time. It was lunchtime again. Most people had just emerged from the cafeteria. Seeing the message, they limped towards Fan Xiren's location. The civets, all seasoned at watching the gossip, moved cautiously and silently, relying solely on their hand gestures to communicate within the group chat. The few who had met along the way spoke quietly, even using body language to communicate. Ming Xiaolan, what happened? Fan Xiren, Yin Shisheng. Xiao Yan is here. Yao Shaili, recording and recording. Fan Xiren, I'm driving, but I'm a bit far away, so the audio isn't great. Fan Xiren, but I see Yin Shisheng wearing a brooch-style mini-camera, so he should be recording too. Lin Julu, Su Xing had just borrowed it from me the day before yesterday. I didn't expect it to be useful so soon. Although everyone's equipment was provided by Jiang Chu, it was all designed differently. Otherwise, if everyone in the class wore the same accessories, it would easily arouse suspicion. Su Xing noticed Yin Shisheng had been wearing his for too long and, thinking of replacing it, borrowed Lin Julu's. When Gu Qinghuan arrived, she had no idea where the other bastards were hiding. She spotted a few gathered in the distance, looked around, and decided to hide in the green belt. Approaching, she saw a already in the green belt, crouching in a corner. Seeing her, Ji Tianshao moved aside, offering the best observation vantage point. Squad leader, come quickly, it's over there. Gu Qinghuan crouched and moved over, looking in the direction Ji Tianshao indicated. The first person she saw was Yin Shisheng. Xiao Yan and two others stood across from her, their eyes fixed on her. There was another person. Ruanzhiliu, protected by Yin Shisheng, was visibly panicked. While Gu Qinghuan's position was secluded enough, it was far enough away that she couldn't hear any noises. She could only judge what was happening by the movements and expressions of the others. Gu Qinghuan, what was Xiao Yan trying to do? Fan Xiren, I don't know. When I left the cafeteria, I happened to see Yin Shisheng and Ruanzhiliu walking ahead. Xiao Yan and his men surrounded them and told him to go somewhere quiet. Fan Xiren, although Xiao Yan and the others noticed me, I pretended to be a passerby who didn't want to get involved and hurried away. Song Yi, I'm here. I can come over anytime. Tao Xinxing, wait for me. Yuan Wei, report, I'm behind Tao Xinxing and saw him pick up a straight stick. Fan Xiren, check the stick. Yao Shaili, Xie Xiangxue, Lin Julu, forget about him. Where's Su Xinghe? Ji Tianshao, I saw old Su, and... He Xuerong? There's a girl next to her. Gu Qinghuan also noticed that it was He Xuerong and Yi Jing. Ji Tianshao had never seen Yi Jing before, so he didn't recognize her. Xiao Yan was surprised and nervous when he saw He Xuerong, but he quickly calmed down and simply took 2 steps back, creating some distance. Su Xinghe stood in front of Yin Shisheng, while Yi Jing tightly grasped Ruanzhiliu's arm. He Xuerong stood in front, his tone cold. What are you doing? Chapter 362. Hearing He Xuerong's words, Xiao Yan laughed instead, crossing his arms nonchalantly. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I was just with a few friends and happened to run into 2 classmates on the street, so we said hello. He Xuerong looked at Yin Shisheng and Ruanzhiliu. Ruanzhiliu grabbed Yi Jing's arm and opened her mouth. You clearly. Huh? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with us? Ruanzhiliu flinched, and Yi Jing glared back without hesitation. You're threatening her now. Xiao Yan scoffed. Yi Jing, you need evidence for what you're saying. How did I threaten her? Yi Jing clenched her fists in frustration. She and Ruanzhiliu had been diligently investigating various matters over the past few days to prove Yin Shisheng was wrongly accused. They also felt that Xiao Yan's behavior was too deliberate, so they had zeroed in on him from the start. However, they had no relevant experience, and were incapable of carrying out a stalking operation. Just as they had approached a few people who knew Xiao Yan to inquire, Ruanzhiliu was stopped by him. Yin Shisheng was present because Ruanzhiliu had been sticking close to her recently. Ruanzhiliu wanted to prove to everyone that she believed Yin Shisheng was not the one who stole the pen, and that it was a frame-up. As long as she, the victim of the theft, made her position clear, others would be less likely to suspect her. Xiao Yan completely ignored Yin Shisheng the mute. Someone among those Yi Jing and Ruanzhiliu questioned had reported him. He wasn't surprised he was being suspected, but their investigation had irritated him, prompting him to warn Ruanzhiliu. The same was true now. In Xiao Yan's opinion, if Fu Jingxing hadn't been interested in Ruanzhiliu, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. Although Yi Jing's family had a small fortune, they were only considered nouveau riche. As for Yin Shisheng, I heard the Yin family was once quite prosperous, but now they only managed to hold on. It would take at least several generations for them to rise again. In short, Xiao Yan believed it was more important to connect with the Fu family, which was currently on the rise. Fu Jingxing was clearly quite capable. Of course, Xiao Yan was still somewhat wary of He Xuerong, but he hadn't done anything. At most, he said a few words. He Xuerong hadn't heard it firsthand, so even if Wan Zhiliu and Yin Xixing complained, he could still get away with it. Yin Xixing stood in front of Su Xinghe, quietly removed the brooch, and slipped it into his hand. Su Xinghe's arrival with Yi Jing and He Xuerong was pure coincidence, but thanks to information from everyone in the group chat, he had gathered some information. There was something in his hand, and he realized upon feeling it that it was the equipment he had given Yin Xixing. The brooch has audio and video recording capabilities. There's no need to play the video right now, just the audio will prove that Xiao Yan and the others were indeed threatening Wan Zhiliu and Yin Xixing. The problem is, exposing them directly is too hasty. This alone won't solve the problem permanently. It will also expose the existence of the camera and recorder, and they'd definitely be more vigilant next time. While Su Xinghe was still trying to figure out what to do, Yin Xixing had already pulled out his phone and was typing a text-to-speech message. You did threaten and intimidate Wan Zhiliu. Tell her to behave herself and not meddle in other people's business, or else she be the one with something extra in her bag next time. You also told me that last time was enough to teach me a lesson. You even said you disliked me, called me a mute, and told me to stay out of their way. Su Xinghe was furious, his teeth chattering, and the messages in the group chat kept flashing. Fan Ziren, did I hear it wrong? Lian Fenghe, I thought I did too. Yao Shaili, what's going on? Lian Fenghe, are you here too? Lian Fenghe, Fan Ziren and I were together, closest to the phone, and I heard Yin Xixing explaining the situation on the phone. Xie Xianxue, what did she say? Fan Ziren, she was throwing dirty water on Xiao Yan. Lin Zhulu, wait, who's throwing what on who? Tao Xinqing, good, well done. Ming Xiaolan, I can't prove you threw a rock at me, but you can't prove you didn't hit me with a knife either, right? Qin Yu, I approved her as a non-staff member of the troublemaking team. Shin Jianwei, who taught her that? Xiao Yan hadn't expected Yin Xixing to pull this trick, and his face darkened. Nonsense! He yelled, and He Xuerong's brow furrowed even deeper. You said she's talking nonsense, so why would she do this? She's trying to frame me. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. Why would she frame you? You just said you ran into them, and came over to say hello. He Xuerong rubbed his temple. Are you saying that they knew you were coming, so they set a trap for you? Do you think we're in a spy movie? Or is there some grudge between you? He Xuerong lowered his hand, his eyes sharpening. Xiao Yan thought to himself, this isn't good. The two men beside him exchanged glances, also sensing trouble. One of them whispered to Xiao Yan, Brother Qiao, why don't you just leave now? This situation was completely unclear. Without substantial evidence, nothing could happen to them. However, if He Xuerong knew they were deliberately targeting Wan Zhiliu to curry favor with Fu Jingxing, it would be troublesome. He Xuerong would definitely tell Wan Zhiliu. And how would Wan Zhiliu react to Fu Jingxing then? If Fu Jingxing knew his plans were ruined by Xiao Yan and the others, they would be doomed. Xiao Yan grimly denied, there's no grudge. Who knows why she spread rumors about us? The person next to him chimed in, that's right. We don't have time to waste on such nonsense. Let's go! The three of them shoved each other and left. He Xuerong didn't try to stop them. Without any concrete evidence, it was too much trouble. Su Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yin Xixing, giving him a thumbs up. Very impressive. Yin Xixing was actually quite nervous. Her hands were shaking as she typed, but she couldn't help but smile at Su Xinghe's praise. Wan Zhiliu let go of Yi Jing's arm and rushed forward to hug Yin Xixing. I'm sorry. They were clearly here to find me, and yet you still had to step in and protect me. Yin Xixing shook her head, hugged Wan Zhiliu, and patted her on the back. After spending these past few days together, she could sense that Wan Zhiliu was a kind person, albeit a bit soft-hearted. Although her grades were good, she had Fu Jingxing above her, and her family was poor, so she was extra cautious and didn't want to offend anyone. She felt better when Yi Jing was with her, but she couldn't face her enemies head-on. She had too many things to worry about. Yin Xixing hadn't considered blaming Wan Zhiliu at all. Although she didn't know Xiao Yan's reason for framing her, it was Wan Zhiliu who was being targeted today. She was the victim. Thinking about it, Xiao Yan couldn't have borrowed someone else's things to frame her last time, but Wan Zhiliu was the one he chose. If it were a more headstrong young lady or young master, they'd likely have scolded Ruan Zhiliu harshly for being suspected. Of course, it's also possible that she was indeed Xiao Yan's target, or was he trying to kill two birds with one stone? If Gu Qinghuan and Bao Qingsong knew Yin Shixing's thoughts, they'd definitely sigh in admiration. I can't believe Yin Shixing has improved so quickly. He Shirong was just thinking of finding Yin Shixing and Ruan Zhiliu to get more details when Su Xinghe took a deep breath. Everyone's gone. Why are you still hiding? Su Xinghe exclaimed, come out. In the blink of an eye, several heads popped out from the green belt, corners, and the second floor of the adjacent building. Gu Qinghuan brushed the grass off her body. It's no use calling us. Where's Fan Ziren? He was the first to notice. Fan Ziren leaped down from the tree, arms outstretched. With a loud bang, I'm making a grand entrance. Su Xinghe's eyes widened. You were right above us? Fan Ziren gloated. Well, my Qigong skills are pretty good, aren't they? He Shuerong. That's truly impressive. Chapter 363. Gu Qinghuan looked at the tree and asked Fan Ziren, when did you climb up there? Fan Ziren had clearly stated in the group chat that he pretended to be a passerby and then followed. How could he have climbed the tree in front of so many people? Fan Ziren immediately gave a thumbs up. I have to give Lian Fenghe a thumbs up. He went around the tree and pulled Lian Fenghe out from where she was squatting against the trunk. He looked at her with admiration. He led me around the green belt and got here so quietly. Lian Fenghe was covered in far more grass debris than Gu Qinghuan, even getting quite a bit of it on her hair. He scratched his cheek. Just be careful to move gently and move between plants that match your clothes color. I'm more used to that. Actually, I think Fan Ziren is more impressive. He's just like the monkeys on Mountame. He's very agile. He climbed up the tree the moment he got under it. Yuan Wue studied Fan Ziren for a moment and commented sharply, given the name Climbing Monkey. What's Climbing Monkey? Ming Xiaolan didn't understand the dialect. To be precise, it's the name for the stage when cicada larvae climb from underground into trees before molting, Yuan Wue replied. Zotzies. Just from the wording, they're both monkeys and cicadas, and they climb trees. That's a pretty good description of Fan Ziren. Gu Qinghuan also admired Lian Fenghe. Although he was naturally thin and there were bushes under the tree, so he could hide his head by crouching, he had been hiding behind the tree for so long without anyone noticing. He was indeed quite stealthy. He Shuerong finally recovered from her shock. She asked with mixed feelings, are these all your classmates? There are still quite a few who haven't arrived yet. Tao Xinqing held the stick in his hand, dodging one hand after another that tried to grab it. Gu Qinghuan cleared her throat. Fan Ziren knew Yin Shixing. Seeing that she was in trouble, he notified the class group. Then everyone spontaneously rushed over. We just hid and observed the situation first, as we didn't want to alert the enemy. Su Xinghe added. You're very united. He Shuerong said this sincerely. The weasels felt a little guilty, but there was actually another important reason. They were here to eat melons. Ruan Zhiliu, who had been a little frightened, suddenly felt less fearful when she saw so many weasels, especially Fan Ziren, who had jumped down from the tree. Or rather, she found it funny when she thought about how many people were hiding around when Xiao Yan was threatening them. She whispered to Yi Jing, I feel like Senior Su's class has a great atmosphere. Yi Jing nodded. She thought so too. When a classmate's friend got into trouble, she immediately called for help in the class chat, and so many people would actually show up. It would be unimaginable in their class. Ruan Zhiliu stared at the slugs in class 3, lost in thought, and whispered, if it were our class. She didn't finish her sentence, knowing it was impossible. To put it another way, the fact that Yin Shixing had been falsely accused of stealing a pen by Xiao Yan had completely ruined the class atmosphere. Gu Qinghuan clapped her hands. Okay, it's settled. Let's go back and rest. The slugs really wanted to leave early. After all, Fan Ziren and Lian Fenghe hadn't yet revealed the gossip they observed up close. So, the girls linked arms, the boys linked shoulders, and they left together. Gu Qinghuan and Su Xinghe didn't move. He Shuerong raised an eyebrow. Anything else? Su Xinghe looked at Gu Qinghuan and asked tentatively, did I give it to you? Go ahead. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. He Shuerong was confused when Su Xinghe handed her the brooch. Listen to it. He pressed the button on the brooch, and the recorded words from Xiao Yan began to play. Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing were stunned. When did you record this? He Shuerong was surprised at first, but then Xiao Yan's words quickly captured her attention. To be fair, Xiao Yan's words didn't contain any direct threats, but rather a threat tinged with uncertainty. For Ruan Zhiliu, these words were indeed terrifying enough to destroy her courage. But for Yin Shixing, it was different. The lack of substance meant he was just bluffing. Nothing to be feared. He Xuerong listened and nodded solemnly. I understand. Qiao Yin is indeed problematic. Also, I have something to tell Wanzhiliu. Gu Qinghuan had already discussed with Bao Qingsong that it was necessary to let Wanzhiliu know about Fu Jingxing's situation. But this isn't the right place. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Gu Qinghuan then invited the group to his office. Except for He Xuerong, the others were all new to the student union and were inevitably curious. Only Su Xinghe remained calm, taking the initiative to find disposable paper cups and pouring them water. Gu Qinghuan got straight to the point. Whether it's Yin Shixing being falsely accused, Wanzhiliu being bullied earlier, or Qiao Yin threatening them today, it's all because of the same person. Fu Jingxing. Fu Jingxing? He Xuerong was familiar with the name. Top student in this freshman year? Gu Qinghuan nodded, unpacking the intelligence and speculation she and Bao Qingsong had gathered bit by bit. Wanzhiliu was initially bewildered, but the more she listened, the more her expression grew in disbelief. She couldn't help but stand up. How is it possible? How could Fu Jingxing be that kind of person? Her attitude was within Gu Qinghuan's expectations, but Gu Qinghuan didn't expect her to accept the truth just yet. To Wanzhiliu, Fu Jingxing was a childhood neighbor, and she didn't know how the two of them interacted back then. However, since Fu Jingxing held such an obsession with Wanzhiliu, and Wanzhiliu had such a personality, they should have gotten along well. Even if they separated later, the memories of the past would not fade. It was only natural that Wanzhiliu would be unable to accept it, or even unwilling to accept it. Gu Qinghuan gazed into Wanzhiliu's eyes and said calmly, I'm just stating what I know. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But I have a suggestion, and I hope you listen. Wanzhiliu sat down, feeling bewildered. No matter who Fu Jingxing is, or how you view him, I hope you stand firmly on your side, Gu Qinghuan said. Stand on your side? Wanzhiliu repeated, somewhat bewildered. Yes, always cherish yourself and love yourself, Gu Qinghuan said. All your choices should be made to better yourself. Yin Shixing listened from the side, and nodded silently. That's how she was. Once, she loved Wanqinyu to the point of losing herself, believing that giving everything would bring happiness. But that wasn't the case. Thankfully, she's different now. She wants to be her own support and source of strength. Yi Jing's eyes sparkled as she heard this. She thought Gu Qinghuan, who said this, was truly impressive. She clenched her fists. Don't worry, Senior Gu. I protect Zhiliu too. Given Wanzhiliu's current condition, having Yi Jing around is indeed safer. Gu Qinghuan looked at Yi Jing and inexplicably thought of Chu. Both of them were protective young ladies. I wondered if they could possibly have a conversation. For example, could they exchange experiences in supporting their friends? Chapter 364. After seeing off Wanzhiliu and Yi Jing, Yin Shixing and Su Xinghe also said their goodbyes, leaving Gu Qinghuan and He Xuerong alone in the office. He Xuerong's gaze lingered for a moment on the 3 human doghouses by the wall, then returned to Gu Qinghuan. How would you like this matter handled? He Xuerong asked directly. Gu Qinghuan exclaimed, You're so overbearing. He Xuerong nearly lost her composure. She coughed and straightened her tone, saying, If we follow conventional methods, getting Qiao Yin and Fu Jingxing the punishment they deserve will be a bit tricky. It's not that it's impossible, but it's truly difficult to deal with these people in a reasonable and flawless manner. Especially Fu Jingxing. He hadn't done anything wrong, simply showing some emotional inclinations, which naturally attracted the attention of someone like Qiao Yin. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin and agreed, yes, without substantial evidence, it's difficult to punish him. Unless he's no longer the heir to the Fu family, and his status has plummeted again, others will naturally stop flattering him. You can also find him something else to do, so he doesn't have time to worry about love affairs. He Xuerong's eyes widened slightly. How could she come up with such a desperate plan so quickly? Furthermore, by attacking from these 2 angles, Fu Jingxing wouldn't even think this was related to Wanzhiliu's situation. He would simply think someone else in the Fu family was causing trouble for him. Noticing He Xuerong's surprise, Gu Qinghuan spread his hands and said, Remove the firewood from under the cauldron, and besiege Wei to save Zhao. The ancestors had already summarized it all. Just follow the formula. He Xuerong wanted to rant about her, a high school student, spouting military tactics and applying them so fluently. So what do you think? Gu Qinghuan asked. He Xuerong thought carefully and replied, It's a good idea, but I can't do it. The He family is indeed stronger than the Fu family, and they're willing to help her. The problem is, Wanzhiliu's case isn't enough to warrant He Xuerong devoting significant resources, and time to targeting Fu Jingxing. Gu Qinghuan nodded in understanding. It can't be helped. Reality isn't so arbitrary. If you ask President Xia, he'd probably be happy to help, right? He Xuerong suggested. With Xia He's strength, getting Fu Jingxing to behave would probably be a simple matter of a finger. It's impossible to have Xia He protect everyone, Gu Qinghuan said. Besides, if we do that, we won't truly escape the trouble. The same situation will only continue to plague us. Of course, Gu Qinghuan also had a more practical reason. She didn't have the energy to meddle so much. She was only concerned about Wang Zhiliu and Fu Jingxing because they implicated Yin Shixing and Fang Wanfu, who would in turn affect the fates of Su Xinghe and Zhang Zhangchen. Fang Wanfu had almost escaped his influence, and Yin Shixing's words, as long as Qiao Yin was punished, she could resume a normal campus life. Punishing Qiao Yin was much simpler than punishing Fu Jingxing. The recording alone would serve as evidence. He Xuerong sighed silently, regretting her own lack of ability to help. Then forget it, Gu Qinghuan answered He Xuerong's initial question. Why not first see what Wang Zhiliu will do, and how Yi Jing will assist her? Comparatively, you actually have more important questions, right? Gu Qinghuan propped up her chin and looked at her. He Xuerong scratched her cheek. Actually, I was wondering, do you think Yin Shixing could be vice president? Although she had some vague suspicions, she couldn't help but be surprised when she heard He Xuerong say that. What do you like about Yin Shixing? She asked. Courageous, outspoken, capable of taking action, and intelligent. He Xuerong listed them off one by one. Having heard Qiao Yan's actual speech in the recording, she naturally understood Yin Shixing's reason for slandering her. In that situation, she reacted so quickly and redirected the question back to Qiao Yan. He Xuerong admired her acumen. Gu Qinghuan asked, have you considered the possibility of losing your voice? He Xuerong nodded. In my opinion, that's actually an advantage. If Yin Shixing wanted to speak, he had to write out what he was going to say first. During this process, she first summarizes and organizes the information she's previously acquired, then refines the key points, reflects on the situation, and finally offers her own response. In everyday conversations, people are easily influenced by individual pieces of information, straying from the main point and falling into the other person's verbal trap. In this regard, Yin Shixing's performance was exceptional, and He Xuerong was very pleased with her response. Admittedly, some people currently don't even give Yin Shixing a chance to speak, but what if Yin Shixing became vice president, then others would have to listen to her, and her abilities would be better utilized. After listening to He Xuerong's explanation, Gu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. You really have high hopes for her. He Xuerong felt a little embarrassed, but she said seriously, among the various self-recommendations I received so far, there are excellent people in various fields. I also know that the previous 2 presidents and vice presidents are very capable. I may never reach such heights in my lifetime. That's why I want a vice president who can understand me and work with me for mutual progress. As long as they are down to earth and conscientious in doing each task to the best of their ability, there's no need to compare themselves with anyone else. Gu Qinghuan thought that if He Xuerong became student union president, she would surely make steady progress and address the stubborn problems and long-standing issues on campus. She said sincerely, I'm looking forward to what the student union will look like under your leadership. He Xuerong nodded, then shook her head. I haven't invited Yin Shixing yet. I wonder if she agree. Gu Qinghuan felt that given Yin Shixing's personality, she would be happy to be so needed. But she didn't plan to say it directly. She let He Xuerong go ahead and invite her. This would also be a source of courage and confidence for Yin Shixing. She encouraged He Xuerong. Since you want her so badly to be your vice president, you have to do your best to invite her. That's true, He Xuerong laughed. If I can't even invite the vice president I want, I can't be president either. Now that the questions were over, He Xuerong felt a little relieved. She leaned on the table and stood up. It's really pleasant talking to you. It makes my mind clearer. You say that as if you're taking advantage of me like a free counselor. Gu Qinghuan joked. He Xuerong pretended to think for a few seconds, then said solemnly, well, I can't take advantage of you. How about this? After I take over, I install a multifunctional water bar cabinet in your office. Gu Qinghuan was a little tempted, the snacks and drinks in there. We restock them regularly, and you can fill out your own shopping list, He Xuerong said. Then let's install it in the lobby. Everyone can use it. There's also a drinks cabinet and refrigerator over there, perfect for a combined upgrade. Gu Qinghuan suggested immediately. If we can restock regularly, of course we should share it with everyone. That way, we can use up inventory faster, order new products, and enjoy a wider variety of snacks and drinks, He Xuerong hadn't considered this, simply thinking that Gu Qinghuan was sharing the good fortune. Just as she was sighing, Gu Qinghuan glanced at her again with a burning gaze. "How's your inspection going?" Gu Qinghuan asked. He Xuerong sensed an unusual sense of pressure. Okay. Hurry up." Gu Qinghuan clenched his fist. "Including your vice president. Go and invite them." He Xuerong said. She installed the water cabinet after she took office. She couldn't wait to see He Xuerong become president. Chapter 365. After receiving He Xuerong's message, Yin Shixing felt somewhat bewildered. He Xuerong asked her if she was free at noon, and if they wanted to have lunch together in the private room on the second floor of the cafeteria. She definitely had to go. Yin Shixing felt that He Xuerong must be looking for something, but she wasn't sure why. The person Qiao Yin had approached yesterday was Ruan Zhiliu. She had simply stood in front of Ruan Zhiliu to protect her, and later said something to send Qiao Yin away. As for the false accusation she had received in class, she had also learned the inexplicable truth from Gu Qinghuan. She still had to figure out what to do next, but it didn't have anything to do with the student union, did it? Yin Shixing felt unsure. She usually had lunch with Su Xinghe, so she had to tell him and ask for his opinion. Su Xinghe wasn't in a good mood right now. He had acted as if nothing had happened yesterday, but in reality, he was feeling quite upset after separating from Yin Shixing and the others. He never imagined that his friendliness toward Yin Shixing would become a source of hostility and accusations against her. It wasn't his fault. Su Xinghe knew that clearly. The ones who truly deserved the blame were the clueless Fu Jingxing, and the others, like Qiao Yin, who bullied Yin Shixing to curry his favor. But he couldn't help but wonder if he had caused Yin Shixing trouble. Now that he had received a message from Yin Shixing saying He Xuerong wanted to see her, he temporarily put aside his worries and turned to Gu Qinghuan for information. Gu Qinghuan thought about it and decided it wasn't a big deal to tell Su Xinghe. He Xuerong thinks Yin Shixing is very capable and wants her to be the vice president of the student union. Su Xinghe was stunned, then his face lit up with surprise. Really? Yes, so inviting her to lunch today was probably meant to be an invitation. Gu Qinghuan was also looking forward to this. She was still waiting for He Xuerong to fulfill her water bar bill. Su Xinghe picked up his phone, wanting to tell Yin Shixing the good news, but he stopped after typing a few words and deleted the text. Not telling her? Gu Qinghuan glanced at his screen. No, Su Xinghe shook his head. If I tell her now, she'd definitely hesitate until lunch and might even doubt her own abilities. In that case, why not just tell her that He Xuerong's invitation isn't a bad thing? Let her feel at ease. When the time comes, He Xuerong will naturally tell her why he chose her. For Yin Shixing, being firmly chosen by someone is also a form of affirmation and recognition. Su Xinghe hoped she could experience this feeling directly, rather than having him relay it to her. Gu Qinghuan was amazed and decided to give Su Xinghe the title of Class 3's most love-brained person. She had been planning to tease Su Xinghe, but when she noticed he sent her a message, his expression of surprise quickly faded, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you worried? Usually, Su Xinghe beamed with joy when discussing Yin Shixing, but today's great news only made him happy for a short while. Su Xinghe shuddered, looking at Gu Qinghuan with a complicated expression. Squad leader, sometimes I really wonder if you can read minds. Please call me a keen observer. Gu Qinghuan raised her chin proudly. Su Xinghe choked, debating for a few seconds before finally confessing. Squad leader, should I stay away from Yin Shixing for a while? Gu Qinghuan blinked. Burning out period? Don't talk nonsense. Su Xinghe jumped up. His temper flared up after being provoked by Gu Qinghuan, and he spoke more fluently. I just thought, if I weren't so conspicuous, she wouldn't be targeted. Don't use normal people's thinking to judge bullies. Gu Qinghuan shook his head. When those guys want to target someone, everything is an excuse. I know that, but I just can't help but think about it. Su Xinghe held his face, his eyebrows drooping to the ground. When you like someone, you probably feel this way, wanting her to be better, wanting her to be happier. Because of this, once you realize her unhappiness is related to you, the remorse and guilt are unstoppable. Gu Qinghuan sighed exaggeratedly and pointed a finger at the tip of Su Xinghe's nose. Su Xinghe almost looked cross-eyed. What for? Who protected her in the library? Gu Qinghuan asked. Su Xinghe blushed and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Who has been by her side the entire time, watching over her meals, accompanying her as she slowly gets better. Gu Qinghuan looked at Su Xinghe and said solemnly, It's you, Su Xinghe. You interfered with her fate and protected her. Would the Yin Shixing you know abandon those who helped her just because she was bullied? Su Xinghe shook his head like a rattle. Of course not. So stop feeling sorry for yourself. Instead of wasting time, why not ask Shishin what she thinks? Gu Qinghwan withdrew her hand. Maybe she's thinking she's unlucky too, always getting you into trouble. Her words made Su Xinghe suddenly tense. I don't think it's a bother. I'm so glad I could help. Then go ahead and tell them. Gu Qinghwan waved her hand and watched Su Xinghe frantically send a message. Shishin had initially relaxed after receiving Su Xinghe's message that He Xuerong's visit wasn't a bad thing. She trusted Su Xinghe deeply, even more than her family. Since Su Xinghe said it wasn't a big deal, she didn't need to worry, she could just face it calmly. At noon, Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing, as usual, came to meet her for lunch. Shishin shook her head and said, Sorry, I have an appointment today, so I can't join you. Yi Jing didn't care, simply asking curiously, Are you having lunch with Senior Su? Ruan Zhiliu agreed, Yes, Qiao Yin came looking for trouble yesterday. He must be worried something's happened to you again. Shishin quickly waved her hand and typed, It's not him, it's He Xuerong who wants to see me. After a pause, she emphasized, And Su Xinghe never controls me like this. Although Su Xinghe had been nagging and pushing her constantly, when they were supervising meals, he never controlled her. For example, if she fell, he would only remind her to pay attention to the road next time or hold her up, rather than saying, Don't walk anymore or stay still. Ruan Zhiliu felt a little envious. Senior Su is really good to you, like a brother. Shishin was an only child, without any siblings. Honestly, she had fantasized about having a sister or brother before. But now, hearing Ruan Zhiliu say this, she felt inexplicably repulsed. Su Xinghe is Su Xinghe, not her brother. However, while she was struggling with this, Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing had already left for the cafeteria. Shishin could only suppress her thoughts and go meet He Xuerong. When she arrived at the private room, He Xuerong was already seated, examining the menu. Seeing her, He Xuerong greeted her friendlily. Good afternoon, what would you like? Just order? Shishin was still a little reserved around He Xuerong. She nodded slightly, sat down, and ordered a set meal. He Xuerong didn't immediately bring up the vice president position, but simply ate her lunch. When they were almost done, she got down to business. The main reason I asked you here today is to invite you. Would you be willing to be the next vice president of the student union? He Xuerong spoke with complete sincerity. Shishin's mind faltered, barely able to extract a few key words from the previous conversation. Invitation? Student union? Vice president? He Xuerong asked her to be vice president. Chapter 366. Shishin was so nervous, she was about to speak. She opened her mouth and uttered "ah" twice before remembering to reach for her phone. Why me? He Xuerong was prepared for this and patiently asked, Why not you? She repeated to Shishin what she had said to Gu Qinghwan before concluding, These are all your strengths, and they are why I chose you. I believe you can not only be vice president, but do a great job. That's why I invited you. She even joked, I can't compare to the previous two presidents. They were both gifted. If I don't choose the right vice president, I have no hope of becoming president. Shishin quickly shook her head. No, you're also very capable. You done a great job on those assessments. The first-year students were all paying attention to He Xuerong. After all, the new president's style of doing things would determine the tone of campus life for the next 3 years. Judging from the progress of the assessments so far, He Xuerong was very good at understanding the actual situation, patient, and down-to-earth. She might not bring about significant changes to Mingda, but everyone would definitely live a peaceful and stable life. Hearing Shishin's words, He Xuerong smiled again. Then do you trust my judgment? Shishin's hand paused from typing. He Xuerong had chosen her, which meant she was considered good enough. She felt a little overwhelmed. Past memories seemed to repeat in her ears. No one likes you. No one will treat you sincerely. No, that's not the case. Now she had someone by her side. He would make sure she ate well, practice calligraphy with her, recommend her favorite music, and support her. The day after the high school entrance exam, Su Xinghe, waiting for her under the blazing sun, holding a sunflower lily, would forever hold the most vivid image in her mind. Su Xinghe must have known that He Xuerong wanted to invite her to be vice president, so he told her it wasn't a bad idea. He, too, believed in her abilities. Shishin clasped her fingers together. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken in so long, she felt her voice had become unfamiliar, her breath unsteady and trembling. I want. Something in her throat felt like it was peeling off piece by piece. I want to try. The rusty chains finally broke, and her soul struggled to see the light of day again. He Xuerong showed a look of surprise. but quickly regained her smile. She stood up, walked over to Yin Shishing, and extended her hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." Yin Shishing solemnly shook her hand, his voice still hoarse but firm. "It's a pleasure working with you." The atmosphere in the private room was harmonious. In contrast, Su Xinghe, sitting by Mingda's scenic lake, couldn't calm down for a moment. He wanted to play with his phone, but even with his eyes fixed on the screen, he couldn't read a single word. The text seemed to have become mosquitoes, buzzing around in front of his eyes, only annoying him. It wasn't something with serious consequences. Su Xinghe tried to comfort himself. It was clearly a good thing. Yin Shishing could stand on a bigger stage and better showcase herself. He should be happy for her. The emotions trembling in his chest weren't tinged with negativity. If anything, they were more like nervousness and hope. The sunrise was about to arrive, and the gray mist would dissipate in the morning light. However, the time waiting for daybreak always seemed particularly long. The phone suddenly vibrated, and Su Xinghe frantically grabbed it, nearly dropping it into the water. Thankfully, he managed to hold on tight and see the words on the screen clearly. To be more precise, it was only after he recognized the 3 words Yin Shishing that the annoying mosquitoes transformed into neatly arranged words. "Yin Shishing, where are you? Did we finish talking? Over? What did I want to see him for?" 3 questions flashed through Su Xinghe's mind, but his hands moved quickly. "I'm at the lake." He and Yin Shishing often walked to the scenic lake after lunch, and she knew the place well. "Yin Shishing, I'd be there right away." Su Xinghe was about to reply, "I find you," but seeing the words right away, he inexplicably stopped. He stood up, stepped on a rock by the lake, and stood tall so that Yin Shishing would see him immediately if she came to the edge. He also saw Yin Shishing immediately. A familiar school uniform always looks even better on someone you like. Su Xinghe watched Yin Shishing run towards him, like a white dove, poised to soar into the sky at any moment. She flew toward him, without stopping. "Su Xinghe." Each word was pronounced clearly and clearly. A voice he had only heard once, yet hearing it a second time felt nothing strange, instead making his head spin. Su Xinghe had jumped off the rock, and before he could even rejoice that Yin Shishing could speak again, the white dove appeared before him. Yin Shishing was panting, her hair a mess from running, but her eyes were filled with a smile. "I can speak now." She wasn't very proficient yet, and her words were halting. But for Su Xinghe, that alone was cause for celebration. He practically leaped up. "Great, you can speak now, you." Before he could finish his words, Yin Shishing had already grasped his wrists with both hands and continued speaking forcefully. "I want to tell you, thank you so much." There were so many words of thanks. Thank you for his companionship. Thank you for his affirmation. Thank you for helping Yin Shishing escape his predestined fate. Thank you for nothing. As the Chinese class representative, perennially aces in the subject, Su Xinghe was now at a loss for words. He said hurriedly, "You can speak now, thanks to you. You work so hard, I always known." Yin Shishing shook her head and repeated, "Thank you." Su Xinghe met her sparkling eyes, his mouth opening and closing before finally giving a faint smile. "You're welcome." He would accept this gratitude and treasure it deep in his heart. Su Xinghe's mission progress has reached 75%. Mission completed. Gu Qinghuan was squatting in front of a cabinet, sorting through files, when she suddenly heard a system notification and instinctively looked up. With a thud, her head slammed against the bottom of the open cabinet door above her, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She clutched her head, gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath as she asked, "Is Su Xinghe's mission complete?" "Yes, the confirmation value has reached 75%. The system replied. Gu Qinghuan moved to her doghouse and lay down. "I thought I have to wait for him to confess, but it happened so quickly." Not to mention that Su Xinghe was still hesitating this morning about whether to temporarily distance himself from Yin Shishing. She was already prepared for the mission's progress to stall. She thought for a moment and asked, "Has there been any changes with Yin Shishing?" "Yes, she agreed to be vice president with He Xuerong, and she can now speak, though not fluently yet." The system replied. Gu Qinghuan's headache immediately subsided. She can talk now. Great news. She pondered how to celebrate for Yin Shishing after Su Xinghe shared the good news. For example, a small cake? With a note saying congratulations to Yin Shishing on regaining his voice? System. Does the host want to settle Su Xinghe's task now? Gu Qinghuan, let's settle it. After all, it was the first task she completed this semester, so she had to take a closer look. Chapter 367. High school life wasn't as joyful as Su Xinghe had imagined. Mingda's school spirit was worse than he imagined. Despite this, he had no ability to change his surroundings. he was content to manage himself. At the beginning of the school year, during every break, Su Xinghe would put on his headphones, quietly listening to music and minding his own business. This was how he tried to isolate himself from the noisy environment. Or perhaps, he simply wanted to escape his own incompetence. He saw Xie Xianxue misunderstood, saw Bao Qingsong become silent from one day on, saw Yu Xian reported for cheating by her so-called brother. But he could do nothing, and didn't know what to do. Class 3 was like a pile of loose sand, scattered at the slightest breeze, never to be found again. Bound by his own powerlessness, burdened by the uneasiness and guilt of his conscience, that day, Su Xinghe met Yin Shixing. It was just a chance encounter in the library. He saw Yin Shixing being pulled and tangled by someone. As she looked around in panic, her eyes met his for a split second. It was only a split second. Yin Shixing herself might not have even seen Su Xinghe's face clearly. But Su Xinghe did. Bai Qingyin's song in his headphones happened to play his favorite line. It was an inspirational song about friendship that goes hand in hand. The song went, "Reaching out a hand is so simple." He was moved by Yin Shixing's tearful eyes, a sense of resistance to his own weakness, and the encouragement from his favorite singer. So he rushed over, standing in front of her, trembling with fear and excitement, and shouted, "Let her go." Such a loud noise in the library naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even the staff came over. The other person, perhaps embarrassed, let go of his hand and hurried away. Su Xinghe also realized belatedly that his legs were weak. Nevertheless, he was still proud of his bravery. He managed to turn around and smiled at Yin Shixing. "It's okay now." The girl held up her phone to him, and a mechanical female voice played, "Thank you." Her face was still a little pale from what had just happened, and despite trying hard to smile, her expression looked a little distorted. But at that moment, Su Xinghe felt a sharp shock in his heart. He thought of a word, heartbeat. That day, he met Yin Shixing and added her as a friend. Perhaps because they hadn't had normal human interaction for a long time, Yin Shixing cherished this friendship immensely, and answered every question she asked. Sometimes, Su Xinghe didn't even need to ask. If he showed even the slightest curiosity, Yin Shixing would rush to tell him everything. He sympathized with Yin Shixing, and as they interacted, he gradually realized that she was actually a very good girl. But her interpersonal relationships were too chaotic, and would only bring disaster upon her. He was the only one who was different. Yin Shixing saw him as her savior, and out of his own sense of justice, he wanted to see Yin Shixing happy. In fact, wasn't this also his way of saving himself? Even if he couldn't help anyone in the class, at least he had helped one person. His sense of justice finally had a place to be put to use. Even if it seemed like a child's playful hero game, it had a real effect on Yin Shixing. While counseling Yin Shixing, Su Xinghe slowly fell in love. He fell in love with Yin Shixing, not only out of sympathy and pity, but more importantly, he hoped that she would one day emerge from her cocoon as a butterfly. However, until that day came, he didn't intend to reveal his feelings. Firstly, having been hurt by Ruan Qinyu, Yin Shixing couldn't easily embark on a new relationship. Secondly, he didn't want to use his status as a benefactor to exploit Yin Shixing's gratitude for his emotional advantage. He carefully guarded Yin Shixing's cocoon, devoting all his energy to it. However, Ruan Qinyu reappeared, easily dragging Yin Shixing back into his former hell. He tricked Yin Shixing into going to a bookstore, pretending to complain, and rekindled his relationship with her. When he went to pick up Yin Shixing's high school entrance exam papers, Su Xinghe saw him and, enraged, engaged in an argument with Ruan Qinyu. Unfortunately, he was no match for Ruan Qinyu. After Ruan Qinyu's family fell into ruin, she took on a number of part-time jobs to earn money, making her physically much stronger than Su Xinghe. In the end, Yin Shixing, crying, stood before Su Xinghe, begging Ruan Qinyu for mercy. Ruan Qinyu didn't attack him again, but she took Yin Shixing away. At that moment, Su Xinghe thought the heroic stage was over, the curtain had fallen, and he was still the same helpless self. However, reality was even more cruel than the drama. As the protagonist who was saved, Yin Shixing did not find happiness. Ruan Qinyu treated her well for a short while, but then decisively dumped her. By then, Yin Shixing had been enslaved again by Ruan Qinyu's brainwashing, craving the little warmth she offered. She couldn't bear the pain of being plunged back into destitution, and at the same time, she developed a deep sense of self-loathing. She had betrayed Su Xinghe's kindness. He had been her benefactor, the man who had rescued her from her predicament, the man who had constantly encouraged her to become better, yet she had failed and fallen into the same old mistakes. A flood of emotions had accumulated, and Yin Shixing had a mental breakdown. She chose suicide by slitting her wrists. Although life-saving efforts saved her, the shock caused by the massive blood loss left her in a vegetative state. The last message she sent to Su Xinghe was, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't be a better version of myself. I'm sorry, I couldn't meet your expectations." Su Xinghe had failed to save the girl he loved. When he saw her, she lay peacefully in her pristine white hospital bed, like a withered everlasting flower. He finally managed to track down Yuan Qinyi's whereabouts. When he found the informal bar, he happened to overhear her chatting with someone she was traveling with. "I just waved, and she followed me so eagerly. You can't blame me, right? She's so desperate, so fragile. Is she really dead? Oh, a vegetable. It's just bad luck." The words bad luck pierced Su Xinghe's heart, making it bleed. If she hadn't met Yuan Tanyu, how could Yin Shixing have such a bad luck? She had already passed the high school entrance exam and could have had a brand new life, but Yuan Tanyu ruined it. This culprit is now so high-sounding as to say she has bad luck? What right does he have to say that? What right does he have to say that? Su Xinghe attacked Yuan Tanyu, and even when she was hit, he didn't let go. Finally, someone hit him on the back of the head with a wine bottle, and he fell straight down. His vision darkened, yet within this darkness, he saw another future. He went to the zoo with Yin Shixing and watched her weep silently, venting her pain freely, and finally breaking down the walls of her heart. Under the scorching sun, he presented Yin Shixing with a dazzling display of sunflower lilies. Without Yuan Qinyu, she even called out his name for the first time. The Yin Shixing in this memory was so bright and radiant. She had bid farewell to the past, working steadily and diligently. She said to him, "Thank you." Tears welled up in Su Xinghe's eyes. He reached out, as if grasping this elusive dream. This was the scene he longed to see most. He hoped she would find happiness. "Please," he begged the being who had shown him this future. "Tell that this time, I must." He didn't finish his words, but the system understood his meaning. "You are with her." Su Xinghe paused, then smiled. "Yes, this future Yin Shixing has already overcome all odds, and she will surely live a better life. Su Xinghe will be with her, witnessing her soar." He closed his eyes, and went to find his Yin Shixing. He had one more thing to tell her. It's okay. It doesn't matter if she didn't become better, didn't meet his expectations, because he, too, is a clumsy person. Next time, let's work harder together. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Su Xinghe. Chapter 368. When Gu Qinghuan returned to class after lunch break, she saw Su Xinghe beaming as he announced to everyone that Yin Shixing could speak again. Uxian waved at Gu Qinghuan. After moving closer, she explained what had happened and then whispered, "Do you want to celebrate for Yin Shixing?" "Sure," Gu Qinghuan nodded immediately. "I got it all figured out." Congratulations on her regaining her voice. Sheng means sound. Uxian thought this was a good idea. You're really quick to think. Gu Qinghuan smiled back and turned to Su Xinghe. Did Yin Shixing say anything to you? At this point, Su Xinghe felt embarrassed. No, nothing. She just called her name and said a few words. She's not very fluent yet. Lack of fluency means lack of proficiency, and lack of proficiency means she needs more practice. Gu Qinghuan spoke righteously. Su Xinghe nodded repeatedly. That's right. I need to talk to her more. No, I need to talk to her, Gu Qinghuan said, dropping the pretense. I want to be called by Yin Shixing's name too. Her words immediately reminded Su Xinghe of the time at the zoo when it was either her or him, and a sense of crisis gripped him. Squad leader, you're on my side, right? Gu Qinghuan didn't even blink. Of course I support you. No matter what the outcome, everyone can see your feelings for Yin Shixing. Even in his most hopeless situation, Su Xinghe only wanted Yin Shixing to be happy. Although he had some issues with the phrase no matter what the outcome, hearing Gu Qinghuan say that filled him with satisfaction. He happily messaged Yin Shixing, asking if she'd be interested in meeting with everyone in Class 3 again to share the good news that she could speak. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, was more concerned about Yin Shixing becoming vice president. I didn't expect Hishiron to choose Yin Shixing. As long as it's not Fu Jingxing, it's fine, Gu Qinghuan said casually. Jiang Chu and Uxian both expressed disgust. They heard Gu Qinghuan talk about Fu Jingxing, describing him as a lunatic everywhere. Comparing Fu Jingxing to Su Xinghe, well, let's not compare them. Lifting Fu Jingxing up alongside Su Xinghe is an insult to him. Su Xinghe's mission was completed, and Gu Qinghuan's mission count had reached 7, finally completing 1/3. Although this was a bit behind schedule based on the number of completed tasks, the overall progress was encouraging. As time went on, As long as everyone could successfully navigate the key milestones, they could complete the mission. The news that He Xuerong had chosen Yin Xixing as vice president was quickly announced on the forum, and the first-year class became a buzz. Su Xinghe waited and watched for 2 days before abruptly quitting the forum. To be precise, he didn't stop reading, but rather stopped replying. After all, in the beginning, whenever people discussed Yin Xixing, they always mentioned a senior from class 2 to 3 who took good care of her. If this had happened under other circumstances, Su Xinghe would probably have been secretly delighted, but now it was different. Yin Xixing had clearly been noticed by He Xuerong for his abilities, so why was she mentioning him? Why was she pushing him to the forefront during her own highlight moment? To this end, Su Xinghe not only reduced his presence on the forum, but also asked Bao Qingsong and Yao Shaili to flood him with spam messages if they found any. Bao Qingsong was truly impressed by this love-brain person, but, seeing his sincerity, he generously lent him a few SMF accounts. Yao Shaili also admired Su Xinghe. If I write a story about a love-brain person in the future, can I use you as a model? Su Xinghe asked cautiously. Not a villain, right? No, at most a shadowy stalker, Yao Shaili said. That sounds even more annoying than a villain. Besides, how am I even shadowy? Su Xinghe slammed the table. His complaints were unsuccessful, and after all, Yao Shaili still had to help him flood the forum with spam. Finally, he could only angrily say, before you publish your books, tell me which one is about love, and I skip it. Aining interjected, but aren't you curious whether the shadowy stalker will have his day? Su Xinghe felt as if fate had strangled him by the scruff of the neck. If the shadowy stalker Su Xinghe also had his Yin Xixing, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to take a look. Xin Jianwei felt a little sympathetic, and offered him a suggestion. Why don't you become Yao Shaili's editor-in-chief in the future? This time, it was Yao Shaili who looked gloomy. Judging by her Chinese language scores alone, Su Xinghe's chances of becoming an editor were far greater than her chances of becoming a novelist. If she really fell into Su Xinghe's hands, she would be doomed. Bao Qingsong, who was listening in on the whole thing, asked, do you still remember to flood the forum? In any case, Yin Xixing had already begun to follow He Xuerong around as vice president. Although this meant significantly less time for Yin Xixing and Su Xinghe to spend together, Su Xinghe had no regrets. Seeing Yin Xixing's busy and fulfilled days made him much happier. Of course, some were unhappy about Yin Xixing becoming vice president. As the president's probation period drew to a close, He Xuerong and Yin Xixing had already completed 4 probationary tasks, and their appointment was set in stone. Suddenly, a rumor began to spread within the school. He Xuerong only managed to please Xia He. He has no real ability at all. Look at how she chose a mute as vice president. He's just trying to gild the coin. This isn't the first time. Wasn't that Gu Qinghuan from the 2nd year of high school also someone Xia He had pushed into the student union? When the student union learned of this news, everyone was shocked and wanted to take leave and run. Whoever spread this rumor was crazy. Gu Qinghuan's WeChat was nearly jammed with messages. Qian Xiaoyao, help, help, help. Li Qiongju, Qinghuan, the student union's fate depends on you now. Sun Qinglian, I'm checking. By Hans Han, don't let him go crazy. Gu Qinghuan stared at the 3 exclamation marks on Bai Hanshan's phone for a long time, suspecting he'd been connected to the wrong number. Before she could read the next message, Xia He called. She spoke eagerly. I've been bored lately. The position of heir to the Xia family fell completely to Xia He during the summer vacation. Xia Nanji and Xia Xiuzhu were exiled abroad by Xia He, not to take over the existing businesses, but to develop new ones. As for the chaos in their countries, the rampant local tyrants, and the character of their accompanying personnel, that was none of his business. After several months of integration, Xia He had also concluded his transitional period and was now free. He was just wondering if he should find the families who had been causing him trouble before the situation stabilized, and return some of their trouble when he heard this good news. Honestly, Xia He was really looking forward to it. Gu Qinghuan started at 0 frame. Your birthday is next month, and you promised to show me a real birthday cake. Remember? Chapter 369. Xia He thought that if he were still playing the role of little brother, he could continue his mischief without any care. Alas, he now had a very good and impressive backer. The secretary had already handed over the investigation report on the rumors. Xia He rested her shoulder against the phone, held it to her ear, and took the report for a closer look. As expected, seeing Fu Jingxing's name, Xia He silently raised the corner of her mouth, and her tone when she spoke into the phone was quite normal. What a great conspiracy. Xia He sighed. But you're right. I haven't figured out what to do for this year's birthday party yet. Experience in celebrating birthdays? He hadn't had that since he was 5. If you had to say, did that tree stump cake Gu Qingwan gave him last year even count? No rush, Gu Qingwan said with a smile. His admission of this as a conspiracy showed Xia he was willing to change the subject. There's still over a month left. You definitely have enough time to prepare. Xia he remained noncommittal. Even with just a day, let alone a month, he could still throw a great party. But since he promised Gu Qingwan last year that he wanted her to see what a real birthday cake looked like, he couldn't be so perfunctory. What flavor of cake do you like? Xia he asked, never taking his eyes off the report. The Fu family has been going downhill for years. Failed investments are one thing, but the guy they brought back is just this caliber. His performance is impressive, but his character is questionable. Even if he manages to achieve success in the early stages of his career, he inevitably run into all sorts of conflicts due to his interpersonal relationships in the middle and later stages. Just now, because he didn't become vice president, he thinks He Xuerong has no vision, and that Yin Shixing stole the position that rightfully belonged to him. While smearing them, he also dragged Gu Qingwan into this, not to mention that this behavior completely questioned his vision and ability. What a joke. Xia he threw the investigation report on the table expressionlessly. The Fu family brought the person back, but didn't they teach him a lesson properly? Cakes definitely need cream, right? And seasonal fruit? The voice from the receiver was filled with anticipation. The cake base is light yellow, fluffy and soft. When you take a bite, the sweet cream filling squeezes out from the sunken cake base. It's light yet rich. If there were sweet and sour jam or a smooth pudding filling, the taste would be even richer. But the chocolate coating seems good too. It's fragrant with a hint of bitterness, slowly melting in your mouth. It's a bit sweet, but worth savoring. Xia He's expression eased a little. You should write a food column. It's good for promoting food. Of course, I've written reviews for many restaurants and they all been highly recommended. Gu Qingwan was quite proud. Xia He picked up her phone again and said slowly, why don't we open a cake buffet? We have all kinds of cakes, and you can have whatever you want. Okay, make each cake smaller so I can have more. Gu Qingwan pressed on. That's settled then. Remember to pick up the invitation, Xia He said. I'm also looking forward to the birthday present you prepare. He thought for a moment and added, don't worry about the price of the gift. Of course I won't, Gu Qingwan said, completely unconcerned. Who could possibly be richer than you? Xia He shook her head. He shouldn't have worried about such things. With Gu Qingwan's intelligence, he naturally understood better than anyone that the recipient's feelings determine the value of a gift. After ending the call, Xia He glanced at the several messages from Bai Hanhan on the screen and decided to reply. Bai Hanhan, public opinion on the forum is being controlled. Not many people are incited by such nonsense. Bai Hanhan, please focus on your work and don't worry about the situation at Mingda. Xia He, Gu Qingwan and I are done talking. Seeing this, Bai Hanhan wanted to crush the screen. Did you see my previous message? He took a deep breath. So what do you want to do now? Xia He, first, find out which pastry shop team is the best at making cakes. Bai Hanhan didn't want to hang up his phone anymore. He felt like his hand should be on Xia He's neck. No, Bai Hanhan, calm down. Bai Hanhan warned himself. Although he didn't know what Xia He was going on about, since his focus wasn't on the Mingda matter, that meant he wasn't going to interfere, right? That was a good thing. It seemed Gu Qingwan had him under control. Xia He, and then ruin the Fu family's latest plan. Is it land or investment? It doesn't matter, just grab it all. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. There were plenty of companies in the same field. He could just pick any suitable one. Bai Hanhan was devastated. Gu Qingwan couldn't stop you. Xia He, yes I did. I'm not angry. Bai Hanhan thought to himself. This is a decision made without you being angry. I can't imagine what would happen if you were angry. Xia He, but just watching them get attacked by rumors and gossip, I'm such an incompetent supporter. Xia He, especially lately, I feel like quite a few people are coveting my position as supporter. Bai Hanhan thought about it. Last time, He Xuerong said he wanted to add a water bar for Gu Qingwan, so that shouldn't count, right? In any case, Xia He was targeting the Fu family. So, regardless of when the Fu family would realize the problem lay with Fu Jingxing, at least this way, there wouldn't be any worry about the school's problem spreading outside. Bai Hanhan exhaled slowly. I take care of it. Xia He said, good luck, and stopped reading the news. Fu Jingxing's goal, frankly, was to prove himself the best by belittling others. He Xuerong's failure to be selected was due to his lack of vision. Furthermore, he was suspected of sowing discord between Gu Qinghuan, He Xuerong, and Yin Xixing. The problem was, involving Gu Qinghuan was a truly awful move. Just as Bai Hanhan was thinking this, there was a knock on the office door. He said, "Come in," and He Xuerong and Yin Xixing burst in. They really burst in. Their momentum was overwhelming. "I saw that rumor." He Xuerong said straight to the point, "Once I find out who's behind it, can I teach the guy a lesson? Sun Qinglian is already investigating, you can contact her." Bai Hanhan looked at Yin Xixing. "Just bear with it for a while. Once He Xuerong officially takes over, he can hand the vice president's job over to Yin Xixing." He Xuerong nodded slightly, then tentatively asked, "As for Xia He?" "He's not operating on campus." Bai Hanhan answered first. In other words, Xia He already knew who the culprit was, and was targeting that person's family. He Xuerong was acutely aware of the disparity in power between her and Xia He. Yin Xixing, standing beside her, slowly said, "Then, leave the campus affairs to us." In truth, Yin Xixing hadn't reacted much to the slander against her. When she was first announced as vice president, there had been many skeptical voices. She didn't care, because the voices of those who liked and supported her were more important than those voices. To Yin Xixing, the current rumors were just a rehash of the past. The problem was that involving He Xuerong and Gu Qinghuan was a different matter. She would find the people who spread the rumors, and make them apologize to He Xuerong and Gu Qinghuan. Bai Hanhan, observing the fighting spirit in He Xuerong and Yin Xixing's eyes, thought this was a good idea. Being a chicken to scare the monkeys, a training ground for the new president and vice president, didn't Fu Jingxing have some value? Chapter 370. Although the rumors on the forum were quickly suppressed, many people still saw them, and word of mouth continued to spread privately. While Gu Qinghuan was in politics class, Fang Wenfu couldn't help but come over to ask, "Are you okay?" Gu Qinghuan was surprised. "You actually still care about others?" Fang Wenfu's eyebrows almost rose. "What are you talking about? How could I not care about others?" He decided to show some concern for her, because Gu Qinghuan had previously counseled him to be honest with his family. And yet she actually said that. It was simply unrewarding kindness. Fang Wenfu was about to turn away in a huff when Gu Qinghuan said, "Show me something concrete. Like, let me see what new clothes you've been drawing lately." At this point, Fang Wenfu's anger vanished. He yanked his much-improved sketchbook from his bag and spread it out before Gu Qinghuan, his expression aghast. "Come and see." John Johnson, in the back row, said, "This guy is so easy to control." Gu Qinghuan began to look at the sketchbook. No longer had to hide his drawings in secret. Fang Wenfu's designs had changed. Before, they were just drawings, cut into small pieces of paper. Now, each page contained a single drawing, with densely written text beside it. Inspiration, clothing style, styling suggestions, preferred fabrics, and some detailed designs, all with large drawings. Occasionally, you could see him bragging, as if he spotted a piece of clothing he didn't like and had designed something specifically for it. Gu Qinghuan's hand stopped turning the pages, and she couldn't help but let out an awe sound. "This is so beautiful." Gu Qinghuan picked up her sketchbook and showed it to Zhang Chachin in the back seat. She didn't understand clothing categories, so she could only say that this outfit looked like a knight's. While handsome, the details were exceptionally intricate and meticulous, preventing it from appearing austere or cold. Furthermore, the white shirt and short jacket underneath were clearly designed to flare out the bust, making this a distinctly feminine outfit. "So handsome." Zhang Chachin sighed, a rare sigh of admiration. "It's a shame this outfit looks like a costume, only meant for stage." Fang Wenfu took a closer look and quickly pulled the sketchbook back. "This is the one I'm going to enter a competition for. It's a skin for a game character." According to Fang Wenfu, a certain game was holding a character skin design competition. The winning design could be collaborated with the official team to be made into an in-game skin. This was the design Fang Wenfu had drawn for the character he had chosen, but he hadn't yet decided whether to actually enter the competition. "Why not?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "This outfit is really cool." Fang Wenfu grimaced. I can't draw people." He then covered his face, looking ready to be laughed at. After all, it's a skin for a game character. It can't just be the clothes, the character itself needs to be considered. For many players, even the most beautiful outfit won't be appreciated if the style doesn't match the character's personality. Consequently, other contestants used character sketches, some even adding complete backgrounds. If Fang Wenfu had only displayed one outfit, it was clear no one would have voted. Gu Qinghuan asked, "Don't you know how to draw the human body?" Fong Wenfu hesitated. I taught myself ergonomics, does that count? He hadn't received any systematic training, he'd gotten into fashion design purely on the side. John Johnson interjected, aren't those two different? There's a huge difference between being a costume designer and an illustrator. Fong Wenfu, somewhat unwillingly muttered, I really like this character, and I can guarantee this outfit will suit her. Or maybe you could find someone to collaborate with, designing the outfit while someone else draws the skin for the competition? Gu Qingwan asked. Fong Wenfu declined. That way, it wouldn't feel like the credit would go to me. If Fong Wenfu collaborated with another artist, even if the artist acknowledged Fong Wenfu as the main character, players might still see the credit as theirs. After all, a complete illustration involves a lot of considerations: composition, color, lighting, and so on. It's no easier than designing clothes. John Johnson looked a bit disdainful. If you could draw yourself, wouldn't this be a problem? Fong Wenfu was struck down and decided to sign up for illustration classes when he got home today. But even if he started now, it would be impossible to create a sufficiently refined illustration in time for the competition deadline. He was scowling, while Gu Qingwan, based on the game character names written on the side of her sketchbook, searched online and found a skin design competition. She studied the rules and looked up, saying, this competition doesn't just accept drawings, but photography is also accepted. Yes, there are also some craftspeople who make their own clothes and then cosplay as the characters. Animated videos are certainly popular, but they're more challenging. Fong Wenfu casually asked. Gu Qingwan patted his shoulder. Do you have money? Fong Wenfu didn't understand what she was thinking, but upon hearing the question, he immediately said with disdain, who are you looking down on? I know a cosplayer and a photographer, but I don't know if they'd be interested in helping you. If you're willing to invest and have the clothes made, maybe you could talk to them about it, Gu Qingwan said. John Johnson reacted quickly. You mean Tianju and Shi Guangwei? Gu Qingwan nodded. I saw this character on Tianju's social media. She seems to like it. Fong Wenfu came to his senses. You said it. I find someone to make it right now. Having the clothes actually made would be a different story. The visual effect would be more intuitive and would better reflect the quality of the costumes. While some might not appreciate this kind of realism, Fong Wenfu didn't care. He only cared about whether his designs were recognized. Gu Qingwan kindly reminded him, you need to negotiate with the clothing company. That's easy. My uncle's family owns a clothing company, so I'm sure I can find someone. Fong Wenfu was already planning how to cajole them. Don't worry about expenses, he's never short of pocket money. Also, even though he hadn't started tailoring yet, he already bought plenty of fabric and other materials. Otherwise, how would he know if a piece of clothing would turn out the way he wanted? The Fong family had set up a studio specifically for him, so he could just invite someone over and start making it. Seeing Fong Wenfu like this, Gu Qingwan decided he didn't need to worry about him anymore. He created a small group chat and added Shi Guangwei and Murong Tianjiao. Murong Tianjiao? Shi Guangwei. What's up, squad leader? Gu Qingwan posted the competition page in the group chat. Murong Tianjiao, I know about this event. My favorite Matilda is in it too. She's getting a new skin. Gu Qingwan, that's quite a coincidence. Matilda is Fong Wenfu's favorite character. Gu Qingwan asked Fong Wenfu, and after getting his approval, he shared his design in the group chat. Murong Tianjiao! Murong Tianjiao. This looks great. It suits Matilda perfectly. She look awesome in battle in this outfit. Murong Tianjiao, wait a minute. Shi Guangwei, there's a cosplayer and a photographer here. Gu Qingwan, there's also a designer and a supervisor. John Johnson, then what am I? Gu Qingwan, you're the supervisor. Fong Wenfu, I'm the designer, so what are you? Gu Qingwan, I'm just here to join in the fun. Everyone. Chapter 371. Murong Tianju and Shi Guangwei had no objections to participating in the event. The former already liked Matilda and thought Fong Wenfu's designs were beautiful. The latter, however, was attending this kind of event for the first time, and while she found it novel, she also wanted to enrich her personal experience. However, they both agreed. Team leader, don't even think about sitting idle. John Johnson and Fong Wenfu voted in favor. How can the organizer of the event just run away? For Colon 1, Gu Qingwan was defeated miserably, and was only given the job of assistant. The main job was to check on everyone's progress and urge anyone who was lagging behind. By the way, John Johnson, as the supervisor, was keeping an eye on Fong Wenfu. She was the only one who could keep him in check. Murong Tianju and Fang Wanfu chatted for a while, decided on a hairstyle that would suit the costume, and then went to get their wigs fixed and practice their makeup. Shi Guangwei didn't know the character well, so she started researching at first, otherwise she wouldn't be able to fully convey the character's inner qualities during filming. Afterward, he would have to discuss with Fang Wanfu and Murong Tianju to finalize the filming format and then find a suitable location. Although Gu Qinghuan had been asked to work with everyone so capable, she didn't need to coordinate for the time being. After much deliberation, she decided to go and say hello to the class supervisor first. Are you saying you formed a team, including Zhang Zhanshan, Murong Tianjiao, Shi Guangwei, and Fang Wanfu, to participate in a national competition? Chen Zilan scratched his head. Talking about a national competition seems a bit exaggerated, but it should help everyone's resumes in the future, right? Gu Qinghuan said. Although achieving a certain ranking was a prerequisite, since he was going to report to the class supervisor, he had to exaggerate. By the way, the teacher was referring to that Fang Wanfu. Apparently, Fang Wanfu is quite well known among the teachers in this class for his troublemaking. Chen Zilan checked the competition Gu Qinghuan mentioned on his computer. It didn't seem too troublesome. Chen Zilan was quite familiar with his students' situations. After the division, the students in Class 3 saw a significant improvement in their grades, as they had fewer subjects to study and could focus more. The good study habits they developed in their first year of high school continued to play a role, such as through study groups. Even within the same subject, different teachers offered varying levels of instruction. The students in Class 3 would spontaneously share notes from different teachers on the same subject, compiling them into the most accessible and easy-to-learn set, thereby improving their grades together. So, Chen Zilan didn't have to worry about his students' studies at all. In fact, sometimes he even felt that his students were too sensible, making him seem rather useless. Teacher from another class. Is this human language? So, for now, Chen Zilan doesn't think it's a big deal that a few badger bastards are going out to cause trouble. Ahem. Some extracurricular activities. Ever since the New Year's Eve party received praise from higher-ups, Mingda has been very supportive of diverse student development. And with Gu Qinghuan leading the team, Chen Zilan feels even more reassured. I understand, but are you reporting this to me now to give me a heads up before I receive the award? Chen Zilan joked. Gu Qinghuan replied, No, I'm hoping the school will back us up if there's any negative feedback. We're students after all. Even if we have our guardian support, there might still be people who think we're not doing our job properly, or who might doubt whether our work truly belongs to us. This is a game-related competition, and no matter how well known it is, some people will inevitably think that anything students associated with games is bad. Furthermore, some might think that a group of students could come up with something truly remarkable, and that the so-called work was most likely the work of a parent, simply to bring glory to their child. Gu Qinghuan first made sure to contact Chen Zilan, so that if such a situation arose, the school could respond quickly. Chen Zilan felt a complex situation. Who exactly was his class monitor? He said, I understand. I let Director Zhang know. Gu Qinghuan nodded. That's a problem. By the way, do you need to be listed as a supervisor? I can assign you a supervisor. Chen Zilan's mouth twitched. You make it sound like I need to be the corresponding author on the paper. He waved his hand. You should go play with your own work first. We talk to you once we actually finish the work. Gu Qinghuan didn't mind. Asking the class monitor to be listed as a supervisor was primarily about gaining some social recognition. There was no rush. After finishing her report, she left the office, asking Fang Wanfu if he found the tailor. Fang Wanfu, I found someone. My uncle recommended someone to me. I send you his number. Add him. Gu Qinghuan searched and found the person's name was Qi Xiang, with a profile picture of stars against a night sky. She thought about looking up what Qi Xiang meant later, as she sent him a friend request. Rinjian Yue requests to add you as a friend. A notification popped up above her phone screen. Qi Xiang looked up from her desk and rubbed her eyes. It took her a moment to realize that this was probably related to the work her teacher had assigned her that morning. It seems like one of the boss's relatives wants to enter a competition and needs someone to make clothes. Who's free to play house with the kids? Hey Xiaoqi, send me your WeChat ID. I leave this job to you. You don't have much else to do anyway. She had things to do. There were still lots of patterns to make, lots of patterns to adjust. But facing her senior, she could only timidly give her WeChat ID. She stared at the prompt for a moment before reluctantly clicking approve. Renjian Yui. Hello, sister. I'm Gu Qinghuan. Are you aware of the situation here? Qi Xiang was stunned. The senior was a man. Although she had taken over his job, He probably hadn't told him about the replacement, had he? As she edited the note for him, she tentatively asked, "How did you know I was your sister?" Gu Qinghuan. Although Fan Wenfu mentioned him in his recommendation, I looked it up and found Qi Xiang is the Vega star. Gu Qinghuan, which you knew on the team, we're even more confident of winning. Qi Xiang's eyes widened. While it's true that this kind of thing could be easily discovered with a little research, only a handful of people actually bothered to do it. Also, are kids that talkative these days? Qi Xiang felt her face flush. Don't be so polite. Just call me Qi Xiang. I'm not very familiar with your situation. Could you please introduce me? Gu Qinghuan, of course. I add you to the group and introduce you to the team members. Qi Xiang quickly understood what she was supposed to do, and even saw the design. She wasn't unfamiliar with cosplay, but making something so unconventional was incredibly challenging. Qi Xiang, I like to get the model's measurements taken as soon as possible. Is it convenient to schedule a time? Gu Qinghuan, when are you free? Qi Xiang, I'm busy with some work right now. Sorry, I might have to bother you tonight. Murong Tianjiao, that's fine with me. I'm always free after school. I had the family car pick you up. Qi Xiang was still thinking, I heard they're the eldest daughter and son of Mingde. Isn't that easy to get along with? The next moment, she saw Gu Qinghuan send a message. Did you see that? At Fan Wanfu, I understand. I arrange it right away. An hour later, Qi Xiang arrived at the Fong family's door, packed up and with her belongings. The senior was sweating as he escorted her out of the company. It was the first time Qi Xiang had heard a senior so nervous and uneasy. Seeing Qi Xiang, Tan Jinshu greeted her politely. Hello, Teacher Qi. Sorry to trouble you this time. Our child has been so willful. I already made an agreement with my brother, your President Tan. Someone else will take over your work for the time being. You can stay at our house. We already prepared the guest room. As for compensation, we compensate you for your absences, as well as your perfect attendance and highest performance rating this month. Sitting in Fan Wanfu's studio, Qi Xiang was still a little dazed. She suddenly had a premonition that her fate was about to change. Chapter 372. After school, Gu Qinghuan called home and headed to the Fan residence with Zanchekin and Murong Tianjiao. The car they took was Zanchekin's, and more importantly, Murong Tianjiao's, which was a bit cramped for Zanchekin. Murong Tianjiao sat in the passenger seat, searching online for Matilda's makeup looks, and curiously asked, Class leader, what did you say to Fan Wanfu earlier? He suddenly said he was going to arrange it. Gu Qinghuan replied, nothing. The woman Fan Wanfu found was just someone else's replacement. Huh? Murong Tianjiao turned around, a little confused. When Fan Wanfu recommended me, he mentioned him, but Qi Xiang is a woman, Gu Qinghuan explained. While it's possible Fan Wanfu dialed by mistake, Qi Xiang's statement that she had other work to attend to is rather unusual. Fan Wanfu, that troublemaker, was so certain his uncle would lend him a hand if he asked. Clearly, he'd been pampered by his uncle since childhood. So, in this situation, his uncle would surely prioritize Fan Wanfu's work when making arrangements. Qi Xiang, however, said she had other work to do. From this, it seems she probably didn't realize the importance of Fan Wanfu, the boss's relative. Of course, this is only one reason. It's also possible that Qi Xiang is a conscientious person, who doesn't want to let such a matter interfere with her main job. Another important factor is that when Gu Qinghuan added her, she asked, How do you know I'm your sister? This suggests that she knew she was an imposter, and assumed Gu Qinghuan would mistake her for a man. The male instructor originally assigned to Fan Wanfu, Murong Tianjiao, was stunned and quickly sent a voice message to Yao Shaili. Our squad leader really should be a detective sometimes. He can deduce the truth with just a few words. Amazing. Now that you know, it's better to make arrangements sooner rather than later. We're pressed for time, and don't have the time to waste on such matters. Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. Even if that male instructor wanted to slack off, he'd be afraid of messing things up and upsetting the boss, so Qi Xiang's skills should be guaranteed. Fan Wanfu actually understood what you meant. That's quite impressive, John Johnson sighed. As they were talking, the car stopped. Gu Qinghuan opened the door and got out, saying, He's so annoying, but he's still doing well. He's obviously quite smart, but a little. Stubborn? Hey, I heard you. Fan Wanfu stood at the door, glaring. Why are you saying bad things about me right in front of my own house? Gu Qinghuan scratched his cheek. Didn't I also praise your quick wits? Fan Wanfu choked. How could that count? Tan Jinshu was overjoyed to see so many classmates coming. After all these years, he was still It was the first time a classmate was visiting. She greeted the children, "Come in. The food is ready. Let's eat." Gu Qingwan saw Tan Jinshu and assumed she must be Fang Wenfu's mother, but she still asked, "Fang Wenfu, who is this?" Fang Wenfu was stunned, then strangely proud. He raised his chin and said, "This is my mother, Miss Tan Jinshu." Tan Jinshu, hearing him speak so formally, felt awkward. "What are you talking about?" Gu Qingwan called out, "Hello, Aunt Tan." John Shurchen also called out, but her voice was lower, worried that Tan Jinshu would remember beating Fang Wenfu when they were little. Murong Tianjiu repeated Tan Jinshu twice, then looked up suddenly. "Tan Jinshu, oh sorry, I didn't mean to call you by your full name. It's just, are you the founder of Yuntongshu, Miss Tan?" Tan Jinshu was surprised. "I am." "You know?" Murong Tianjiu suddenly became even more excited, her reserved attitude towards strangers much less. "I know. I especially like Yuntongshu's blush and eyebrow pencil." She was about to go on, but Gu Qinghuan quickly stopped her. "Come on, let's go inside and talk." At the dinner table, after Murong Tianjia's introduction, Gu Qinghuan learned that Yuntongshu is a Chinese beauty brand whose 40th anniversary will be next year. "I used all of Yuntongshu's products. While not all of them suit me, I never had an allergic reaction, and the coloring is superb." Murong Tianjiu clenched his fists. Tan Jinshu felt embarrassed by the compliments, and could only repeatedly ask Murong Tianjiu to eat. Qi Xiang ate silently, not even daring to turn the turntable on the table. She didn't know much about Yuntongshu, but a brand that had been around for 40 years was no small feat. She felt incredibly lucky to have such a connection. "Hello, Qi Xiang. I'm Gu Qinghuan." The girl next to her quietly greeted her. Qi Xiang looked at Gu Qinghuan, a little surprised. She thought she was a young lady, but she seemed quite approachable. "Hello," Qi Xiang paused, remembering the arrangements against her, and managed another "thank you." Being able to not have to deal with the shove-to-the-point work, and even get paid more, Qi Xiang felt it was worth it, no matter how tiring the upcoming period would be. "You're welcome," Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. "I have to trouble you again. By the way, if you have any questions while working with Fang Wenfu, you can contact me and John Shurchen." Gu Qinghuan pointed at John Shurchen. Qi Xiang looked at John Shurchen. "She's so tall." In comparison, Qi Xiang was only 5 feet 4 inches tall, and she had always felt insecure about her height. Sometimes, simply standing in front of someone would make her feel intimidated and involuntarily shrink back. Gu Qinghuan blinked. "Are your skills as good as her height?" Qi Xiang was stunned. Perhaps she should have said something like, "How can you compare?" However, hearing the word skill, she couldn't help but look at her hands. To be more precise, it was the calluses that had formed on her hands over the years. The calluses weren't pretty, even a bit misshapen, but it was these very deformities that bore witness to her hard work. She clenched her hands. Yes, she had loved making clothes since she was a child. Although she wasn't tall, she wanted to make clothes that would fit people of all heights. Clothes that would show off one's beauty, regardless of height. "That's great," Gu Qinghuan smiled. "I can't wait to see what the clothes look like. By the way, the photographer isn't here today. I introduce him to you next time." Listening to Gu Qinghuan's leisurely words, Qi Xiang gradually relaxed, spinning the turntable to pick up food, chatting with her as they ate. That's right, she didn't have to worry about anything, she just had to do her job well. Coincidentally, this was her greatest confidence. Chapter 373. He Xuerong and Yin Shixing heard the news of Gu Qinghuan's participation in the competition from Bai Hanzhan. After the forum rumors were suppressed and the probation period was almost over, they remained silent, feigning indifference to the rumors and focusing on preparing for their appointments. But in reality, He Xuerong had already collected all of Fu Jingxing's private statements and actions, waiting to expose his true colors once he took office. Yin Shixing, on the other hand, preferred to operate in secret. It might sound a bit funny, but relying on her familiarity with these people, she quickly identified the lowest-ranking member of Fu Jingxing's group. Then, she successfully persuaded him to defect. It must be said that this lowly little brother bore a resemblance to Ruan Tanyu. Because of their own lack of strength, they chose to bully those weaker than themselves, servilely bowing to those in higher positions, yet deep down, they were filled with resentment, dreaming of the day when they could trample others under their feet. However, this type of person is also known for being a fence-sitter. After being singled out, He Xuerong's gentle threats helped him become obedient. Thanks to this, they were able to gather more information about Fu Jingxing. Yin Shixing also relayed this information to Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing, hoping that Wanjilio could see Fu Jingxing's true colors. While Wanjilio was soft-spoken and somewhat indecisive, Yi Jing was firm and a bit of a believer. However, after nearly misunderstanding Fang Wanfu last time, both of them corrected their mistakes and made some progress in addressing their character flaws. After Gu Qinghuan revealed Fu Jingxing's plans, Wanjilio, though reluctant to admit it, reduced her interactions with him. When faced with a problem, Yi Jing didn't rush forward. She usually chose to step back, think things over, and then make a decision. The latest news relayed by Yin Shixing left Wanjilio unable to deny it any longer. Her childhood sweetheart wasn't as rosy as she remembered. While she was thinking of offering a helping hand, Fu Jingxing was thinking of her condescending attitude, being overly condescending and trampling on his pride. Yi Jing hurried home to find her mother. The Fu family had a recent project and wanted to bring in several other families, and the Yi family was among those they invited. Seeing Fu Jingxing like this, Yi Jing felt that the Fu family was completely incompetent from the very beginning. Cooperating with the Fu family might end up being kicked out, but what if they turned against her? After Bai Hanzhan learned of Yi Jing's actions, he silently praised her. Right, run. Stay away from the Fu family. Wait until Xia He makes a move, it'd be too late. In short, He Xuerong and Yin Shixing were so busy that they were a bit surprised to learn that Gu Qinghuan had gone off to compete. He Xuerong asked, doesn't she care about the rumors? Bai Hanzhan replied, she probably doesn't care much personally, but her backers do, and they're ready to take action against the Fu family. The word Xia He suddenly weighed on He Xuerong's head like a mountain, making it buzz. She said dryly, I hope the Fu family can still survive intact. That's fine too. Yin Shixing didn't know much about Xia He. Although he knew he was the current president, they had no idea of the Xia family's true capabilities. But He Xuerong had vaguely mentioned that Xia He was capable, and that was enough for Yin Shixing. I don't want Senior Gu to consider this either, Yin Shixing said slowly. In Yin Shixing's opinion, such disgusting things shouldn't happen in front of Gu Qinghuan. Bai Hanzhan, it seems this junior doesn't understand Gu Qinghuan's ability as a troublemaker. But Bai Hanzhan wouldn't say it himself. It would probably be more interesting if Yin Shixing discovered it himself later. After hearing Yin Shixing's words, He Xuerong thought about it and asked, are you telling us about the competition now? Are there any plans? The school means that the student union will keep an eye on the situation. If the works are good, they can promote them, Bai Hanzhan replied. To put it bluntly, it's vote buying. This kind of thing is actually quite normal. Online voting is bound to be rigged. Voters aren't necessarily real players, nor do they necessarily vote objectively. The school's hope is that if Gu Qinghuan and others' works are truly good, then Mingda can establish a positive image by showing support. Besides, it could be used as a featured case study in the year-end summary report. He Xuerong immediately understood the school's plan and nodded, I understand. I talked to Gu Qinghuan about it. Bai Hanzhan nodded, and continued to busy himself with handing over his work to Yin Shixing. He Xuerong immediately went to work. As soon as she left Bai Hanzhan's office, she sent a message to Gu Qinghuan, asking how her competition preparations were going. Gu Qinghuan, watching Fang Wanfu get scolded. A huge question mark appeared in He Xuerong's head. Fang Wanfu was indeed being scolded. He truly loved fashion design and, figuring he'd definitely learn about it someday, decided to ask Qi Xiang for advice. Qi Xiang was also generous. After work, she briefly taught Fang Wanfu some basic skills and let him try making his own patterns, first practicing by making some basic accessories. Then everyone realized how terrible his hands were. Guess why a thimble is called a thimble? It's used to push the end of a thimble. Why are you poking it with a needle? The pattern has already been cut for you. You just need to draw the outline on the fabric according to the pattern. Why can't you draw a straight line? I told you to leave a centimeter for the workpiece. How much did you leave? Why did you cut your hand again? Gu Qinghuan had already made a small hat, but Fang Wanfu was still pricking his hand. John Johnson, for once, felt a little sympathy for Fang Wanfu and found a band-aid to put on it. Why don't you just forget about it? Fang Wanfu started to get stubborn again. No. I'm going to make my own clothes sooner or later. I can do it. Don't rush to use all the tools. Take your time, John Johnson said. This time, Fang Wanfu reluctantly agreed, so he took up his scissors and began to cut the now wasted fabric bit by bit. Gu Qinghuan had helped draw some patterns on it, and Fang Wanfu's goal was to cut them off intact. John Johnson was still worried, sitting next to him, watching Fang Wanfu's hands, afraid he might accidentally cut himself again. I noticed you were quite skilled with scissors when you were little. You even wanted to cut my hair back then, John Johnson said casually. Fang Wanfu paused, then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is it too late for me to apologize now?" "Okay, you apologize." John Johnson remained calm. After all, she hadn't suffered any harm back then, and she had even beaten Fang Wanfu up. An apology after all these years was welcome. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut your hair back then," Fang Wanfu said. "Continue." John Johnson nodded. "I deserved the beating, and my clumsy hands now are my karma," Fang Wanfu continued. John Johnson was a little unaccustomed to his honesty. "Well, that's a good point. When I learn how to make clothes, can I give you one as an apology?" Chapter 374. If Fang Wanfu were to make a list and prioritize the people he wanted to make clothes for, the first place would naturally be his mother, Tan Jinshu. The second place would be his father, Fang Ping'an. As for the third place, it would be John Johnson. It might sound like a quibble, but he wanted to cut John Johnson's hair because he thought her hairstyle was ugly. To be more precise, it didn't match the clothes John Johnson was wearing that day. A kindergarten kid, raised by his parents and pampered, naturally believed he was the best in the world. "I think your hairstyle isn't good, so I can fix it." So, he followed the example of the barbers he's seen before and took the scissors to cut it, not even considering whether he could do it. Then Fang Wanfu was beaten by John Johnson, a perfect example of deserved it. After that incident, the Fang family strengthened their guidance and discipline of Fang Wanfu. He began to understand what to do and what not to do, and even developed a certain instinctive sense of control. If you feel a dull pain all over your body before doing something, it means you might get beaten up like you did before. So you better stop. From this perspective, John Johnson truly has done immeasurable good deeds. For Fang Wanfu now, he can paint freely. With something to focus on, he no longer has the energy to waste on things that harm others and himself. The more he learns and sees, the wider his world becomes, but he also realizes how narrow-minded he once was. Those who deserved his punishments were fine, but in cases like Jiang Chuchu's, Fang Wanfu truly wanted to make amends. Of course, John Johnson, as the hero who prevented him from going astray, must first apologize to her. Gu Qinghuan spent a long time selecting a display stand, finally placing the small hat she had made on the teddy bear's head. Then, she returned to listen to Fang Wanfu nagging at John Johnson. She sat there listening, a single thought: with your current skill level, how many years will it take to make clothes for John Johnson? Fang Wanfu choked. Once I get to college and formally study, it'd be much faster. 2 years in high school, 4 years in college. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Gu Qinghuan paused there. Fang Wanfu ran away, grief-stricken and indignant, scissors and scraps of cloth in hand, to practice elsewhere. John Johnson watched his back, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of dress do you think he give me?" "It's probably not in the designs we've seen," Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. Given Fang Wanfu's personality, he'd definitely keep it well hidden. John Johnson thought about it, and agreed. She was quite excited. Fang Wanfu's designs were indeed excellent, and she wondered what kind of dress he designed for her would look like. Of course, Fang Wanfu had only mentioned this casually. It would take a long time to actually make it happen. Everyone's focus was now on the competition. Qi Xiang was cared for by the Fang family. Although she had to work overtime, she ate well, slept well, and had no other burdens. Designer Fang Wanfu was right there with her, so any adjustments needed were immediately addressed, resulting in a very efficient process. By the weekend, the dress was ready. When Murong Tianjiu arrived, he saw the dress on the mannequin and exclaimed, "Wow! I'm wearing a custom-made dress, too." Murong Tianjiu joked, then couldn't help but touch the fabric. The actual garment looked far better than the original design. When Fang Wanfu was drawing, he wasn't sure if some designs would actually work. Even if they looked beautiful on paper, they wouldn't look right in real life. The garment before him combined beauty and texture, while also highlighting his elegance. It was the best Fang Wanfu and Qi Xiang could have achieved in the shortest possible time. "Shall I put it on now?" Murong Tianjiu was excited. "Go ahead." Fang Wanfu waved his hand, eagerly anticipating the effect. After all, it was made exactly to Murong Tianjiu's measurements, so how could it look on a mannequin as well as on him? Murong Tianjiu couldn't put on makeup right then, but he put on the modified fake hair to get a rough idea of the effect. Seeing Murong Tianjiu emerge fully dressed, Fang Wanfu froze for a long moment, speechless, making Murong Tianjiu lose his confidence. "No, isn't it appropriate?" Murong Tianjiu's social anxiety was showing signs of emerging. John Johnson slapped Fang Wanfu on the back. Squeak! Fang Wanfu, wow! Fang Wanfu, whose hands had been cut by scissors and pricked by needles, only cried out in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Shi Guangwei snapped the photos reflexively and scratched his hair. Are you so moved? Qi Xiang understood his feelings very well, explaining, seeing your dreams come true is truly different. All the anticipation and anxiety, in that moment, when the pattern on paper and the fantasy in the mind become reality, is a unique miracle for every creator. Although it wasn't entirely his own work, for Fang Wenfu, witnessing this moment was deeply moving. I'm going to study hard, Fang Wenfu said solemnly, wiping his tears and snot. I want to go to a university with a strong fashion design program. Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanchen scratched their ears. Others might not know what Fang Wenfu was like in school, but didn't they know? First of all, don't you daydream in class? Gu Qinghuan said mercilessly. I know. Can you say something encouraging? You're obviously good at this. Fang Wenfu explained in dissatisfaction. Based on what you've done in the past, if you really became a fashion designer, you still have negative news from time to time, right? Gu Qinghuan shook his head. You better find a way to reform yourself first. Zhang Zhanchen also shook his head. Fang Wenfu didn't want to talk anymore. The bullet from the past hit him right between his eyebrows. Qi Xiang wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but she still said, let's finish what we're doing first. Are there any adjustments to the costume? I don't think so. Mirong Tianji beamed. This is the first time I've worn such a comfortable cosplay costume. That was only natural. It was custom made, and no expense was spared in quality. The mass-produced cosplay costumes Mirong Tianji had seen before couldn't compare to this one. Walk around in it a bit more and do some poses, Qi Xiang said. She inspected it again, noting a few areas that needed corrections. Then she had Mirong Tianji take the costume off while she made adjustments. Mirong Tianji used this time to put on makeup. This night costume didn't need to be pulled over the head, and putting it on afterward didn't affect the look. With nothing wrong with it, the group boarded the car and headed for the photo shoot location chosen by Shi Guangwei. Tan Jinshu also got in the car. Despite Qi Xiang's presence, she still felt uneasy about the children's actions, so she joined the photo shoot. As the car stopped, a group of people gazed at the scene before them, speechless. The location Shi Guangwei chose for the photo shoot was truly quite striking. Chapter 375. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Not to mention the third squad Shua. After several incidents, Shi Guangwei's video evidence, well, the quality of the video recordings is obvious to all. So after Gu Qinghuan asked Shi Guangwei for help, she didn't even ask about the filming location. She didn't understand it anyway. The same thing happened with Zhang Zhanchen and Mirong Tianji. Although the latter had some ideas, when she discussed the character with Shi Guangwei, she found that his ideas closely aligned with hers. To put it another way, out of so many couples, we're rooting for the same one and can still talk about it. Classy. Trustworthy. So, Mirong Tianjiao, with complete trust, didn't ask Shi Guangwei which one she had chosen. The result was that everyone stared at the abandoned European-style manor before them, lost in confusion. Keyword, abandoned. It's not easy for you to find such an abandoned manor in this city, Fang Wenfu grumbled. You know what, I really put a lot of effort into this. Shi Guangwei was quite proud. This is an old house from a long time ago. It wasn't demolished, and the owner went abroad, so it's been abandoned ever since. We moved everything that can be moved. The remaining items aren't worth the labor costs of demolition and removal. So can we use this place now? Have we got the owner's consent? Mirong Tianju asked. Yes, he agrees. He's someone my dad knows, and he's quite easy to talk to. Shi Guangwei put her hands on her hips, indicating, trust me. Fang Wenfu looked around the manor. At first, he thought it was indeed shabby, but after some thought, he found it quite suitable. The character Mirong Tianju was going to cosplay was named Matilda. As the name suggests, it comes from courage. In the game, she's a princess of a fallen nation. According to the game setting, Matilda's nation was destroyed when she was young, and she was sent abroad by a loyal subordinate, hiding her true identity to survive. However, she didn't remain an ordinary person. Seeking revenge against the empire that destroyed her nation, she continuously improved her skills and became a renowned swordsman. In the game, Matilda is a friend of the protagonist, the player's avatar. This official tournament is a prelude to the next game update. The preview for the current update mentions that this update will feature Matilda, along with some characters from her nation, clearly linking it to the restoration of the nation. It's for this reason that Fang Wenfu designed a knight's uniform. Since restoring the nation inevitably involves fighting, this kind of formal combat attire is absolutely appropriate. Looking at the dilapidated manor, Fang Wenfu speculated that Shi Guangwei might have wanted to film a scene of Matilda returning to her homeland. Shi Guangwei confirmed his guess. Not just returning to one's homeland, but swearing to rebuild it is also fine. If Murong Tianju hadn't been unable to cosplay Matilda as a child, Shi Guangwei would have wanted to create a set of comparison photos of the young and adult Matilda in the same scene, guaranteed to be impressive. As for restoring the dilapidated scenery, it could be completely done with computer technology or filming techniques. Fang Wenfu and Murong Tianju. This guy has a cruel heart. However, the two of them quite liked Shi Guangwei's idea and immediately engaged in a pleasant discussion. As for Gu Qinghuan and the others, they began assisting Shi Guangwei. For example, she cleared debris near the shooting location, adjusted the position of the fill light, and created wind effects. Qi Xiang stood by, immediately adjusting any changes to the clothing if they noticed anything unusual, sometimes even adding a few extra touches. For example, during a scene, she might want to keep the hem of a garment in a fixed position, but the wind was blowing, making it difficult to capture the shot. That's when Qi Xiang stepped in. She used clips or pads to force the hem flat in a corner, out of sight of the camera. Having this done by a professional can minimize damage to the clothing. Plus, Qi Xiang was the one who made the clothes, so she could sometimes offer inspiration and add embellishments to enhance the aesthetic of the garments. A group of people were busy, but there wasn't much work for Tan Jinshu. Given her age and her status as an elder, there was no way anyone would let her do any work. However, watching her son and his friends busy themselves, Tan Jinshu was deeply moved, feeling that he had grown up. She didn't know much about game characters or cosplay, but she could see everyone's dedication and care for the event. Seeing them, she wanted to help. So when Murong Tianjiu paused to touch up her makeup, she approached him and asked if he needed help. Murong Tianjiao, what? The founder of Yun's Hongshu wants to do her makeup. Sure. From National Day until now, Murong Tianjiao's makeup skills have improved significantly in the past month or so. Although she had a makeup expert like Mika by her side, Mika was a strict control over the makeup. Whenever she and Murong Tianjiu were exhibiting together, Murong Tianjiu never had a chance to apply her own makeup. Sometimes Murong Tianjiu wanted to try her hand at makeup herself, but within a few minutes, Mika would snatch her tools from her and firmly declare that Murong Tianjiu's skills weren't up to par, and that she was better suited to doing it. Although Murong Tianjiu had learned some techniques by observing Mika's makeup process, she couldn't build confidence, and her mindset also affected the results. However, things changed after she severed ties with Mika. First, because of the incident Mika had caused last time, the group that had spoken up for Murong Tianjiu started interacting more with her. Murong Tianjiu learned a lot from the makeup artists in that group, and with everyone willing to mentor her and share their experiences, her progress was rapid. She was already quite talented, otherwise, her first cosplay with Gu Qinghuan wouldn't have garnered so much praise. Of course, it was also true that Gu Qinghuan perfectly matched the character. Now that Tan Jinshu had offered to help her with her makeup, Murong Tianjiu was curious and wanted to see Tan Jinshu's techniques. Then she was stunned. This technique was completely different from hers. Using art as an example, she first decided on the composition, then drafted, refined, and laid out the overall tone. Step by step, truly meticulous and dedicated. What about Tan Jinshu? Starting with a charcoal stick, she covered the paper with blocks of varying shades of color, then used an eraser to directly create the outlines and textures of the still life. How on earth could she achieve such a beautiful coloring effect with just a single swipe of her finger? Murong Tianjiao looked at her hands, then at the makeup brush discarded to the side, astonished. Tan Jinshu smiled. Back then, makeup tools weren't as plentiful as they are now. Even the variety of cosmetics was limited, so we had these strange uses. No, not at all. I think it's amazing, Murong Tianjiu said. Tan Jinshu added some contouring to make her nose look more three-dimensional. Although characters in fictional game worlds don't distinguish between races, they are warriors after all, and their deep facial features better suit their temperament. Shi Guangwei looked at it and nodded repeatedly. I have a new idea, come on. Watching Murong Tianjiu being dragged away to continue filming, Tan Jinshu stood there, packing up her makeup case. Fang Wenfu quietly moved over. Mom. What's wrong? Tan Jinshu asked quickly, are you tired? No. Fang Wenfu shook his head quickly. Tan Jinshu's question made him feel a little embarrassed, as if he were being treated like a child. He said, Mom, with that makeup just now, you look even more like me. Fang Wenfu wanted to praise her again, but unfortunately, he wasn't one for compliments. Finally, when no one was paying attention, he hugged Tan Jinshu tightly. My mom is so good. With that, he ran away, blushing, feeling ashamed of being such a grown-up and still acting like a spoiled child. Tan Jinshu stood there for a long moment, finally suppressing her sobs. My child, can your mother be your pride too? That would be wonderful. Chapter 376. Everyone filmed all day, eating lunch on the spot. Tan Jinshu had originally brought some bread, worried the children might get hungry, but it turned out to be their lunch. She was quite anxious, eating this for lunch was so unbecoming. But the children were so busy, filming was more appealing than eating. Gu Qinghuan, no, eating is more appealing. Of course, seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, she couldn't bring herself to say that. She could only do her best to cooperate and finish the filming as quickly as possible. When Shi Guangwei finally finished filming and announced the end, Gu Qinghuan immediately pushed everyone into the car. Let's go back. Let's go back. Tan Jinshu didn't even take anyone back to the Fong residence. Instead, he told the driver to drive directly to Yunjilu for a nice meal. Although the bastards all had membership cards that Jiang Chuchu had given them on her last birthday, since Tan Jinshu was treating, they naturally didn't have a chance to use them. The waiter recognized Gu Qinghuan, and after reporting it, the kitchen gave everyone an extra dessert, explaining it was just a membership benefit. Shi Guangwei had a blast taking photos today. Besides Murong Tianjia's Matilda cosplay, he also took some photos of everyone at work. Gu Qinghuan told him about asking the school for support and keeping a record of their work to facilitate publicity. Fang Wanfu asked, "Are you going to edit the photos when you get back?" "Of course. I rush tonight and tomorrow to edit the best ones," Shi Guangwei said. It's not that he lacks the confidence to produce the original photos directly, but game characters are different from real people. Matilda has special abilities. The artist's depiction of Matilda featured her battling monsters and slaying enemies on horseback, capturing every challenging pose and fantastical setting imaginable. This advantage couldn't be matched in real life. Shi Guangwei could only achieve a partial effect through post-production editing and special effects applied to Murong Tianjia's photos. In one photo of Murong Tianjia clutching a sword, Shi Guangwei had Gu Qinghuan and the others blow dry the air vigorously, aiming to recreate the scene of Matilda unleashing her skills in the game. Naturally, the skill effects had to be added in post-production. Shi Guangwei spoke animatedly, spewing out specialized terms and jargon. Fang Wanfu was already beginning to get confused, but fortunately, it didn't prevent him from realizing the complexity of the task. He held a glass of juice and politely bowed to everyone. "Thank you so much for this time." Murong Tianjia waved his hand. "It's okay, I had a lot of fun too." She didn't do much. She simply took her body measurements, donned her custom cosplay costume, and headed out for a location shoot. Today was indeed tiring, but compared to the intense days of visiting comic conventions, it wasn't that exhausting. Besides, Shi Guangwei's guidance during filming had taught her a lot, and she could use these techniques for other characters in the future. If you say so, I should probably start reading the list of thanks. Gu Qinghuan cleared his throat. "First, thank you, Ms. Jixiang, for producing high-quality costumes for us despite receiving such a sudden commission." Fang Wanfu immediately stood up. "Yes, thank you, Teacher Qi." He had been learning dressmaking from Xiang these days, so calling her Teacher Qi was fitting. Xiang was a little nervous. "I'm also paid for my work. What our team lacks is clothing manufacturing, and Teacher Qi has filled that gap." "Of course, I'm the first to thank you," Gu Qinghuan said. "And if you do a good job, it's a good job. You deserve praise. You can't think you deserve it just because you're paid." Murong Tianju nodded vigorously. "Teacher Qi, you deserve it." Xiang's eyes welled up. The words "you deserve it" touched her heart. "Murong is right," Tan Jinshu said with a smile. "We're all paid for our work, so some people don't do it well, and some do it just average. And you did a great job. How can you not deserve praise? In my opinion, you should even get a bonus." Fang Wanfu immediately responded, "That's right. A bonus." Everyone on the team had no objections. They all participated in the event out of personal interest, using their spare time, not to make a living. If there were prize money for the competition, they could share it. The experience gained from participating in the event and the time spent with friends would be more meaningful. Unlike students, Xiang was a hired professional, earning her living through her craft. So of course, her efforts should be recognized, praised, and paid accordingly. Xiang wanted to refuse, but then she remembered the phrase "you're worth it." Finally, she gritted her teeth and said calmly, "Thank you. I do better next time." If even she wasn't confident in her own work, how could she convince others of her abilities? Fang Wanfu reviewed his allowance and confidently returned to his seat. "It's just a bonus, isn't it? He can afford it. Then Gu Qingwan's second sentence brought him back to the point. Secondly, thank you Ms. Tan Jinshu for your strong support during this time. Fang Wenfu cried out, as if flung off his seat, my mom. John Johnson nodded. If it weren't for Auntie, we wouldn't have been able to find Teacher Chi. She provided the venue, prepared the materials, and took care of us these past few days. She also helped a lot with today's filming. She's also the guardian of all of us, Gu Qingwan said with a smile, otherwise, our family wouldn't be worried. Tan Jinshu accepted the applause somewhat bewilderedly. Although she was the founder of Yun's Hongshu, she had long since left the company's decision-making ranks. She hadn't heard applause like this directed at her in years. Looking at the sincere faces, she suddenly felt that even at this age, she could still achieve something. She smiled as well, saying, thank you kids. Fang Wenfu simply didn't sit down, waiting to hear who Gu Qingwan was going to say next, and then? Third, thank Fang Wenfu, Gu Qingwan said. Thank Fang. Huh? Fang Wenfu was stunned. Thank me? Should I thank you all? That's for you, Gu Qingwan spread her hands. You should thank Fang Wenfu for not giving up on painting all these years. Thank him for correcting his mistakes, which is how we changed our impression of him. If you were a terrible person, even if your designs were excellent, I wouldn't help you recruit people to participate in the event. Murong Tianju added, yes, you've been working quite hard these days. This time, the class leader organized the event. If you need cosplayers next time, I'd be happy to help. Sure, Guangwei nodded. Me too. This kind of filming experience is quite rare. We work together again if the opportunity arises. But just so you know, I charge next time. Fang Wenfu tried to laugh, but the corners of his mouth twisted, and then he couldn't help but cry. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He would study hard and get into his favorite major. He would draw better designs, and give everyone beautiful clothes. He would spend more time with his mother, and thank her for her constant love and care. You are really encouraging. Fang Wenfu forced back tears. But for me, I should thank you. I couldn't do anything on my own. Okay, the award ceremony is over. Time for dinner. Gu Qingwan raised his chopsticks. I'm hungry. Keep eating. Fang Wenfu, while no one was paying attention, lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. He had to become a better version of himself to deserve this thank you today. Chapter 377. After a busy day, Gu Qingwan slept exceptionally soundly that night. The next day was Sunday, so she didn't have to get up early, but Gu Qingwan woke up around 8 o'clock anyway. She had no choice but to be hungry and needed breakfast. She grabbed her hair and sat up from the bed, only to notice that Xiaoxi had somehow slept in her bed, curled up in a ball, sleeping like a fluffy pancake. So, Gu Qingwan dragged Xiaoxi up and went to brush her teeth with her. Xiaoxi was clearly very unhappy to be woken from his deep sleep. While Gu Qingwan was brushing, he squatted by the sink, staring at her hand with a fierce look. Gu Qingwan suspected that if she dared to put her hand in front of Xiaoxi's eyes, he would pounce on her immediately. When she finished washing up, Xiaoxi jumped onto the table again, using his front paws to bang the small dish of freeze-dried food he usually fed him, making a loud clang-clang sound. Xiaoxi, give me some freeze-dried food, as compensation for interrupting my nap. Gu Qingwan poked her head in. Dad, did you feed Xiaoxi the freeze-dried food this morning? I gave him 4, and your mom 3. Wang Jian, who was watching TV in the bedroom, replied. Gu Qingwan poured 2 freeze-dried food pills from the can, placed them on a small plate, and explained seriously, you already ate a lot this morning. You can't eat too much. Xiaoxi glanced at her, lowered his head, finished the 2 freeze-dried food pills, wagged his tail, and returned to sleep in Gu Qingwan's bed. Gu Qingwan saw some steamed buns and steamed dumplings on the table. They must have been what Wang Jian had bought for breakfast. He and Gu Haiyan had already eaten, so the rest was hers. She reheated the slightly cold steamed buns and steamed dumplings in the microwave, then made herself a cup of soy milk and happily finished her breakfast. She finished most of her homework on Friday night, but there was still some left. She'd been busy filming all day yesterday and hadn't had time. Now that she was awake, it was still early for lunch, so she naturally had to use that time to finish her homework. Her mind was clearer this morning, and she figured out how to solve the problem she hadn't solved on Friday. It took her less than 2 hours to finish the rest of her homework. Gu Qingwan stretched and comfortably picked up her phone to check for new messages. The competition group chat was bustling with activity. Gu Qingwan scrolled to the top of the unread messages, and saw that Shi Guangwei had posted the edited image. Fang Wenfu was screaming constantly, either Aya or Wa, flooding the screen with messages, A perfect example of what annoying meant. John Johnson. I should have switched the message notification from vibrate to silent before bed. Fong Wanfu. Frightened.jpg Gu Qinghuan. I can foresee Fong Wanfu's misery during the next politics class. Sure Guanghui, don't worry, he's at least showing his support. After a while, John Johnson spoke again. I'm awake now, the photos are great. Sure Guanghui. Of course, as expected. Murong Tianjiao. I almost don't recognize myself anymore. A photography master is right next to me. Sure Guanghui. Praise. You can praise me. Keep praising, don't stop. Fong Wanfu. Ahem, so, are we uploading it today? Murong Tianjiao. There are only 2 days left before the registration deadline, so we better upload it quickly. Fong Wanfu. Does the introduction really have to be written by me? John Johnson. Of course it's you. You design the clothes, and since you're entering, you know the creative intent of this skin best, right? Sure Guanghui. If you need an introduction to the photography concept, you can ask me. But since this competition is all about the skin, there shouldn't be much need to spend too much time on other aspects. Fong Wanfu. Then I write a paragraph first. I give it to you guys to review after I'm done. John Johnson at Gu Qinghuan. Sure Guanghui at Gu Qinghuan. Murong Tianjiao. Of course, reviewing things should be left to the squad leader. At Gu Qinghuan with 3 votes in favor, Gu Qinghuan dutifully took on the responsibility of reviewing. When submitting a manuscript, there's a word limit for the creative intention section, so there's no need to worry about Fong Wanfu writing too much. In less than half an hour, Fong Wanfu had posted his work to the group chat, handing it over to Gu Qinghuan for review. Gu Qinghuan reviewed it, streamlined it, noted each member's responsibilities, and, after a bit of emphasizing Mingda's presence, sent it back to Fong Wanfu. Fong Wanfu checked it over and over again, still unsure. I check the almanac and find a suitable time to post it. John Johnson. Whatever you want. Gu Qinghuan. I'm going to lunch. Send a reminder. Although breakfast was later than usual, doing homework had consumed a lot of brain cells, and for Gu Qinghuan, the best way to replenish energy was naturally to eat. She put her phone aside and walked out of the bedroom. She was shocked to find that Wang Jian hadn't cooked, but instead looked like he was about to go out. Wang Jian looked at her. What did you order for lunch? Gu Qinghuan slapped her forehead, then remembered that her parents were going to a wedding banquet today. However, because the hotel they booked for the wedding wasn't very good, Gu Qinghuan had decisively declined the offer upon hearing the news, saying she'd rather order takeout from home. Gu Haiyan had left home that morning because she had a good relationship with the family and wanted to go early to help out and chat. Ordering takeout now would have caught up with the morning rush, and it would have taken at least an hour. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and decided to go out to eat. She casually posted in the group chat, lunch ideas needed, and went to change. After changing, she had a good time to see what everyone had suggested. Then she saw a string of locations. Gu Qinghuan, ? Jiang Chu Chu. Can't choose? Gu Qinghuan, what to choose? Jiang Chu Chu, didn't you post the one asking for lunch? Several people are outside. Which one are you going to choose? Gu Qinghuan scrolled up and realized he only posted looking for lunch. He probably hadn't typed the last 3 words, so he just posted it. Gu Qinghuan, I was looking for recommendations, but I sent it out before I even finished typing it. I was planning to go eat by myself. Lin Julu, everyone's already sent it out. Class leader, just go ahead and pick a place close by. Gu Qinghuan wasn't embarrassed. She was actually quite confident. What's wrong with a meal? I worked so hard. Besides, no one really needs a meal. Those who are truly inconvenienced wouldn't send an invitation. Everyone in class 3 is very close. Even if it wasn't Gu Qinghuan, someone else could have just called out in the group chat, and it would have had the same effect. Gu Qinghuan picked a place close by. I'm here. At Ji Tianxiao. Everyone saw she made her choice, but didn't pay much attention and went about their business. After a while, Ji Tianxiao replied. Ji Tianxiao, great. That's great. I'm saved. Qinyu, ? Yao Shaili, what do you mean you're saved? Yu Xian, I have a bad feeling. Gu Qinghuan, I'm already here. I've been ripped off. Qinyu, what's going on? Gu Qinghuan, this restaurant is filming a TV show, one of those shows where celebrities cook. Yu Xian, why is Ji Tianxiao there? Why did they ask you to come over? Gu Qinghuan, this involves the content of the show, so I can't say for now. However, I was called in to give you advice because business is slow. Gu Qinghuan, as a reward, I do have lunch, and he promised me a delicious meal. Jiang Chuchu, I can only wish you good luck. Chapter 378. Gu Qinghuan sat behind the table, reaching out to take half a peeled cucumber from the attentive Ji Tianxia's hands, and bit into it with a crunch. Ji Tianxia shrank back, somewhat flatteringly. The kitchen is already preparing it. It will be ready soon. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the several cameras filming in the restaurant. I thought the guests for shows like this were always prepared in advance. Usually, they're discussed in advance, Ji Tianxia sighed. Isn't my mother in a special situation? Ji Tianxia's mother's real name is Ji Fuling, and her stage name is Ji Yunling. Over 20 years ago, she was a household name, a renowned actress, but she retired and hasn't acted since, and her fame has faded. Now, for some unknown reason, she's participating in this business experience program, which is currently filming. Excuse me, are you appearing on the show as a son, or as something else? Gu Qinghuan remembered that Ji Tianxiao had previously kept his mother's identity a secret. Of course it's something else. My mom doesn't want to reveal her identity before my debut. Ji Tianxiao waved his hand. Yesterday, he received a call from his agent saying things were terrible on set, and his mother wasn't doing well either. So today, he disguised himself and come over to help. My current scenario is that I happened to pass by this shop and discovered the owner was my mom's idol, Ji Yunling. I asked for her autograph. When I told my mom about it, she learned her idol's business wasn't doing well, so she packed up her son and sent him to help out, Ji Tianxiao said. Gu Qinghuan looked him up and down. Your acting is pretty good. Ji Tianxiao gave him a thumbs up. Of course. Bloodline inheritance. And you tricked me into coming here too? Gu Qinghuan continued. Ji Tianxiao chuckled twice. Even if you, squad leader, don't help, you're still a guest, adding some material. Gu Qinghuan pondered in her mind. Although it was a coincidence, this incident was likely related to Ji Tianxia's fate. Despite Ji Tianxia's cheerful smile at her now, he usually kept his mother's identity a closely guarded secret, never revealing a single word. If the problem wasn't truly serious, why would he so easily release the location to trick her? Clearly, she couldn't think of a solution herself, so she could only seek help from someone she trusted. She finished her cucumber, wiped her hands with a napkin, and took the menu from the table. I want the fish-flavored eggplant, dry pot cauliflower and potato chips, and the cumin fried beef, plus a bowl of rice. As for the drinks, Gu Qinghuan knew it was a sponsor when she saw the neatly arranged red bean and barley water on the counter. She then had a moment. How about this red bean and barley water? Gu Qinghuan took a bottle and pretended to look at the ingredients list. I had just learned some photography tips from Shi Guanghui yesterday, and I put them to use today. Judging from the camera's position, this angle should be perfect for capturing the ingredients list. Not bad. I just had a bottle. It's a little sweet, not too cloying, and quite thirst-quenching. Ji Tianxiao immediately understood Gu Qinghuan's idea. Then I have one too. I remember red bean and barley water is good for clearing heat and dampness, and the dishes we ordered are good for irritation. Gu Qinghuan said casually. Okay. Ji Tianxiao agreed immediately, not even taking notes, and went straight to the kitchen to order the dishes. The staff in the corner smacked their lips. Whether intentional or not, this segment was definitely going to stick around. The girl Ji Tianxiao had found was quite the expert. Red bean and barley water is a health-focused beverage, and her initial glance at the ingredients list speaks volumes to a health-conscious audience. This demonstrates her knowledge of health, which is why the phrase clearing heat and removing dampness doesn't sound awkward. Combined with the dish she ordered, the overall effect flowed naturally, and sponsors were sure to appreciate this advertising method. Ji Tianxia's response was also positive. Simply commenting on the taste gave the impression of being a recommendation based on a close friend's taste, lending it greater credibility. The program itself is about food and beverages. Viewers who saw this segment, when dining out in the future, will simply remember it and, when ordering a dish that could cause internal heat, might opt for red bean and barley water. While this type of advertising isn't as direct as a celebrity branding or reciting a lengthy passage, its subtle influence can still satisfy sponsors. While Gu Qinghuan sat at the table waiting for her food, she thought for a moment and pulled out her phone to send a message to Bai Qingyin. Gu Qinghuan, Sister Bai, do you know about that recent variety show where celebrities run restaurants? Bai Qingyin replied quickly, filming? I think there's a chef called something? I sent me an invitation, but I didn't go. She's a master at songwriting and composing, but she's a complete slouch when it comes to cooking. She relies entirely on her younger brother, Bai Han, for all the housework. She'd rather spend her time playing games than participating in a show like that. Gu Qinghuan's question aroused her curiosity. Why do you ask that? Gu Qinghuan, oh, I'm filming right now. Bai Qing perked up. Location sent. Just because she's not participating doesn't mean she won't join in the fun. Gu Qinghuan, can you come? Bai Qing, they already sent me an invitation. The production team definitely wants me to go. Don't worry, Ween Entertainment won't care about me. After all, Ween Entertainment was originally the company Xia he founded for Bai Qing. Who would care about her? Gu Qinghuan sent her the location. Bai Qing checked her remaining schedule for the day, confirmed she was free, and hummed a song as she prepared to drive over. Before she even left the company, she saw Lu Rong returning from his morning shoot. She simply asked, let's have lunch together? Lu Rong and Bai Qing had a good relationship. After Jean Ding's collapse, Lu Rong signed with Ween Entertainment and now focused his attention on film and television. For Ween Entertainment, which originally focused on the music industry, Lu Rong's arrival was a significant expansion of the company's business. Hearing Bai Qing's words, Lu Rong readily agreed. Okay, what are we having? A small restaurant. The main thing is meeting someone. Bai Qing then mentioned Gu Qinghuan. Lu Rong had a deep impression of Gu Qinghuan, and her interest grew. Now that you mention it, I think we should meet. She thought for a moment, then sent a message to another contact on her phone. Want to have lunch together? Lu Yi, what's up with that? Lu Rong happened to be working with Lu Yi on a TV series. They were the female and male leads, respectively, but there were no romantic scenes. Lu Rong then mentioned Gu Qinghuan. Do you want to meet her? Lu Yi, send me your location. I'll be there soon. Seeing Lu Rong bring another person along, Bai Qing considered sending a message to Bai Han. Bai Han, no, I don't want to go. He had seen through the truth of the world. Wherever Gu Qinghuan was, there would be endless work to do. Bai Qing, I don't care, at least bring someone here for me. Under the pressure of his bloodline, Bai Han flipped through his phone's address book. Just then, Xia he sent him a message asking about his work progress for the fourth quarter. Bai Han, aghast, sent her his location. Gu Qinghuan is filming a celebrity cooking show. Do you want to go for lunch? Xia he was silent for a moment. I'm not going. I find someone else. After that, he didn't ask about the fourth quarter's work. Bai Han wanted to laugh out loud. Brine and tofu, one thing conquers another. Chapter 379. In less than 15 minutes, Bai Qing and Lu Rong arrived at the restaurant entrance. The staff was shocked and bewildered. Did the production team have a partnership with Ween Entertainment? Even if they did, how much money had they spent to invite Bai Qing and Lu Rong together? Gu Qinghuan spotted the two through the glass window and waved as they entered. Sister Bai, Sister Lu. Oh, little Qinghuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Bai Qing rushed over and gave her a bear hug. Gu Qinghuan could smell Bai Qing's perfume from her close proximity. Long time no see. Hello, Lu Rong said, much more reservedly, nodding slightly as he approached. How have you been lately? Very fulfilling. Gu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. That's right, isn't it? You're involved in filming again? Bai Qing let go. Someone emerged from the kitchen. Apparently, Bai Qing and Lu Cheng's arrival forced Ji Fuling, who had been busy, to come out and entertain them. Ji Fuling was even younger than Gu Qinghuan had imagined. Honestly, if she hadn't already known the truth, she would have mistaken her for Ji Tianxia's older sister. While Ji Fuling and Bai Qing were talking, Gu Qinghuan secretly pokes Ji Tianxiao. How old is your mother? She looks so young. Ji Tianxiao first counts 3, then 6. Gu Qinghuan is stunned, her voice lowered. How old are you now? Ji Tianxiao replies, 17. Gu Qinghuan suddenly realizes she can't count. Then. She shuts up, pulls out her phone, and types quickly. Excluding the 10 months of pregnancy, your mother was barely an adult when she conceived you. Ji Tianxiao reads the message and nods helplessly. Gu Qinghuan, could it be that she's pregnant before marriage? Ji Tianxiao, she's still single. Gu Qinghuan's mind flashed through countless old, melodramatic novels, things like A Moment of Delight, and the delicate wife runs away with the baby. Ji Tianxiao knew what she was thinking from her expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't deny it. He shrugged and said, my mom's story is indeed quite melodramatic. She used to be a complete love-brain person. I tell you when I have time. But she let it go a long time ago, and just wanted to raise me well. Now that I'm almost able to live independently, she's taking advantage of the latest trend and wants to return to the entertainment industry. It's just that, others can't let go. The latest trend? Gu Qinghuan was a little curious. A TV series she starred in when she was younger is getting a new adaptation, and they're currently setting up a production crew. People are discussing her original version online, Ji Tian said with a smile. Her name has resurfaced, so she's thinking about making a comeback through a variety show. In that case, she should look for a variety show related to the actress, right? Gu Qinghwan was puzzled. The production crews would probably be happy to capitalize on the buzz, so why would she choose a variety show like this? Ji Tianxia's expression was a bit complicated, but before he could say anything, someone else entered the store. Everyone's eyes shifted over, and Gu Qinghwan let out an ouch. That's a handsome outfit. After not seeing Li for over 6 months, he looked even more like a star. He was wearing a light gray suit, a tie, and a vest underneath, looking incredibly elegant. What show did you just get off of? Lu Rong asked. I shot a magazine cover. Lui smoothed his hair. I just changed back into my own clothes and bumped into someone on my way out. I got splashed with water, so I changed into this. After saying that, Li walked straight up to Gu Qinghwan and complained with a stern face. Do you know how many times I've been bullied since that show? Aw? Who bullied you? Gu Qinghwan's eyes widened. Several directors came to me and said, I think you can bring this character to life, and I couldn't refuse. Lui was indignant. Lu Rong interrupted, I've been told that too. Gu Qinghwan pointed at herself. My fault? Of course not. Lui nodded vigorously. Gu Qinghwan was speechless for a few seconds. Suddenly, a sports car roared outside, and someone else walked in. Hi, is anyone there? I'm here to give you some flowers. Liang Zhuo reached out to push back his bangs, and placed a large bouquet of champagne-colored lisianthus on the counter. Boss, please sign for it. Ji Fuling was a little confused. Who sent the flowers? Could it be? Gu Qinghwan noticed that she clutched her clothes tightly as she spoke. Liang Zhuo spoke up first. The boss of Ween Entertainment said the artists are having a small gathering here. Please treat us. Ji Fuling breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly signed the receipt Liang Zhuo handed her. Liang Zhuo put the receipt away, but instead of leaving, he walked over and greeted them familiarly. Hello. Bai Qingyin, having heard what Liang Zhuo had just said, hesitated a bit. The boss? Liang Zhuo nodded readily. Boss Bai told Boss Xia, but Boss Xia couldn't come, so I came in his place. Bai Qingyin was shocked. When had her brother gotten so bold as to try to get Xia He? Liang Zhuo glanced around, his gaze fixed on Gu Qinghwan. He had long wanted to see Gu Qinghwan in person. Today, Xia He happened to be discussing business with his sister Liang Chu at Yucheng Trading. When he heard Xia He was looking for someone, he volunteered. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but since Xia He took him so seriously, he must be something special. Of course, he had to get to know him. He scowled at the staff. Remember to edit the part about President Xia, or you be the ones in trouble. The staff nodded hurriedly, and quickly informed the director. Although they didn't know who it was, since it involved the boss of Ween Entertainment, they had to cut it. Liang Zhuo turned back with a smile. Since you're here, would you like to share a table for lunch? Hello, my name is Liang Zhuo. Even though she didn't know Liang Zhuo, when she heard President Xia, Gu Qinghwan knew he was related to Xia He, and that he was here to help. She was the youngest among the people present, so she didn't feel comfortable responding to Liang Zhuo's words. Fortunately, the others were quick to react. Lui, being the man, spoke first. How about sharing a table? It's going to be fun with just us, and he'd be uncomfortable being alone. Liang Zhuo, as a single person, he felt like he'd been unintentionally kicked in the back. Bai Qingyin and Lu Cheng naturally wouldn't refuse Xia He's sender, so it all came down to Gu Qinghwan's opinion. Gu Qinghwan readily agreed. Great, we can even order a few more dishes if we eat together. With another table full, the restaurant suddenly became much busier. Ji Tianxiao busied himself with taking additional orders, while Ji Fuling returned to the kitchen to help with the cooking. Strange, Bai Qingyin said, looking towards the kitchen. From what I understand, this event is supposed to have celebrities team up to run different restaurants, so why is Ms. Ji the only one in her group? Just now, when greeting them, only Ji Fuling came out. If there were other celebrities, even if they didn't, they should at least say a few words, right? Liang Zhuo had already reviewed the information Xia He provided and quickly chimed in. Ms. Ji has been sidelined on this show. The show's full name is Little Chefs, Big Love, and it's supposed to be about participants forming families and running a restaurant together. The problem is that Ji Fuling's group, who play the husband and son, and the wife in the other group, are actually family. Bai Qingyin was baffled. If you can't afford it, then don't. It's not that they won't come at all. They just go to another group once they gathered enough footage. allowing the production team to create the illusion they always been there through post-production editing. Liang Zhuo spread his hands. Didn't anyone notice? Gu Qingwan asked. Liang Zhuo shook his head. The restaurant Ms. Ji picked might seem well located at first glance, but it actually has a terrible reputation. The owner ran away due to gambling debts. Everyone in the area knows about it, so they don't even glance when they pass by. It's a shady operation. Bai Qiying was shocked. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance at Ji Tianxiao, who was bustling around. She had guessed correctly. The situation was truly dire, which was why Ji Tianxiao had tried to ask her for help. Chapter 380. Lui asked, "Why are you targeting Ms. Ji so much?" Liang Zhuo spread his hands and said, "Time is tight, so we haven't investigated that deeply. However, it seems to be related to the husband in Ms. Ji's group." Ex-boyfriend? Lu Rong offered a reasonable guess. Coincidentally, Gu Qinghuan was asking the system the same question. The system never concealed such past events, and the answer was clear. The reality was just as Gu Qinghuan had imagined, quite melodramatic. Ji Fuling was a child star and a talented actress, having already achieved considerable fame by the age of 18. Although she had been in the entertainment industry since she was a child, her agency maintained strict control, and none of her previous TV series or films involved romance. It wasn't until adulthood that she began receiving roles with romantic themes, and it was in her first romantic film that she fell in love with the actor who played the lead. He was also Ji Tianxia's biological father, and now her partner on this variety show. Chu Changting. What followed was a tale of drama, a secret affair, pregnancy, a breakup with her family, and a dispute with the company. The company, in recognition of Ji Fuling's dedication over the years, had considered waiting until she had the baby before returning to work, claiming she was away on further studies for a year. Unexpectedly, while Ji Fuling was pregnant, Chu Changting started having an affair with someone else while filming. Ji Fuling was already in the late stages of her pregnancy, and was already experiencing various physical discomforts, which were exacerbated by the news. Luckily, she managed to deliver safely and, rather than falling into postpartum depression due to his infidelity, she quickly left him, her child in hand. However, her relationship with her family didn't improve. This was primarily because Ji Fuling wasn't the only child in her family. She had an older brother and a younger sister. As the eldest, her brother was highly anticipated, while her younger sister, the youngest, was doted on by everyone. She was stuck in an awkward middle position, only able to gain a modicum of attention through acting. When her younger sister grew up, she became even more beautiful than Ji Fuling and expressed her desire to enter the entertainment industry. As a result, her family gave all her resources to her younger sister. Perhaps Ji Fuling would choose love, break with her family, and even consider abandoning her family ties. Sadly, she was deceived by a scumbag. After Ji Fuling dumped Chu Changting, he initially tried to reconcile, but after more than a year of unsuccessful attempts, he became furious. By then, Chu Changting had already won the Best Actor award and had been poached by the Golden Tripod Awards. Backed by financial resources, he threatened to ban Ji Fuling. As a result, Ji Fuling was forced to work behind the scenes, relying on her experience to mentor an institution that trains child actors. Combined with the savings she accumulated, she was living a moderately comfortable life. Gu Qinghuan was a bit surprised to hear this. Jin Ding? The one I indirectly brought down? System. Yes, Chu Changting was very shrewd. While there were some scandals during his time at Jin Ding, they weren't criminal. After Jin Ding's collapse, he quickly withdrew and joined a new company. Gu Qinghuan. So, it was because Jin Ding's collapse made the scumbag's initial banning declaration ineffective that Ji Fuling considered making a comeback? System. Indeed, even if Jin Ding hadn't collapsed, Ji Fuling would have chosen to make a comeback, because she was broke. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, could it be Mingda? System. Yes, originally, with her savings and income, Ji Fuling could have easily paid for Ji Tianxia's 3 years of high school tuition. System. But with the rise of self-media, many parents stopped sending their children to specialized institutions. Business at those institutions was slow, so they decided to reduce staff, and Ji Fuling was laid off. Ji Fuling chose Mingda precisely because, in Mingda, even if she, as a parent, remained invisible, her child wouldn't be subject to criticism. After all, students generally come from well-off families, and are accustomed to single-parent families. No mom or dad? That's normal. Even if they're locked in a life-or-death struggle with their families. Well, it's not uncommon. The student union has a say in this matter. In short, this way, Ji Tianxiao can have a stable and peaceful learning environment. After losing her job, Ji Fuling was deeply concerned about her dwindling savings. Considering the collapse of Jean Ding, she was tentatively considering a comeback. However, Chu Changding's connections from all those years were still there. Ji Fuling searched for answers, but only the program Little Chef's Love agreed to her participation. As soon as she joined, Chu Changding's current wife, the renowned actress Mo Yingwei, announced her participation in the program, bringing Chu Changting and their son, Chu Wanfeng. Gu Qinghuan, does this Mo Yingwei know anything about Ji Fuling and Chu Changting? System, I know, but Mo Yingwei believes Ji Fuling is playing tricks to keep Chu Changting obsessed with her for so many years. A huge question mark appeared above Gu Qinghuan's head. Whose way of expressing lingering on an old flame is to sabotage her career? Oh, that old, bloody, sadistic tale seems to go something like this. I love you, so I'm going to destroy everything you have. All you have to do is stay in the protected zone I created for you. Gu Qinghuan, so now this whole family of crazy people is bullying Ji Fuling? From this perspective, Ji Tianxiu's most desperate fate is easy to predict. It's likely that on this episode, Ji Fuling made a fool of herself and was blackmailed online, and her son, Ji Tianxiao, was also affected. System, you could say that. Gu Qinghuan rubbed her temples. She felt that her past 2 days had been rich and colorful. While Ji Tianxiao was serving the dishes, she quietly asked, "What day is today on the show? How many more days are left?" The second day, Ji Tianxiao replied, "This restaurant is only open on weekends and will last for 4 weeks. Edited footage will air every Wednesday." Gu Qinghuan calculated, today is November 16th. Filming will end on December 7th, and the final episode will air on December 10th. With the help of Bai Qingyin and the others, there's no need to worry about the footage being thin. In fact, it can even serve as a countermeasure to expose Chu Changting and Chu Wanfeng's disappearance. No matter how much effort is put into the editing, if they're not there, they're gone. There's no way to fake it in post-production. Even if Bai Qingyin, Lu Cheng, and Lu Yi, 3 entertainment industry figures who are unlikely to fall out, there's still Liang Zhua. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance at Liang Zhua. He immediately noticed her gaze, and, using the excuse of getting more drinks, slipped a business card under Gu Qinghuan's bottle as he distributed them to everyone. Gu Qinghuan was stunned. While adding her as a friend through her phone number, she couldn't help but message Xia He, "This guy you found is really good at handling things." Xia He, well, just treat him as a playboy who's not afraid of getting into trouble. Just use him as you please. Liang Zhua had just confirmed Gu Qinghuan's friend status when Xia He sent him a message, "Well done." Liang Zhua was proud. A qualified underling should be so discerning. Chapter 381. After most of the dishes had been served, Ji Fuling finally had some free time. Ji Tianxiao, using his status as Gu Qinghuan's classmate, also joined him at a table. Bai Qingyin and the others had no objections. Gu Qinghuan was the class monitor, so it was perfectly natural for him to have a meal with his classmates. After Ji Fuling emerged from the kitchen, Liang Zhua also pulled her over to the table to sit down. He casually said, "Sister Ji, you've been busy all this time. Come sit down and have some food with us." The round table was neither too big nor too small. Gu Qinghuan, Bai Qingyin, Lu Rong, Lu Yi, Liang Zhua, Ji Tianxiao. 6 of them were already full. But if they squeezed in a little, Ji Fuling wouldn't be out of the question. Gu Qinghuan raised his hand. "Sit next to me. I'm smaller, so I can squeeze in." Ji Fuling couldn't refuse Gu Qinghuan's hospitality, so she sat down next to him. As they got closer, Gu Qinghuan noticed that Ji Fuling's eye sockets were slightly sunken. Although there were no visible dark circles, fatigue was evident. She silently despised Chu Changting and Mo Yingwei, then smiled and greeted Ji Fuling. "Hello." "Hello." Ji Fuling naturally knew that Gu Qinghuan was Ji Tianxia's class monitor. Rather, she had heard Ji Tianxiao talk about class matters quite a bit over the past year or so. Initially, Ji Tianxiao was very opposed to enrolling in Mingda. Knowing his family's financial situation, he felt that a high school with such expensive tuition was unnecessary. Even after his mother finally persuaded him to attend Mingda, he still had initial resistance. However, those resistances quickly faded with high school life, and he made many friends. In elementary and middle school, Ji Tianxiao actually had very few friends. Ji Fuling was busy at work, and sometimes she had to accompany parents and take children to auditions for child actor opportunities, so she couldn't always be with him. Ji Tianxiao was home alone, not only having to take care of himself, but also occasionally doing chores. While his peers were playing with friends, he was stuck at home because of her mother. Ji Fuling felt guilty whenever she thought of this. Ji Tianxiao always reassured her that it was okay, saying he enjoyed doing chores, and watching TV at home was fun, and imitating characters from TV shows or movies would help his acting skills. After arriving at Mingda, he became much more outgoing. Joining the drama club, acting with the other members, and having so many wonderful experiences with his classmates were all very exciting to Ji Fuling. She increasingly felt that sending Ji Tianxiao to Mingda had been a wise decision. Ji Tianxiao mentioned Gu Qingwan's name so often that Ji Fuling initially wondered if her son was in love. But then she realized that wasn't the case at all. He simply admired Gu Qingwan as a leader. How should I put it? I felt relieved, yet mixed emotions. I finally had the chance to meet her in person today, and Ji Fuling was quite curious. My impression was that she was a very insightful and capable girl. Given her observational skills, this should have made people wary. After all, no one likes being seen through too clearly. But while she sees through someone, she doesn't act too directly, and instead naturally picks up on their emotions. It's like her subtle advertising and celebrity endorsements. They're all doing her a favor. On the other hand, it's truly astonishing that a high school student could know so many of the hottest celebrities of the moment. As she ate and chatted with these people, Ji Fuling's initial uneasiness and nervousness gradually subsided. She had been out of the industry for over a decade, and even working as an acting coach for child actors was completely different from actually being in it. She had made extensive preparations for this comeback, but she was reeling from the very beginning. Not to mention Chu Changting, Mo Ingwe, and Chu Huafeng, but also the attitude of everyone on the production team, which had also made her feel uneasy. She feared she had completely lost touch with the times, out of place in this place, and that her courage had all turned to delusion. But at this moment, at this table, the attitude of Bai Qingyin and the others restored a sense of normalcy. It turned out that nothing had changed. She could still be here normally. The wind chime hanging by the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a new guest. But the moment the gentle male voice rang out, Gu Qingwan heard Ji Tianxiao beside her let out an unpleasant tsk. Gu Qingwan picked up the bottle and pretended to drink. Those two traitors? Ji Tianxiao raised an eyebrow and whispered, "That's a good name. I just went shopping. Are there new customers?" Chu Changting, holding a shopping bag in one hand, waved in Ji Fuling's direction with the other. Beside him, the handsome Chu Huafeng also smiled brightly. "Hello." Gu Qingwan let out a small wow inwardly. Regardless of whether the production team tipped off or not, Chu Changting and Chu Huafeng's appearance would definitely be included in the show. With Chu Changting's words, their recent disappearance could be attributed to shopping. It wasn't a live broadcast. The audience wouldn't know how much time had passed, and would assume they were gone for only a short while. But it didn't matter. With the information Liang Zhue had provided, the others at the table already knew what was going on between the two. Lu Rong spoke first. "Teacher Chu, hello." After all, he was a senior actor, so he should be polite in addressing him. Lu Yi followed suit. "Teacher Chu, I heard a lot about you. Is this your son?" Although Chu Changting won Best Actor in his youth and had a steady output over the years, in terms of popularity, he couldn't compare to popular young actors and actresses like Lu Rong and Lu Yi. After learning of the arrival of a large group of traffic stars, Chu Changting immediately brought Chu Huafeng back to the restaurant to catch the wave of traffic. "Yes, my son, Chu Huafeng." Chu Changting patted Chu Huafeng on the shoulder. Gu Qingwan was just thinking about how Chu Huafeng's act of enthusiasm wasn't even as strong as Xia He's previous, when she saw Chu Huafeng smile at her. "Is this Sister Ji's classmate?" Ji Tianxiao pinched her thigh. He actually acted out the class monitor's behavior. "Hold it in, don't laugh. I'm his classmate. My name is Gu Qinghuan." Gu Qinghuan smiled back. "Is Sister Gu also an actress? Otherwise, how do you know so many people?" Chu Huafeng looked curious. "No," Gu Qinghuan's smile remained unchanged. "It's just that our school participated in a variety show at the end of last year, and that's how I got to know so many people. The show is called Walking with the Light. Lu Yi and I are on the same team. Sister Bai and the others are in 2 other teams. There's another team, well, we won't mention it." She spoke cautiously, appearing to be very measured, but for the audience, such words only spark endless curiosity. So, the audience would investigate the situation of that deliberately avoided team, reviewing the news about Jean Ding. By the way, the fact that Chu Changting was once a Jean Ding artist will also be remembered, right? As for Gu Qinghuan, for a high school student, being mindful not to broach such a sensitive topic is already quite impressive. The audience might be curious, but that's their problem, not hers. Ji Tianxiao began pinching his thighs with both hands, acutely aware that his acting skills still needed improvement. But is this what it feels like to have the class monitor support? So cool. Chapter 382. Chu Chongting, worthy of his seniority, managed to maintain his facial expression even after hearing such words. Of course, another reason was that he genuinely didn't expect Gu Qinghuan to say this on purpose. In his opinion, since Gu Qinghuan didn't even know him, he naturally wouldn't know his former employer was Jin Ding. Liang Zhuo was very proud. He had just informed everyone present of this matter, using the information provided by Xia He. While Lu Rong and Lu Yi should have known about this already, Bai Qingyin and Gu Qinghuan most likely just learned about it. Liang Zhuo, I didn't expect Miss Gu to use this information so quickly. The person President Xia favors is truly extraordinary. System. No, it's actually my credit. Compared to Chu Chongting, Chu Wanfeng's expression control wasn't as good. Upon hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, his smile faltered. He tried to change the subject. So, Sister Gu, do you want to be an actor in the future? Otherwise, why are you still in such close contact? How can I be an actor? Be a publicist? Lu Yi pleaded earnestly. Gu Qinghuan was silent for a few seconds. Why don't you give up? Bai Qingyin laughed impudently. What happened to your company's public relations? Lu Rong sighed and began to recount the gossip Lu Yi had stirred up during the filming of this TV series. The others chatted animatedly, and Chu Chongting and Chu Wanfeng were ignored. Although Ji Fuling didn't interrupt much, she was sitting at the table, so she was still in the camera. So what was the production team going to do? Gossip about a popular young actor is obviously more popular, right? Chu Chongting and Chu Wanfeng couldn't just stand there. The former said cheerfully, you guys chat first. I put my things away, and then went into the kitchen with his shopping bags. The latter came over and diligently helped clear the finished plates. Let me clean up. Any more dishes? Ji Tianshao stood up, his movements much more agile than Chu Wanfeng's. I clean up. I'm full anyway, time to get back to work. If this sentence were cut in, it would prove that from the time Gu Qinghuan and the others arrived at the restaurant until Ji Tianshao finished his meal, the Chu family father and son were not there. Ji Tianshao's method of tripping people up was familiar to Chu Wanfeng. He had witnessed it yesterday. He wasn't surprised. After all, Ji Tianshao was the son of Ji Fuling's fans, so of course he had to help her. Others might not know, but wouldn't Ji Tianshao, the helper, know? They were targeting Ji Fuling to begin with. But Chu Wanfeng didn't take Ji Tianshao's hostility seriously. In his view, Ji Tianshao was only good at talking tough and couldn't really help. To Chu Wanfeng, this was simply the impotent rage of a loser. He curled his lips and asked, how about I sit here and keep you company? Liang Zhuo immediately said, why would you keep me company? You've been so busy and just got back now. Why don't you go to the kitchen and get something to eat? We won't keep you from eating. Lu Yi mentally reviewed all the recent sorrows before suppressing the upward curve of his lips. This guy is truly fascinating. Both his expression and his words seemed so clueless. Chu Wanfeng's words had been a natural progression. It was normal for the owner to entertain guests, and Ji Fuling and Ji Tianshao were also at the table. But after Liang Zhuo's words, Chu Wanfeng couldn't force himself to stay. It would seem too deliberate. If his utilitarian motive for riding on the popularity of the restaurant were exposed, the audience's evaluation would be ruined. Chu Wanfeng's expression grew even more rigid, and he and Ji Tianshao could only return to the kitchen with their plates. Gu Qinghuan looked at Liang Zhuo and gave him a thumbs up. Liang Zhuo returned the gesture with both thumbs up. Bai Qingyin, holding her drink, sighed. They really hit a wall. Ji Fuling took a breath and bowed to Gu Qinghuan and Liang Zhuo. Thank you so much. Gu Qinghuan interrupted her. Ji Tianshao said he'd treat me to dinner. I'm just working for the reward. Liang Zhuo nodded. My job is to cooperate with Miss Gu. Miss Gu's business is my business. Gu Qinghuan decided to send a message to Xia He as soon as he got home, praising him for choosing such a good assistant. Although the incident with the Chu family father and son wasn't pleasant, having dinner with Gu Qinghuan was a rare moment of relaxation for Bai Qingyin and the others. Also, Ji Fuling's experience was a cause for regret. Lu Cheng and Li chatted for a while, then opened his phone and exchanged contact information with Ji Fuling. Teacher Ji is also our senior, so we might interact again in the future. Would you mind adding us as friends? Lu Cheng said sincerely. I also like to ask Teacher Ji some questions about your acting. I've seen your previous works, and they're truly outstanding. Lu Yi even offered a compliment. Lu Cheng was a person with a strong sense of justice, otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to help others back at Jin Ding. She couldn't accept Chu Chengding's behavior, and wanted to help as much as she could. Lu Yi had another reason. He had seen Ji Fuling's previous works, and was impressed by her acting. While he wasn't sure if he could use it, he was happy to learn from her experience and enrich himself. Providing some assistance seemed perfectly natural to him. As for whether this would offend Chu Changting, he wasn't really afraid. That's how confident a popular young actor is. Ji Fuling was moved, and her resolve to make a comeback was resolute. After all, Chu Changting's family already knew about her return, so there was no point in hiding. For Ji Tianxiao and her own passion for acting, she had to be even more assertive. She added their friends and stood up. I'm done eating too. I'm going to the back to see if the food's ready. The meal was almost finished, and it was time for everyone to go home. Liang Zhuo took the responsibility of paying the bill. Don't fight me. I'm dining with so many celebrities today, and I have to show off to my friends when I get home. He scanned the payment code on the counter, then remembered something and turned to ask the staff, do you accept tips on this show? The staff was tempted to say no, since it was a variety show, and many of the people dining at the restaurant were fans of the celebrities. If fans were allowed to tip, how would the sales figures compare? The problem was, the director's helpless voice came through the headset. You can accept it. The reason was simple. MONU's group next door had already accepted it. She couldn't refuse the fans' desire to help her, so she accepted it as a gesture, but she also emphasized that it's just a token of appreciation. Specifically, the meal cost 278 yuan, and the fans paid 300 yuan. The problem was, there was no specific standard. Before Liang Zhuo asked, no one had expected anyone to tip Ji Fuling. The staff could only say, you can, but please don't give too much. Before she finished her words, a familiar mechanical voice emanated from the Bluetooth speaker on the counter. 8,888 yuan has been deposited. The production team, scream. Gu Qinghuan leaned over and whispered, did Xia He reimburse you? Liang Zhuo whispered back, Boss Xia gave me much more than that. Gu Qinghuan felt relieved. Liang Zhuo had come to help, so how embarrassing would it be to let him suffer a loss? Ji Tianxiao rushed out from the kitchen. How much was the payment? Liang Zhuo patted Ji Tianxiao's shoulder. Am I being very generous? Ji Tianxiao immediately understood what had happened and bowed deeply to Liang Zhuo. Hello, God of Wealth. Welcome back next time. This amount alone could easily surpass the other group's entire weekend's sales. Ji Tianxiao glanced at the flustered production crew and couldn't help but grin. Was it their turn to have a headache now? Chapter 383. Lunch took nearly 2 hours. Although the dishes ordered were all Gu Qinghuan's favorites, eating under a camera inevitably made her feel a bit awkward. Gu Qinghuan returned home and collapsed onto her bed, lying motionless. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian hadn't returned yet. Xiao Si was still curled up in her bed. Hearing the noise, he looked up at her, then quickly closed his eyes again. Gu Qinghuan's phone vibrated. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes and brought it close to her face. Fang Wenfu finally posted the submission according to the lunar calendar. Gu Qinghuan clicked on the link, not even checking for any comments, and shared it to his moments. Fang Wenfu jumped in the group chat. I posted it. Did you see it? Gu Qinghuan. I saw it, shared it on moments, and went to sleep. Fang Wenfu. It's almost 2 o'clock, and you're just taking a nap? Murongkinju. Our class monitor is busy. Although Ji Tianxiao didn't reveal the reason in the class group chat, it must be quite something for him to choose to seek help from Gu Qinghuan. Fang Wenfu decisively kept quiet, deciding to check the submissions. This skin design competition is divided into 3 phases. The first phase simply accepts and displays submissions. While comments are allowed, voting is not. Furthermore, before the voting for the second phase begins, the official team will reserve a day to screen out submissions that clearly don't meet the entry standards. Any violations such as plagiarism will also be dealt with. So, submissions close at 11:59 p.m. on Monday, with screening taking place on Tuesday and voting opening on Wednesday. It's time to test the quality of the submissions. Wednesday also marks the premiere of the Little Chef's Big Love program, so we have to keep an eye on the show's response. Gu Qinghuan rolled into bed. She didn't care. She needed to rest now. She'd think about this after she woke up. While Gu Qinghuan was resting, other places were bustling with activity. Liang Zhuo hummed a tune as he returned to Yucheng Trading. Xia He had already left, but his sister Liang Chu was still sitting in the office. On the table sat a boxed lunch from the company cafeteria. It looked like he'd taken a couple of bites, and then put it down. Liang Zhuo picked up the lunch box, heated it in the microwave, and shoved it back into Liang Chu's hands. Have a couple more bites, then we be off duty. Liang Chu momentarily let go of the mouse, looking away from the computer monitor. Looks like you enjoyed your meal. Not bad, Liang Zhuo smacked his lips. The cooking is about the quality of a family restaurant, But the gossip is quite exciting. Liang Chu, still clutching her chopsticks, could only lift her right index finger and rub it against her forehead. Aren't you going to help Mr. Xiao? I'm doing things, aren't you worried about me? Liang Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Come on, let me tell you what's going on. He had a natural gift for gossip, and his gossip was captivating. Liang Chu treated it as a side dish, and by the time Liang Zhuo finished, she had finished her meal. It's rubbish. She wiped her mouth and delivered this assessment to Chu Chongting in a flat tone. The sibling's father was also a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children after running into debt, so Liang Chu had no good feelings towards Chu Chongting at all. Liang Zhuo smacked his lips. I discovered another secret in the store. The information Xia he gave Liang Zhuo primarily included information on Ji Fuling and Chu Chongting, and did not mention Ji Fuling's pregnancy. It wasn't that she didn't trust Liang Zhuo, but Xia he felt that parental issues should be focused on the parents themselves, without involving the children. However, Liang Zhuo, with his keen eyesight, could discern that Ji Tianxiao and Ji Fuling had a more than ordinary relationship. Siblings? No mother and son? He had an older sister, and even though Liang Chu had been both sister and mother since childhood, Liang Zhuo could tell the difference between a sister and a mother. Ji Tianxia's treatment of Ji Fuling wasn't that of a sister, especially the few times Liang Zhuo had caught him helping her, his movements clearly familiar. Furthermore, Ji Tianxia's attitude toward Chu Chongting was also unusual. His hostility and dislike for Chu Chongting was tinged with a kind of avoidance and resigned disdain, as if he wanted to sever some kind of relationship between them. What a coincidence! He and his sister shared the same sentiments about their biological father. If they hadn't come from such similar family backgrounds, Liang Zhuo wouldn't have been able to see this clearly. And it was precisely because of this similarity that Liang Zhuo attached particular interest to Ji Fuling and Ji Tianxiao. Liang Zhuo held his face in his hands and sighed, Sister, give me some pocket money. Liang Chu looked at him. Where's your money? I just spent nearly 10,000 today, helping Sister Ji. Liang Zhuo held out his hand eagerly. Mr. Xia should have signed the contract today, right? No, Liang Chu crossed his arms. He had someone revise the contract. Liang Zhuo was stunned. Then he heard Liang Chu slowly say, he thinks our inspection and appraisal capabilities are good and has decided to entrust us with the inspection and appraisal of export goods for several of its subsidiaries. So, we need to contract terms and sign a supplementary agreement. Liang Chu stood up, walked over to Liang Zhuo, and patted him on the shoulder. My brother is quite capable. She didn't think Liang Zhuo's attempt to secure a contract from Xia he by cultivating relationships was unorthodox. When their performance was similar to that of other companies, becoming the second party selected by Party A depended on these seemingly elusive things. Furthermore, given Xia He's personality, Liang Zhuo's actions merely provided him with an opportunity. Seizing that opportunity depended on Yucheng Trading's inherent strength. Liang Zhuo rubbed the back of his head. Sister, you really scared me. Liang Chu withdrew his hand. What? If the contract isn't signed, are you planning to take revenge on President Xia? How could that be? Liang Zhuo quickly shook his head. He didn't have the guts. He thought for a moment, then stealthily pulled out his phone. I added Ms. Gu as my friend. As long as I build a good relationship with her, I can ask her to put in a good word for me if something like this ever happens. Liang Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes. No, this brother is still so nagging. Despite this thought, Liang Chu still transferred 10,000 yuan to Liang Zhuo to compensate for his loss. Liang Zhuo had just taken out his phone to check, and unexpectedly, he came across Gu Qinghuan's latest WeChat Moments post. Curious, he clicked on it, studied it, and quickly figured out what was going on. Although Gu Qinghuan hadn't a significant presence in this project, the fact that she made a point of posting on WeChat Moments meant she was taking this competition seriously, right? He was already trying to build a good relationship with Gu Qinghuan, so how could he not participate at this moment? Canvass quickly. Of course, buying votes was out of the question, and any irregularities were unacceptable, as they would only have the opposite effect. Liang Zhuo stroked his chin, first liked Gu Qinghuan's WeChat Moments post, then reposted the competition post separately. He then posted another WeChat Moments post with a screenshot of the project Gu Qinghuan had participated in, captioned, "This is good." It wasn't voting time yet, so canvassing was pointless. By then, people would have forgotten about it. It was better to promote it first to show he was paying attention. As a result, those he normally interacted with would naturally follow his social media and follow the match. A while later, Liang Zhuo received a like from Xia He. He was stunned for a few seconds, then his resolve solidified. He absolutely had to build a good relationship with Gu Qinghwan. Chapter 384. While the Liang siblings get along so well, things aren't so good on the other side. After a day of hard work, when calculating the sales, Mo Yingwe, who thought she had a sure win, learned that Ji Fuling's revenue for the day was 8,888 yuan. Such an auspicious number, yet such an ironic one. After all, the restaurant Mo Yingwe overseas only had around 1,500 yuan in revenue today. This is understandable, it's actually quite high. The Little Chef, Big Love program is structured so that each team receives an initial capital, which is used to purchase consumables such as ingredients and condiments. The production team assigns each team a chef to assist with the preparation of dishes and menu development, but the decision-making power rests with the team leader. Consequently, the participants also participate in the preparation of the dishes, so serving the dishes isn't particularly fast, and the amount of guests they can accommodate won't be much. Under these circumstances, Mo Yingwe still managed to secure a turnover of around 1,500 yuan. One can only imagine the prices on the menu. There's something wrong with that number, Mo Yingwe demanded. Director, Ji Yiling's team violated the rules, and you're not going to do anything about it? Hearing her words, her teammates were speechless. As Mo Yingwe's husband and son, Chu Chongting and Chu Wanfeng's presence and support were emotionally justifiable. But Mo Yingwe's teammates knew exactly what was going on. This family was targeting Ji Fuling. But neither dared to say anything. Chu Chongting had already informed the production team that Mo Yingwe's team would only include a small amount of footage of the Chu family father and son during editing. This way, the audience would simply think they came to see their loved ones and then left. The production team was speechless. Chu Chongting was still with Ji Fuling, so they had to deal with Mo Yingwe on their own. The assistant director explained, the person who paid the bill for the table teacher Ji received today was a wealthy second-generation man with plenty of money. He simply paid that amount. Isn't that obvious cheating? Mo Yingwe said. He's talking about tips. It just means he tipped more. You also accept tips, so? The assistant director said vaguely. Mo Yingwe choked and added, who would tip so much? That's impossible to guarantee. After all, that person knows the owner of Ween Entertainment. Maybe he's just using it as an excuse to curry favor with others. The assistant director lowered his voice. This time, Mo Yingwe kept silent. The owner of Ween Entertainment, whom Mo Yingwe only knew by the surname Xia, was not someone to be trifled with. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke again with some difficulty. Why would someone like that eat at Ji Yuling's restaurant? The assistant director's expression became even more complicated, because that table was occupied by Bai Qiying, Lu Cheng, and Lu Yi. How is that possible? Mo Yingwe blurted out. It's true. The assistant director recounted the process of Ji Tianshao calling Gu Qinghwan over, and Gu Qinghwan separating them. That's it. These people had previously filmed the same variety show, and got along well. That's why Bai Qiying and others would accept a girl's invitation to dine together, the assistant director said. Mo Yingwe took a breath. Assistant director, do you think it's possible? How could a mere high school student summon all these people? The assistant director remained silent. She reviewed the footage provided by the camera crew. If nothing else, the commercial insertion was beautifully executed. If it were just a coincidence, it would be fine. But if it was intentional, it proved Gu Qinghwan was more than just a high school student. Mo Yingwe, fuming with nowhere to vent her anger, could only angrily declare, then deduct it. Deduct both my and her tips. Ji Yuling's side was definitely more inflated, so deducting it would be her victory. Well, I think there's something you need to know. Your costs today are derived from yesterday's sales, the assistant director said tactfully. So what? Mo Yingwe couldn't quite get the word out of her mouth. She realized the problem. Yesterday was her first time filming an event, and due to various mistakes, she had wasted a lot of food. She wasn't truly clumsy, she was simply trying to create that persona. She didn't need to cook at home, and she couldn't do housework, so naturally, she wasn't very skilled. To put it bluntly, she was a spoiled wife. She knew that simply being clumsy wouldn't get her anywhere, so as the show progressed, she slowly made some progress. By the end of yesterday's show, she was already performing much better than she had at the beginning. But the wasted ingredients wouldn't be returned, and the number of dishes she could make was reduced, so she should have lost money on the first day. In reality, however, she barely broke even thanks to tips from fans. If she deducted the tips from yesterday and today from today's sales, the amount she would have available for next Saturday would be much less. While the show was expected to attract more fans, if she continued with her original menu, the costs would be higher and the number of portions would be smaller. Unable to accommodate all guests, or even just a small number, the amount of footage filmed each day would be minimal, potentially causing dissatisfaction among fans. In short, the problems would only continue to mount. Even if she modified the menu and adjusted the pricing, it would still leave a bad initial impression on the audience. There would likely be a lot of ridicule, saying that if she hadn't made so many mistakes early on, she wouldn't have had to endure this. The persona she was trying to create would become a complete joke. The tip can't be refunded, Mo Ingwe muttered, a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Let her be. This is all she get anyway. Since that was the case, she would do the opposite. She would then use the fact that Ji Yunling had received a large tip to play her victim on the show, leading the audience to interpret the money in a negative light. By comparison, she was innocent, and would even advise fans not to give too much. How considerate. Mo Ingwe had a plan in mind, and didn't bother wasting any more time on the show. After wrapping up, she immediately got in the Chu family's car and left. Chu Chongting and Chu Huafeng were already waiting for her in the car. Seeing her glum face, Chu Chongting asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" "It's okay. I find a way to overcome it." Mo Ingwe looked at Chu Chongting. "What's going on with Ji Yunling?" Chu Chongting rubbed his temple. "I don't know how she got involved with those people, but this should be the only time." Mo Ingwe felt relieved for the moment, and leaned into Chu Chongting's arms again, whispering her plan. "What do you think of this?" Chu Chongting kissed her forehead. "Yes, that's a good idea. I call the director, and have him oversee the editing." Mo Ingwe glanced at him angrily. "What are you doing in front of the kids?" However, hearing Chu Chongting's words, she felt relieved and simply waited for the show to air. Chu Huafeng didn't watch their lovey-dovey display. He wore his Bluetooth headphones, and stared at the screen of his phone. The show playing was Walking with a Light. Chapter 385. After a fulfilling weekend, I felt particularly reluctant to go to school on Monday. I felt incredibly tired. Gu Qinghuan trudged into the classroom, and before he could even sit down, Ji Tianxiao rushed over, a refreshed expression on his face. "Class monitor, would you like to hear the latest updates?" Ji Tianxiao gestured with his hand, making a large melon gesture. "Listen." Gu Qinghuan perked up. Ji Tianxiao briefly explained the new rules announced by the production team after yesterday's filming. First tipping, no more. The production team spoke sincerely, believing that large tips would negatively impact the show's effectiveness. It was their fault for not considering this earlier. But now that they had discovered the problem, they wouldn't tolerate it anymore. "Do you want to return the money Liang Shui gave you yesterday?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "Since it was the first time, we let it go." Ji Tianxiao shrugged. While other variety shows often add rules after the fact, this one is clearly aimed at Aunt Ji, and the production team isn't afraid of criticism for releasing it, Gu Qinghuan said. Ji Tianxiao sighed, "Because my mom's traffic really can't compare to Mo Ingwe's team." Once the first episode airs, Mo Ingwe's fans will undoubtedly feel that Ji Fuling has taken advantage and attacked the production team, accusing them of unfairness. Even if they retort with, "Didn't your family collect the tip first?" they definitely harp on the amount, and bystanders will lean more towards Mo Ingwe's side. After all, the audience won't know that Liang Shui's generous tip was predicated on Ji Fuling being treated unfairly on the show. Forget it, regardless of this. My mom has already decided to use the tip to make takeout snacks, and give them back to every customer. Ji Tianxiao said. Normally, celebrities would give gifts to the production crew to show they get along well with them. However, since the production crew had already marginalized her, Ji Fuling wasn't going to rush to show her favor, so the crew stopped giving gifts. The second new rule announced that the two sides would swap partners next week, with new swapping mechanisms for the third and fourth weeks. The specifics of the swapping mechanism weren't clear yet, but Chu Chongting and Mo Ingwe would undoubtedly try to find ways to make things easier for themselves. Isn't this a good thing for Aunt Ji? Since they were all family, calling Ji Tianxiao's mother Ms. Ji felt too polite and distant, so Gu Qinghuan changed her address to Aunt Ji. Of course, my mom doesn't want to see a jerk's face every day. Ji Tianxiao was quite satisfied. Ostensibly, this rule was intended to increase the show's appeal, but in reality, Gu Qinghuan suspected that her solicitation yesterday had made Chu Chongting and the others wary. Once the show aired, viewers knew where Ji Fuling's restaurant was. Even if it wasn't very popular, people would definitely check in. Without Chu Chongting and Chu Huafeng, they wouldn't be able to get by. Chu Chongting hadn't intended to use this tactic constantly. Just once, whether it was to discuss Ji Fuling or affect her performance on the show, his goal would have been achieved. Thankfully, thanks to the people Gu Qinghuan brought in on Sunday, Ji Fuling's mindset had adjusted, and her performance wasn't going to deteriorate any further. As for the last rule, it's even more disgusting. Ji Tian curled his lips in a smile. If you want to invite a celebrity as a guest, you must notify the program team in advance. Gu Qinghwan shrugged. The director is really mistaking this for her. Bai Qingying and the others were recruited by her, not Ji Fuling. Using this rule to target Ji Fuling would be like hitting cotton. Besides, she didn't intend to use the same tactic a second time on this show. The reason was simple. She only knew so many celebrities in the entertainment industry, and she couldn't bring in any new ones. You're missing the point. Gu Qinghwan shook her head. Shouldn't we think about increasing sales next? While the popularity of the show was indeed important, Ji Fuling wasn't a traffic star. She was on the show to prove to everyone that she could continue to be active on screen. So, Ji Fuling's priority wasn't to stir up hype, but to perform well on this variety show so that she would have the opportunity to participate in other variety shows. While the bloody drama was certainly exciting, Ji Fuling wasn't going for traffic. Gaining recognition from producers and investors was more important. She was clear-headed. Given her age and her long absence from the entertainment industry, she couldn't expect to become a huge star. Riding on her past popularity, she'd make a comeback, play age-appropriate roles in TV dramas and films, hone her acting skills, earn a salary, and fulfill her acting aspirations. This was Ji Fuling's planned path. Ji Tianxiao clasped his hands together. As expected of the class monitor, you have the same idea as my mother. So, is there anything else you can do? From a distance between the groups, Ai Ning's ears twitched, glancing over warily. What mother? Who's calling the class monitor mom? Gu Qinghwan, unaware of Ai Ning's gaze, pondered this privately. Before she could gather her thoughts, the bell rang. She told Ji Tianxiao to return to her seat and talk after class. Before the teacher arrived, Qin Yu leaned over and asked curiously, "What were you talking about with Ji Tianxiao? What's going on with the program and the sales?" "It's something to do with Ji Tianxi's family. I ask him, and then we see how to tell everyone," Gu Qinghwan replied. Qin Yu murmured, "Oh." Since Gu Qinghwan had said so, he could just sit back and wait for the next news. It was definitely impossible to hide it. As soon as the program aired on Wednesday, Bai Qingying alone would draw Su Xinghe over. And then he discovered that Gu Qinghwan and Ji Tianxiao were also on the show. In that case, telling everyone the truth first would help them stay on the same page and avoid revealing Ji Tianxiao and Ji Fuling's relationship. The first 2 periods were Chinese, so there was no need to change classrooms. Gu Qinghwan could continue her conversation with Ji Tianxiao during break. She first told Ji Tianxiao about her plan to tell everyone the truth, and he readily agreed. "Actually, I always wanted to find a chance to tell everyone," Ji Tianxiao said, a little embarrassed. "Back in junior high, I was gossiped about, and I had aversion to Mingda, so I kept it a secret." "What about now?" Gu Qinghwan asked, knowingly. Ji Tianxiao smiled. "I don't think so now. We're all in the same boat, so of course we have to share the melons. Of course, if possible, focus on the Chu family. It's embarrassing to discuss my own melons." Gu Qinghwan nodded. "Then I tell everyone about it this afternoon. Also, I think the way to increase sales can be combined with showcasing Aunt Ji's abilities." Ji Tianxiao was surprised. "How? You know about theme restaurants, right?" Gu Qinghwan said, "We need to attract customers while showcasing Aunt Ji's acting skills. Why not open a theme restaurant with a role-playing theme? It's a bit like a live-action script-killing show, but less complicated. With a well-defined background, Ji Fuling can play various characters to entertain guests. This novel experience should pique guests' curiosity and increase customer traffic. Of course, this all relies on Ji Fuling's acting skills." Ji Tianxiao pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "I think it's a good idea. I discuss it with my mother when I get home today." Since growing up, Ji Tianxiao has sat in the closest audience seats, and he believes in his mother's acting skills more than anyone else. Chapter 386. Ji Fuling's experience caused a huge uproar in Class 3. Jiang Chuchu slammed the table. A scumbag who plays with other people's feelings, can't control his own lower body, and bullies his ex-girlfriend all these years later, how could he still be alive? Well said. Lin Julu clapped his hands. "I used to like Moing Yue's character," Yuan Wei said, clutching his chest. "How could she be this kind of person? It's hard to paint a tiger's skin, but it's hard to paint its bones. You can only know a person's face, not his heart." Su Xinghe shook his head. Xian hesitated, finally saying, "Why do people in our class always encounter this kind of thing?" Xie Xiangxue nodded frantically. "That's right. It seems like everyone encounters one or two seriously sick scumbags. Gu Qinghuan looked away, of course because everyone was in the rebirth reserve. So now we need everyone's help to conceal Ji Tianxiu's true identity? Qin Yu said. To be precise, it's about hiding the fact that my aunt and I are his mother. Ming Xiaolin pushed up his glasses. Many people at school know him. I'm sure someone will recognize him after the show airs. So everyone needs to do a good job of explaining. If anyone asks about Ji Tianxiu, you need to explain that his mother is indeed a fan of the actress Ji Yunling. Shen Jianwei continued. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for the students in class 3. Yao Shaili took on the task on the spot, saying she would prepare various pre-planned responses, so that everyone could give flawless answers when questioned. Su Xinghe was in charge of reviewing. Although he wasn't good at pre-planning, he was much more adept at understanding the content and organizing its logic. Yao Shaili, this is really hard to laugh at. It feels like the relationship between the author and the editor was predetermined. Leave the online comments to me as always. Bao Qingsong patted his chest. Whether it's on campus forums or the public opinion after the program airs, I monitor it. Although Gu Qinghuan had previously wanted everyone to fight individually, this time, with an off-campus activity and a large scale, it naturally couldn't be left entirely to Ji Tianxiu. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian were still in charge of the command, and they were quite experienced. Class monitor, will you be going to the restaurant next week? Ai Ning asked. Although Aunt Ji should be able to complete the theme restaurant renovation herself without my involvement, I still feel a little uneasy. I better go again, Gu Qinghuan replied. After all, this was related to Ji Tianxiu's mission. If it were on campus, Gu Qinghuan would probably trust Ji Tianxiu's abilities and let him do what he wanted. She wasn't boasting, but the civets awareness and experience surpassed most of their peers. But outside of school, she couldn't let things go their own way. It was safer to supervise from the side. Her choice would affect Ji Tianxiu's fate, so she had to be more cautious. Why don't we get a few more people to go with us? Ai Ning suggested. I'm quite concerned about that kid named Chu Wanfeng. He didn't think Chu Wanfeng's personality would be much better with parents like Chu Changting and Mo Yingwei around. Ji Tianxiu even said Chu Wanfeng was being cozy with Gu Qinghuan. Ai Ning thought there was definitely something wrong. Get a bunch of students over, Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin. It's not impossible to use the excuse of helping classmates, but will everyone be okay with me appearing on TV? Don't worry about that. I find students who can accept this. Ai Ning immediately responded. Since he said so, Gu Qinghuan let him go ahead and recruit. But when he saw the team the next day, Gu Qinghuan was genuinely surprised. Qin Yu, Song Yi, Tao Shenxing, Fan Ziren. Plus you, Ai Ning, why are they all boys? Qin Yu raised his hand. My mom used to be a fan of Aunt Ji, and I want to get her an autograph. I don't accept that kind of brother. Song Yi spoke passionately. Tao Shenxing seemed calm. I think the program team's actions are so excessive, they'd be exposed sooner or later. Let's collect more information. It'd be great when we expose them later. Ai Ning covered his mouth with her hand. Fan Ziren was much more casual. I prefer offline battles to online battles. I get to see more gossip. Gu Qinghuan held his forehead. Each of his own civets was truly unique. She lowered her hand and confirmed, have you all told your family? The boys replied in unison, yes. Okay, I take you there on Saturday, Gu Qinghuan suddenly thought of something and became interested. She ran over to Ji Tianxiu and asked, has Aunt Ji thought about it? Well, she thinks the idea of a themed restaurant is interesting and wants to challenge herself, Ji Tianxiu replied. Gu Qinghuan then asked, has she decided on a theme? This time, Ji Tianxiu shook his head. Still thinking about it. Gu Qinghuan pointed to the group of people over there. Look, there are 5 of you over there, plus you and me, making a total of 7 people, plus Aunt Ji. This 7 plus 1 combination was quite conjectured. Ji Tianxiu asked, are you talking about Snow White and the 7 dwarfs? Yeah, even though everyone isn't quite dwarfs, we can still adapt it. Gu Qinghuan said. Fairy tales might sound childish at first, but they're so popular that guests will instantly recognize them and quickly join in the fun. Ji Tianxiu was tempted. I talked to my mom, but I can't guarantee she agree. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. After all, she only made a spur-of-the-moment suggestion. The decision rested with Ji Fuling. After Gu Qinghuan finished her chemistry class in another classroom, she received a reply from Ji Tianxiu. Ji Tianxiu, my mom said it was great. She was inspired after seeing everyone's photos and is already thinking about the characters. Just as Gu Qinghuan was about to rejoice, Ji Tianxiu sent another message. Ji Tianxiu, She said she wanted a more mature setting. She thought a wicked queen and her familiars would be more interesting than a princess and dwarfs. Gu Qinghuan, magic mirror? 7 magic mirrors? Isn't that a bit much? Ji Tianxiao. No, she said that since they were going to do a complete remake, they should go all the way, making the queen a witch, and the 7 of us the demons corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. In the story, Snow White's beauty inflicted jealousy on the queen, who first sent hunters to kill her, and then disguised herself as a peasant woman and presented her with a poisoned apple. In Ji Fuling's script, the guest will play the role of Snow White and undergo a test by the witch. Based on the guest's preferences, the witch will send out different demons, serve different dishes, and associate the dishes with the demons. If the demon's true name is guessed correctly, the dish's magic is broken, and the guest will safely finish their meal and receive a small snack gift. If the demon's true name is guessed incorrectly, after eating the dish, the guest will be bewitched by the witch's magic, unable to leave, and must find someone to rescue them. In other words, a new guest must be brought in. Gu Qinghuan's eyes lit up. This is fun. I want to play. Ji Tianxiao. I knew you'd be interested, squad leader. By the way, my mom has already decided on your role. Gu Qinghuan. The 7 deadly sins are pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Gu Qinghuan. So I'm gluttony. Chapter 387. When Ji Tianxiao returned home, he found Ji Fuling slumped over the living room table, her dormant laptop, and a sheet of paper filled with writing beside her. Ji Fuling wasn't exactly a gifted actress. As a child, her greatest strength was her obedience and understanding, which earned her family's praise. She never threw tantrums or asked for anything, and even if she was a little clumsy, she made up for it with her own hard work. She loved acting because it was only when she performed that others' attention lingered, and she longed to be the only one in their eyes. As an adult, she thought she could find happiness by leaving her family behind, but she didn't expect Chu Chongting to deceive her. Thankfully, her acting experience from childhood helped her quickly move on from that feeling. Family members couldn't be trusted, and loved ones couldn't be trusted. Only she could save herself. Of course, she also had Ji Tianxiao, and her children saved her. Ji Fuling had considered many times whether to completely leave that dazzling world behind. But when she was playing various roles and telling stories to entertain her children, she realized she truly loved acting. She could portray different lives through the lens, gaining a new lease on life. Hearing the door close, Ji Fuling stirred, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing Ji Tianxiao, she yawned. Are you back? Yeah, Ji Tianxiao replied, glancing at the manuscript on the table. Writing a character outline? Yes. Talking about her work, Ji Fuling suddenly perked up. She flipped through the manuscript and slid a page toward Ji Tianxiao. This is yours. Ji Tianxiao sighed exaggeratedly when he saw the word lust. Wouldn't it sound better if I said sexy? That's because it's the most difficult role to portray, so I gave it to my talented son. Ji Fuling smiled. Ji Tianxiao said as he read, by the way, our squad leader is surprised you didn't give her the role of gluttony. Although you said Gu Qinghuan loves food, the sin of gluttony is wasting food. Ji Fuling pulled out the page with the word gluttony. Not caring about the taste, just frantically stuffing food into her stomach, not cherishing it at all. I don't think she's that kind of person, is she? Ji Tianxiao shook his head. Ji Fuling smiled. But the more important reason is that the guests will judge which demon you're portraying based on their first impression. They don't know her. They only see she's the only female waiter. They wouldn't associate her with gluttony, would they? Ji Tianxiao thought about it, and it made sense. Since it was one of the 7 deadly sins, the guests' first thought, when they heard about gluttony, was the voracious eater. Naturally, they wouldn't think of the smallest Gu Qinghuan. But if you can't guess correctly, can't you just attract customers? Ji Tianxiao said. That depends on the other waiters, Ji Fuling replied. She knew Gu Qinghuan was very capable, so she should be able to pull off any role, just with varying levels of skill. The other boys were different. At least based on Ji Tianxiao's description, it was best to give them roles that best fit their personalities. For example, Song Yi, the tallest and skilled in Sanda, was cast in the role of a furious man. Qin Yu, who came from the wealthiest family, was the one responsible for laziness. With his wealth and experience, Qin Yu was more able to create an atmosphere of laziness and idleness. Tao Xinqing was responsible for greed because Ji Fuling was impressed by his billiards cultivated temperament. How could the ambition to score and win not be considered greed? We want to let guests participate in the restaurant's atmosphere, not embarrass them, Ji Fuling said. As a witch, she would observe the guests during reception to gauge their proficiency in puzzles. At the same time, she also needed to determine what kind of outcome they preferred. If the guest seemed to be simply checking in and didn't want to get involved, it would be better to send a character that was easier to guess and simply satisfy their enthusiasm. If the guest seemed confident or ready to find a friend to share the challenge, then a more difficult character could be sent. So, squad leader, Ai Ning and Fan Ziren are the puzzles you decided on, Mom? Ji Tian asked with a smile. Yes, Ji Fuling nodded. I'm really curious about how your squad leader will interpret her role. She stood up. Okay, enough talk, let's have dinner. Ji Tianxiao moved his laptop aside and gathered up the manuscript paper. As usual, he tapped the edges twice on the table to even them out. Then, he clipped the paper and gently tossed it onto the sofa. With a pop, Mo Yingwei tossed the program plan set by the production team onto the glass coffee table. This Ji Yunling, where does all these tricks come from? Mo Yingwei's expression was a little distorted. Chu Changting picked up the proposal and flipped through it again. Even though he already skimmed through it, Chu Changting was still a little surprised that Ji Yunling could come up with such a brilliant idea. But then again, she was counting on this variety show to completely turn things around, so of course she had to put in a lot of effort. The production team was very excited about Ji Yunling's themed restaurant proposal, and thought it was a viable idea. So, when the director related to Chu Changting, he tactfully explained that they had already imposed 3 restrictions on Ji Yunling's team, and that they shouldn't be any more harsh. It would be too obvious, and the audience would have their opinions when the show aired. Chu Changting and Mo Yingwei, a veteran actor and a renowned actress, don't need to be so nitpicky. They should at least give them a way out, right? Chu Changting said, if she can use this method, we can too. It's a good opportunity to promote new talent. Mo Yingwei was a little unhappy, but she still called her agent and asked him to find someone to create a themed restaurant for her. Chu Changting couldn't help but frown upon hearing what she said on the phone. Mo Yingwei's acting was indeed good in the past, a talented actress, but since winning the Best Actress award, she's become somewhat slack. In the early years, the film industry was short on good scripts, and the few films Mo Yingwei made were lukewarm hits, though at least they weren't considered box office flops. Unable to make money or win awards from movies, she simply continued to act in TV series and variety shows. Now, despite her status as a veteran, her acting skills couldn't match those of some rising stars, making it even harder for her to get into movies. However, Chu Changting hadn't expected that even for a performance of this caliber, Mo Yingwei would have to hire someone to write a setting for her. While writing scripts is the job of a screenwriter, it's not difficult for an actor to create basic settings and characters based on existing stories, as Ji Yunling did. Without even this level of imagination, how can an actor understand the character's psychology? How can they portray their own unique character? Beyond the script, an actor's imagination is what brings a character to life. Chu Changting couldn't help but shake his head, then noticed Chu Wanfeng emerging from the room with a tablet. What's wrong? Chu Changting waved at Chu Wanfeng. Chu Wanfeng slowly walked up to Chu Changting, raised his head, and his eyes sparkled. She's so funny. Dad, you said you'd give me a gift if I accompanied you on this show. I want her as my gift. Can you give her to me? On the screen, Gu Qinghuan, beaming with AV sign to Li Yi after receiving 400 yuan for her meal, appeared in Walking with the Light. Chapter 388. Xia he took a sip of coffee. The rich, bitter taste made him frown slightly, then relax. After setting down his coffee cup, he casually clicked on the voting interface. Today was Wednesday, and voting for the game skin contest that Gu Qinghuan was participating in officially began at 9 a.m. Although Fang Wenfu's submission was uploaded late, as the only Matilda cosplay submission in the entire contest, it also attracted some attention. Fans were generally positive, primarily due to the obvious quality of the costume, the high-quality photography, and the cosplayer's expressiveness. In summary, very attentive and worthy of praise, Matilda's submissions were officially screened, and over 30 submissions were officially entered into the voting. Each valid user can cast up to 10 votes per day. Based solely on the number of votes, for Matilda's submission, Fang Wenfu would rank in the top 5. In other words, virtually all Matilda fans voted for Fang Wenfu's submission. However, in terms of total votes, Fang Wenfu only made the top 30. Of course, compared to the total number of submissions, which totaled over 200, this ranking was already quite high. But it was only the first day of voting, so the contributors hadn't started canvassing yet, and the top contributors hadn't reached out to their fans. Xia he casually cast all 10 of her votes for Fang Wenfu and closed the interface. If she really wanted to win, with Gu Qinghuan's social skills, she could have gathered a lot of votes without Xia he even asking for help. He wouldn't get involved in such trivial matters. He'd rather focus on the show Little Chef Loves It. The show aired at 9 p.m., which was still quite early, but the film had already been sent to the TV station. With just a little word from Xiaohe, someone would have given it to him for review. After all, it involved two artists from Ween Entertainment, and as the company's boss, it was only natural for him to check on his own artists. However, Xiaohe didn't do so, intending to wait patiently until the evening. That way, he could still chat with Gu Qinghwan about the show in real time. However, by 9 o'clock that evening, watching the show, Xiaohe felt that he had made a huge mistake. His face was expressionless, and his fingers tapped on the tablet, wanting to claw Chu Wanfeng's eyes out through the screen. Xiaohe, although I knew Chu Changting was disgusting, I didn't expect that little thing to be so disgusting as well. Gu Qinghwan, you mean Chu Wanfeng? I vote for you. To say I dislike him is an understatement. Gu Qinghwan felt a bit repulsed by Chu Wanfeng. She did some research and found out that Chu Wanfeng was 13 years old and attended a private junior high school in the city. Gu Qinghwan had no idea what his behavior was like in school. Chu Wanfeng was also a child star, having appeared on children's variety shows with his mother, Mo Yingwe, since childhood. As she got older, she began playing child roles in television dramas, earning praise from the media for her acting skills and a certain level of fan and social appeal. However, Gu Qinghwan felt uneasy whenever she caught Chu Wanfeng's eye. He felt he was fake, seemingly friendly on the surface, but no one could tell what he was actually hiding. Hearing Chu Wanfeng call her sister again, he couldn't stand it anymore and even doubted herself. I wasn't that disgusting back then, was I? Gu Qinghwan knew exactly what he was talking about and nearly dropped her phone in laughter. Gu Qinghwan, don't worry, absolutely not. He had played nice in front of her, and while he did have some hidden agenda, he had always carefully restrained himself. Thinking back, perhaps he knew he was going to die, so he simply wanted to find a little ordinary happiness before his death. He had already arranged his own affairs and found by Hans Han as his successor, so how could he have dragged Gu Qinghwan into the same hell he was in during his final moments? Thinking of this, Gu Qinghwan felt a little relieved. You're very good, really. You're an exceptional supporter. Xiaohe, not the best? Xiaohe, looks like I still need to work harder. Xiaohe's finger slid along the edge of the screen. Whenever the camera turned to Chu Wanfeng, he would immediately mute the volume, only muting it again when he turned to someone else. Based on his intuition and experience, he knew there was definitely something fishy about this kid named Chu Wanfeng. He put the tablet down for a moment, arranged for someone to investigate Chu Wanfeng, and then called Liang Zhua. Liang Zhua was flattered to receive a call from Xiaohe late at night. Mr. Xiaohe? Little Chef loves that show. If you're free in the next few weeks, come back more often. Xiaohe said, especially Chu Wanfeng. Keep a close eye on him for me. Liang Zhua immediately said, what do you mean by help? Mr. Xiaohe, you're too polite. I'm just sitting around with nothing to do, so I'm planning on going over there to join in the fun. Keeping an eye on someone is a piece of cake. It sounded glib, but since Liang Zhua said it, he was sure to get it done. Xiaohe hummed and ended the call. Liang Zhua soaked in the bathtub and quickly opened an online platform to find Little Chef's favorite show. The show was currently airing. The advantage of online platforms over TV is they have commentary and comments, making it more interactive. The show is now on its second day. Judging from the comments, the first day featured Ji Fulling's team, followed by Mo Yingwe's. Comparatively, Ji Fulling's popularity is quite dismal, and her audience ratings are also quite low. On the second day, Mo Yingwe's performance was first, followed by Ji Fulling's. There's no other choice. Ji Fulling has so many popular stars on her side. If she were to appear first, Mo Yingwe's turn would be even less of a splash. When it came time for Ji Fulling's team, the comments were initially filled with the wrath of Mo Yingwe's fans. But after Ji Tianshao brought Gu Qinghwan in, the comments quieted down. People who argue with their opponents will only argue with their opponents' fans. Talking to strangers? Or are they underage? That's crazy. They should be fired and slammed by the entire fan community. The average audience had some peace and quiet, feeling relieved, and there were more normal comments. Came to dinner happily, only to discover they'd been scammed, feeling hopeless. The change in expression was so real. I was also fooled by my boss's promise. Sponsors, please send me money. This girl looks familiar. Is it just my imagination? Mo Yingwe's fans couldn't help but secretly complain. Let the students recruit people. Why not just open a cafeteria in the school? Within seconds, they were slapped in the face. When Bai Qingyin and Lu Rong appeared, The comments were filled with awe and exclamation points, not to mention Lucky in a suit. A group of people rushed to the super chat to call for help, and the ratings instantly peaked. I remember. It's the girl from Walking with the Light at the end of last year. Wing is still trying to recruit her as a PR person, laughing. Who knows how rare it is for Sister Bai to appear on variety shows. Lu Rong has good taste in casual clothes. Borrowing this space to advertise, the magazine featuring Wing as the cover model will go on sale on the 20th of this month. Everyone is welcome to come and admire this handsome face. After the comments finally calmed down, someone noticed something was wrong. Where are Chu Cha-ting and Chu Wa-fong? Chapter 389. MOing US team fans initially dismissed this question, but as lunchtime wore on, their curiosity about Chu Cha-ting and Chu Wa-fong's absence grew louder. The production team wanted to edit in a clip of Chu Cha-ting and Chu Wa-fong announcing their departure and place it at the beginning, but unfortunately, this would require Ji Yunling's cooperation. How could Ji Yunling possibly cooperate? She loved to have Chu Cha-ting and Chu Wa-fong's betrayal played repeatedly on the mall's giant screen. Actually, there was another solution, to quickly edit out the meal with Bai Qi-nin and the others. The problem was, the production team wouldn't do that. It was fine to curry favor with Chu Cha-ting and Mo Ingwe, but only if it didn't affect the show. Little Chef d'Ai wasn't an investment by Chu Cha-ting specifically to promote Mo Ingwe. The production team couldn't afford to jeopardize their reputation. Besides, having cut out the segment where the Chu family father and son went to see Mo Ingwe, which was originally scheduled for the next day, the program was already short on content, so they had to make good use of the meal. But fans weren't pushovers. They quickly organized themselves and tried to silence the voices with other content. Professional fans, having received advance notice from the company, knew how to explain the situation. Thus, phrases like "he probably went shopping" and "the production team probably didn't think it was important, so they didn't include it" quickly appeared in the comments. To be honest, it did work. After all, most viewers care more about the content of the show. Watching a group of celebrities having a meal and chatting is much more engaging. Judging from the first day of the show, the Chu family father and son's interactions with Ji Yunling can only be described as polite and courteous. Fans praised Chu Cha-ting for his virtuous husband attitude, maintaining a distance from women who weren't his wife. But for the average viewer, having seen this tactic so often, and this time being so repressed by the fans, a rebellious mentality was immediately aroused. If those two aren't here, then forget it. There's no fun anyway. If he's really so virtuous, why would he even participate in a variety show where he plays the role of a husband? I've seen actor Chu play other people's husbands or boyfriends plenty of times. It's just double standards. Maybe he's looking down on Ji Yunling? Although the comments became chaotic, viewers who just wanted to watch the show peacefully had the foresight to quickly turn off the comments before MOing US fans started arguing. Fans of Bai Qi-nin and the others were especially impressed. They were there to support their idols, so who cared about other people? Thus, the ratings weren't significantly affected and continued to rise steadily. When Chu Cha-ting and Chu Wa-fong finally showed up with their things, their fans immediately became confident. They just said they were going shopping. Our actor Chu and little Wa-fong are so miserable, doing hard labor, and still being suspected of not working. Netizens are not to be trifled with. This is the first time I learned that going to the supermarket to buy something counts as hard labor. There were also appearances by Leeuwenhoek and Sherlock Holmes. Although it's not obvious from the side, the logo on the shopping bag is most likely from a supermarket chain. Is Ji Yuling's restaurant here? Location. The nearest supermarket is only a 10-minute walk away, and judging by the size of the shopping bag, it didn't hold much. Why would it take so long? There's a dry pot of cauliflower and potato chips on the table, simmering on a low-alcohol stove. Judging by how soft the remaining cauliflower is, it must have been cooking for at least 30 minutes. The potato chips weren't even the first dish to arrive. So, they must have been out for at least an hour. Detective. Speaking of which, the term for how soft cauliflower is so funny. Let me just say this. Cauliflower that's cooked through is the best with rice. I get it. Eating cauliflower that's not cooked through makes me feel like an alpaca. Those who say alpaca, try eating broccoli. It's a much better experience than eating cauliflower. I have to say, netizens always have a way of getting off topic. Chu Cha-ting's fans were now afraid to speak. Even if the evidence wasn't irrefutable, it was at least well-reasoned and convincing. To preserve their idol's image, the best course of action at this point was to play dead. Silence could pretend nothing had happened. This calmed the atmosphere in the comments and barrage, and even when Liang Zhuo tipped, the barrage didn't get heated. In fact, many people were shouting, "Can you look at me? Let me earn this tip too. Some were even trying to uncover Liang Shua's true identity. Liang Shua's eyes rolled, and he quickly took out the 10,000 yuan Liang Shu had reimbursed him a few days ago. He distributed 100 yuan red envelopes on social media, claiming his role in the show. Fans flocked to him, and Liang Shua's followers skyrocketed. He even selected a few people to answer questions, forcing himself into the back of the trending searches. Although many considered him a wealthy second generation with a lot of money and a foolish mind, Liang Shu cared nothing for such labels. What's wrong with being stupid? If he's a little silly now, his words will sound more believable later. Others will just think he's being overconfident, craving attention and popularity, and accidentally letting something slip. At the end of the show, the production team filmed a retake for the two teams' speeches. Mo Yingwei took this opportunity to make a few sarcastic remarks, and the production team explained the 3 rules, only to be mocked by the online commentary. You're getting impatient. If you can't afford it, don't play. Of course, many fans and rationalists were also shouting. Isn't this a blatant violation of the rules? The show is clearly about everyone working hard, so what's the point of relying on tips? A casual observer couldn't help but say, if everyone behaves like this, there's no point in watching the show. The production team paid no attention to the chaotic situation, only happily counting how many of the top 20 trending searches were related to their own show. Traffic is king, so let the noise go. In contrast, Ji Yuling spent this segment earnestly reflecting on the reasons for his slow business and expressed his intention to try something new next weekend, hoping everyone would come and experience it. His steady demeanor and calm attitude earned him considerable support from the general audience. After the episode aired, the locations of both restaurants were revealed, and many netizens living nearby immediately expressed their desire to check them out next week. Overall, the episode was quite successful. Gu Qinghuan closed the playback interface and saw Xia He's latest message, New Twist. Gu Qinghuan explained the theme restaurant to Xia He and asked, Are you really not going to try it? Xia He pondered for a moment. He wasn't worried about being filmed. His reputation as the owner of Wuying Entertainment was enough for the production team to delete his footage. He was concerned about whether his appearance would draw attention to Gu Qinghuan and cause her trouble. But on reflection, this kind of thinking doesn't really fit his position as a backer. More importantly, it underestimates Gu Qinghuan. Xia He, what if someone accuses you of being a clinger? Gu Qinghuan, isn't the reality that there are a bunch of clingers eagerly waiting for me to cling to them? Gu Qinghuan, some of the backers even say they still need to work harder. Xia He laughed and replied cheerfully, Yes, I should have grabbed the guy by the neck and angrily said, Do you know how long I've been waiting for her to ask me for a favor? He paused, then sent another message, See you Saturday. Gu Qinghuan, Okay, how many people are there? Xia He, 1. Xia He, by the way, I grown taller. I'm 1.76 meters tall now. Gu Qinghuan, Gu Qinghuan, don't come here. Chapter 390. As expected, Gu Qinghuan received considerable attention upon arriving at school on Thursday. With her experience on walking with the light, Gu Qinghuan handled the situation with relative ease. This time, she wasn't the main guest, she was simply there to join in the fun. The production team wasn't paying her, so there was no need for her to help with publicity. Comparatively, Fang Wenfu's attitude was much more normal. We're now 27th. Fang Wenfu wished he had some impassioned background music. Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanshan gave him a little face, and clapped in unison. No! You should be more excited. Fang Wenfu was disappointed. Without a fan base, you still managed to get this ranking based solely on public votes. What a feat! Gu Qinghuan scratched his cheek. But my participation wasn't high. You might get more enthusiastic feedback by asking Tianjiu and Shi Guangwei. Zhang Zhanshan nodded in agreement. She was primarily responsible for keeping Fang Wenfu in check, especially since Fang Wenfu was very obedient in the later stages, so she didn't intervene much. Fang Wenfu curled his lips. We were able to participate this time thanks to your help. So, in my opinion, you are the soul of this team. Okay, since you say so, I accept the title. Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin. The soul of the work is yours. And Sister Qi Murong Tianjiao, and Shi Guangwei, Fang Wenfu added. You have too many cores, Zhang Zhanshan scoffed. Now that I accepted this title, I do some work, Gu Qinghuan flexed his fingers, I go find someone to canvass for votes. The first step, of course, was to visit Chen Zilan, the teacher. With the previous report in hand, Chen Zilan quickly remembered the incident. He opened the competition website and checked the current ranking. Wow, it's not 27 anymore, it's 26. In the space of 2 classes, the work had stubbornly climbed up another spot. Although the difference in votes between the latter and the latter was not much, and there might be some back and forth in the coming days, it was still progress. Gu Qinghwan felt a little proud now, so our work is still pretty good. Would the school be willing to help promote it? Chen Zilan looked at several submissions and felt that his own students' work was the best. He patted his chest. I talked to Director Zhang. At least have Mingda's official account mention it. Gu Qinghwan nodded and sent Chen Zilan another document. This is... Chen Zilan was about to click on it when Gu Qinghwan said, "This is the division of labor for our filming, the content of the work, the materials and tools used, the inspiration and the underlying concept. If the school wants to help us promote it, this information will allow us to explain it in greater detail and answer any questions." In other words, as long as Mingda's official responses were comprehensive and detailed, it would appear to outsiders as a truly responsible school. Chen Zilan, why don't you be the homeroom teacher? Of course, Chen Zilan was just thinking this. He opened the document on his computer and waved to Gu Qinghwan. Okay, I study it carefully, and then I go see Director Zhang. The class monitor was so reliable, so he, as the homeroom teacher, couldn't afford to lose. He should at least answer every question, right? After school, He Xuerong sent a message. The student union has received the notice. We start promoting your entries tonight. Gu Qinghwan, thank you for your hard work. He Xuerong, not at all. You wrote that document, right? The publicity department said it was very convenient. Starting this week, He Xuerong and Yin Shishing officially assumed the positions of president and vice president of the student union. Work-wise, they're in a transitional period, with many things still to be done, but Bai Han's Han has largely stopped handling student union affairs. Occasionally, Gu Qinghwan would run into Bai Han's Han at school. He was radiant. Gu Qinghwan, everyone wrote it. I just edited it and gave it to the teacher. It's all you need. He Xuerong felt that Gu Qinghwan underestimated her own organizational and coordination skills. Damn it, she really wanted to poach Gu Qinghwan from the He family's company, but she was just thinking about it. There were still a bunch of people vying for the He family's position, so she definitely couldn't compete with them right now. She dropped the subject and asked, I saw yesterday's show too. Will you be there to help out later? Gu Qinghwan, yes, that new idea Ms. Ji mentioned was my suggestion. He Xuerong hadn't seen much interaction between Gu Qinghwan and Ji Yunling on the show, but she was surprised they were so close, even consulting with her about restaurant management. He Xuerong, can I come over for dinner then? I'm curious what the new idea is. Gu Qinghwan, if you don't mind being photographed, then yes. It's a restaurant open to the public anyway. He Xuerong, okay, then I ask Shishing if he wants to come along. After finishing his conversation with He Xuerong, Gu Qinghwan added another item to his memo. Many students from Class 3 were curious and wanted to come and enjoy the show. So, she actually attracted quite a few customers. She sent a message to Ji Tianxiao, asking him to remind Ji Fuling to get the number machine, then went back to memorizing her settings. It didn't matter if she couldn't remember, the system would help, reminding her at any time. The system watched Gu Qinghwan wink in the mirror. Would the host feel regretful if it wasn't gluttony? Gu Qinghwan nodded solemnly. Yes. Although Ji Tianxiao said everyone could enjoy snacks during breaks, gluttony seems to have special dishes for guests. The system thought that if there were fewer people, they could go for the 4 ferocious beasts. This host might be more suitable for Taotai than gluttony. However, after careful consideration, this role seemed quite suitable. Although Ji Fuling was impressed by Gu Qinghwan's leadership and charisma, she believed she had the ability to portray someone in power. However, in the system's view, wanting to create a new fate for every mission target, to transform everyone's destiny into the one she desired. It was also the most outrageous, overbearing arrogance. Especially to those maddened bugs, Gu Qinghwan was definitely the most arrogant demon, wasn't she? At 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, Gu Qinghwan yawned as she appeared at the restaurant entrance with 6 other boys. Ji Fuling was in excellent spirits. She pushed the boys into the restaurant and urged them, hurry, change. Gu Qinghwan, the only girl, went to the back room with Ji Fuling to change. The suit, vest, and tailcoat, the butler's uniform, with its ornate ruffled bow tie, seemed a bit exaggerated to her. Ji Fuling helped her adjust the bow tie and handed her a pair of black leather half-length gloves. After Gu Qinghwan emerged, she sent for someone to adjust her hair. After finally getting dressed, Gu Qinghwan looked at herself in the floor-length mirror and fell silent. Ji Tianxiao leaned over and said, oh, the squad leader is quite handsome. Qin Yu quickly took out his phone to take a photo and posted it to the class group. Yuan Wue, What's that saying? Lin Julu, I guess you mean men or women are better. Chapter 391. Gu Qinghua exclaimed, I'm so handsome. Song Yi immediately praised, my sister's look is so cool. Qin Yu replied, she's just a little short. Then Ai Ning elbowed him firmly in the side. Tao Xinqing adjusted his bow tie and stood up with dignity, I'm handsome too. Everyone wore the same butler uniform, similar in overall style, but with their own unique accessories. Tao Xinqing's butler uniform lacked the exaggerated ruffled bow tie, instead featuring a ribbon bow. A sapphire brooch adorned his left chest, adding a touch of elegance. His gloves were also pure white satin, non-reflective, giving him a refined and restrained look. Gu Qinghua waved, take a picture of him too. Take a picture of everyone. Everyone's butler uniform had its own unique style, and the posting to the class group caused a stir. Yao Shaili, old Jiyu. Murong Tianju, give him red contact lenses. A true vampire. Jiang Chuchu, his Qinyu, you look so noble, I can't even recognize you. Yu Xian, Chu, aren't you going to forward this picture to his brother? Oh Yang Wushuang, unbutton the first button. Look more relaxed. More laid back. Lian Fenghe, oh Yang, who can dive better than me, is actually bubbling. Yuan Wuwei, Fan Ziren? This is Fan Ziren? You look so wild with your hair up. Xie Xiangxue, you have a very young face, but why do you have a daddy vibe? Su Xinghe, old Song, you look pretty cool with your battle deacon look, but could you please stop scratching your head? Xin Jianwei, it only takes one scratch to transform from a black back to a golden retriever. Baoqing Song, old AI, your sinister and dangerous aura is getting stronger and stronger. Ming Xiaolin, what's his name, male ghost style? Lin Julu, you know what, it's quite exciting. Shi Guanghui, I'm getting up now. I'm going to film you all. Ai Ning coughed. Don't let Shi Guanghui in later, okay? Gu Qinghua said coldly, we're still going to be on TV. The boys covered their faces. They weren't really ashamed, but rather a bit smug about how good-looking they were. But being told it by someone they knew felt like the awkwardness of singing Itchy in a karaoke bar and running into a routine police inspection. Song Yi asked, sister, aren't you embarrassed? Gu Qinghua shrugged, compared to the lines I'm going to recite, this is nothing. The boys gasped, having completely forgotten about it. To avoid impromptu performances after the opening, everyone urgently began practicing, ultimately turning to Ji Fuling and Ji Tianshao for help. The cameraman occasionally filmed a few clips, and Gu Qinghua kept an eye on the camera, blocking Ji Tianshao's presence several times to ensure the audience's focus remained on Ji Fuling. After all, they were mother and son, and Ji Tianshao's teaching inevitably revealed some of their inherited habits. Being recognized would be a problem. Her own mental state was incredibly stable. As for her acting skills, she followed Ji Fuling's instructions, and tried to imitate those in high positions or positions of power she had encountered. For example, Chu Chu and her father Jiang Yue, and Qin Yu's brother Qin Min. Xia He was included, but just thinking about him saying he grown taller made Gu Qinghua want to throw him away. The system gave Gu Qinghua some advice. Host, think back to the people you met since completing this mission. Yan Zhengqin, Yan Guanlei, Yu Wenli, Yu Jinxin, Cui Wanning, Yi Weiyu, Ning Siki, Wei Xiao, Wei Yin, Su Jishu, Ruan Tanyu. Gu Qinghua was speechless. Now that you mention it, I actually encountered so many scumbags. System, it's enough to compile an illustrated guide. Gu Qinghua was amused, and after thinking about it, she finally understood the system's meaning. To those people, she must have seemed quite arrogant, right? She had shattered so many hopeless fates that those people could no longer rob her friends of their happiness. In this respect, she truly was an absolute dictator, her word was final, and her arrogance was infuriating. She curled the edge of her glove and flashed a provocative smile at the camera that had just moved toward her. Come on, the witch's invitation has been presented. Is the choice yes or no? After He Shuerong and Yin Xixing got out of the car, they saw two guests exiting the restaurant. They were clearly traveling together, each holding a transparent gift bag of snacks. The bag was sealed with black wire and affixed with a batwing sticker. He Shuerong glanced at it. Inside was a magic potion that often appeared in stories, its bright blue liquid standing out. There were also small bags with herbal designs on the surface, glass bottles filled with gems, and potion cauldrons emitting gold coins. Yin Xixing secretly nudged He Shuerong. That gift, I want it. Clearly, it was the gift Ji Fuling had mentioned, made from tips for guests. He Shuerong and Yin Xixing arrived at the restaurant entrance. The actor playing the father in Ji Fulling's team was waiting by the door. The butler's uniform made him look more mature and steady, and with a pocket watch chain on his chest, he looked more like a butler. This actor was of average fame, having played the same stereotypical male fourth and fifth roles for years. The audience was familiar with him, but his roles were unlikable, and his popularity was low. He came to the show hoping to try out the variety show genre, but he didn't expect to suffer so much during his first week on MOingU's team. This week, he joined Ji Fulling's team. He's very enthusiastic about the theme restaurant idea, and even though he's only responsible for welcoming guests, he's working very hard. Besides, for someone almost 40, portraying the demon of the 7 deadly sins in a way that appeals to young people is difficult. On the other hand, he took to the role of butler more quickly and performed better. The butler handed Hee Shuerong a black invitation. "Guests, please keep your invitations, or you won't be able to attend Ms. Wendini's banquet." So was this a numbered card? Hee Shuerong accepted the invitation, and the butler opened the restaurant door and offered a welcoming gesture. The restaurant's decor had changed significantly, resembling a castle banquet. Hee Shuerong and Yin Shishing were about to look around when a figure suddenly swerved from the side. "Welcome, guests," Gu Qinghwan said, bowing slightly, her back tilted slightly. "Please present your invitations." As she bowed, she didn't lower her gaze, but stared directly at Hee Shuerong's face, her eyelids half closed, and her tone lacked any warm welcome. Hee Shuerong and Yin Shishing exchanged glances, then handed the invitation over. Gu Qinghwan didn't take the invitation from the bottom up. Instead, she pulled it from Hee Shuerong's hand, her hand back facing upwards, palm facing downwards. With a flick of her wrist and a casual glance, she turned around, straightened her back, and walked ahead, leading the way. "Please follow me." As she walked, the invitation slipped onto the wall beside the aisle. It just sat there, tilted and motionless. Hee Shuerong's eyes widened. This invitation was just ordinary cardboard, right? How did she do that? Chapter 392. Ji Tianshao and Song Yi weren't entertaining guests, so they watched Gu Qinghwan perform her magic trick from afar. "Who's the first person to be fooled by my sister?" Song Yi asked quietly. "The third one, right?" Ji Tianshao replied. It was actually a simple trick. Gu Qinghwan had a double-sided sticky dot sticker on her thumb. However, only half of the release paper had been removed from the side that was attached to her thumb. With the back of her hand facing upward, she pinched the invitation from below with her thumb, pressing the dot sticker against the invitation. Turning the invitation toward her, she pressed down with her other fingers, peeling back her thumb from the part that still had the release paper. Because only half of the dot sticker was attached to her thumb, it wasn't as sticky as the side on the invitation, so it was highly likely to separate. Then, she simply stuck the invitation to the wall, and the magic trick was over. The invitation was about the size of 4 business cards and wasn't heavy. Plus, the wall was covered in wallpaper, so Gu Qinghwan had tested it and found that a single polka dot sticker would hold it. If she was unlucky and the sticker stuck to her hand, she could just leave it alone. She could always adjust her strategy. If a guest, out of curiosity, tugged at the invitation, her trick would be exposed. That didn't matter. What the guest thought and did was their personal choice. The staff at this restaurant would act according to their own protocols, and would not be disturbed by external forces that might disrupt the overall harmony. Hee Shuerong and Yin Shishing were led by Gu Qinghwan to Ji Fulling, who was seated in a rattan chair. After bringing them there, Gu Qinghwan placed her right hand on her left chest, bowed to Ji Fulling, and then quietly left. A glass low table in front of the rattan chair held a deep purple velvet cushion, and a transparent crystal ball quietly reflected the light from the ceiling light. Ji Fulling had also changed into her witch costume. She eschewed the wide wizard's hat, instead covering her upper body with a hooded cape. However, when she raised her right hand, her arm, covered by a long black lace glove that reached to her elbow, looked like a snake emerging from the shadows, making one hold their breath. Especially the dark green cabochon gem ring on her right middle finger, resembling a snake's eye. Her smile was friendly, not at all like a witch, but more like the neighbor's aunt, who often shared homemade cookies. However, Hee Shuerong and Yin Shishing had no desire to get close to her, perhaps because her eyes were too calm, and the way she stared at them seemed as if she were possessed by a covetous gaze. The woman's voice was low, a touch raspy and slimy, like a snake gliding slowly through the woods, its scales scraping against withered leaves, making an eerie rustling sound. "Welcome to my banquet," Ji Fulling said. "I wonder what kind of cuisine you two would like." It was time to order. Hee Shuerong and Yin Shishing, finding their composure, took the menu from another artist, the boy who played the son on the show, and began to study it. The boy was younger than Chu Wanfeng, just in 6th grade, but he didn't look childish and was rather taciturn. He was wearing a completely black butler's uniform, with only a corner of his white shirt peeking out from the collar. He looked like a black cat with a white scarf. After the order was confirmed and the black cat butler took the menu, Ji Fuling spoke again. Since we have come to the witch's banquet, we must abide by the rules. She lowered her finger and tapped the crystal ball. Her lips curled slightly. Will you leave safely, or be imprisoned here? He Shuirong tentatively placed her hand on the crystal ball, and immediately, a rich red flame ignited from within. Ji Fuling's eyebrows raised. Go enjoy this feast. Tao Xinxing had just seen off a table of guests when he turned and saw the red crystal ball. He went to the kitchen and chatted with Qin Yu, who had also finished his reception. It's finally the squad leader's turn, Tao Xinxing said, pinching a shrimp cracker into his mouth. She's so bored she's started performing magic tricks. Qin Yu was writing the word positive on the small whiteboard on the wall, which recorded the attendance of the 7 demons. So far, the number of guests received by each person hasn't differed significantly, but the number of times their identities have been correctly guessed has varied greatly. For example, Song Yi has been correctly guessed the most times, but when it comes to guest reviews, Ji Tianxiao and Fan Ziren have received the most favorable comments. After all, most of the guests were adults, and the characters they portrayed had a more mature aura, making them more comfortable with the guests. Gu Qinghuan had already achieved a triple kill. Of the 3 tables of guests she served so far, not a single one had guessed her character correctly. If Ji Fuling hadn't been able to replace the demons with the guests she brought in, none of the guests Gu Qinghuan served would have been able to leave the restaurant. But the guests were very happy, even taking photos with Gu Qinghuan. They left, content and reluctant to leave. This even made Gu Qinghuan a little suspicious, and she looked in the mirror again and again. Because of my character setting, I'm clearly cold when I greet guests, and even when I'm enthusiastic, it's clearly fake. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Why is she so popular? Ji Tianxiao shook his head. Squad leader, you don't understand. It's this warm exterior, cold interior vibe that makes people want to get close. It's like seeing a stray long-haired calico cat. If you crouch down, it come over and rub against you, but when you reach out, before you can touch it, it hop onto a nearby rooftop, looking down at you from above, preening its fur. So you can only pull out your phone in frustration. I can't touch you, but can I take a picture? Gu Qinghuan, I feel like I learned something, but it seems better not to learn. At this moment, He Shuirong and Yin Shixing sat at their seats, curiously surveying their surroundings. The restaurant is small, with tables for 2 and 4, accommodating up to 40 guests. People who come to check in after watching the show tend to choose Mo Yingyu's place, as she's more popular. Even if fans of Bai Qingyin and others come, the interior layout has changed, so they can't get the same experience as their idols, so many of them will just check in outside. However, the number of guests they could accommodate was limited, so Ji Fuling didn't mind. Serving the current guests well was paramount. So, in the eyes of He Shuirong and Yin Shixing, the atmosphere in the restaurant was quite pleasant, fitting the theme perfectly. Yin Shixing took advantage of the time the dishes were being served to send a message to He Shuirong. For now, she was more comfortable typing. Senior Gu just explained the rules to us. Which demon do you think she is? The first thing that came to He Shuirong's mind was gluttony. After all, Gu Qinghuan's anticipation for the water bar was truly overwhelming. But judging by Gu Qinghuan's behavior just now, it didn't seem to be related to gluttony. Let's observe first, He Shuirong said. Every time a dish is served, you can ask the demon a question. We ordered 4 dishes in total, so you can ask 4 questions. The demon will selectively answer questions. If you can find clues in its answers, you can analyze its true identity. However, you only have one chance to confirm the demon's true name, so you must make careful judgments. Chapter 393. Ji Fuling was having a great time, and Mo Yingyu's side was also bustling. This week, Chu Chongting and Chu Wanfeng returned to her side, along with a specially created themed restaurant script and a few new hires from the company. After all, they were from an entertainment company, and in terms of appearance and talent, the new hires were indeed much more impressive than the students. Mo Yingyu's restaurant was already doing better business, and this time, they attracted even more customers. After the lunch rush, the restaurant's sales reached the same amount as the entire previous Saturday, and Mo Yingyu was very satisfied. However, the new hires were exhausted and took advantage of the lack of customers to rest in the back. I didn't hear you were supposed to be serving dishes here. Isn't it said to be role-playing? Said one of the new hires, his tone tinged with complaint. Another person chimed in, that's right, We're so busy taking orders, serving food, and clearing tables, there's no time for acting. I feel like I'm just wearing a cosplay costume and doing waiter work. What line should I recite? Just remembering the orders is overwhelming. But someone asked me my stage name and said they follow me. The fan base here is even denser, and seeing the bright newcomers, their star-chasing instincts suddenly kick in. Plus, since these newcomers are already adults, the fans are more forthcoming. The newcomers thought they were on a variety show, but they were treated to nothing more than waiter duties. Not only were they too busy to perform, they felt a bit resentful. Although they weren't even considered guest stars, the few present had put in a lot of effort to secure these spots. They were full of ambition, intending to perform according to the script, but the reality was completely different. There was no chance to showcase their acting skills or talents at all. So, when they encountered curious fans, the newcomers immediately turned their backs to the camera and went about their business as fresh-faced young men. What role, what setting? It's more important to attract more fans. Mo Ingwe and Chu Chongting were oblivious to the newcomers' inward grumblings and petty antics. They didn't need to be waiters, instead, they put their acting skills to good use, following the script. The problem was, last week's fans had gotten autographs and photos, so they couldn't refuse to entertain this week's fans, right? As a result, they could only occasionally step out of character and interact with fans as actors Mo Ingwe and Chu Chongting. In the end, the overall effect of the restaurant was, as the newcomers had said, just that everyone was working in unusual costumes. It looked atmospheric, but in reality, it was just a visual effect. Mo Ingwe's team was happy about the sales, while Ji Fulling's team was celebrating something else. They appeared. The first person to see through Gu Qinghuan's persona, He Xuerong appeared calm, but in reality, his palms were sweating as he handed over the slip of paper with his real name. She and Yin Shixing discussed it together, and asked Gu Qinghuan 4 questions. They were: what do you think of humans? They're small and naive, though there's a certain foolishness about them, but that's precisely what makes them so endearing. Honestly, after hearing this, He Xuerong and Yin Shixing wondered if Gu Qinghuan was lustful, but her expression was too nonchalant, not revealing any signs of indulgence. Do you like working here? It doesn't make any difference, right? No matter where you are or what you do, for me, it's just following the witch's orders. This question briefly made He Xuerong and Yin Shixing think she was lazy. Why did you become the witch's familiar? You misunderstood the premise of this question. I was indeed summoned by the witch, but that doesn't mean I'm subordinate to her. At this question, Gu Qinghuan's expression changed. Her gaze had been fixed on the wall beside the table, where a painting depicted a massive tree with a single, bright red apple on its branch. After He Xuerong and Yin Shixing asked this question, her gaze shifted above their heads, slanting downward until it rested on their faces. Then she smiled. He Xuerong had thought she knew Gu Qinghuan somewhat well, but she hadn't expected her to possess such a hidden smile. It was like a chess player watching a piece rushing into a trap, ready to strike at any moment. The piece's bravery made her willing to remain a bystander. However, the chess piece's fate would remain unchanged. At this point, He Xuerong and Yin Shixing had a vague understanding of Gu Qinghuan's character. High and mighty, he looked down upon everything, acting arbitrarily and recklessly. This demon was arrogant and powerful, unwavering. If there were a paintbrush that could paint the world of her dreams, she would definitely grab it. Finally, do you want your real name guessed? Of course. The answer was so simplistic, so light and airy, it almost sounded like a lie. However, He Xuerong and Yin Shixing knew it was the absolute truth, because Gu Qinghuan's cheerful smile was enough to prove how much she looked forward to it. Come, recite my name, and give me your soul. I will rule over everything about you. Arrogant the moment Gu Qinghuan opened the note, He Xuerong and Yin Shixing imagined seeing a demon spread its bat wings, darker than the night. They received their longed-for gifts, and the demon bowed to them once more. However, they still didn't feel treated politely. It felt more like they were being coveted, their souls being peeped at. It wasn't until they stepped out of the restaurant that they finally came to their senses, and stared at each other in bewilderment. Senior Gu, your acting is terrifying, Yin Shixing stuttered. He Xuerong, disregarding her image, let out a strange cry. Wow! Is this really acting? Yin Shixing shook her head. She wasn't sure if it was acting, but it was certainly astonishing. No, it's definitely acting. Some parts aren't quite natural. He Xuerong calmed down and thought carefully. Gu Qinghuan wasn't a person of high power, after all, and she wouldn't impose her will on others. So even if she understood it perfectly, there would still be moments of overdoing it in her performance. But it didn't matter. Just look good, She was a high school student, her only acting experience coming from the school's New Year's Eve party. To be able to do this was already remarkable. Gu Qinghuan, in the restaurant, shared the same thought. She was still a little nervous, her heart pounding so loudly she suspected even the people around her could hear it. After finally managing to maintain her composure, she returned to the lounge area and immediately sat down on a chair. Song Yi quickly brought a cup of hot tea. "Sister, have some water." Gu Qinghuan gulped down half the cup in one gulp, exhaled with a sigh, and then, holding the cup, asked, "How was my performance?" She didn't ask Song Yi, but instead looked directly at Ji Tianxiao. Ji Tianxiao pondered for a few seconds and said sincerely, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Please tell the truth in a professional manner that won't discourage the uninitiated." Gu Qinghuan was also sincere. Ji Tianxiao immediately replied, "Out of 100, I can give you 75. Well, the full score for an uninitiated person is 100, and for an expert, it's 120. However, the passing score out of 120 is 72, so Gu Qinghuan also met the mark." "That's quite specific," Gu Qinghuan commented, then asked, "Are there any other areas that could be improved quickly? For example, your demeanor is pretty good, but the problem is that it's easy to miss if the customer isn't paying attention. You could add some body language," Ji Tianxiao said. Gu Qinghuan nodded and discussed with Ji Tianxiao how to make the best adjustments. Ji Fuling said she could embarrass guests as much as she wanted when serving them, so of course she needed to work on that. Chapter 394. Xia He came during afternoon tea, a less popular time. If he was photographed, he could ask the production team to cut his footage, so it wouldn't affect the overall performance. The demon who greeted him was Ai Ning, who recognized him immediately. However, it had only been a year, and Xia He had grown so much. Ai Ning was secretly amazed, but her expression remained steady. He led Xia He to Ji Fuling, and Xia He followed behind, looking like any other customer, surveying the shop. There weren't many customers at the moment, and the demons each had their own duties. Besides Ai Ning, who led him, Qin Yu and Tao Xinqing were serving guests at the table, while Song Yi and Fan Xiren were busy cleaning. Gu Qinghuan, whom he was looking for, and Ji Tianxiao stood beside Ji Fuling, one on each side, whispering something. Xia He also noticed Shi Guanghui crouching in a corner, carrying a plate of fried rice, chatting animatedly with the cameraman. He hadn't seen how many photos they'd taken. Ji Fuling was stunned for a moment when she saw Ai Ning leading Xia He over, then smiled. After taking the order, as per her character's instructions, Ji Fuling sent Gu Qinghuan to greet them. While the camera wasn't on, she whispered to Gu Qinghuan, "It seems your acting skills are inspired by him." How did she know? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. When they sat down at the table, Xia He didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she extended her hand and gestured above her head and Gu Qinghuan's. Gu Qinghuan gritted his teeth expressionlessly. "Sir, provoking the devil isn't bravery, it's ignorance." Xia He chuckled and sat down obediently. He ordered a main course, a snack, and a dessert, and was allowed to ask 3 questions. But for Xia He, the answer was clear the moment he laid eyes on Gu Qinghuan. "Can I tell you my guess now?" Xia He asked. "Since Aunt Ji can see it, you must know it too." Gu Qinghuan couldn't contain herself anymore. What was the point of acting? She couldn't go on. Xia He shrugged. "Then I better eat quietly." After a pause, he added, "You acted quite well, but I've seen too many people like that." Gu Qinghuan's arrogance was actually quite egalitarian. Perhaps because she had so carefully implemented the devil setting, she looked down upon all humans. But reality wasn't like that. Most of the arrogant people Xia He had encountered only looked down on those of lower status. Once they met someone of higher status, they would adopt a fawning attitude, doing their utmost to please the other person and seek personal gain. Although Gu Qinghuan's arrogance was apparent upon first meeting her, her attitude towards others revealed a different perspective. Gu Qinghuan was a bit surprised. So, Xia He's reason for recognizing her as arrogant was different from Ji Fuling's. She planned to ask Ji Fuling for advice later, but now she turned to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. She had already lost her role. Even though there weren't many customers, since she had volunteered to help, she couldn't ruin the entire theme restaurant's performance. She lowered her voice and said hastily, "When you finish your meal, come to the back door, and we continue our conversation." Xia He nodded, and while waiting for her meal, she took the opportunity to check out the online reviews. Thanks to the show, both restaurants received publicity. Leaving aside MONUS, Ji Fuling's was finally able to continue operating normally. While not all the surrounding residents watched the show, and word of mouth in the neighborhood didn't change much, the curious netizens checking in alone were enough to boost the restaurant's revenue. Or rather, because netizens knew Ji Fuling was trying something new, they simply saw the theme restaurant as novel and interesting, rather than feeling accustomed to their existing impressions. Checked in at Ji Yuling's restaurant. Pictures. Pictures. It's really a bit of a chinabaku, but it was still fun to participate in person. There are a bunch of high school students helping their classmates. What's wrong with being a bit chinabaku? I already ordered Ji Yuling's matching hooded cape, long skirt, gloves, and ring. This Halloween, I'm going to be the most beautiful girl on the block. Honestly, while it was a bit awkward from a bystander's perspective, participating as a customer was a truly wonderful experience. Ji Yuling's acting was amazing. When the crystal ball lit up, I actually thought it was magic. Does anyone else like those high school students as much as I do? They're all so handsome. By the way, I love that girl's character the most. It's so captivating. I brought my kids there, and they're clamoring to learn magic. I'm so worried. Haha, it's actually pretty simple, but it's boring to reveal it publicly. I send you a private message and tell you in secret. I want one too. Can you send me a private message? Perhaps because they're students, the guests were very tolerant and friendly. Even if there were negative reviews, they were usually for reasons like the food was so slow or I didn't like the awkward setting. The former can't be addressed. After all, it's a variety show, not a real restaurant, so the kitchen's operations can only run at a limited speed. The latter can only be explained by the fact that the customers aren't in the target demographic. Everyone has their own preferences, which is understandable. These are just netizens' comments. The opinions of the influencers and industry insiders who checked in today will have to wait until tomorrow, when videos or articles are released. However, the real promotion lies in the program itself. Considering the various unfair treatments from the production team, Xia He rubbed her chin and sent a message to the assistant in charge of the entertainment industry, asking her to contact the production team. Mo Yingwe did have the support of her company and Chu Chanting, but she didn't pay the production team. His demands weren't many. Reasonable editing without favoritism wasn't too much, right? When the meal was over, Xia He, carrying the gifts, walked around to the back door. She saw a tablecloth spread on the floor. Several demons sat there, their wild natures reverting to their own, munching on burgers delivered by takeout. Is there no food in the kitchen? Xia He asked. The bastards confidently raised their burgers and cokes. This is so satisfying when you're tired. Gu Qinghuan was holding a double beef burger, the tomato inside too hard to chew, so he could only slurp it down bit by bit. He couldn't speak, just nodded. Xia He sat down and said to Gu Qinghuan, I'm planning to invest some money in this program. Gu Qinghuan finally swallowed the tomato. Can I make it back? It won't be much from the program, but it will be a cash cow. Xia He said. As long as this program can successfully bring Ji Fuling back into the public eye, then with her acting skills, she will surely have further development. Although acting talent doesn't bring in money as quickly as traffic talent, in the long run, it can enhance the company's image and benefit future talent development. Investment requires foresight. He's extending a helping hand to Ji Fuling now, and Ji Fuling will definitely not refuse to cooperate with him later. Then go ahead and submit. Gu Qinghuan nodded, adding, it would be best if we could get some compensation for our services. With so many people here today, there will definitely be even more customers tomorrow. Xia He agreed immediately, no problem. The other civets were immediately excited, great, great. Following the squad leader, you have everything. Chapter 395. When it comes to efficiency, Xia He is truly exceptional. The next morning, when Gu Qinghuan and the others arrived at the restaurant, they noticed some new changes. A new chef had been added to the kitchen, along with a new butcher. Judging by their synergy, they must have known each other, and efficiency had improved significantly. They also added matching carts and adjusted the restaurant's layout, increasing space for movement while minimizing the number of tables. All of this allowed them to serve all the dishes to the guests at once, allowing the demons to answer their questions coherently. After asking a question, the guests could then take their time to think about the answer, without the interruption of serving dishes and answering questions affecting their appetite. Gu Qinghuan, shocked, sent a message to Xia He, you're so thoughtful. Xia He, you think too highly of me? I simply hired a professional in the restaurant industry to make adjustments based on the actual situation. Mo Yingwe's team has also made the same improvements. Since Xia He requested fairness from the production team, he wouldn't favor Ji Fuling's team. Besides, after reviewing the footage filmed yesterday, he discovered the potential flaws in Mo Yingwe's team. It can only be said that Mo Yingwe and Chu Chanting had a brilliant plan, but unfortunately, They simply appropriated Ji Fuling's team's ideas without considering whether they were truly suitable. It was only a matter of time before problems erupted. Instead of targeting Mo Yingwei, it was better to focus on doing a good job for their own team. Although Gu Qinghuan didn't know the situation of Mo Yingyue's team, she understood Xia He's words. I understand. We're quite content with the current situation. Xia He, your labor contracts will be delivered soon. Please check them. Gu Qinghuan relayed the good news to the civets. While everyone had plenty of pocket money, being able to earn a living through their own labor was far more exciting. Even though they didn't know exactly how much money they get, they were already planning what they spent it on, like buying a game, a basketball, or a big meal. Van Ziren boasted that he was going to throw the money in front of his father. Whenever he got lazy, his father would tell him he was doing nothing and would never amount to anything. Now that he was earning money through his own labor, Van Ziren felt incredibly confident. When the contract finally arrived, everyone saw the amount, 4,000 each. Gu Qinghuan was delighted. 4,000 after just 2 days of work, and that was after tax. It was quite a bit of money. But then, turning around, he saw several people with ambiguous expressions. Think it's too little? Gu Qinghuan saw through their thoughts immediately. I think it's quite a bit. Ji Tianxiao signed the contract. He'd been doing chores since he was a child, which naturally included buying groceries, so he understood the real purchasing power of money. Although he occasionally felt emotional when he heard Ji Fuling talk about figures like film pay and appearance fees, he wasn't completely numb to money. Tao Xinqing scratched his head. I once won the junior division of a billiards tournament, and that prize money was also 4,000. I know 4,000 is a lot, but it just feels too little. His last sentence sounded like a grammatical error, but Gu Qinghuan understood his meaning. It's not that you think it's too little, but you're under the impression that appearing on variety shows should pay more. Right. Tao Xinqing nodded quickly. That's exactly what I mean. I see those celebrities making hundreds of thousands or millions, don't they? Only the hottest idol stars get paid that much. We're just amateurs, Gu Qinghuan said. I really think it's too little, Qin Yu said with a complicated expression. My brother gives me more pocket money than this. The Qin family didn't have a fixed allowance, so Qin Yu usually just asked for it. While he didn't always get it, he never been turned down for something like too expensive. Thinking that he worked hard for 2 days, and only earned enough to buy a bottle of Qin Yinsha's face cream, Qin Yu suddenly realized how hard money was to earn. Gu Qinghuan's expression became even more complicated. You have to understand that some people don't even make that much in a month. Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he began to feel like a real spendthrift. Gu Qinghuan decided to use a simple analogy. 4,000 yuan, a cup of milk tea a day, could last me a year. The Sidits suddenly realized. That was a lot of money. Wait, is our squad leader really that easy to please? Putting their rewards aside, the Sidits decided to go home and have a good chat with their parents. It turns out money is really hard to earn. Gu Qinghuan thought their understanding of money is hard to earn was too superficial. But since the Sidits did come from well-off families, it was normal for their consumption habits to be skewed. After all, making everyone realize how hard it is to earn money through this reward is a good thing, isn't it? Perhaps motivated by the reward, the demons work much harder today. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled that they weren't discouraged. Ji Tianxiao took the time to explain. They feel that after all the hard work, they only earn 4,000 yuan. If they don't perform well, they won't even get 4,000 in the future. So they have to work hard from now on. Gu Qinghuan, go ahead and do whatever you want. Thankfully, after yesterday's experience, everyone was much more proficient at their roles, and the changes in the restaurant also helped with the work. The actual work wasn't as tiring as yesterday, and we received more positive reviews. The pay was in cash, and the 4,000 yuan red envelope wasn't very large, but everyone clutched it tightly, fearing that the fruits of their 2 days' hard work would be lost. Ji Fuling came over to thank everyone, bowing earnestly. Thank you very much for your help over the past 2 days. An adult bowed to them, and the boys suddenly became nervous. They decisively pushed Gu Qinghuan forward. Say something, class monitor. Gu Qinghuan said, You're welcome. We're just here to help our classmates and join in the fun. Besides, there's money to be made. She waved the red envelope in her hand. The bastards watched with trepidation. Captain, you didn't even catch it. What if it gets lost? Ji Fuling smiled and said, This is all the compensation you deserve. Since I helped you, I should thank you. After a pause, she added, however, I won't bother you next week. I be thinking of a new theme. Gu Qinghuan and the others were students, after all. Unlike Walking with the Light, which was an official collaboration, Little Chef, Big Love wasn't quite suitable in terms of content or format. Ai Ning, a little worried, blurted out, "Is it okay?" "No problem," Ji Fuling said. "I got new inspiration, and I continue to use my acting skills as my weapon." Even if she didn't win, as long as she could show the audience her abilities through this show, more opportunities would naturally follow. More importantly, judging by the guests' reactions over the past 2 days, Ji Fuling was convinced that her acting skills hadn't deteriorated. She could still shine on the stage, in front of the camera, and unrestrainedly radiate her brilliance. The boys immediately chirped in encouragement. As the ones who had the most contact with the witch over the past 2 days, they naturally knew how impressive Ji Fuling's acting was. "And Ji, you be fine. Indeed, your acting is enough to outshine everyone else. And Ji, I watch every show and film you appear in from now on." Ji Tianshao stood silently to the side. Gu Qingwan walked over and quietly asked him, "What are your thoughts?" "My thoughts are..." Ji Tianshao smiled, "My mom is amazing." His mother could finally soar once more. Chapter 396. Gu Qingwan kept 1,000 yuan in cash after returning home, and gave the remaining 3,000 yuan to Gu Haiyan. Gu Haiyan deposited 2,000 yuan into a savings account opened specifically for Gu Qingwan, and transferred the other 1,000 yuan to Gu Qingwan's online banking account for her daily online spending. "I didn't expect you to earn money by helping your classmates." Wang Jian was surprised. "And you're going to be on TV again?" Gu Qinghuan sighed exaggeratedly. After only a short appearance on last week's show, many people called her parents. Congratulations and inquiries were fine, but some acquaintances wanted autographs, but Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian politely declined. Some people were jealous, sarcastically saying that her family was really good at currying favor with the powerful, and that they should have sent their own children to Mingda, so they could have all the connections. Gu Haiyan didn't intentionally hide these things from Gu Qinghuan, simply saying, "When you achieve success in the future, you also hear all sorts of opinions, just like now. You have to learn to distinguish which words to listen to, and which to ignore." Gu Qinghuan nodded, thinking, this is just the beginning. Her current network of contacts would shock others if she told them. Instead of wasting energy on unimportant people, she should focus on updating her task file. Fang Wanfu knew she'd been busy these past 2 days, so he waited until class on Monday before running up to her and exclaiming, "We're already in the top 20. John Johnson, clearly having been nagged countless times these past 2 days, held his forehead. "Yes, exactly 20th place. Is the gap to the top?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Fang Wanfu suddenly drooped. "A little. The school started promoting us on Friday and posted on the forum, but everyone was probably rushing to get to the weekend, so the response wasn't great. It's okay. Doesn't voting last 2 weeks? There's still about a week and a half left." Gu Qinghuan consoled him, "I have new promotional methods by Wednesday." John Johnson was surprised. "What promotional methods? Why haven't you heard of them?" "I thought of it while filming the show on Saturday," Gu Qinghuan replied. "I already had people come to the production team to help us capitalize on the hype in the first episode. Why can't we do it again in the second week?" By the time the show aired on Wednesday, Fang Wanfu and John Johnson understood what Gu Qinghuan meant by capturing the hype. While netizens were marveling at the cool costumes of the Class 3 bastards on the show, Shi Guangwei suddenly appeared, bringing a bunch of elaborate large images of witches and demons, catapulting herself into the top 10 trending searches. Thus, the previously quietly released photos of non-entry participants in the skin contest also garnered considerable attention. Many people, while following Shi Guangwei, were curious about his past work and clicked on the voting screen to take a look, handing in their 10 votes. Mingda University was overjoyed. Having such a group of students was truly a relief. They didn't even have to do anything, and they already made it trending, earning fame. Several school leaders chatted about whether or not to give them a commendation. The publicity department and the school's official WeChat account worked tirelessly all night, managing to meet their KPIs ahead of schedule. The group chats of the troublemakers were also bustling tonight. "Xie, I thought he was so cool watching the show, but I didn't expect Shi Guangwei to be even more handsome in the photos. Jiang Chu, our Qinghuan is so handsome. By the way, I sent the link to Qin Yu's mother. Qin Yu, can you please be a decent person?" Jiang Chu, giving everyone a red envelope to celebrate. Jiang Chu, try to win a red envelope. Qin Yu withdrew a message. "Qin Yu, Mr. Jiang is so generous." Everyone rushed to grab the red envelopes. Although each one could only give out 200 yuan, Jiang Chu gave out 21 in a row, and everyone scrambled for them 21 times. It was so exciting. After the rows of Mr. Jiang is so generous scrolled by, everyone calmed down and started talking about other things. Yuan Wue, this is over. Tomorrow, someone might ask me if Fan Ziren and I are a couple again. Fan Ziren, after the subtle influence I had before, I think fewer people will ask you. They just come and confess their feelings to me directly. Ai Ning, are you really not showing off? Yu Xian, Auntie G's acting is amazing. A mysterious and powerful witch. Yao Shaili, yes, every time she makes a little move, it feels like she's about to cast a spell and turn people into monsters. Gu Qinghuan didn't check the group chat for the time being. She was watching the show intently, mainly to see everyone's acting. After work on Saturday, she ran to ask Ji Fuling how she could tell her character was based on Xia He. Ji Fuling's answer was simple. I could tell right away. Mainly because your walking posture when you led him over was exactly the same. Plus, when you greeted him, your posture was more relaxed, not as tense as with other guests. It must be because they're acquaintances that you made that judgment. Gu Qinghuan watched her own performance on the show, replaying it several times, and concluded, it's quite similar. For example, when she took her first steps, she looked like she was strolling leisurely, as if the entire restaurant was her backyard. When she attended the student union recruitment meeting, Xia He and Bai Hanzhan walked into the meeting room in the same way. Her observational skills were already excellent, and even after just that one observation, she was able to replicate even half a point of that person's aura. Though, come to think of it, of all the people she met so far, Xia He was the most powerful. And then she ended up using Xia He, who had challenged her on height, as a reference. Gu Qinghuan pounded her pillow with a fist. Gu Qinghuan, Chu-Chu, Xinbao, you must defeat Xia He in the future. Jiang Chu-Chu, Jiang Chu-Chu, I don't know why you suddenly said that, but that's exactly what I meant. Yu Xian, the size of the Yu family, it's a bit difficult right now. Yu Xian, I'm going to tell Yu Jinxin to sign that contract before the new year. Gu Qinghuan winced. Ever since entering her second year of high school, Yu Xian's unwittingly scheming side was truly terrifying. According to her, after being challenged so many times by her, Yu Jinxin would come to Yu Xian to copy answers, acting as if he was just testing you. Yu Xian pretended not to know he was using her, and while she was giving Yu Jinxin advice, she used the opportunity to fill the Yu family company with a number of people. Some of these people were provided by Xia He, while others were discovered by her own. While their loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, the key was to cultivate a new team. Otherwise, the company would be filled with Yu Wenli and Yu Jinxin's people, making it difficult to win them over later. Once she joined the company, she could formally cultivate her own team and rely on her own abilities to win over these people who had been brought in earlier. After encouraging Jiang Chu-Chu and Yu Xian, Gu Qinghuan stopped watching the show and went to check out the online reviews of the new episode. Clicking on the trending search list, Gu Qinghuan immediately saw a melon field, except for the one with a picture of Shi Guangwei garnering positive reviews. Hashtag Little Chef Love Acting Mirror. Hashtag Mowing US Failure Scene. Chapter 397. Little Chef, Big Love isn't a variety show about acting. The two guests were supposed to just be restaurant managers and run the restaurant. The production team originally intended to film the guests struggling, or interacting with the parents on the show. In a desperate attempt to salvage her restaurant's business, Ji Fuling came up with the idea of a themed restaurant to showcase her acting skills. The production team relayed this information to Imo Ingwe, who then created her own theme. With both running simultaneously, the audience naturally wouldn't know Imo Ingwe had copied Ji Fuling's idea, only to assume it was the production team's idea. The result? The two of them became complete control groups. The show was originally about a competition between two sides, and since both were running themed restaurants, wouldn't that mean they were being compared? This comparison immediately caused trouble. Are the people Team Imo hired to help all new employees in the company? They should be. I saw one of them on a talent show. Just a humble remark. I feel like these newcomers aren't as good as the students next door. The netizen who made this comment was immediately besieged by fans of Team Imo Ingwe. No way, who really believes these students are good actors? Some people don't have the knowledge, so just stop making a fool of themselves. As it turned out, this netizen who just said this wasn't weak at all. She scolded all the fans who criticized her, and even made an 18-grid of Ji Fuling and Imo Ingwe's performances, comparing them frame by frame. Such a strong attack power. Such a strong action power. I will learn every quote from Sister Ruru word for word. Looking at this, Imo Ingwe's acting was really bad. Having been to the scene, I can objectively say that her acting wasn't bad, but she just didn't put her heart into it. It wasn't just her who didn't put her heart into it. Chu Changting didn't either, and neither did the newcomers. Ji Yuling's approach was to create an immersive experience, while Mo Ingwe simply used the theme as a gimmick. I also checked in, and it seems the Mo team made no difference whether they had a theme or not. Business was still strong. Looking at the final sales figures released by the production team, the two teams were almost even. With 2 weeks left, it's unclear who will emerge victorious. Mo Ingwe was so angry at home that she wanted to smash things. She accidentally grabbed the wooden tissue box on the coffee table, and it slipped, falling back onto the table and breaking her manicure. She clutched her finger, aching and furious, and finally, in a rage, she kicked over the coffee table, spilling everything on it. Chu Wanfeng, hearing the noise, emerged from the room, his phone in hand. Just then, an apple rolled to his feet. He didn't pick it up, but simply kicked it under the sofa. "Mom, what's wrong?" Chu Wanfeng asked. Mo Ingwe was about to answer when she caught a glimpse of Chu Wanfeng's still-lit phone screen. Gu Qingwan's photo was blaringly displayed, further infuriating her. "Why are you looking at photos of Ji Yuling's people?" Mo Ingwe demanded. Chu Wanfeng put his phone away and said indifferently, "She's not Ji Yuling's person. She just went there to help. Besides, the production team said they won't be filming those high school students in the next episode." Thinking of this, Chu Wanfeng felt a little regretful. The last time he tried to get Chu Changting to give Gu Qingwan to him, he refused. Although Chu Changting hadn't investigated Gu Qingwan's background, given her close relationship with Bai Qingyin and the others, he wouldn't act rashly. Having made it this far in the entertainment industry, Chu Changting's ability to assess situations is quite impressive. Unable to disobey his father, Chu Wanfeng could only give up in frustration. However, he still kept thinking about her for a while, which was why he looked at Gu Qingwan's photo. To Mo Ingwe, her son's words felt like a betrayal. She kicked the orange away from her feet. "Those high school students' acting is so bad, and yet someone compares them to me." Looking at the acting of the students in Class 3 from a professional perspective would leave them stunned for a few minutes. Huh? Our acting is really just average? Those comparing the two sides might have ill intentions, and Mo Ingwe, who took this seriously, was truly enraged. But she didn't realize that she'd been harping on Gu Qingwan and the others without facing the reality of the situation. The main comparison online was still between her and Ji Yuling's acting skills. She subconsciously chose to avoid the issue, knowing full well that her acting couldn't compare to Ji Yuling's. Chu Wanfeng didn't want to bother with her mother anymore. She'd become increasingly sensitive and irritable over the years. The overall environment was already difficult, and even if a major production emerged, the lead role would undoubtedly be played by a new generation of actors. Actresses like Mo Ingwe, with experience but no talent, could only rely on their past successes and appearances on TV shows to maintain their popularity. This popularity allowed them to continue taking on commercials. They might not fare well in the industry, but compared to the average person, their income was still substantial. This time on Little Chef, Big Love was different. When Mo Ingwe learned that the other guest was Ji Yunling, she almost immediately recalled the past. She used to be inferior to Ji Yunling in every way, so what? The man Ji Yunling deeply loved was now her husband. Not to mention that, because of her opposition to Chu Changting, Ji Yunling had wasted years and squandered her talent. Mo Ingwe had come to the show hoping to show off in front of Ji Yunling and trample her underfoot. Reality, however, hadn't quite panned out. Ji Yunling's acting was still enviable, and her luck was still as good as ever. Why? Why would heaven give her such preferential treatment? Just as Mo Ingwe was about to vent her rage on Chu Wanfeng, the fingerprint lock on the door suddenly clicked open. Chu Changting hurried in and saw the messy living room. He probably knew what had happened. He frowned and said with some displeasure, "Could you please not make things worse at a time like this?" Mo Ingwe exclaimed, "Did I cause this?" Chu Changting didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Chu Wanfeng and said, "Go back to your room. Your mother and I need to talk." Chu Wanfeng obediently returned to his room, but he didn't completely close the door. Instead, he left a crack open to eavesdrop while Chu Changting wasn't paying attention. Chu Changting stepped over the debris on the floor and sat down on the sofa. He rubbed his brows. "Someone from the production team gave me a tip. They said Ween Entertainment is going to sign Ji Yunling." Mo Ingwe's expression froze, and her face darkened even more. Doesn't Ween Entertainment rarely sign newcomers? In the industry, it's said that Ween Entertainment was founded by its owner specifically to promote Bai Qingyin. Last year, Ween Entertainment signed Lu Rong, which attracted considerable attention. Many people assumed Ween Entertainment was planning expansion, secretly submitting countless letters of recommendation and pledges of allegiance, only to find nothing. Who knows? That Xiao Xia has been capricious for a while now, Chu Chanting warned. There are only 2 episodes left. Behave yourself. Going up against Ween Entertainment won't be easy. Mo Yingwe felt a little resigned, but she wasn't so foolish as to be so tactless, so she kept her mouth shut. Chu Wanfeng quietly closed the door and sat down on the floor, leaning against it, his phone resting on his chin as he pondered for a moment. Chu Chongting had originally promised him a gift for participating in the show. After his previous request for Gu Qinghuan was unsuccessful, he raised his demands, saying he could only grant one wish if he won. Now, Chu Wanfeng felt a bit hung. Although he wasn't interested in the show, he didn't like losing either. If this kind of backroom deal got out, it would surely be quite a spectacle, right? Chapter 398. Gu Qinghuan stayed up late last night reading online reviews, and she was still a little sleepy when she woke up the next morning. She got off the bus slowly, and just as she entered the school gate, someone tapped her shoulder. She screamed in fright, and instantly felt much more awake. She turned her head, and saw an equally frightened face. Xisheng? Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. Did I scare you? Gu Qinghuan said apologetically. Yin Xisheng shook her head. She had actually called out to Gu Qinghuan twice, but she hadn't heard her, so she came over and tapped her shoulder. She said slowly, "Good morning, Senior Gu." "Good morning, Xisheng, what's up?" Gu Qinghuan smiled back. "I watched last night's show too." Yin Xisheng has been trying to combine words into one sentence lately. While it's not quite coherent yet, it sounds much better than individual words. She clenched her fist. "I think Aunt Ji will win." Yin Xisheng had no intention of going to Mo Yingwe's restaurant to boost her sales. Just watching last night's show was enough to tell her how she treated customers. She wasn't a Mo Yingwe fan, so she didn't have a filter for her idol. If she wanted to participate in the atmosphere of a themed restaurant as a customer, forget it. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. As for sales, I can't guarantee it, but Aunt Ji's goal has been achieved. Ji Fuling had already prepared herself for defeat when she participated in the show. Her only goal had been to gain popularity through appearances, so she could return to her acting career. Xia He also said she planned to sign Ji Fuling, and that her life would improve. This way, Ji Tianxiao could escape his most hopeless fate, right? Yin Xisheng hesitated for a few seconds before firmly saying, "I hope Aunt Ji wins too." She simply believed that outstanding people deserved due rewards. Gu Qinghuan smiled and said, "Then I take your good wishes." The two of them parted ways in front of the teaching building. Yin Xisheng headed for the first-year high school building, while Gu Qinghuan headed for her class. As soon as she reached the classroom door, Gu Qinghuan was drenched in streamers. Blinking, she brushed aside the dangling ribbons from her hair, saying slowly, "Should I be happy that they're just not gold-dusted?" Song Yi was squatting on the ground, asking Lian Fenghe to help him remove the ribbons. Upon hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, he immediately replied, "Lin Julu bought them all." Lin Julu cleared his throat. "Isn't this congratulations on your successful debut?" Ji Tianxiao had the most ribbons on his head, but he didn't even bother to clean them. With his hair ablaze with a riot of color, he said seriously, "I think it's pretty good. I do have some good news to share." He paused for a few seconds, waiting for everyone's attention to shift to him, before saying, "Ween Entertainment has also extended an olive branch to me." The bastards remained silent for a few seconds before swarming over Lin Julu, pulling out more firecrackers from their bags and once again pulling the ribbons at Ji Tianxiao, forcibly transforming him into a walking golden chrysanthemum. Gu Qinghuan stood at the classroom door, watching the excitement and greeting students from other classes passing by class 3. "What's your class doing?" "We're celebrating." "Want to join in?" The other students were still confused. Bao Qingsong had already quickly handed the newly snatched firecracker to Gu Qinghuan, who then handed the firecracker back to them. The other person stood by the window, bewildered, too embarrassed to address Ji Tianxiao, but he still said, "Congratulations," and finally left with the firecracker. Chen Zilan, who had come to the morning self-study class meeting, said, "What a social terrorist." At the sight of the teacher, everyone suddenly quieted down and scurried back to their seats, leaving Ji Tianxiao standing in the aisle, shaking his head and jumping wildly, trying to shake off the streamers. Chen Zilan couldn't bear to watch, and with his hand on his forehead, he said weakly, "Help him clean up." While Ji Tianxiao was being cleaned up, Chen Zilan didn't just sit there and wait. Instead, he continued, regarding everyone's colorful extracurricular activities lately. "Battle birds, look away. The school encourages everyone to pursue their passions, as long as it doesn't impact their studies or daily lives. The school also watched last night's show. Everyone performed very well, and established a strong external image for the school. The school is very satisfied. Genie raised his hand. Are there any rewards? Chen Zilan wanted to put on a stern face, but seeing the excited faces below the podium, he held his composure. He said, after all, this is a variety show. There are no appropriate quantitative criteria for evaluation, so we can only give verbal commendations. The wild animals immediately lost their spirits. While an honor was nice, it felt like more talk than action. Chen Zilan coughed twice. There's another reward. Everyone pricked up their ears again. For next year's outing, our class can choose our own destination, Chen Zilan said. Everyone immediately erupted in excitement. Choose? Anywhere? If we're far away, can we extend the time? Will the school cover all expenses? Chen Zilan, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, quickly stopped them. Gu Qinghuan, if you have any questions, please sort them out first. I answer them after I verify the details. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed, and everyone finally settled down. Chen Zilan then said to Gu Qinghuan, also, the school has stepped up publicity for the game character design competition you organized. For example, by uploading your own voting results or the results of others voting daily on the school forum, you can increase forum points. Mingda's forum points can be redeemed for tangible prizes. While families may be wealthy, students always want something like a homework exemption ticket. You can only redeem one per week, requiring a considerable amount of points, and there's a daily limit on how many points you can earn. Normally, students can only watch helplessly. Now that there's a way to increase points, students are actively voting and canvassing for votes. The teachers didn't mind. There was only 1 week left to vote for the skin contest, and no matter how hard they tried, the points would only be valid for a year, meaning at best they'd be exempted from 52 single-subject assignments. Chen Zilan spoke on something else, and the class meeting ended. He left, leaving the students to manage their morning self-study time. Jiang Chuchu tapped Gu Qinghuan on the back. What's your ranking in that competition now? Gu Qinghuan didn't even bother looking online. She simply opened her chat with Fang Wanfu and replied, at 8 o'clock, I was 12th. Last week, Fang Wanfu simply kept the web page running in the background, checking it whenever he remembered. Then it got too tiring, and it interfered with his studies, so this week he switched to checking it 4 times a day, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1600 hours, and 2000 hours. Of course, after the show aired last night, he couldn't resist checking it all night long. 12th place was already quite high, and the competition for the top 10 was a fierce battleground. Fang Wanfu was content with this position. Now he just hoped his ranking wouldn't drop any lower. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. He's really gotten better now. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Everyone around her was moving towards a better future, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. However, some people just couldn't bear to see others succeed. For example, Mo Yingwen might have some new plans. Even if she stopped helping out at the restaurant, she still had to keep an eye on things. Chapter 399. All the tasks at hand had temporarily entered a stage similar to waiting for settlement, and Gu Qinghuan had some free time. So, she went to work on the water bar supplies. Anyway, some milk tea first. Gu Qinghuan's face was serious. Qian Xiaoyao silently turned on the recording function on his phone. What's the specific brand and flavor? The water bar that he Shuerong built for Gu Qinghuan took up half a wall of Gu Qinghuan's office. To Qian Xiaoyao, it looked more like a large snack cabinet with double doors than a water bar. The doors on both sides opened, revealing side cabinets with layers of storage compartments, suitable for various small packaged snacks or drinks that can be stored at room temperature. The front was similar to a water bar or sideboard in a typical home, with a pull-out storage cabinet underneath. A water dispenser sat on the counter, and there was a tabletop shelf for cups. Behind the water bar, there were also rows of cabinets, but each layer was deeper than the side door storage compartments. Large bottles of coconut water juice and the like could be placed sideways. He Shuerong had considered adding a dual temperature display cabinet, common in convenience stores, but considering size and safety, he decided against it and opted for a mini fridge. Refrigeration was sufficient for freshness. For freezing or heating, it would be better to go to the Student Union Lounge, which had a freezer and microwave. Of course, for Gu Qinghuan, this water bar was perfect. Now it was shopping time. She wanted to fill the cabinets with all kinds of snacks and drinks. Qian Xiaoyao finally listened to Gu Qinghuan's needs, paused the recording, and asked cautiously, anything else? Gu Qinghuan shook her head. It's already a lot. I think it's enough. She was only in school 5 days a week, and if she filled a cabinet this size, she might not be able to use up everything in a month. Even if she could bring snacks to class and share them with everyone, she still wouldn't be able to spend all the monthly budget. Once Jiang Chu and Uxin saw the water bar, they might even put their own groceries there, slowing down consumption even further. Qian Xiaoyao saved the recording. Okay, then I prepare it as you say. After a pause, he asked, well, if I add a few snacks and drinks I think are good. Gu Qinghuan understood the meaning of the music. Okay. Just deduct it from my budget. Anyway, and use budget will only affect future allowances. Qian Shuya's knowledge of categories and brands is different from hers, so she can try something new. Qian Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly. Okay, then leave the purchasing to me. He'd been listening to Gu Qinghuan ramble on about snacks for so long that his own cravings had been piqued. After seeing Qian Xiaoyao off, Gu Qinghuan happily cleaned the bar, waiting for the snacks and drinks to arrive soon. She was in a good mood when her phone suddenly vibrated. Without giving it a second thought, Gu Qinghuan answered, "Good afternoon." The other party choked, her tone revealing her good mood. Well, something's really affecting my mood. Gu Qinghuan didn't even blink. Did someone report us for soliciting votes during the skin design competition, or did they report Aunt Ji for violating regulations during the filming of the show? Bao Qingsong was impressed. Squad leader, why don't you set up a fortune-telling stall? Gu Qinghuan asked, the former or the latter? The latter, Bao Qingsong said. Some people are saying that the online weak sister was deliberately hyped up by Aunt Ji to smear Mo Yingwe. Gu Qinghuan scratched his ear. Given that netizen's personality, he should already be cursing, right? When Sister Weak Sister was lashing out with venom, Gu Qinghuan had gone to watch and his impression was, this girl is a completely toxic mushroom. Now that the blame has been placed on Sister Weak Sister, how could she not curse? Bao Qingsong agreed. Yes, by the time I found out, she had already exchanged over 300 insults with Mo Yingwe's fans in the comments section. And then she blocked them afterward, driving those fans completely mad. How effective was her counterattack? Gu Qinghuan asked. Pretty good. She didn't try to justify herself at all, and her counterattack was well-reasoned and well-founded. Not only ordinary netizens, but even those on Aunt Ji's side were just watching the fun. Bao Qingsong found the comment amusing. As a result, no one on Aunt Ji's side reacted, and everyone instead felt it was a false accusation, so it didn't affect their perception of her. Gu Qinghuan pondered. It seems those who want to target Aunt Ji will make further moves. Bao Qingsong immediately agreed. The Discipline Inspection Commission and the Student Affairs Committee said the same thing. They don't think this tactic will last just one round. The Discipline Inspection Commission said they asked her assistant to keep an eye on it. Ji Tianshao also spoke to Aunt Ji and asked her to consult with Ween Entertainment. Today is Thursday, after all. We're students, and according to Class 3's custom, we should attend class when it's time. Besides, if the other party truly arrives prepared, mobilizing their fans and online trolls, the 22 people in Class 3 are no match for them. Back then, everyone had the upper hand on Walking with the Light. Plus, since it was an official co-production, no one dared to mess around, which allowed Class 3 to guide public opinion early on. This time, the initiative was in the other party's hands. Without understanding their true intentions, it was difficult to plan, and the only option was to defend. Bao Qingsong had already asked friends with free time to keep an eye out for unusual activity during his classes. However, Class 3 could only observe and analyze the situation. If they truly wanted to resolve the issue, they would probably have to rely on Ween Entertainment to intervene. After finishing her call with Bao Qingsong, Gu Qinghuan's good mood wasn't completely ruined, but it certainly felt affected. She laid down in her kennel, not rushing to find Xiaohe. Instead, she checked out the profile of that weak sister. My impression was simply, awesome. I don't know how many fan circles this weak sister has been in, how many battles she's participated in. Not only is she well-versed in fan jargon, but her insults are also full of golden phrases. Gu Qinghuan had intended to read it before bed, but she found herself getting more and more energetic the more she read. After scrolling through the comments on the main forum, she casually flipped back to the previous posts. As she was browsing, she noticed something. This Ruoru sister had a very regular update schedule on weekdays. So regular that she never appeared at all during certain times of the day. If she were a working professional slacking off, her slacking time wouldn't be so regular. She compared them again, and a thought occurred to her. Could this Ruoru sister be a student? College students don't always have full classes every day, so this level of regularity, middle school? High school? Gu Qinghuan could only say, every generation has its own talent. Regardless, This person had a grudge against MONU's fans, and had even praised Ji Fuling's acting. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so Gu Qinghwan casually clicked to follow her. She was about to shut off her phone and take a nap when she suddenly received a private message from Ruoro. To me, it's just selling blood pressure monitors. I didn't slack off during class. I used my spare time. Gu Qinghwan, ? Chapter 400. Gu Qinghwan scanned the 2 lines of text in the private message chat, question marks popping up in her mind. This definitely sounded like a familiar tone, didn't it? Furthermore, it was clear that Class 3's custom was that no matter how deeply troubled one was, one couldn't interfere with the normal course of study. Su Xinghe was a previous example, having been sternly warned. Sister Ruoro was a student in Class 3. This possibility shocked Gu Qinghwan. There was such a fighting among her own family. She quickly ran through the names of the entire class in her mind. Gu Qinghwan, Wushuang? Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang. No. I blew myself up. After all, Ouyang Wushuang was someone who completely dominated a bunch of fans in a verbal battle, and she quickly recovered from Gu Qinghwan's question mark. She hadn't even been noticed by the class monitor. He was just following her to see what was happening, not because he recognized her true identity and was targeting her. God damn it, she said her fake account was so perfectly disguised. How could she have been discovered? It was simply because her class monitor's image of omnipotence was so deeply ingrained in everyone's minds that she panicked upon discovering he was following her. However, the class monitor was quite formidable, having quickly figured out what was going on based on just one emoji and a few words, and even singled her out from the entire class. Ouyang Wushuang, with so many people in the class? How on earth did you guess me, class monitor? Gu Qinghwan, it was just a process of elimination. First, eliminate those who were more closely associated with her, like Chu Chu and Xinbao, who definitely wouldn't hide something like this from her. Next, eliminate those who weren't familiar with fandoms and internet slang, like Shen Jianwei and Xie Xiangxue, who were more focused on their own areas of expertise. None of these methods are related to an analysis of Sister Ruoro herself. They're purely based on my understanding of the bastards. After eliminating them, only 3 or 4 candidates remain. To be honest, Ouyang Wushuang is the least likely of the candidates to be Sister Ruoro. After all, she rarely speaks in the class group, and she's also a well-known social anxiety sufferer in Class 3. But sometimes, you have to use a little reverse thinking. Gu Qinghwan would first guess the least likely possibility. Ouyang Wushuang, class monitor, go buy some lottery tickets. First, Bao Qingsong asked her to have her fortune told, and now Ouyang Wushuang asked her to buy lottery tickets. Gu Qinghwan feels like these days are truly exciting. Gu Qinghwan, I never expected that. Ouyang Wushuang couldn't help but cover her eyes across the screen. Is this a compliment? Isn't he really blaming her for keeping it a secret for so long? Ouyang Wushuang quickly tapped on his phone. I didn't mean to hide it. It's just this account. The style is a bit brutal, and I wasn't afraid to scare everyone. Gu Qinghwan looked at her previous posts. This style wasn't relatively brutal, but very brutal, right? As for being shocked, she was also shocked by the revelation that Ouyang Wushuang is equal to Sister Ruoro. If it were just a secondary account, Gu Qinghwan wouldn't have cared too much. Bao Qingsong had countless secondary accounts. Gu Qinghwan occasionally saw him switching between them, and the long row of usernames would have been shocking to anyone. Gu Qinghwan, I trust you won't waste class time cursing. Ouyang Wushuang was about to rejoice when Gu Qinghwan sent another message. You probably don't want others to know, right? I won't tell. Ouyang Wushuang, our good class monitor. After receiving the assurance, Ouyang Wushuang felt much more relaxed. She briefly explained the origins of her secondary account to Gu Qinghwan. Ouyang Wushuang and Murong Tianjie did share a common interest in the anime world, but Ouyang Wushuang's scope was far broader. And her interests were quite popular, so she'd been involved in every single one of the hot topics of the past few years, a seasoned veteran. Offline social anxiety, online thugs. That's pretty much it. But after entering high school, the atmosphere in Class 3 was so positive, and with Murong Tianjie as a fellow enthusiast, Ouyang Wushuang's temper softened considerably. Also, influenced by the Class 3 atmosphere, she began to try to live a fulfilling real life, rather than immersing herself in the empty online world. In Ouyang Wushuang's words, she had retired. It was only MONU's behavior that brought back memories of her dark past as a fan, which made her unable to resist speaking out. The result was a spiral of despair, and she became the weak sister that Gu Qinghwan now sees. After hearing Ouyang Wushuang's voice message, Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment and replied, Go ahead and curse if you want. as long as it doesn't affect your studies. Gu Qinghuan. Besides, you really feel good and cool when you curse those people. Yang Wuxuan couldn't help but chuckle. The class monitor praised her. She instantly felt even more motivated, practically swearing to heaven. Rest assured, class monitor. With me here, those fans won't amount to anything. MOingU's fan base wasn't much better, either in number or quality. After Yang Wuxuan's scolding over the past 2 days, she felt like she'd lost a few familiar faces. As for today's episode, it was obvious there were some trolls involved, so she simply deleted her comments and blocked them. Yang Wuxuan. But this one's a little too easy. The ultimate move is definitely coming later. Gu Qinghuan. I thought so too. For now, I just wait and see. If the other party on your side calms down, try to tone it down as well. Yang Wuxuan. Understood. Gu Qinghuan felt pretty good about accidentally eating her own melon, but she probably would be the only one eating it for a long time. Gu Qinghuan sighed regretfully, this time truly taking a nap. She watched the situation unfold while others were scrambling to get by. Ever since Liang Zhua took on Xia He's job, he'd been keeping an eye on MOingU's team. He appeared on the show before, so he couldn't go to the set, fearing MOingU's presence. So, he waited until the weekend filming was finished before approaching the TV station. Thanks to his unwavering audacity and a sharp eye, Liang Zhua had successfully cultivated relationships with several mid-level executives on the production team. They simply assumed he was a wealthy second-generation kid interested in the entertainment industry, chatting him up, and trying to extract some small benefits. After learning from a mid-level executive that the production team's assistant director had a close personal relationship with MOingU, Liang Zhua immediately reported this to Xia He. Xia He arranged for someone to investigate the assistant director, then prepared information and conditions, assigning Liang Zhua to recruit her. The assistant director's name was Xiao Shisher. Although she was an assistant director, she wasn't a prominent figure among the production team's senior management. When Liang Zhua heard several mid-level managers talk about her, they were quite dismissive, saying she had no skills and relied entirely on the director's support. However, the moment Liang Zhua and Xiao Shisher met for the first time, he was certain that this woman was definitely not incompetent. He waited in the underground parking lot until nearly 11 p.m., finally meeting Xiao Shisher after she finished her overtime work. Xiao Shisher's left hand grasped the shoulder strap of her shoulder bag tightly, and her right hand seemed to be doing the same, but Liang Zhua noticed that her fingers were actually reaching into the side pocket of the bag. Liang Zhua decisively raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Let's talk it over, Director Xiao. I'm not threatening. Xiao Shisher's movements remained unchanged. I know you. Liang Zhua, who came during the first week of filming, has been around the studio quite a bit lately. Then you should know I know President Xia, Liang Zhua said, directly invoking the image of Xia He. I want to talk to you. Seeing Xiao Shisher unmoved, Liang Zhua began to complain again. It's getting colder, and there's no heating down there. I've been waiting here, and I'm practically freezing. Just consider it a relief, and send me off for a bowl of hot wontons. Some word in this conversation touched a nerve with Xiao Shisher, and she slowly withdrew her hand. Okay, I talk to you. Liang Zhua immediately dropped his hand, and followed Xiao Shisher briskly. Xiao Shisher's expression was subtle. You don't have your own car? The driver doesn't want to get off work? I told him to go back to be with his wife. He just had a newborn, and they need someone at night, Liang Zhua said. Xiao Shisher turned and looked at him for a moment, then opened his car door. Get in. Liang Zhua immediately jumped into the passenger seat. That's it. Chapter 401. Although it was already 11 p.m., many shops were still open. Xiao Shisher led Liang Zhua around turns, the car never stopping. Liang Zhua began to grow frightened, his hands clasped over his chest. Are you planning to sell me out? Xiao Shisher glanced at him, but didn't respond. When they reached a somewhat deserted alley, she slammed on the brakes. We're here, get out. She didn't forget to grab her shoulder bag and headed straight into the alley. Liang Zhua hurried to follow. Xiao Shisher stopped in front of a small shop lit by incandescent lights. Liang Zhua's sharp eyes caught the handwritten sign beside the door. The ink had faded slightly from exposure to the elements, but the words were still legible. Fresh meat wontons, small bowl 4 yuan, medium bowl 6 yuan, large bowl 8 yuan. Liang Zhua was shocked. How can wontons be this cheap these days? The boss came out after hearing the noise. Seeing Xiao Shisher, he immediately smiled. Shisher, are you working overtime tonight? Glancing at Liang Zhua again, he asked curiously, who is this? The person who wants small wontons, Xiao Shisher replied. The boss said, Oh, and beckon Liang Zhua inside. Don't stand around like an idiot outside. It's windy and cold tonight. Liang Zhua entered the shop. The old sliding door still creaked as it opened and closed, but once inside, the chill outside completely vanished. Liang Zhua shook his shoulders. Ah, much better. The boss asked, which bowl do you want? Liang Zhua felt his stomach. He had indeed waited quite a while, and he was already hungry. Besides, the food in this small shop in the alley is so cheap, even if it is a big bowl, the portion is probably not that big. He said, give me a big bowl. The boss responded, and went to the kitchen to make wontons. Liang Zhua, noticing the boss didn't ask Xiao Shisher if she wanted any, and considering their previous conversation, guessed, are you a regular here? Yes. Xiao Shisher replied calmly, go ahead, what do you want to talk about? She was so direct, Liang Zhua simply stopped wasting time. I heard you're very close to Mo Ingwe, and I wanted to find out. What? What does she want to do? Xiao Shisher looked up at her. With Ween Entertainment's skills, just a simple nod and Mo Ingwe wouldn't dare do anything. Liang Zhua slapped his thigh. I think so too. His behavior left Xiao Shisher a little confused, but she subconsciously became less aloof. Liang Zhua continued, but President Xia doesn't like to interfere too much, otherwise people will just run away. Xiao Shisher was startled, her expression suddenly complicated. If you need to deal with someone, you can't expect them to avoid making mistakes. Only when they make mistakes will you have the opportunity to strike. Being warned will only make them more vigilant, more cautious, and more difficult to completely eliminate. Of course, Xia He also has another consideration. Back then, Chu Chanting relied on the golden tripod to ban Ji Fuling. So, would Ji Fuling want to rely on Ween Entertainment to ban Chu Chanting and Mo Ingwe? Chu Chanting is undoubtedly a scumbag, and Mo Ingwe's targeting and suppression of her are also terrible. If these two were completely defeated, Ji Fuling would only feel happy. However, the reason for their complete defeat shouldn't be that Chu Chanting and Mo Ingwe encountered a tough opponent. Whether these two regret their actions is unimportant. Expecting bad people to have a conscience is wishful thinking. The important thing is that the mistakes these two have made public. Everyone knows that Chu Chanting and Mo Ingwe deserved their fate, that they deserved it. Otherwise, to those unaware of the truth, Chu Chanting and Mo Ingwe would appear innocent and pitiful. And Ji Fuling would also come across as a bully. Xia He disliked this kind of quiet revenge. These vile things should be exposed in broad daylight, condemned and despised by everyone. It would also let everyone know that there was still order in this industry. He might not be able to change the chaotic atmosphere of the entertainment industry on his own, but as long as he was in power, he would not tolerate anyone violating his order. Liang Zhua understood Xia He's meaning and, aside from a sigh of admiration, Mr. Xia is indeed worthy of this title. He had no other thoughts. He couldn't handle such a big task. He just had to be Xia He's errand boy and complete the tasks assigned to him. Xiao Shisher pursed her lips. What kind of terms can you offer? Seeing her words soften, Liang Zhua immediately pressed the issue. Director Xiao should be well aware of our CEO Xia's abilities. Just ask, and I pass it on. Xiao Shisher fell silent, and Liang Zhua didn't press her. Just then, the boss arrived with 2 bowls of wontons and placed them on the table. Come on, eat them while they're hot. My wontons, I'm not boasting, they're a time-honored craft passed down through 2 generations. Guaranteed to be delicious. The boss called out. Liang Zhua glanced at her, a little dazed. Boss, are you running this business to lose money? 8 yuan for such a big bowl? The blue and white bowl, nearly 20 centimeters in diameter, was filled with soup just below the blue and white pattern that circled the rim. The light brown broth reflected the cloud-like wontons, their thin skins and generous fillings. Seaweed, dried shrimp, and chopped green onions, even the oil dripped with a fresh aroma. Liang Zhua's stomach growled at the mere smell, and he quickly grabbed the porcelain spoon and shoved it into his mouth. The warm broth, wrapped around the light wonton wrapper, slid into his mouth. He didn't even need to bite it. The wrapper melted on his tongue, revealing the tender meat filling. The meat filling was 80% lean and 20% fat, chewy and springy, and the flavor was so good he couldn't stop eating. Liang Zhua gulped down a third of the wontons. Seeing Xiao Shisher barely moving his spoon, he urged, don't dawdle. Eat quickly. The skin should melt if you soak it for a while. Xiao Shisher came to his senses, and saw Liang Zhua tucking into the wontons again. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you anxious? Why should I be anxious? Liang Zhua mumbled. You should be anxious. I'd be back home after work, and can sleep until noon tomorrow. You can't, you have to go to work tomorrow morning. Xiao Shisher couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said nothing and lowered her head to eat her portion of wontons. Although Xiao Shisher ate slower, her bowl was smaller, so she finished it almost at the same time as Liang Zhua. Liang Zhua burped. He had really eaten too much tonight, but that was okay. It saved him from waking up hungry tomorrow morning. Xiao Shisher was prepared. I have a favor to ask, Mr. Xia. What is it? Liang Zhua asked. I tell him after I meet with President Xia. Xiao Shisher looked at Liang Zhua intently. Liang Zhua, a bit surprised, rubbed his chin and said, I can convey your message to President Xia, but you have to show your sincerity first. Xiao Shisher didn't trust him, and Liang Zhua could understand that. From her demeanor, he knew she wanted to discuss something serious with Xiao He. So Liang Zhua wouldn't ask any more questions, simply acting as a sounding board. However, Xiao Shisher had to prove she was qualified to sit at the negotiating table. Xiao Shisher pulled her keychain from her bag. It held several USB flash drives, each labeled to distinguish them. However, she removed a silicone, three-dimensional panda-shaped keychain. She handed Liang Zhua the keychain and her business card. Please give these to President Xia. Liang Zhua took them and put them directly into his pocket, not bothering to examine them carefully. Okay, I take them. Xiao Shisher took another breath. I recorded our entire conversation. What you have is just a backup. If the news leaks. Of course not. Liang Zhua interrupted her. I'm loyal to President Xia. Xiao Shisher said nothing more. She knew her actions tonight were a bit reckless, a bit of a gamble. However, she couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. President Xia of Ween Entertainment was already the most influential person she could reach. She glanced at the bowl in front of Liang Zhua again. The wontons had been eaten, and even the soup had been almost gone, with only a chopped scallion and a few drops of broth remaining at the bottom. Chapter 402. The entire Friday was a roller coaster for the savages in Class 3. As expected, the second wave of public opinion arrived. The plan to smear Ji Yunling was completely shattered, not only because Ouyang Wishuang's criticism was strong enough, but also because there was no evidence. Netizens aren't fools. Starting with a picture and then completely fabricating the content is a cliché. So, in the second wave of public opinion, the other side added authenticity, attaching a video of Ji Yunling and Bai Qingyin's agent chatting together. The hype surrounding Ji Yunling, which was based on Ween Entertainment's bullying, was replaced by the news of her signing after Ween Entertainment's brazen release. Bai Qingyin's agent released a short video, saying that Ween Entertainment had conducted an on-site inspection of Ji Yunling on Saturday of the second week and decided to sign her based on the response to the show airing this Wednesday. The photos circulating online show that her meeting with Ji Yunling took place yesterday, Thursday afternoon. The agent made a pointed joke, saying it was a good thing Ween Entertainment acted quickly, otherwise they would have missed out on a talented actress like Ji Yunling. Public opinion instantly shifted, and netizens were abuzz with discussion, all believing Ji Yunling was being persecuted. If it weren't for Ween Entertainment, those who were targeting her would have probably succeeded by now. After another class, the students opened their phones and saw the trending search again, #ChuChongting scumbag. Students, that jumped too fast. The root of the problem, after the agent's video was released, everyone began to suspect Mo Yingwei was behind Ji Yunling's actions and began to dig up any conflicts between the two. A bystander then posted photos of Chu Chongting and Chu Wanfeng helping out at Mo Yingwei's restaurant during the first week of filming, and another shared a photo of a chance encounter with the two at a supermarket. The time span between the two photos clearly proves that the Chu father and son weren't even in Ji Yunling's restaurant that morning. Netizens initially speculated that Mo Yingwei was deliberately stirring up trouble, preventing her husband and son from helping Ji Yunling. After all, the image of a delicate wife she portrayed in the first episode of the show made her seem like someone who would do such a thing. But before long, an insider emerged, claiming that Mo Yingwei disliked Ji Yunling because Chu Chongting still harbored old feelings for her. Then Ji Yunling and Chu Chongting's past was dug up, shocking everyone. Oh my god, the culprit is right here. They're still flaunting their affection on the show? Ji Yunling is so pathetic. Can Chu Chongting give her a kowtow? This became a trending topic for everyone, referring to scumbag men. During lunch break, someone started digging up information about Ji Yunling's child, and Ji Yunling spoke out. She first solemnly stated that while anyone could inquire about her situation, she would take legal action to protect her rights against any slander or leaks of personal information. Especially when it comes to her children, she will absolutely not back down. Ji Yunling then stated that she had indeed misjudged people in her youth and paid the price for it. She hoped that women could learn from her mistakes, and take better care of themselves. After years of hard work, she finally had the opportunity to return to the stage. She loves acting and will, with the support of Ween Entertainment, create even better works. Finally, she stated that she still has 2 episodes left on the show Little Chef's Love, and she will change the restaurant theme for the remaining 2 episodes. Everyone can come and witness her talent. This eloquent speech, both in terms of personal performance and purpose, completely trounced the marketing accounts that were inciting online sentiment. Netizens immediately shifted their focus to issues such as citizens' legal awareness, women's self-protection and growth, and actors' self-cultivation. With this, the morning's public opinion finally came to an end. The students in Class 3 were awed by the spectacle. To maximize their time enjoying the melons, they ordered takeout for lunch. After class, several of them rushed to the school gate to retrieve the melons, and everyone sat in the classroom, enjoying their meals and melons. After Fan Ziren finished eating, he shook Ji Tianxiao by the collar. "Did you know this all along?" Ji Tianxiao was shaken so hard that he swayed back and forth, shaking his head left and right. "I didn't know." If he had known, he would have taken the day off. How could he let his mother face such a serious matter alone? He also wanted to help her. Xie Xiangxue and Yao Shaili, sharing their co-ordered pizza, were also quite impressed. "I didn't expect to experience so much in just a few hours this morning." News spreads quickly online. A slight delay can cause unforeseen damage to one's image. Jiang Chuchu tapped the tabletop. She felt a little annoyed. Overall, every move on Ji Yuling's part was incredibly precise, clearly prepared. Otherwise, the response wouldn't have been so quick. She didn't know who was responsible for gathering intelligence on Xiaohe's side. Couldn't they have poached her? Ahem. Liangzhua sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and muffled, "Sister, do I have a cold?" "You're strong enough to walk 7 huskies." Liang Chu stared at his phone without looking up. "Is President Xiao's business done?" "It was finished last night. I delivered it overnight. I didn't expect President Xia to even rest." Thinking of this, Liangzhua felt a little sympathetic towards Xiaohe. How could a boss of that stature still be so busy? The keychain pendant Xiao Shisher had given could be disassembled, revealing a small memory card. The memory card required a password to access. Xiaohe thought for a moment, then took Xiao Shisher's business card and entered the last 6 digits of the phone number written on it. Unlocked successfully. The memory card contained not only the recording of Mo Yingwei directing the production team, but also some footage that hadn't been edited in, such as the footage of the Chu family father and son, as team members, disregarding Ji Yunling. Xiaohe had also gathered a considerable amount of evidence. Time was running out, so he wouldn't pin all his hopes on Liangzhua alone. However, Liangzhua's performance was indeed outstanding, and this evidence from within the production team would further solidify the issues surrounding the 3 individuals. While Xiaohe arranged for his assistants and contacted the PR team to develop a publicity plan, he shifted his gaze to another folder on the memory card, which appeared on the screen. The folder's name was simple. Evidence. Clicking it, he saw 29 folders in total, each containing a different person's name. Clicking any of them, a riot of images, audio, and video filled the screen. After taking in the image's contents, Xiaohe's expression changed. He closed the window, remained silent for a long moment, and slowly exhaled. "I can also create new possibilities for others' destinies," Xiaohe muttered to himself. He gazed out the window at the dark sky, then retracted his gaze, carefully folding the memory card and carrying it with him. He was going to meet Xiao Shisher, to see the person who had persevered through the darkness for so long, and then tell her the sun was rising. Chapter 403. For the next 2 weeks, the bastards of Class 3 lived a life of both pain and joy. There was simply too much gossip to eat. I love this variety show. Although the story of Mo Yingwei and Chu Chanting targeting Ji Yunling was exposed, it wasn't enough to warrant a ban. It was simply a personal feud between the guests, and it had no impact on the show itself. The online criticism of Mo Yingwei and Chu Chanting was actually a good thing for the production team. With enough buzz, more people naturally watched the show. Although the comments were filled with criticism as soon as Mo Yingwei's team appeared, it didn't matter. Things would improve once Ji Yuling's scenes came around. Ji Yuling's 3rd filming episode once again showcased her excellent acting skills to the audience. This time, without Gu Qinghuan and the others to help, only Ji Tianxiao was left. However, with Xiaohe's investment, the production team wouldn't skimp on the wait staff. More importantly, in the 3rd episode, Ji Yunling wasn't acting as a restaurant owner. She plays an extraordinary, earthbound spirit in an ordinary restaurant. Yes, this time it's a horror suspense-themed show. While there aren't many horror-loving customers, Ji Yunling has already signed a contract with Ween Entertainment, so a smaller number of customers won't be a big deal. The general premise is that many years ago, a woman mysteriously died in a restaurant. Now, a detective with psychic powers, a guest, has been invited to uncover the truth. This time, the restaurant is buffet style, and guests can explore various clues as they wander around. As an earthbound spirit, Ji Yunling doesn't speak any lines, relying entirely on body movements and demeanor to convey information, which naturally requires a higher level of acting skill. On the day of filming, the internet was flooded with comments. Considering the public's level of acceptance, collecting and deducing information wasn't difficult, and some people even gave spoilers online. Despite this, the vast majority gave Ji Yunling's acting high praise. Excuse me, has Ji Yunling really never been to the morgue to collect footage? Even knowing she was there from the beginning, she was still frightened. It's terrifying. He remained unmoved by what others said. His concentration is truly remarkable. When the third episode aired, Fong Wenfu's skin design competition also concluded voting on the same day. Although his final ranking was only 13th. After reaching 12th, he was still squeezed out by other entries, but Fong Wenfu was already very satisfied with the result. He even took a screenshot of the webpage showing the votes for his work and selected his favorite comments from Shi Guanghui's comments section. He carefully kept it as a souvenir of his first official work. As for Matilda's dress, he even put it in a display case. When I become a famous designer, I can hold my own exhibition. Fong Wenfu danced with joy as he spoke. Then I put this dress front and center, symbolizing my dream and the starting point of my career. Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Shirchen exchanged bewilderment, then applauded him for their friendship. His second dress, Gu Qinghuan and the others hadn't even seen the design yet. I wonder where Fong Wenfu got his confidence from. No, this guy used to be a troublemaker, so this level of confidence is natural. Gu Qinghuan had thought Zhang Zhanchen and Ji Tianxia's mission was over, temporarily. Unexpectedly, after the fourth episode aired and the entire Little Chef's Love program concluded, a major upheaval erupted in the entertainment industry. Starting with Chu Chongting's family and the Little Chef's Love program director, a complete chain of illicit entertainment activity was exposed. Chu Chongting and Mo Yingwe, under the guise of award-winning actors and actresses, pretended to introduce newcomers to industry veterans and investors, but in reality, they were pimping. They would drug newcomers, force them to sleep with those who refused, and film the incident to silence them. Some stubborn newcomers who tried to resist were controlled by Chu Chongting and Mo Yingwe through various means, resulting in several deaths. Even more terrifying was the couple's son, Chu Wanfeng, who was also involved. He would select his favorites from among the coerced newcomers, using them as toys and demanding they play games with him. The so-called game involved pretending to be a loving older sister or brother, so much so that they agreed to whatever his brother asked for. For example, if he wanted to experience being carried to the hospital in the pouring rain, his family would have to carry him, even if they fell and bloodied their knees. Chu Chongting and Mo Yingwe didn't care at all, and even thought Chu Wanfeng was helping the newcomer hone his acting skills. The director, whom Xiao Chu loved, was also one of the Chu family's clients. He was also the one who, after Xiao Shisher entered the industry, stole all of her creative work. Xiao Shisher herself came from an orphanage, and the director, seeing she had no one to back her up, seized the fruits of her labor. The director, relying on Chu Chongting's connections, colluded with a number of people, even threatening Xiao Shisher that she could escape, but the orphanage could not. For the orphanage, Xiao Shisher worked diligently under the director. Over time, the director assumed Xiao Shisher had resigned herself to her fate. Furthermore, he believed he had given her enough money to make her tears of gratitude, and he gradually relaxed his guard. And so, Xiao Shisher discovered the director's secret. 29 folders, 29 people he had ruined. She carefully lurked, acting as the director's lackey, pretending to be inconspicuous, and focusing solely on gathering more evidence. The Little Chef's Love episode was her idea, and the inclusion of Mo Yingwe's family was an opportunity to connect with them and see if she could find a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, she would meet Ji Yunling, and Ji Tianxiao would call in Gu Qinghuan, further establishing a connection with Ween Entertainment. Upon meeting Xiao Shisher was surprised. She hadn't expected the rumored CEO to be so young. However, Xiao He's first words gave her immense confidence. "You done a great job. Leave the rest to me." And so, the revelations that rocked the internet followed. Of course, before the revelations, Xiao He had already contacted the police and rounded up all those implicated. Now, revealing the truth was simply to bring these usually righteous individuals to ruin. After seeing the revelations, Gu Qingwan immediately asked the system to check the progress. Where is Ji Tianxiao's mission? The system replied, it will be completed soon. In other words, Ji Tianxiao's most desperate fate was indeed connected to the Chu family. Gu Qingwan took a breath. She truly wanted to rush over to the Chu family and give each of those 3 scoundrels a slap in the face. Chapter 404. Ji Tianxiao heard the sound of sirens. He woke from his dream, drenched in a cold sweat, only to realize it was all a hallucination. He chuckled to himself, dragging himself to his feet and standing in front of the bathroom mirror. The man in the mirror had tangled hair, a rough stubble, and a hideous scar running from his left forehead to his cheekbone. His left eye was cloudy, clearly blind. Ji Tianxiao brushed his teeth briefly, washed his face, and made a bowl of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to finish, he went out to the balcony to bask in the sun. Unfortunately, it was overcast today, and cold rain was more likely to fall on his face than warm sunshine. He felt a little discouraged, and was about to return to his room when he noticed a child downstairs staring at him curiously, and turned his gaze away. He wondered which child was not afraid of him in such a state, standing there blankly, clutching a doll, not even blinking. Ji Tianxiao recognized the doll as the protagonist of a recently released cartoon, A Righteous Hero. Coincidentally, he remembered the hero's signature move. The child's eyes widened. The uncle upstairs could do the hero's signature move. Exactly the same. So cool. Although the uncle's face was covered with something black, it must have been a curse cast by an enemy. They had also shown it on TV. After the hero was cursed, his companions helped him find the spring that dispelled the curse, and the hero's curse was lifted. She couldn't help but raise the doll, waving it joyfully at the uncle, and calling out the hero's name. Her father heard her, and seeing her waving to the owner of the terrifying Building 4, he was so frightened that he quickly grabbed the child and ran away, scolding, "Stay away from that person." The child couldn't understand why he had to stay away. He was a hero, the hero everyone loved. He was still cursed, and where were his companions? Why hadn't they come out yet? The hero's curse. What if it couldn't be removed? The child wailed, "I don't want it. I want to go." The wailing grew fainter, and Ji Tianxiao slowly withdrew his gaze and walked back into the house. The small villa he was living in was quite old. Someone had died there, so it had been hard to sell. The price had been repeatedly lowered, but he had gotten a bargain. He had chosen this villa because it had a basement. He walked to the basement entrance, carrying instant noodles. Once inside, he was greeted by the disgusting smell of blood. But for those inside, the aroma of the noodles was more important. The sound of chains clashing echoed, and the 3 men's eyes nearly glowed green, their voices hoarse as if they were sawing wood. "Give it to me, hungry." Chu Chanting stared intently at Ji Tianxiao's hand. Ji Tianxiao kicked forward, twisting his already broken right leg even more violently, and Chu Chanting let out a painful wail. Ji Tianxiao said nothing more, simply sitting down, unconcerned with the bloodstains on the floor, and devouring his last cup of instant noodles. Mo Yingwe didn't even have the energy to speak. She simply stared at the remaining soup, licking her dry lips. As for Chu Wanfeng, he glared at Ji Tianxiao with hatred. On the same spot on Chu Wanfeng's face, a fresh wound, similar to Ji Tianxiao's, lay, though it hadn't scabbed over and still exuded a rotting smell. At this point, Ji Tianxiao no longer cared about Chu Wanfeng's attitude. He simply picked up the crowbar and smashed it down on Chu Wanfeng's head. Mo Yingwen numbly watched her son's head bruised and bleeding. At first, she screamed, but now she didn't even have the energy. She even felt like Chu Wanfeng had found relief. She closed her eyes, awaiting her own death. Ji Tianxiao turned and approached Chu Chanting first. "Why did you show up?" Ji Tianxiao asked softly. "Neither my mom nor I, no matter how much we loved acting, ever considered entering the entertainment industry. We were hiding from you. I was just acting in a few plays for the school club, and you found me online, forced me to debut, and profited for you. After you found my mom, you used her to threaten me. And then, after your son disfigured me, you deemed me useless and threw me away." Ji Tianxiao laughed, tears streaming from his right eye. While he was in a coma from the infection, Ji Fuling contacted reporters and marketing accounts, using her past with Chu Chanting as a publicity stunt. She desperately wanted to expose the Chu family's crimes, but no reporters or marketing accounts dared to answer. Even if she called the police, they couldn't produce evidence, so she ultimately had to conceal the truth. Even though she was insulted by netizens, who berated her for not having an abortion, and accused her of being a money grubber, Ji Fuling still wanted the money to pay for Ji Tianxiao's treatment. She did get the money, and Mo Yingwe, condescendingly, displayed her sympathy, saying that as a fellow mother, she understood Ji Yuling's love for her son, earning her widespread praise. In the end, Ji Fuling was pushed off the building by one of Mo Yingwe's fanatic fans, and died instantly. When Ji Tianxiao woke up, he had lost everything. I'm curious, were the people who killed my mother really those so-called fans? Ji Tianxiao lifted Chu Chongting's chin with a crowbar. The fan had been diagnosed with mental illness, and sent to a mental hospital instead of jail. Ji Tianxiao later went looking for him, but found nothing. Chu Chongting gasped for breath, speechless. Ji Tianxiao no longer cared. He was already satisfied with killing those 3 men. He wasted no time, killing Chu Chongting and Mo Yingwe without hesitation. Then, he discarded the blood-soaked crowbar, and walked out of the basement. He patiently washed his hands, changed into clean clothes, shaved, combed his hair, and removed the scars on his face and the lifeless left eye. He looked normal. Ji Tianxiao smiled at the mirror, just like when he used to sit by his door. As long as Ji Fuling opened the door, he could look up, smile at her, and say, "Mom, you're back. Are you not ready yet?" The insects, visible only to Ji Tianxiao, growled impatiently in his ears. It had been eyeing this human for months, tempting Ji Tianxiao to sign a contract with it, promising to carry him through rebirth. Ji Tianxiao could see his mother again, prepare for any danger, and begin a brand new life. But Ji Tianxiao kept casually saying, "Wait a little longer." The worm waited for a long time, until Ji Tianxiao had gone to great lengths to kidnap the Chu family, torture, and kill those 3 scoundrels. It grew impatient. It also wanted to force the contract, but the human's will was too strong, making it difficult to do so unless he was on the verge of death. You have avenged yourself, have repaid your mother in this life, and you can rest assured in your rebirth. The worm persuaded Ji Tianxiao again. Then, it saw Ji Tianxiao pull a knife from a drawer, and stab itself in the heart without hesitation. It all happened so quickly that the insect hadn't expected him to do this, and it let out a piercing scream. "Damn it! What are you doing?" Ji Tianxiao collapsed, and he heard the sirens again, this time for real. He had set a timed text message and called the police himself, and they arrived quite quickly. The suicide note and the evidence of the Chu family's crimes were all placed in the living room. Kidnapping and murdering 3 famous actors, such a serious crime, no one could suppress it. How could he, with his hands covered in blood, deserve to be reborn? His acting skills were no longer used to move the audience, but for revenge. Even if he were reborn, he wouldn't be able to return to the stage he longed for. If there truly was a life without suffering, living happily with his mother, then just imagining it would be happiness enough. He didn't want to rob another of his own happiness. The bug furiously charged at Ji Tianxiao, determined to snatch as much of his soul as possible, if not all of it. However, a pale golden barrier, like sunlight, illuminated, protecting Ji Tianxiao and trapping the bug. Yes, such a future exists. The system's voice was as calm and peaceful as ever. How wonderful! Ji Tianxiao looked back at the confident and radiant Ji Fuling in his memory. He didn't drag his mother down, but flew alongside her. His mother seemed to have come to pick him up, too. Ji Tianxiao raised the corners of his mouth with difficulty, moving his lips. "Mom, let's act out our play together again. Today, we're playing the reunited mother and son. No matter how ugly and filthy I become, you will recognize me and hold me, right?" Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Ji Tianxiao. Chapter 405. Gu Qingwan called Xia He. "I need your help with something." Xia He reclined at a rattan chair. He'd been incredibly busy with the Chu family's affairs lately, so he'd taken the day off. He was basking in the sun, feeling sleepy when Gu Qingwan called. "What's going on? Can you find out what happened to the Chu family? And what happened to the people involved in that criminal chain the police reported?" Gu Qingwan asked. Xia He perked up a bit, thinking that Gu Qingwan had definitely asked the right person. After all, he sent those people to jail. Still, he was curious. Why did you think of asking that? Gu Qingwan recalled the system's description of Ji Tianxia's most despairing future and pursed her lips. "I get so angry just thinking about those bad guys. They're really bad." Xia He agreed. Just because Xiao Shisher had given him a list with 29 people on it didn't mean there were only 29 people in total. This incident involved a wide range of people, with officials arresting batch after batch, and the police reports stretching back countless seconds. Although they achieved a major milestone by the end of the year, and next year's performance review would undoubtedly yield excellent results, who wouldn't want to give these bastards a few slaps when they thought about what they'd done? Xia He had a suspicion, but she still asked, "You want to know more than just how many years these people will be sentenced to, or how much compensation or fines they receive, right?" "Of course," Gu Qinghwan said calmly. "I want to know the true suffering these people endured." Xia He thought for a moment, then told Gu Qinghwan about the Chu family's situation. Chu Chongting and Mo Yingyue's sentences and compensation were obvious, and the brands they endorsed were all demanding liquidated damages and compensation, with all their assets facing complete loss. All film and television productions featuring these two are being urgently handled. Leading roles are being removed, while supporting roles are being edited whenever possible. It's worth noting that despite issues with the director and main guest of the show Little Chef's Love, officials saw that Xia He had just signed Ji Fuling, and they didn't want to let him suffer a loss. Thus, at the suggestion of the investors, primarily Ween Entertainment, assistant director Xiao Shisher took over directing duties. Little Chef's Love has been re-edited into a variety show with a single guest. It has been temporarily removed from the airwaves, and will be re-released online once the editing is complete. Xiao Shisher is currently working diligently with her team to make adjustments. Finally, she's free from impersonation, and can fully showcase her talents. Chu Chongting and Mo Yingyue have been taken to the detention center. How are they doing in the cell? Of course, they're very well, and the suspects in the same cell can testify. As for Chu Wanfeng, while still a minor, he's already over 12 years old. A preliminary investigation has confirmed that he has committed numerous cases of severe injuries and disability caused by exceptionally cruel means, with egregious circumstances. It is foreseeable that once his crimes become public knowledge, they will have an extremely negative impact on society as a whole. The Supreme People's Procuratorate will approve the prosecution, holding Chu Wanfeng criminally responsible and sentencing him. Gu Qinghwan breathed a sigh of relief. It's fantastic that he will be sentenced. Although he won't be detained for now, Chu Chongting and Mo Yingyue have already been arrested. Without alternative guardians, the Civil Affairs Department will assume temporary custody for the time being. Xia He spoke slowly. He's already been sent to the orphanage. To prevent Chu Wanfeng from causing harm to other children, 2 special personnel have been accompanying him at all times, also to prevent him from escaping. From what I understand, he was beaten several times at school a few days ago, and is currently staying at the orphanage, refusing to leave. Xia He spoke with regret. He felt that Chu Wanfeng should be sent directly to a special school, but the verdict would be coming soon, and it would be too much trouble to send him back and forth. It would be better to send him directly to a juvenile detention center. After all, Chu Wanfeng would be 14 next January, making him just old enough for juvenile detention. It was only a few beatings. Gu Qinghwan also felt regretful. She wondered if she could go and give him a beating herself, or if Ji Tianxiao would be the better choice. Forget it. Since Ji Tianxiao in this world line had achieved fulfillment and happiness, there was no need for him to be associated with that trash anymore. Speaking of Chu Wanfeng, I found out something else. Xia He remembered he was originally trying to get someone to spread the news that the boss of Ween Entertainment was having an affair with Ji Fuling. Gu Qinghwan's thoughts faltered. Aren't you the boss of Ween Entertainment? It was a shame Gu Qinghwan didn't make a video call, otherwise he would have seen how terrifying Xia He's smile was. Yeah, thankfully the person he found had some sense and reported it to me. Xia He sneered. Raised pampered by Chu Chongting and Mo Yingyue, Chu Wanfeng never considered the consequences of his actions. After all, he had always targeted newcomers whose weaknesses had been exploited, leaving them unable to resist his orders. He had no idea about Ween Entertainment, and simply applied his past experience directly, assuming that Ween Entertainment would be at his mercy like the toys he always been. Sadly, Ween Entertainment was a force he couldn't possibly challenge. Congratulations on preserving your reputation. Gu Qinghwan said this sincerely. Xia He remained silent. After all, after this incident, no media outlet would dare to touch Ween Entertainment again. He would protect the artists in his company, and continue to maintain order within his own company. The two chatted for a long time. After hearing that these people had deserved their punishment, Gu Qinghwan felt much better and changed the subject. I received the invitation. It's a shame that Christmas falls on a Thursday this year. If it had been Saturday or Sunday, I could have enjoyed a full-day birthday party. Gu Qinghwan was disappointed. Xia He paused. Wouldn't you get tired of eating cake all day? Although his birthday party wasn't all cake, from Gu Qinghwan's tone, he really suspected she was eating cake as a meal. That's fine. A piece of cake, a plate of barbecue, a piece of cake, a pair of grilled wings, a piece of cake, a fried chicken. Gu Qinghwan began to list the dishes. Xia He rubbed his temples. That's so much. Can you finish it all? I can eat for a while, then rest for a while. Gu Qinghwan rubbed his hands eagerly. Xia He thought he already made up his mind. He see what Gu Qinghwan liked, and packed some for her to take home. But seeing her eagerly waiting to eat, he felt even more excited for his birthday party. Then you better come early after school, or the meal time will be shortened, Xia He said. Besides, I want to receive my birthday present sooner. Don't worry, I take Chu-Chu or Xinbao's car and go with them. Gu Qinghwan replied. Thinking of Jiang Chu-Chu and Yu Xian, who had been getting increasingly involved lately, Xia He felt a rare headache. While he could probably guess that the culprit was Gu Qinghwan, who was currently on the phone with him, he couldn't really blame her, could he? It was just that the competition for Gu Qinghwan's position as a patron was incredibly intense. Chapter 406. As Christmas approached, Class 3 wasn't feeling much of a festive mood. The result of the intense melon eating in the past few weeks was that the civets had lost their enthusiasm for anything. If it weren't for Jiang Chu-Chu, the Discipline Inspection Commission, keeping watch, everyone's attention in class would probably have been lacking. In comparison, Gu Qinghwan was incredibly motivated. Tian Shao had completed his mission and rescued so many people. The reward for his own efforts was his greatest motivation. Su Xinghe marveled at Gu Qinghwan. The squad leader is truly our class's civic king. After so many days of melon eating, everyone's spirits are dwindling, yet she is still so energetic. Qin Yu almost laughed out loud. Civic king. Before he could even chuckle, Jiang Chu-Chu slapped him on the head with an invitation. What are you laughing at? Qin Yu held his head, trying to defend himself. I'm not laughing yet, am I? Jiang Chu-Chu rolled her eyes at him, her lips curled upwards, yet she still claimed she wasn't laughing. She didn't say anything more about it, instead handing the invitation to Qin Yu. Take it. It's from your brother, and you're going. Qin Yu took it and looked at it. It was an invitation to Xia He's birthday party. Xia He didn't plan to invite too many people, but each invitation sent out allowed for 2 additional guests. Gu Qinghwan asked her parents, but they didn't know Xia He's background. However, thinking about Jiang Chu-Chu's birthday party, they thought it was similar, so they let Gu Qinghwan go. Gu Qinghwan felt that revealing Xia He's background would only make her parents uneasy, so she didn't explain further. Qin Min was at school. Although he received the invitation, he didn't have time to attend. He could only express his regret to Xia He and mail his invitation and the gift he had prepared to Jiang Chu-Chu, who gave it to Qin Yu to deliver. Why did my brother send you the invitation and gifts? Qin Yu was puzzled. Because he was about to arrange for them to be delivered, my brother came to him, and he took it on. Jiang Chu-Chu shrugged. Jiang Yuxuan had been busy with a Christmas-themed event recently. Although he had a marketing plan in place, he was a little undecided, so he went to Qin Min for help. Since he needed help, Jiang Yuxuan took on such a small task as sending gifts, but it was Jiang Chu-Chu who actually did the work. Since his brother was so busy that he had no time to wash his greasy hair, Jiang Chu-Chu reluctantly agreed and extorted some new equipment. Where's the gift? Qin Yu looked at Jiang Chu-Chu's hand. I didn't bring any, Jiang Chu-Chu replied flatly. If I gave it to you, who knows if you forget it? It's better to leave it with me and give it to you when we get there. Qin Yu suspected he was being underestimated, and the evidence was clear. But since it saved him some trouble, he didn't mind. He returned to the invitation. Where is this party being held? Why do I have to scan a QR code? Jiang Chu-Chu pointed to the small print next to it. This code can only be scanned 3 times. After scanning, it will enter the mini-program. First, enter the invitation number and the invitee's information. After confirmation, you can fill in the information of 2 accompanying persons. Only after the review is complete will the electronic pass be sent to your phone. Qin Yu was stunned. Is it that complicated? Jiang Chu-Chu nodded. Yes, it is. My dad told me that this party seems to be held at the Xia family's old house, and we may have to go through security to enter. Yu Xian also came over. No wonder Yu Jinxin was so shocked when he saw my invitation. He's still begging me to take him along. Yu Xian's invitation wasn't sent to the Yu family, but to the school. She didn't intend to tell Yu Wenli and Cui Wanting about it, lest they take advantage of her. However, when Yu Jinxin came to test her, he saw the invitation on the table and wanted Yu Xian to bring him along. The fact that it was Yu Xian who received the invitation, not him, was embarrassing for him. He didn't want Yu Wenli to pay more attention to her, so he kept it a secret, focusing on his own interests. Yu Xian thought about it and said she could bring him along, but he had to sign the previous contract to prove his ability before he could attend the Xia family banquet. So, Eugene Qin had been busy negotiating the contract for the past 2 days, and Yu Xian was very pleased with his attitude. The Jiang family's invitation was for Jiang Yue. He first asked Zhu Qinglan, but Zhu Qinglan wasn't very interested and asked Jiang Yue to ask his son if he wanted to go. Jiang Yuxuan wasn't familiar with Xia He, and the thought of traveling back and forth between the two places on a Thursday was too much trouble, so he decisively declined. In the end, the Jiang family's attendees were Jiang Yue, Zhu Qinglan, and Jiang Chuchu. Qin Min's invitation was for him personally. The Qin and Xia families had no business dealings, but Qin Min and Xia he had a personal relationship. Qin Yinxia had originally had no interest in attending, but changed her mind when she heard Zhu Qinglan was going. The children would have their own fun, and she would chat with her best friend, treating it as a way to relax after work. As for getting closer to the Xia family, given the Qin family's size, they could focus on their own business without having to cultivate too many connections. A steady approach would be more meaningful. When the time came, Qin Min would naturally contact Xia He. Gu Qinghuan looked at Qin Yu's invitation, then recalled her own. Why do I remember there was no code on my invitation? Jiang Chuchu pondered. Perhaps your invitation is a unique one? Xia He had never held a birthday party before, and she didn't know why she suddenly thought of one, let alone at the Xia family's old house. It was too late to officially debut as the heir, especially since Xia he had already attended various events as the head of the Xia family for the past 6 months. Jiang Chuchu wasn't sure about the banquet specifications, but she figured it wouldn't be too high-end. If it were truly a business occasion, Gu Qinghuan would definitely be embarrassed. Gu Qinghuan thought it would be a good idea to ask. Qin Yu's invitation is different from mine, isn't it? Xia he replied after a while. Yours is a unique one. The old man requested it. Xia Suerong had been thinking about this birthday party since Xia He's birthday last year. Partly, he wanted to make up for the birthdays Xia he had missed, and partly, he wanted to see what kind of person Gu Qinghuan really was. He was still brooding over last year's leftover stump cake. He heard Xia he hired a famous pastry chef, and he was quite pleased. Show off the Xia family's skills. Last year's cake was nothing. Xia he didn't bother to care about him, but he was a little worried about the special treatment, so he arranged for the entire service staff to keep an eye on Gu Qinghuan. Of course, there was no need to tell Gu Qinghuan about this. It was just a minor precaution. Gu Qinghuan was confused. Old man. Your grandfather? Why would he do this? Xia he had to explain last year's cake sharing. Gu Qinghuan almost held his head in his hands. Why did you give your grandfather a share? Xia he, I'm willing to share it with him. He should be happy. Xia he, by the way, he refused to lend me my collection before. This time it's at the old house, so I had it moved out and put it at the venue. I show you around then. Gu Qinghuan frowned. The Xia family's old man's collection must be priceless, no matter how you looked at it. Could they really just be put out there so easily? Forget it. She decided not to dwell on it. That was a matter for Xia He and Xia Suerong to consider. She just had to take care of her mouth and stomach and go out to eat with her friends after school. Chapter 407. On Christmas Day, Gu Qinghuan went to school with the gift she had prepared. After all, she wasn't going home for lunch and had to leave straight after school, so she didn't have time to go home to get the gift. So, she just took it with her. Luckily, the gift she had prepared wasn't fresh food, so she didn't have to worry about it spoiling. Jiang Chuchu looked at the packed box and gestured with her eyes. Can I have it? Gu Qinghuan considered the contents and nodded. No problem. Jiang Chuchu took it carefully, but when she lifted her hand, she found it was much lighter than she had expected. She was surprised. What did you give me? You find out when Xia he opens her gift. Gu Qinghuan smiled, keeping it a secret. Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but think of her own birthday gift and solemnly put the box down. Okay, I watch him open it then. Even though she was Jiang Chuchu, she was still one of the idiots in class 3. To satisfy her curiosity, she didn't mind standing by Xia He's side for a while. Gu Qinghuan deliberately restrained herself at lunch, eating only until she was half full. She skipped the afternoon beverages, opting for plain water instead. Her water bar was already fully operational, with members of the student union occasionally stopping by to say hello and pick up a drink. Every other day, she'd bring a few bottles from home and recommend her favorites to Gu Qinghuan. So, it took a tremendous amount of willpower for Gu Qinghuan to resist grabbing a bottle from the dazzling array of drinks on the bar for her afternoon drink. Jiang Chuchu, however, didn't mind and continued drinking coffee in the afternoon. She'd been quite busy lately. The projects Jiang Yue had given her to practice on, though they all had to go through Jiang Yue's final approval before implementation, had actually turned out quite differently from what she expected. However, after the implementation, Jiang Chuchu was the one who monitored the progress and made various adjustments. While tiring, it was also fulfilling. Jiang Chuchu was still looking forward to the results of her work this year. 3 minutes before the bell rang, Qin Yu had already packed up his desk and school bag, even putting away his pen. Chen Zilan wanted to glare at him, but considering Qin Yu's improved English score on the midterm exam, he turned a blind eye. Of course, the main reason was that he saw Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu, and Yu Xian behind Qin Yu. Their desks were relatively empty, and they were obviously planning to leave quickly after school. Perhaps there was some group activity, Chen Zilan thought. The class ended on time without delay. Qin Yu grabbed his school bag and grabbed his textbooks, stuffing them into it as he walked out. I'm leaving now. My family's car needs to pick me up first, and then I go pick up my mom, Qin Yu said, and ran off. Gu Qinghuan also shouldered her backpack. Chuchu, are you going with mom and dad too? No, Jiang Chuchu said. We're all going our own way, and mom said she's going to see Aunt Qin this afternoon, so they all be together. This meant that Qin Yu, in addition to his mother, Qin Yanxia, would also be accompanied by Jiang Chuchu's mother, Xu Qinglan. Yu Xian looked a little reluctant. That guy, Yu Jinxin, even though they agreed to the terms of the contract, the official signing isn't until next Monday. He's clearly playing dirty. Jiang Chuchu was silent. Then why are you taking him? He said he'd give me 40% of his dividend this year. Yu Xian sighed. You can't go against the money. With a genius like Su Lin around, Yu Xian had long understood the differences between people. Rather than delving into technology, she preferred to be an angel investor, turning the ideas of geniuses into reality. Since that was the case, she had to save up a substantial amount of capital. After all, with investing, if only 1 out of 10 succeeded at first, it would require incredible luck. The thought of using the Yu family's money to raise her own fish was a delight. As the three of them reached the school gate, Yu Xian immediately spotted Yu Jinxin leaning against the car door. She sighed again and resigned herself to riding in the same car with him. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu waved sympathetically at her. Just bear with it, it'll only take a moment. Gu Qinghuan got into the Jiang family's car, the same one from before, and asked, How long will it take? Jiang Chuchu checked the navigation. At least 40 minutes, right? It's rush hour, so traffic is likely. Gu Qinghuan immediately opened her bag and pulled out her homework. Then I do some homework. Jiang Chuchu was impressed. You can do homework in the car. Isn't this something I cultivated over the years? Gu Qinghuan shook her head. During long vacations, I wanted to travel with my family, but I also had to do homework, so I developed this ability. Jiang Chuchu was filled with admiration and ultimately joined Gu Qinghuan in doing her homework. When the two arrived at the parking lot in front of the Xia family's old house, the driver dropped them off and left. Gu Qinghuan noticed that some people had also driven up, got out of their cars directly at the front door, handed their car keys to the parking attendant, and went to verify their passes. Is there really a security check? Gu Qinghuan rubbed her forehead. Jiang Chuchu's school bag had been left in the car. When she got out, she asked the driver to open the trunk and waved to the waiter, who immediately came to help her and took out the gift she had prepared. Gu Qinghuan still had her school bag on her back, and the gift was inside. She wasn't sure how long the party would last, and it wouldn't be appropriate to leave too early, so she decided, if the party lasted a long time, she'd eat for a while. Then she'd find a place to do her homework, and then eat after finishing. Seeing Jiang Chuchu checking her pass, Gu Qinghuan also put down her school bag and took out her invitation. She was about to hand it to the waiter, who had been waiting since she got out of the car, but the waiter had already bowed. Ms. Gu, there's no need to check your invitation. Please follow me in, the waiter said. Jiang Chuchu tooted twice. She was about to say that this was indeed special treatment, but then she remembered the situation at Yunjin Tower and kept her mouth shut. The situation at Yunjinlu was similar, wasn't it? Her waiters all memorized Gu Qinghuan's face. Jiang Chuchu, why do I feel like I'm being tampered with? Gu Qinghuan scratched his cheek. Don't I have to turn in this invitation? No, the waiter's smile remained unchanged. You can keep it as a souvenir. Would you mind leaving your belongings with me? If needed, you can contact any of the staff members present, and we return them immediately. Gu Qinghuan thought about it. Carrying a backpack to a birthday party, especially in this kind of setting, seemed rather odd. She handed the bag to the waiter and asked Jiang Chuchu, Chuchu, are you done with the check? Shall we go in together? Okay. Jiang Chuchu had just finished. The two of them walked through the security checkpoint, about to breathe a sigh of relief, when another waiter asked, "Would you like to take the designated vehicle to the main venue, or walk?" "How long will the walk take?" Jiang Chuchu asked. "Estimated half an hour," the waiter replied. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged bewilderment and said in unison, "Let's take the bus." Even without her pre-meal exercise, Gu Qinghuan felt she was already quite hungry. She better get to the venue early to meet the little cake she'd been craving. Chapter 408. Gu Qinghuan had initially thought she was riding in one of those scenic area sightseeing buses, but when the bus pulled up, she realized it was an expensive-looking electric sedan. She tried to measure its length and estimated it to be over 5.5 meters. As for the brand, Gu Qinghuan didn't recognize it, but cars with three-dimensional logos like these didn't seem cheap. The waiter opened the door. "Please get in." Gu Qinghuan got in, not even bothering to check what kind of car it was. She definitely couldn't afford it anyway. A half-hour walk would only take a few minutes by car. When Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu got out of the car, they immediately spotted Xia He standing on the steps, with an old man leaning on a cane beside him. Xia Suerong, seeing that Xia He had received a message from the reception team and knew Gu Qinghuan had arrived, followed Xia He from the main residence to the entrance of the banquet venue. Having been arguing with Xia He intermittently until now, Xia Suerong simply wanted to find out who this girl named Gu Qinghuan was. He knew Jiang Chuchu, so the other person was Gu Qinghuan? She was shorter than Jiang Chuchu, but had thick jet-black hair. She looked well-nourished. Xia Suerong looked down, his first attention naturally focused on Gu Qinghuan's height and the top of his head. Just as he was thinking she looked ordinary, he saw Gu Qinghuan's raised face. He was taken aback for a moment. This child didn't have breathtaking beauty, but for some reason, she was very striking. If many people were photographed together wearing the same clothes, their eyes would probably involuntarily drift to Gu Qinghuan. She was like a source of light, bright and vibrant, and just looking at her made him feel refreshed. It was the same now. As soon as their eyes met, Gu Qinghuan seemed a little surprised, perhaps guessing he was Xia He's grandfather, but a natural, bright smile quickly broke out. The steps weren't high, just a few steps. Gu Qinghuan took them, then thought for a moment and said, "Xia He, happy birthday." Xia He calmly stood in front of Xia Suerong, not wanting to introduce him at all. "Just a blessing?" "No, I actually brought firecrackers." Gu Qinghuan fished 2 firecrackers from his pocket. Jiang Chuchu, watching from the side, felt like she was going to faint. She really wanted to send a message to Lin Zhulu, saying that the firecrackers she bought earlier had been hidden by Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan said seriously, "Actually, I was planning to say happy birthday while pulling the ribbon towards you, but I didn't realize your grandfather was here. I thought I'd better not scare him." Xia Suerong was very unhappy to be blocked by Xia He. Hearing this with a fierce face, he couldn't help but reply, "How could I be scared by such a little thing?" "Really? But it would be troublesome to clean up, right?" Gu Qinghuan looked very embarrassed. Xia Suerong tapped the ground with his cane. "Someone cleans this place every day, so you don't have to worry about it." "Okay," Gu Qinghuan perked up immediately, placing a firecracker in Xia Suerong's hands. "Grandpa, look, point this end towards Xia He. You hold the string. When I say 1, 2, 3, pull hard, and we say happy birthday together." Before Xia Suerong could react, Gu Qinghuan had already grabbed his own firecracker. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. Gu Qinghuan pulled the string before him. With a pop, Xia Suerong, though not startled, instinctively pulled his own firecracker. After the streamers burst forth, he muttered dryly through the falling streamers, "Happy birthday, Sheng." Xia He brushed aside the streamers that had fallen on her bangs, looked at Xia Suerong, and finally whispered, "Thank you." This was the first time in the more than 10 years since he separated from his mother and father that he had received a birthday blessing from a family member. His relationship with the old man likely wouldn't improve in the future. The changing times, the gap in perspectives, the different approaches, and the undeniable differences in their approaches and philosophies would inevitably lead to clashes. But he would remember this happy birthday spoken at this moment. Xia Suerong's expression was somewhat complicated. He was about to say something, but Xia He had already turned away and perfunctorily introduced him to Gu Qinghuan. "It seems you already guessed it. This is the old man of the Xia family, Mr. Xia Suerong. He doesn't like being called grandpa though. You should just call him old man." Xia Suerong was furious, puffing his beard and glaring. "Don't talk nonsense here. Who said I don't like being called grandpa? It's because Xia Nanji and Xia Xiuju's Children are so unprofessional. When they call someone grandpa, it's always something bad. They're either asking for something or getting into trouble, and begging for mercy. And let's not even talk about Xiaohe. Calling him grandpa is completely sarcastic. Hello, grandpa, Gu Qinghuan greeted fluently. You may already know me. My name is Gu Qinghuan, and I'm Xiaohe's good friend. Gu Qinghuan used the word good friend with a sense of righteousness. Jiang Chuchu hesitated, then joined Gu Qinghuan in shouting, Hello, grandpa. I'm Jiang Chuchu. Xia Suerong listened to the two of them calling him grandpa, then compared it to Xiaohe, and suddenly felt that children couldn't be compared. Her attitude toward Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu improved. I recognize you. Come in. Don't stand by the door. Gu Qinghuan wanted to stuff the firecracker shell into her pocket and throw it away in the trash when she found a receptacle, but the waiter stepped forward and said, Please let me take care of it. Gu Qinghuan handed her the shell. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she remembered, Grandpa, where's the firecracker shell you just took? Xia Suerong curled his fingers. Throw it away. Gu Qinghuan looked down at the ground, which was covered in ribbons. Xia Suerong said, I said throw it away, so I threw it away. Gu Qinghuan sighed, stepped forward to hold Xia Suerong's arm, and in the process, picked the shell out of his palm. Indeed, he threw it into my hand. She handed the shell to the waiter as well, and helped Xia Suerong inside. 2 firecrackers still don't produce enough streamers. Our class used to have a group of people set them off before, so it would have been more lively. Xia Suerong was upset. The firecracker he had used on his grandson for the first time was gone. Gu Qinghuan ignored him. Next time, buy a bigger firework tube, or some hand-thrown streamers. That would definitely be more lively. Xia Suerong glanced at Xiaohe. Next time? Xiaohe said calmly, Grandpa's birthday is in the first month of the year. I'd buy them then. Xia Suerong didn't want to be the target of streamers, but if he did, he would have to celebrate for him. Which wasn't bad either. He'd be prepared in advance. Fireworks and streamers wouldn't matter, he'd have someone record it. Thinking of this, Xia Suerong felt much better. Gu Qinghuan helped the man down the hall, releasing his hand before entering the banquet hall. Helping an elderly person walk a few steps was perfectly normal, but helping Xia Suerong into the banquet hall was out of the question. She didn't want to become the subject of suspicion. She and Jiang Chuchu waited outside the door until Xia Suerong and Xiaohe entered, and the place became bustling with activity before following them inside. Most people's attention was focused on Xiaohe and Xia Suerong. Few noticed the 2 students entering. The waiter led them to a round table and quietly left. Xinbao hasn't arrived yet? Gu Qinghuan glanced around. Maybe Yu Jinqi wants to walk over. Jiang Chuchu stroked her chin, so he can see more of the Xia family's courtyard. Her courtyard was also large, but compared to the Xia family's, it pales in comparison. Gu Qinghuan spotted the long table where food was served, confirmed it was free to help herself, and quickly stood up. I get some food. Do you want any? Jiang Chuchu didn't feel like eating yet. She looked for Jiang Yue and Zhu Qinglan. You go ahead. If you need a drink, please get me one. Got it, Gu Qinghuan replied. After another busy day before dinner, she felt he should give her an award. However, since it was his birthday, she was generous and didn't ask for a prize. It definitely wasn't because she saw over 50 kinds of cakes. Chapter 409. By the time Yu Xian and Yu Jinqi arrived, Gu Qinghuan had already finished 3 small cakes and 2 savory snacks. I have to say, tapas and small cakes really do have a lot in common, Gu Qinghuan sighed, holding a ham croissant. They're both a variety of combinations, but the portions are so small. Don't forget, these aren't full meals. Jiang Chuchu, holding a banana yogurt maple cake that Gu Qinghuan had highly recommended, felt the need to remind her. Gu Qinghuan pretended not to hear. After finishing the ham croissant, she went to get 2 more cakes, one of which was the apple cranberry crispy cake she had tried before. She handed it to Yu Xian. Xinbao, have this. The cake surface looked as rough as weathered rock, but with the white frosting, the crust was crispy and delicious, while the core remained soft. The thinly sliced apples added a crunchy texture to the cake base, while the sweet dried cranberries felt like a hidden surprise. Yu Jinqi watched them eat cake and felt that his style didn't fit in with the 3 of them. He desperately wanted to change seats. However, when he politely asked the waiter if there were any other vacancies, the waiter politely said, I'm very sorry, but all seats today are allocated based on pre-application numbers and individual requests. We can't make last-minute adjustments. Of course, if anyone is willing to trade seats with you, I replace the tableware. How could anyone possibly be willing to trade seats with him? Yu Jinxin wanted to facepalm. He was only able to attend the Xia family banquet thanks to Yu Xian's invitation. Among all the guests present, the Yu family was probably the last one standing. Ah, no, Gu Qinghuan is ranked behind the Yu family. Thinking of this, Yu Jinxin felt a little more confident. Yu Xian glanced at Yu Jinxin. She could perfectly guess what he was thinking. Perhaps he still believed Xia he invited her, and Gu Qinghuan, because of Jiang Chuchu's favor. No matter. Xia he would definitely come to their table to meet Gu Qinghuan at the birthday party today. Then Yu Jinxin would be able to distinguish the big and small kings. Yu Xian continued to eat the small cake and the peach juice that Gu Qinghuan had brought her. Jiang Yue and Zhu Qinglan were at another table, and Qin Yanxia sat next to Zhu Qinglan. Qin Yu greeted Qin Yanxia and separated from her, taking his own seat, which was next to Jiang Chuchu. The Xia family must have put a lot of thought into the seating arrangement alone. Jiang Chuchu glanced around. Leaving her table aside, Jiang Chuchu spotted several familiar faces, mostly seated together according to their usual relationships. Some families, whose relationships weren't close, were seated further apart. Miss Gu. A familiar male voice rang out. Gu Qinghuan looked up to see Liang Zhua and a woman approaching her. Before Liang Zhua had even fully settled, he introduced her. This is my sister, Liang Chu. He didn't need to introduce Gu Qinghuan to Liang Chu. After all, Liang Chu had watched Little Chef, Big Love, and had also picked up along with a light to watch. But his sister didn't have much free time, so she skipped through the episodes or sped up. Thankfully, Little Chef, Big Love was much shorter after the Chu family members were removed, so it wouldn't take long to finish. Liang Chu smiled at Gu Qinghuan. Hello, Miss Gu. My brother is in great good graces. Gu Qinghuan quickly swallowed the cake in her mouth as the two siblings approached. She wiped her mouth just as Liang Chu finished speaking. She was a little puzzled. I don't think I ever taken care of Mr. Liang? Of course not. Liang Zhua patted his chest. If it weren't for Miss Gu, I wouldn't have had the chance to connect with President Xia. Gu Qinghuan was certain that she had first met Liang Zhua during the filming of the first episode of Little Chef's Big Love. Such a unique second-generation wealthy person wasn't common. It was impossible for her not to have an impression of him. Since Liang Zhua said so, it seemed that Liang Zhua had crossed paths with Xia he in the past through matters related to her. This wasn't the right time to ask further questions, so Gu Qinghuan suppressed her curiosity for the time being and exchanged a few pleasantries with Liang Chu and Liang Zhua. After the two siblings left, Gu Qinghuan asked the system, "What's the relationship between Liang Zhua and me?" Since the Wei family had long been dealt with, the system then revealed how Liang Zhua had obtained information from Wei Xiao through his friends and lured him into a trap. Gu Qinghuan was inwardly amazed, so they'd been connected for so long. She was just about to learn more about the Liang family when she heard another voice. Little Qinghuan, you're here too. This time it was Bai Qiyin, dragging Bai Hantan with her. Bai Hantan looked quite well today, holding a plate with two tapas. Gu Qinghuan recognized one as a pan-fried foie gras tapas, and the other as a salmon and vegetable salad tapas. Hello, Sister Bai, Gu Qinghuan greeted. Bai Qiyin waved her hand. Although today's occasion is quite formal, there's no need to be so formal. She looked in Xia He's direction, then turned back and asked, Have you given out the birthday presents you prepared? Not yet. I think it's too early, Gu Qinghuan replied. Bai Hantan shoved his salmon tapas into his mouth and finished before saying, I'm curious what you put together. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian exchanged glances. Those? What? It sounds like something related to Xia He's birthday present. The question is, why did Bai Hantan know they didn't? It turned out to be a pretty good present. Gu Qinghuan spoke seriously. After saying goodbye to the Bai siblings, Yu Jinxin was already a little impatient. Using the table as a shield, he nudged Yu Xian's shoe with his shoe. When Yu Xian glanced over with a hint of annoyance, he whispered, Why are all these people here to say hello to your classmate? Bai Qingyin and Bai Hantan were Xia He's subordinates. As for Liang Chu and Liang Zhua, although Yu Jinxin didn't know them, they sounded like they worked under Xia He. Why are all these people so enthusiastic about Gu Qinghuan? Her family is clearly quite ordinary, isn't it? Yu Xian took a sip of her juice, feeling a little proud. Wasn't it natural for her best friend to be so popular? Only Yu Jinxin had such poor judgment, judging people solely by their family background. She decided to wait a little longer until Xia He arrived. That would be a real surprise. Yu Xian said slowly, Of course, it's because our Qinghuan is so amazing. If she was being nice to Gu Qinghuan just to please Xia He, that wasn't the right attitude at all. She was able to earn these people's recognition because she was truly outstanding. Yu Jinqing curled his lips, thinking Yu Xian was putting on the filter that only a best friend could. He didn't say anything else. After watching the group eat for a long time, he felt a little hungry and decided to go to the dining table to get some food. There were over 50 kinds of small cakes and over 30 other savory snacks. Yu Jinqing didn't have a particular preference between sweet and savory, so he decided to get a little of everything. He was just considering which ones to take when a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hey Yu Jinqing, you're quite capable. You even managed to get to the Xia family's banquet. Whose invitation did you snag? Chapter 410. Yu Jinqing didn't want to turn around when he heard the voice. But with the crowds of people coming and going, several had already heard the words and cast their gazes. He could only turn around and address the newcomer with a cold face. Inhouda, are you sure you want to cause a scene in this kind of setting? The Yin and Yu families were somewhat similar. For 2 generations, they were among the best in their industries. However, after the split of the previous generation, the daughters and sons each pursued their own endeavors, leading to a gradual decline. Luckily, Inhouda's mother, Yin Qianli, was very insightful. When e-commerce live streaming became popular a few years ago, she recruited top streamers to promote her products, which are now well-known brands. The Yin family's current prosperity is also supported by Yin Qianli. In this respect, the Yu family is different. As the third son, Yu Wenli, cannot represent the Yu family. The Yu family relies on the eldest son, Yu Wenren. However, the Xia family's invitation to Yin Qianli wasn't because the current Yin family was so powerful, but rather because Yin Qianli's mother, who passed away several years ago, had deeply doted on Xia He's father, Xia Xihan, when he was a child. After Xia Xihan's death, the old lady remained ill for a while. After Xia He returned to China, she met with him several times and discussed Xia Xihan's affairs. Because of this kindness, Xia He treated her as a respected elder, which is why she sent the invitation to Yin Qianli. In truth, Inhouda wasn't much better than Yu Jinqing. He assumed Yu Jinqing's ability to attend was due to his father Yu Wenli. The disparity between Yu Wenli and Yin Qianli's abilities made him feel entitled to step on Yu Jinqing's toes. As for Inhouda and Yu Jinqing's grudge, it actually had something to do with Yu Xian. With Yu Xian's advice, Yu Jinqing secured several deals this year, especially this recently negotiated contract, for which Inhouda was also in the running. Although Inhouda's company was actually eliminated from the first round of screening by Partia due to substandard qualifications, this didn't stop Inhouda from disliking Yu Jinqing. In other situations, Yu Jinqing wouldn't have worried about Inhouda's nitpicking. He secured the contract on his own merit. Ahem, even with Yu Xian's help, he was truly exhausted, but how could he have the nerve to tell anyone at this banquet that the invitations didn't come from the Yu family, but from Yu Xian? He was using the invitation from Jiang Chuchu's classmate, Yu Xian. No, as much as I hate to admit it, you were actually using the invitation from Xia He's student. Inhouda saw Yu Jinqing's sullen expression, and simply assumed he was right. He didn't want to act too arrogant. This was, after all, a Xia family banquet, and being able to step on Yu Jinqing's toes was already enough. He chuckled softly and said, why should I be embarrassed to admit it? It's the Xia family, after all. Who wouldn't want to come and see it? Forget about anything else. The variety of these dim sum alone is several times richer than at any other banquet. I heard they invited several internationally renowned chefs. This is a rare opportunity. You should eat more. He patted Yu Jinqing on the shoulder and strode away. In his opinion, these dim sum were merely a display of strength by the Xia family. Who would come to a banquet of this caliber just to eat? It was just a mere cake. 2 or 3 pieces would be enough. Yu Jinqing returned with only a small cake and a tapas bar, his expression grim. The noise he and Inhouda made wasn't very loud, so only those near the table noticed. Since they were a bit far away, Gu Qinghuan and the others didn't see. Yu Xian noticed Yu Jinqing's expression and, after some thought, asked, what happened? She had brought him in, so no matter how much she disliked him, she had to be considerate. It's okay, it's just... Yu Jinqing hesitated, finally saying, bring fewer snacks next time. He wasn't trying to defend Yu Xian, but he was thinking the same thing. Yu Xian came with him, and if she was embarrassed, he would be embarrassed too. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow, but before she could ask more, Gu Qinghuan noticed the fried food on the table and immediately became excited. I get some new ones. And then some ice cream. It's sure to be delicious together. Wait. Yu Xian stopped her and, after some thought, dragged Yu Jinqing along. Yu Jinqing and I will go too. Yu Jinqing glanced at the snacks he had just brought in, still untouched. He wanted to protest, but Yu Xian's glare made him shut up and followed. Gu Qinghuan first took a round plate, placed the ceramic bowl of ice cream in the middle, and then piled snacks around it. 2 chicken nuggets, a handful of fries, some popcorn chicken, a pair of grilled wings, 2 small sausages, and still a little room, so she decided to add a piece of yellow peach egg tart. Gu Qinghuan held the round plate up to Yu Xian and said, "Homemade snack platter." Yu Xian nodded. "I can tell you eaten here many times, which is why you're so skilled at plating. The portions are much smaller now. After all, I need to leave room for the main course," Gu Qinghuan said. Yu Jinqing thought about the cake and tapas Gu Qinghuan had eaten earlier and wondered if she still had room for the main course. He noticed several people's gazes, and they clearly recognized him. Coming here again after such a short time, it was only natural that he be recognized. He was just beginning to feel awkward, lowering his head to avoid being seen, and hurried back when he heard the sound of his cane resting on its spot. Xia Suerong had been secretly keeping an eye on Gu Qinghuan's situation, silently memorizing it several times before finally stepping over and asking, "How many times have you been here?" As for Xia Suerong had left her to those who wanted to chat with him. Gu Qinghuan counted on her fingers. "This is the 4th time." Xia Suerong looked at the plate in her hand. "Can you still eat more?" "Yes, I know my stomach capacity," Gu Qinghuan replied. "After all, I can't waste food." Xia Suerong nodded. The phrase "can't waste food" showed that this little girl truly loved to eat. Just thinking this, he saw the remaining cake on the table, and felt a little annoyed again. He tapped the ground with his cane a few times. "Why are there still so many? Have you had enough of the good life? You don't even care about this?" Yu Jinqing naturally recognized Xia Suerong, and quickly took 2 more pieces of cake. He finally got rid of the crowd. As she approached, she saw that the guests were much more active in taking their food. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong?" Gu Qinghuan, carrying a round plate, ate fries dipped in ice cream and said, "Grandpa Xia has said that everyone is worried about being seen as unreserved, so they all took some." He touched her chin. "Actually, after the banquet, all the staff can freely help themselves to today's snacks. The old house usually has about 80 staff members. To accommodate the banquet today, they temporarily added a team of chefs and security personnel, totaling about 130 people. With this number of people, it won't be difficult to use up all the snacks. The excess ingredients will also be used for the old house staff meals, so there's no need to worry about waste." Gu Qinghuan was stunned. "Does your family host many banquets?" He immediately saw through her thoughts, and shook her head mercilessly. "Very rarely, so forget about working here." Yu Xian stood nearby and raised her chin towards Yu Jinqing. "Do you understand?" Yu Jinqing said nothing, stuffing his small cake into his mouth. He understood. He was the worst. Chapter 411. The main course was smaller than Gu Qinghuan had expected. After all, it wasn't a buffet, and based on the tabletop dishes, she expected each table to have over a dozen dishes. In reality, each person's dish was served individually: cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, and main course, each in its own portion. Fruit and desserts were already available at the table, so they weren't served separately. Each dish had different varieties, so guests could exchange them for others if they didn't like them, or simply remove them. Also, if they liked a dish, they could request another portion. Gu Qinghuan wasn't particularly interested in the cold dishes, mainly because she just had ice cream, so the cold dishes were removed. However, she loved the roast duck rolls from the hot dishes and ordered an extra portion. She opted for a vegetarian soup. The fried dishes were mostly meat, which she found a bit greasy. The shredded white radish soup, seemingly bland, was actually quite delicious. The sweetness of the radish blended perfectly into the soup, cooked to perfection, not mushy, not raw and tough. After drinking it, she felt a warm sensation all over. The main course was, of course, noodles, birthday noodles, after all. Gu Qinghuan devoured them with relish. Xia Suerong and Xia's speeches were finished before the dishes were served. Gu Qinghuan listened, but the content was simply casual pleasantries, thanking everyone for coming. Xia hadn't specifically requested her for this occasion, but she had emphasized that there wouldn't be large birthday cakes, only small ones, prepared by a talented pastry chef, so everyone could enjoy them to their heart's content. Yu Jinqing finally found in how to seat. Looking across the crowd, he could vaguely glimpse his grimace, and his mood instantly brightened. "I'm so sorry. These small cakes were specially prepared. You'd be letting the Xia family down by not eating them." Hey, thinking of this, Yu Jinxin had another vague suspicion. Gu Qinghuan was eating so enthusiastically. Could it be that she specifically requested the small cake? However, as soon as this thought arose, Yu Jinxin quickly suppressed it. He could speculate, but he absolutely couldn't confirm it. Otherwise, if he let it slip and Gu Qinghuan got into trouble. Forget Xia He. He was truly terrified of waking up in the middle of the night to find Yu Xian standing over his bed with a knife. After dinner, it was time for entertainment. Guests would chat, go to other private rooms to play cards, or go to talk to Xia Suirong and Xia He. Jiang Chuchu, still thinking about Gu Qinghuan's birthday present for Xia He, urged her, come on, let's go deliver it. Gu Qinghuan glanced around. Where's he? It's not a good idea to just go find him, is it? That's not a problem, Jiang Chuchu snapped her fingers. Just find a waiter. We go to a small private room and have them call Xia He over. Yu Jinxin, do you really want Xia He to come find you? Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian thought it was perfectly normal. Back when Xia He was playing the younger brother to Gu Qinghuan, she often come to eat with her. Yu Xian thought about it and realized that if she went to see Xia He, she might accuse her of being disrespectful to her teacher and, as punishment, give her 100 practice tests. She shuddered at the thought. Chuchu, just go with me. I'm not going. She even dragged Yu Jinxin into this as an excuse. I have to keep an eye on him. Yu Jinxin, is this my biological sister? Jiang Chuchu asked Qin Yu again, are you going? Qin Yu shook his head like a rattle. No. He had always kept his distance from Xia He, avoiding contact as much as possible. If Xia He would harm Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan, he would have bravely gone over to be their bodyguard. But now, Jiang Chuchu clearly wanted to go and watch the show, so he gave up. Jiang Chuchu felt sorry, so she and Gu Qinghuan had to go together. The two of them had just approached the nearest waiter, but before they could speak, the waiter nodded and said, excuse me, are you looking for Mr. Xia? There were only two people with the surname Xia present. If you wanted to distinguish between Xia He and Xia Suirong, the latter should be addressed as Mr. Xia. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Yes, I'm looking for Xia He. The waiter kept smiling. Please follow me. Do you want me to bring Miss Gu's school bag? Yes, please. Gu Qinghuan thought, the Xia family's waiters were really perceptive. Jiang Chuchu also asked the waiter to bring her gift, which she wanted to present in person. It wasn't that she was particularly confident about her gift, it was just a recently photographed oil painting. There was nothing wrong with giving a work of art as a birthday gift. The point was, if Xia He opened her birthday gift in front of Gu Qinghuan would know what she had given her, and conversely, she would also know what Gu Qinghuan had given her. Gu Qinghuan admired the logic of this statement. Jiang Chuchu had gone to great lengths just to eat a piece of melon. On the way to the private room, the waiter brought both Gu Qinghuan's school bag and Jiang Chuchu's gift. Since Jiang Chuchu's gift was inconvenient to carry, the waiter accompanied her to the private room. However, as soon as the door to the private room opened, Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu saw Xia He sitting on the sofa, waving at them. Yo! Yo what yo? Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened. This guy had gotten ahead of her again. Xia He stood up with a smile and walked over to the two of them. How was the dinner? It was delicious. Gu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. I thought it would be something extraordinarily expensive, but it wasn't anything outlandish. Xia He shrugged. He's old, and for his health, he can't eat rich food, so he doesn't want to see others eating in front of him. Jiang Chuchu's expression was indescribable. So childish, totally unimaginable. Xia He, are you really not making this up? Xia He finished, skipping the subject, extending her hand and getting straight to the point. Where's my gift? Gu Qinghuan pulled the box from her bag. Before she could say anything, Jiang Chuchu stepped in front of her. Don't be impatient. Open mine first. Xia He glanced at the wrapped painting and waved to the waiter, who set it against the wall and quickly left the room. I didn't go to the auction you attended earlier this month, but I know all the relevant information. Xia He half knelt down and unwrapped the painting in front of the two of them. Jiang Chuchu curled her lips inwardly. The trouble with being in a small circle is that you can't hide anything from others. Xia He was stunned when she saw the painting. Van Gogh's sunflowers. I thought it was the water lily series you just bought. My dad took that one away, Jiang Chuchu shrugged. So I got this one from the warehouse. Thank you. I take it. Xia He nodded. He did like sunflowers. Next, it's my turn. Gu Qinghuan pulled the box out of his school bag and handed it to Xia He, urging him expectantly, open it and take a look. I don't know if you like it. Xia He unwrapped the paper as instructed, carefully unwrapping it to ensure it could be restored to its original shape. The box was lighter than he imagined, and the contents still swayed. He slowly lifted the lid. What appeared before him was a small, hand-bound square booklet. The first page read, "I want to dedicate this story to someone for 3 reasons. First, he's a good friend. Second, he's an exceptional supporter. Third, he overcame himself and deserves praise. If these reasons aren't convincing enough, I wouldn't mind dedicating this story to his former self. His current excellence stems from past hard work, though only he himself understands the pain of growing up. So, I change my dedication to the former Xiaohe." Chapter 412. Xiaohe was well-read and recognized the dedication immediately. "Is it the little prince?" Xiaohe asked, glaring at Jiang Chuchu, who had slouched over to him. Gu Qinghuan readily admitted, "Yes, I think this dedication is quite fitting, so I'm paying tribute." Jiang Chuchu ignored Xiaohe's eye roll. "Why don't you turn the page?" Xiaohe clenched her hand and closed the open booklet. "Can't you see the story is dedicated to me? It's not for you." Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened. "Do you have to be so stingy?" "I have one," Xiaohe said, unfazed. "This is my birthday present." "Then it's up to me." He clutched the scroll in his arms and pushed Jiang Chuchu's shoulder as they walked out. Get out, get out. Now that we've given you the gifts, you can leave too." Jiang Chuchu grabbed Gu Qinghuan and said, "I'm not leaving. I want to read the story." Xiaohe looked at Gu Qinghuan and said, "You're leaving too." Jiang Chuchu was shocked. Why was Qinghuan leaving too? She reacted and said, "Are you embarrassed?" It's okay. She knows this feeling. After all, the memoir Qinghuan gave her nearly made her cry. Xiaohe pushed harder, looking at Gu Qinghuan mercilessly. "Take her away." Gu Qinghuan obediently took Jiang Chuchu's arm and led her away. The door to the private room quickly closed behind them. Jiang Chuchu wanted to bang on the door, but for her own dignity, she put her fist down in frustration. She turned to look at Gu Qinghuan and said, "Are you really leaving just like that? If he wants to see the gift himself, let him." Gu Qinghuan pulled out his phone and checked the time. "It's too early to go home now. I finish my homework first, then go out for a walk." Jiang Chuchu looked pained. So why was today Thursday? If it were Friday, she wouldn't have to rush through her homework at the banquet, not to mention the bizarreness of Gu Qinghuan dragging Jiang Chuchu, Xian, and Qingyu to the Xia family mansion to do their homework. Xiaohe, alone in the private room, opened the booklet again. The dedication was handwritten, but the rest, perhaps for aesthetic reasons, was digitally printed. Gu Qinghuan had indeed written for him the story of the little prince, the tale of a child named Xiaohe on his journey. At the beginning, Xiaohe wakes up on a desolate island in winter, remembering nothing and knowing nothing. He searches the small island and gathers some food, but the supply is limited. If he continues there, he will sooner or later freeze to death or starve. He pondered for a long time, finally deciding to step onto the broken ice on the sea surface and leave the island. The ice was so cold and sharp, he treaded carefully, but still managed to cut his skin, drawing blood. The blood attracted sharks. He grabbed the wooden stick he had brought from the island, ready to fight the shark to the death. Unexpectedly, the shark simply looked at him and said, "It's you. Take this." With that, the shark left behind a tooth and swam away. On the next page, a piece of letter paper was abruptly inserted, written in the familiar handwriting of Bai Han's Han. "Gu Qinghuan is clearly being lazy. She wanted to prepare a birthday present for you, but she asked me for help." He came right up to complain, Xiaohe thought. Bai Han's Han has been so relaxed lately. "However, I do have something I want to say to you, my former self. Although you've been a nuisance, and being your vice president has been tough, I truly learned a lot, and I want to thank you for taking care of me and my sister. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be able to sing as freely as she does now, and I wouldn't be able to help much. Even my own life would be a mess. I will repay this favor. You trained me, and now it's my turn to support you. I will take the position of vice president with all my might." The shark, or rather, Bai Han's Han, will become Xiaohe's sharpest weapon, accompanies him through thick and thin. In the story, Xiaohe continues his journey across the ice floe, encountering many more creatures. There are codfish poking their heads out of the sea, seals spreading themselves on the ice floe, albatrosses passing by, and whales so massive they nearly overturn the ice floe, all appear on his journey. And each of these animals corresponds to a handwritten letter. Xin Min, Lu Cheng, Ji Fuling, the various student union leaders, even people he didn't know. The other person clearly didn't recognize him either, simply addressing him as Mr. Xia. "Mr. Xia, hello. I'm a recipient of the charity you founded. If it weren't for your help, the scars on my face would have stayed with me forever, and I would have been forever trapped by the past. But now it's different. I no longer have to fear others' gazes, and Mom and Dad don't have to work so hard for this. I want to be a doctor, like the one who healed my face, to help others. I also want to help others within my capacity, like you, and be someone's sunshine. Thank you so much, I work hard. In the story, Xiaohe, accompanied and supported by various creatures along the way, finally crossed the ice and reached shore. As his feet touched solid ground, he recalled forgotten memories. He had intended to end his life, so he journeyed to the legendary island of the dead. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to enter the gates of the realm of the dead, he was pushed out by two men whose faces he could not see clearly. He passed out, and upon waking, he had lost his memory. Driven by instinct, he chose to live and left the island of the dead. Every creature he encountered along the way was someone he had once casually helped. Unexpectedly, after losing his memory, these creatures would in turn help him, giving him a new life. At the end of the story, Xiaohe embarked on his journey once more, leaving the island of the dead behind and heading towards the bright future. At the end of the booklet was a handwritten note from Gu Qinghuan, written in a much more casual tone. I tried my best. Creating is truly a very demanding endeavor. I hope the cake you promised is delicious, and will replenish the sugar I consumed. This story is tinged with too much personal thought. It's more my version of you than your story. It might contain misunderstandings, biases, and subjective assumptions. But I still hope you enjoy this story, and this birthday gift I prepared for you. What kind of story will you bring to the world at 19? It's bound to be fascinating, right? It's given to me by Xiaohe's good friend, Gu Qinghuan, on December 25th. Chapter 413. Everyone worked together, and finished the homework in less than an hour. Simply put, each of them worked on one subject, and then copied each other. Jiang Chuchu hesitated for a long time, but finally steeled herself and turned a blind eye. There was no other way. Classes were still tomorrow, and even if Xiaohe arranged a car to take Gu Qinghuan home, it would be very late by now. If he spent more time on homework, there was no telling when he would be able to go to bed. Jiang Chuchu felt that a good rest was more meaningful than a day's homework. Thankfully, the four of them had a basic cross-section of subjects, and the Mingda teachers used the same set of exercises. Otherwise, this trick wouldn't have been possible. Qinyu secretly felt fortunate that he had left his school bag in the car to pick up his mother, and hadn't taken it home. He could just ask the waiter to bring his school bag over, instead of watching this golden opportunity to copy homework slip away. Gu Qinghuan stuffed her homework into her school bag, feeling refreshed. I'm done. I need to get something to eat. Then she ran to the dining table, unstoppable. How long has it been since dinner ended? Jiang Chuchu asked. About an hour and a quarter. Xian couldn't help but touch her stomach. I'm still digesting it. How could she still be eating? Not really eating, really. She just went to get some ice cream, which is no different from drinking water. Qinyu looked around. Where's Gu Qinghuan? Xiaohe's voice rang out, startling everyone. Jiang Chuchu looked him up and down, and seeing that his eyes weren't red, she felt a pity. She gestured to the table with a dull expression. She finished her homework, and went to get some ice cream. Xiaohe shook her head. Although the indoor heating was adequate, eating ice cream in this season was still quite challenging for her stomach. Gu Qinghuan, as expected, had a very strong digestive system. Of course, he noticed Jiang Chuchu observing him. She was undoubtedly curious whether Gu Qinghuan's gift had made him cry. But Xiaohe's level was much higher. You were moved to tears when you received Gu Qinghuan's gift? So now you want to see if I had the same reaction? Jiang Chuchu's expression froze. She wanted to say, I didn't cry, but felt that answer would only make it more obvious, so she simply kept silent. Xiaohe continued to herself, I don't cry easily, but I'm certainly very touched. His expression softened, and he whispered, thanks to her, I can be someone else's sunshine. You suddenly say something like that. I almost doubt your Xiaohe, Jiang Chuchu complained. Xiaohe ignored her, changing her tone to boastful. She said I'm a fantastic backer. Jiang Chuchu and Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened. When Gu Qinghuan returned to her seat, munching on a vanilla and chocolate double-scoop ice cream cone, she saw Jiang Chuchu and Xian arguing with Xiaohe. Qinyu huddled aside, pretending to be a potted plant. Gu Qinghuan tiptoed over to Qinyu and whispered, What are you arguing about? Qinyu was startled by her and quickly lowered his voice. Are you arguing about you? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Me? What? About who is your best backer? Jin Yu found this argument outrageous. Xia He's perspective. I'm the head of the Xia family. I'm the most powerful. I have money and connections, and I can handle anything. Jiang Chuchu's perspective. Qinghuan and I sit closest to each other, and Qinghuan consults with me on many class matters. I'm the commander-in-chief when things get out of hand. Yu Xian's perspective. I was the first person Qinghuan met in high school, and I had the best grades. She asked me about my homework the most. At the same time, Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian both believed that, while the Xia family was powerful, they could also manage their own businesses successfully in the future. Besides, they were classmates, an advantage Xia He couldn't match. He couldn't be too obvious about his help, otherwise Gu Qinghuan might be targeted by others, and the Xia family's attention at this time would only cause trouble. Gu Qinghuan felt dizzy, and thought it would be best to leave. Unfortunately, Xia He had already noticed her and pointed a finger. Why not ask her directly? The three people's attentions instantly focused on Gu Qinghuan, leaving her no time to run. Xia He said slowly, we're discussing who your best supporter is. What do you think? Gu Qinghuan steeled his resolve and confidently replied, of course, it's me. Xia He, Jiang Chuchu, and Yu Xian, That's true. Qin Yu looked at Gu Qinghuan in awe. You're truly worthy of me. The argument ended without further ado, and the atmosphere between the three of them improved considerably. Xia He stopped discussing supporters and birthday gifts and instead asked, what food would you like to pack? I have someone get some to-go boxes. Gu Qinghuan wasn't going to be polite at all. Can you bring more? I take it to the student union tomorrow. When she mentioned the student union, Xia He recalled the letter she asked someone to write in the booklet. He nodded slightly. Of course. I have someone deliver them directly to the student union tomorrow at noon, so you don't have to run around with them. This would naturally be more convenient. Gu Qinghuan would just have to pick and take them home. Although she really wanted to have one of each, considering the shelf life and her family's consumption capacity, she reluctantly chose only 12. The venue was already quite empty, so Xia He's presence didn't attract much attention. Besides, with Jiang Chuchu around, she could act as a shield at this time. Qin Yu had already been told to stay close to Gu Qinghuan and not let her stand out. Qin Yu, is my height really for this kind of thing? But before he could protest, Jiang Chuchu's aura suppressed him, and he obediently served as a shield. After packing, Gu Qinghuan had nothing else to do. It was getting late, so it was time to take his spoils home. Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu had to stay a while longer. Zhu Qinglan and Qin Yanxiu were chatting happily, and Jiang Yue was also being pulled along for a chat. Yu Xian and Yu Jinxin could go back together. The latter felt their trip was worthwhile simply by seeing how to suffer a setback. The Yu family's attempts to build relationships with those present were a waste of time. Yu Jinxin planned to return early, rest well tonight, and resume work tomorrow. Yu Xian was very pleased with his attitude. It seemed Yu Jinxin was quite self-aware. She hoped he would be more sensible upon his return. For example, increase the previously agreed 40% dividend to 50%. Since Yu Xian and Yu Jinxin were also going home, Gu Qinghuan got in the Yu family's car, which was a good opportunity to chat with good friends on the way back. The packed cakes were placed in a cooler and put into the trunk of the car. Yu Jinxin sat in the passenger seat, while Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan occupied the back seat. Gu Qinghuan rolled down the car window and said goodbye to Xia He. You're right. Today I saw what a real cake is. Xia He smiled. So, is it enough to replenish the sugar you consumed? Gu Qinghuan knew he had finished the story and laughed along. Of course, more than enough. So do you like this birthday present? Xia He observed her smiling face and answered earnestly. I love it. It's the best birthday present I ever received. You put my mind at ease. Gu Qinghuan patted his chest. Then I'm going home. Bye. The car drove away. Xia He stood in front of the gate, watching the car's taillights gradually fade into a distant red dot. She exhaled and looked up at the night sky. The moon was bright, and it looked like tomorrow would be a sunny day as well. Chapter 414. Mingda didn't hold any Christmas events this year, but they did hold a New Year's Eve party. However, Class 3 didn't participate much this time. Everyone decided whether to attend based on their club. For example, Ji Tianxiao starred in the drama club's performance this year and received widespread acclaim. Although Ji Fuling and his mother's relationship has not yet been made public, Ji Tianxiao has officially signed a contract with Ween Entertainment and will begin taking specialized acting classes next year. However, the main course of study will have to wait until college. Ween Entertainment will provide him with targeted training beyond academic courses to ensure he can successfully enroll in his ideal drama university. After the New Year's Eve party, everyone entered into an intense review phase. Although the final exams are still over a month away, the semester's course material has already been completed, so it's time to focus on the final exams. Gu Qinghwan has been distracted by many things lately, and knows that this will inevitably affect his studies, so he is reviewing with particular diligence. Not to mention Zhu from class 3, even Fan Wenfu, seeing her dedication, didn't dare disturb her with his newly drawn design. He hadn't yet chosen a university, but academic scores were crucial, so he'd been attending classes more attentively lately. He and Gu Qinghwan were in the same political science class, and the same thing happened during the class's 3 core subjects, leading his classmates to suspect he was possessed. Unable to contain their curiosity, the group questioned one person after another, finally landing on Zhan Zhanshan. Zhan Zhanshan was puzzled. "What made you think of coming to me?" The student answered honestly, "Actually, we all looked for everyone who participated in the game skin competition, but the only ones who have a significant connection with Fan Wenfu are you and Gu Qinghwan, who share the same politics class. So we came to ask you." As for Gu Qinghwan, it's a bit stressful for most students to deal with her, so we decided to ask Zhan Zhanshan first, and if that doesn't work out, we go after Gu Qinghwan. Come to think of it, Gu Qinghwan is a pretty big shot in Mingda right now. The group of idiots in class 3 are each more bizarre than the last, and Gu Qinghwan not only manages them, but also commands considerable prestige, which is simply incredible in the eyes of the class leaders. When Gu Qinghwan first joined the student union, everyone was surprised, but since they realized she didn't have much influence, they didn't take her seriously. Who would have thought that, while hanging out in the student union, she actually become universally praised? She's also appeared on variety shows for 2 consecutive years, drawing rave reviews online, and she's been on good terms with many popular artists. There were even rumors that a certain internet celebrity's fans had spread rumors implicating Gu Qinghwan, and within half an hour, they were all implicated. Even the internet celebrity's agency was immediately slammed. So, even though Gu Qinghwan herself was unaware, her reputation within Mingda had become like an urban legend. The students from class 3 and the student union had heard some of the rumors, but no one paid much attention, even thinking, well, not wrong, Gu Qinghwan deserved it. Zhan Zhanshan thought for a moment and decided it would be best to answer the question quickly, to avoid these people asking questions and complicating a simple question. She said bluntly, Fan Wenfu is starting to learn. The student paused for a few seconds before realizing Zanchekin had finished speaking. Huh? Zanchekin patiently explained in detail. He's realized how bad he was in the past. He's now correcting his mistakes and being a good person. Don't be afraid. The student's mouth twitched. It sounded as if Fan Wenfu had just appeared from nowhere. He then asked, how did he realize his mistakes? This question was complicated to explain. Zanchekin pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out where to begin. He simply put the blame on Gu Qinghwan. Of course, our class monitor discovered his problem and helped him solve it. Was she wrong in any way? No. Our class monitor is almighty. This answer sounded confusing at first, but the student actually believed it. After all, it was that Gu Qinghwan. If she could handle the complex interpersonal relationships in the student union, she'd probably be able to handle a small-time Fan Wenfu as well. The student left happily. Now that they had confirmed that Fan Wenfu's transformation wasn't a whim, everyone could rest assured. During our freshman year, Fan Wenfu had been a constant source of annoyance, and everyone avoided him whenever possible. Fan Wenfu, perhaps finding him boring, gradually stopped socializing with the class. Ever since Fan Wenfu participated in a game skin design competition, everyone discovered his talent, which was both surprising and intriguing. Since he became more approachable recently, everyone was thinking about trying to get in touch with him again. Perhaps it was pure curiosity, or perhaps they wanted to show off to others that they knew someone who could design clothes. Whatever the case, Fan Wenfu's reputation in the class improved. Fan Wenfu was completely unaware of this. He had recently asked his family to find him a tutor, and he was frantically catching up on the lessons he missed. Fan Wenfu was filled with regret. With so much time, and so much detailed instruction from his teacher, why hadn't he studied hard? Now, he couldn't do the exercises, his grades were a mess, and he sat in the classroom every day, staring at the test papers with a blank look in his eyes. Every time the tutor reviewed his work, she sighed and groaned, yet forced a smile to continue teaching for the 800 yuan an hour tuition fee. Fan Wenfu felt like he was torturing her. Gu Qinghwan had initially been reluctant to intervene, but Fan Wenfu's dark circles were getting worse by the day. She was truly worried that he faint in front of her during class one day. She borrowed the review materials for the high school entrance exam from Yin Shixing, and dug out Su Lin's notes on explaining the wrong questions from Class 3, which she compiled during her first year of high school. She gave them to Fang Wenfu. Fang Wenfu was still dazed when Gu Qinghuan said earnestly, "Your health is the capital of revolution. Don't push yourself too hard." Fang Wenfu nearly burst into tears. "You're such a good person." John Johnson looked at him with a puzzled expression. He suspected that if they weren't in class right now, Fang Wenfu would have truly embraced Gu Qinghuan and burst into tears. It must be said that Yin Xixing and Su Lin's notes were truly effective. Fang Wenfu wasn't stupid, but he was just trying to keep up, so he rushed his studies and got stuck. After seeing the materials he brought back, the tutor realized that improving Fang Wenfu's grades was a long-term project, and it was understandable that they wouldn't produce results in a short period of time. So, after comparing them with Yin Xixing's review materials, they confirmed Fang Wenfu's basic level with him and restructured the teaching plan. Fang Wenfu's condition immediately improved, and his grades slowly improved. His classmates immediately believed Zhang Shichen's words even more. Fang Wenfu had truly mastered his craft. The final exam arrived as scheduled, and a classmate, who happened to be in the same exam room as Fang Wenfu, tentatively went to check his answers with him after the exam. "Hey Fang Wenfu, what did you choose for question 8? The classmate asked. Though surprised that a classmate he hadn't known for a long time would suddenly come to check his answers, Fang Wenfu answered honestly, "C, right?" The classmate perked up. "I chose C, too." They continued to check their answers as they walked. Other students, seeing them, came over and started chatting. The topic gradually shifted from checking answers to winter vacation plans. "Hey Fang Wenfu, what are you doing for winter vacation? Are you going to make new clothes?" Someone asked boldly. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Fang Wenfu scratched the back of his head. "I was thinking about it. After all, I have some free time during the holidays. What kind of clothes are you making this time? Are you still making clothes for game characters? I voted for you in the last competition." Fang Wenfu paused, suddenly realizing that this was the first time he gotten along so well with a classmate. This feeling was quite pleasant. Chapter 415. On the first day of winter vacation, Gu Qinghuan wondered if she shouldn't be sleeping soundly in bed. Although there was free breakfast, getting up in the mornings in winter was no easy feat. Fang Wenfu sat across from her, his hands resting on the table, his forehead banging against it. "Sorry. Help." Even though the restaurant was empty, Gu Qinghuan felt several glances, stinging her lips. Fang Wenfu's breakfast arrived. Gu Qinghuan poured some vinegar into the dipping sauce dish, then picked up the chopsticks in her right hand and the spoon in her left. She placed the soup dumpling on the spoon, then bit a little. The rich broth flowed out, exuding an overpowering aroma. Gu Qinghuan wasn't in a rush to eat, it was too hot. While waiting for the dumpling to cool, she asked, "What's the matter?" With that, she quickly put the spoon into her mouth and devoured the dumpling in one gulp. Fang Wenfu looked up, his expression heavy. "Do you know what you can do when you go out with others?" Gu Qinghuan paused, her hand on the second soup dumpling in her hand, blinking. "Ah? Are you going out with someone?" Fang Wenfu nodded heavily. "After the final exams yesterday, I was chatting with a few classmates, and before I knew it, I agreed to take them out this afternoon." Gu Qinghuan slowly took a small bite out of the second soup dumpling, blew on it, and then said, "You never been out with friends before, have you?" Fang Wenfu rolled his eyes. "If you say that, I really cry." "Friends? How could that word even exist in his vocabulary?" Gu Qinghuan calmly devoured his second soup dumpling. "Cry." Fang Wenfu couldn't cry, and was about to wail, when the waiter brought him a bowl of pickled mustard greens, and shredded pork noodles, and pork belly noodles. Gu Qinghuan shoved the pork belly noodles in front of him. He was tired of the soup dumplings, and wanted a change of pace. Fang Wenfu, interrupted, could only slurp down his pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles, muttering, "If you don't answer, does that mean you haven't been out with friends either? You're using your provocation on the wrong person." Gu Qinghuan took a mouthful of the hot noodles, and a sip of the soup. Feeling his early morning resentment had mostly dissipated, Gu Qinghuan asked, "How many classmates are there?" 5, 3 girls and 2 boys, including me, so that makes 3 girls and 3 boys. Fang Wenfu quickly replied. "Do you know these 5 people well? Like their interests?" Gu Qinghuan finished speaking, then saw Fang Wenfu's bewildered expression, and knew there was no hope. "These classmates must have approached you, right? The 5 of them are probably quite close," Gu Qinghuan speculated. "If they didn't interact much, then A and B weren't familiar with each other, and both wanted to get to know Fang Wenfu, while Fang Wenfu wasn't familiar with A or B either. A truly hellish case of interpersonal interaction. It was like two strangers at a social gathering falling in love at first sight and planning a threesome. Just imagining that scene made her want to dig her toes out for a sea view apartment. Gu Qinghwan figured those people wouldn't be so reckless, they were probably acquaintances. How about you try a script-killing game or an escape room? Gu Qinghwan suggested. The other party clearly wanted to get to know Fang Wenfu better. In that case, choosing a more interactive game like a script-killing game or an escape room where they could chat and solve puzzles together would be more suitable. If they went to the zoo like Yin Shixing did, the six of them would inevitably have moments where they couldn't pay attention to each other and would tend to split up into groups of 2 or 3. But script-killing games and escape rooms are different. The six of them can form a small group, eliminating the need to compete with others. Fang Wenfu, who had never played such a team game before, fell into deep thought. He silently finished most of his bowl of noodles before looking up and saying uncertainly, "Seems not bad?" Gu Qinghwan rolled her eyes. "Anyway, I already suggested something. It's up to you whether you adopt it or not." She filled her stomach, feeling that her morning had been worthwhile, and got up to go home. Fang Wenfu grabbed her elbow again, saying, "No, sister, you can't just leave me like this. Wait a minute, I asked those people what they think." Gu Qinghwan had no choice but to sit back down and watch Fang Wenfu cautiously send a message. Thankfully, the 5 of them were quite into this, and quickly started discussing whether to choose script-killing or escape room games. It was clear they had some experience playing together. Fang Wenfu had never played this kind of game with friends before, and although he could only watch others talk in the group chat, he had little say, and didn't really understand much. Still, the thought of playing games with his classmates this afternoon filled him with anticipation. "Can I leave now?" Gu Qinghwan stood up again. Fang Wenfu nodded hurriedly. "Thank you very much. I show you the design for your dress as soon as I finish it. You should finish Zhang Zhanshan's painting first." Gu Qinghwan shook her head and went home. Although Fang Wenfu had called her out for a meeting so early in the morning, he was tactful enough to arrange a meeting at a breakfast shop near Gu Qinghwan's home. So Gu Qinghwan didn't have to go far. It was just a short walk from the community gate. On her way home, she bought steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk for Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian's breakfast. As soon as she opened the door, Xiaoxi ran out of the room, stomping to Gu Qinghwan's feet and rubbing against her calves. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian had also stayed in bed this morning, so no one had given Xiaoxi any freeze-dried food. Seeing Gu Qinghwan return, Xiaoxi naturally asked for some food. Gu Qinghwan placed breakfast on the table and, while calling her parents to get up and eat, poured a few freeze-dried food into Xiaoxi's mouth. Wang Jian rubbed his hair and emerged from the bedroom in thick pajamas, yawning. "Who called you out this morning?" Gu Qinghwan answered succinctly, "My future fashion designer." Wang Jian remembered. "Oh, the one who dressed up as a girl when we were little." Gu Qinghwan choked. Her father was truly a master at remembering key points. Gu Qinghwan would occasionally share specific things about school with her parents, primarily out of a desire to share. Sometimes, she would ask her family how to handle certain problems. This is how she learned many interpersonal strategies. Wang Jian asked again, "What did he ask you for?" "He was going out to play with his classmates this afternoon and asked me for advice. He also treated me to breakfast," Gu Qinghwan replied. "What was for breakfast?" Wang Jian's focus was beginning to stray. "Jang soup dumplings and pork chop noodles. The pork chop was perfectly braised this morning." "Delicious." Gu Qinghwan smacked her lips. While the father and daughter were chatting, Gu Haiyan emerged from the bedroom. She had also overheard Gu Qinghwan and Wang Jian's conversation. The fact that he came all the way here for this matter, instead of texting or calling you, shows he takes it very seriously. "Yes, I hope he can have fun with his classmates," Gu Qinghwan said casually. But she hadn't anticipated the rather unexpected consequences. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Gu Qinghwan received another call, this time from Zhang Zhanshan. "Does the class monitor want to eat melon?" Zhang Zhanshan got straight to the point. "Yes." Gu Qinghwan didn't hesitate. Fang Wenfu was confessed to in a script-killing parlor. It seems the other person is a fan. Zhang Zhanshan launched into the big news. Gu Qinghwan was stunned when she heard Zhanshan say, "I just happened to be passing by and took a bite of the melon. But after being rejected by Fang Wenfu, she thought he liked me and declared war on me." Gu Qinghwan, "Wait, how come this melon has changed in flavor while I'm eating it?" Chapter 416. Troublemakers Fan Ziren. "I'm just saying, does rejecting a confession have to mean you have someone you like?" Lin Julu, "Chuchen is so wronged. He suffered so badly on the first day of vacation." Zhang Zhanshan, It's okay, I didn't take it too seriously. It was Fong Wanfu and his classmates who were more embarrassed. She went shopping that afternoon and passed by the script-killing shop where Fong Wanfu and the others were, just in time to see a few people coming out. Seeing her, Fong Wanfu approached her to say hello and told her that he would start making the dress for her during winter vacation. John Johnson hadn't even seen the design yet, thinking it was still too early to wait for the finished product, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Fong Wanfu actually remembered the incident because Gu Qinghuan reminded him to finish John Johnson's drawing first when he went to see her that morning. He figured he should at least report it first, so that John Johnson knew he hadn't forgotten. He found John Johnson's attitude quite normal. After all, he'd been busy studying for final exams, so his progress on the clothes was indeed slow. Unexpectedly, a girl who had been with Fong Wanfu suddenly came over and said that John Johnson's attitude was terrible and that he was completely wasting Fong Wanfu's feelings. She then confessed her love for Fong Wanfu, saying she liked him for a long time, had always been interested in him, and hoped that Fong Wanfu would date her. Fong Wanfu's mind was filled with nothing but design drawings, clothing production, and a mountain of study materials. He had no desire for a relationship. Furthermore, he didn't know the girl well, so he rejected her out of hand. The girl burst into tears. John Johnson treats you badly. She doesn't value your work at all. I'm the one watching over you. If it were me, I'd definitely be able to support you better. She turned her attention to John Shurchen, angrily saying, I let Fong Wanfu know I'm the perfect match for him, and ran off. Qin Yu, wait. Oh Yang Wishuang. Because I'm reading too fast. JPG Mingxiaolan. Great picture, I take it. Jiang Chu Chu. I haven't encountered someone this crazy in a while. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, and decided to ask the system about the origins of this girl named Yu Cixin. The system picked out what it could reveal. After entering Mingda, she and Fong Wanfu were classmates, and even sat next to each other. According to the system, Yu Cixin wasn't a standout in the class, and was rather introverted. Once, another student was playing around in class, and accidentally bumped into her, causing her to fall and scrape her hand. The classmate, not paying attention, hurriedly said sorry and started to leave. Fong Wanfu then kicked him, forcing the classmate to apologize and take Yu Cixin to the school doctor. Did she start paying attention to Fong Wanfu because she was helped? Gu Qinghuan rubbed her chin. That's easy to understand. If she were in the position of being helped, she would also feel a fondness for the person who helped her. System. Yes, she started paying attention to Fong Wanfu and noticed he was drawing designs. Over time, it became a secret crush. Gu Qinghuan. A secret crush. Do her friends know she has a crush on Fong Wanfu? System. I don't know. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and realized that John Johnson said his companions were embarrassed by this, clearly unaware of Yu Cixin's feelings. If she knew, she'd understand Yu Cixin's reasoning and find a way to smooth things over, avoiding further chaos. But after a long period of secret crush, never letting friends know, and never letting Fong Wanfu notice, why would she reveal her feelings now? Because of John Shurchen's provocation. The problem is, John Shurchen and Fong Wanfu aren't in a relationship. Gu Qinghuan could only say that Yu Cixin's behavior was too self-absorbed. Her affection for Fong Wanfu was more like self-gratification, even causing trouble for others. The system couldn't provide any more information, but judging by John Shurchen's mission progress, Gu Qinghuan could deduce that Yu Cixin had a significant impact on John Shurchen's fate. Fong Wanfu was clearly on his way to a better future, so why did another one show up? Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but grumble. Besides, John Shurchen and Fong Wanfu don't have much to do with each other. It's like the innocent bystander in the novel who was implicated, a bit like Xie Xiangxue's situation. So, Yu Cixin's behavior is exactly the same as Yan Zhenqing and Lin Shishue's. Gu Qinghuan's thoughts faltered. She narrowed her eyes. System, let me ask, if Fong Wanfu hadn't been influenced by us, would he be with Yu Cixin at this point in time? This question was a bit of a loophole, but Fong Wanfu wasn't the target of the mission, and since it was about the past, it didn't count as revealing the future. The system replied dutifully, although they weren't together, because Yu Cixin actively voted for him during the design competition. Fong Wanfu began to pay attention to Yu Cixin and developed a liking for her. Gu Qinghuan slammed the table. Case solved. Yu Cixin and Fong Wanfu are the heroine and heroine of a typical campus novel, and John Johnson is the implicated supporting actress. The system can only say that Gu Qinghuan's reading of those short stories was worthwhile. She actually managed to guess this kind of melodramatic plot. Simply put, during John Johnson's most desperate period, Yu Cixin had a crush on Fong Wanfu. secretly following him and supporting him. When Fang Wenfu was frustrated by the lack of response during his first competition, it was her message that encouraged him. However, Gu Qingwan misunderstood one thing. In that future, the person Fang Wenfu had developed feelings for was, to be precise, the online friend who encouraged him. Although that online friend's true identity was Yu Cixin, Fang Wenfu misunderstood. He considered her a spiritual friend, and during their conversation, he guessed from a few clues that she and he were from the same school. And then, here comes the kicker, he mistakenly thought Zhang Zhanshan was this online friend. After the division, Fang Wenfu and Zhang Zhanshan were placed in the same class. He recognized Zhang Zhanshan as the girl who had beaten him as a child, and it was Zhang Zhanshan who discovered his design drawings. Although Zhang Zhanshan's attitude toward him was indifferent, he recognized his design skills, and since they sat in front of each other in politics class, they had a certain rapport. Fang Wenfu therefore decided to design a dress for Zhang Zhanshan. During a chat online, he even assured her that he knew her true identity and was preparing a gift for her. You can imagine how dire the situation would be. If Gu Qingwan knew, she would be shocked and exclaim, "What are your mouths for?" In short, in that future, although Zhang Zhanshan was innocently implicated, she was also forced to bear various stigmas. She may not have suffered the pain of her family being torn apart, but this past would constantly be brought up, slandered, and ridiculed. Especially after Fang Wenfu and Yu Cixin achieve success in the future, some people would exaggerate and publicize this past. She will never find peace in her life. She is like a tool in the story, existing to make the love between the heroine and heroine full of drama. Chapter 417. Gu Qingwan added a few notes to her task file, folding her arms and staring at the paper. If she had learned about Fang Wenfu and Yu Cixin's situation at the beginning of the first semester of her sophomore year, she would probably have chosen to ignore them. After all, her focus was on Zhang Zhanshan. Her previous support for Fang Wenfu was largely due to her concern that his fate would affect Zhang Zhanshan. But now that she and Fang Wenfu had become friends, and he was living a serious life, it was too unfair for Fang Wenfu to cut ties with him just because of Yu Cixin. After all, he had directly rejected Yu Cixin, yet still wanted to make clothes for them, and now he was even trying to build good relationships with his classmates. Gu Qingwan tapped her pen cap on her notebook twice, then pulled out her phone and sent a message to Fang Wenfu. It would be better to ask Fang Wenfu directly, to understand his attitude before making a decision. Gu Qingwan, do you have anything to tell me? Fang Wenfu broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of these words. It was obvious that Gu Qingwan already knew about Yu Cixin's situation. Although he was troubled, Zhang Zhanshan, who was implicated, was also innocent. As the monitor of Class 3, it was only natural for Gu Qingwan to want to protect his classmates. After careful consideration, he replied, I didn't expect Yu Cixin to do this. I will explain to her that my relationship with Zhang Zhanshan is not what she imagined. Regardless of the outcome, his attitude was certainly positive. Gu Qingwan, have you learned about Yu Cixin's situation? Fang Wenfu had already asked other classmates. Since they were all hanging out together today and had added each other as friends beforehand, he had asked them one by one and learned quite a bit. For example, Yu Cixin was quiet in class, but she had excellent grades and was easy to talk to. Borrowing things from her or copying homework was no problem. Fang Wenfu also added Yu Cixin as a friend and discovered something based on her WeChat username. When he participated in a skin design competition, there was a person in the early comments section who voted immediately after midnight and left comments every day. This person's username was exactly the same as Yu Cixin's WeChat username, so it was most likely Yu Cixin. Gu Qingwan, she does it every day. You only noticed it now? Fang Wenfu was almost crying out in injustice. It's really not my fault. Every time she posts a comment, it seems like she's just trying to fill the word count. I just glanced at it. The system thought this change was significant. In that future, without Gu Qingwan as a team, Fang Wenfu ended up hastily drawing his own artwork and uploading it as his entry. But his artwork only looked good in the clothes. The character was a mess, completely inferior to those of the outstanding artists. Many Matilda fans even believed Fang Wenfu was deliberately vilifying Matilda's image. Forget voting, they even occasionally cursed in the comments section. Under these circumstances, Fang Wenfu was particularly moved by Yu Cixin, who consistently voted for him and diligently wrote comments analyzing his creative intentions. Now it's different. Fang Wenfu is tired of reading the votes and comments and doesn't care about just one person's comments. Another embarrassing situation, Yu Cixin was speechless. This work is the product of the entire team, from cosplay photography, costume design, to costume production, every step is the result of everyone's hard work. The comments section was filled with praise for everything, praising the cosplayer's performance, the photographer's photography, the designer's clothing. In short, whatever Yusishin wanted to say had already been said by others, so she could only rack her brains to come up with something. But she couldn't come up with anything, making her comments seem completely inconspicuous. Gu Qinghuan, okay, since you're actively trying to solve the problem, feel free to tell me if there's anything I can help you with. Fang Wanfu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it looked like he escaped a disaster. He pulled himself together and tentatively said, I think it might be difficult to convince her that Zhan Zhanshan and I are just friends. Gu Qinghuan, you told her to her face, but she didn't believe it. Fang Wanfu, yes, that's what I'm wondering about. She said she liked me and understood me, but she didn't believe me. Fang Wanfu, I feel like this misunderstanding can't be resolved unless I figure out what she's thinking. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. Judging from Fang Wanfu's current state, there was no way he could be in a relationship with Yusishin, and naturally, Zanchekin wouldn't be involved. However, Yusishin had already declared war on Zanchekin. Who knew what she would do next? It would be best to clear up her misunderstandings as soon as possible. So, he had to understand Yusishin's logic, so he could persuade her. Gu Qinghuan put down his hand and typed, so you want to contact Yusishin and understand her thoughts? Fang Wanfu, well, the thing is, as you know, I'm not good at conversation. Gu Qinghuan fell silent. You're not expecting me to inquire for you, are you? Fang Wanfu, no, how could I possibly trouble you? How could he dare order Gu Qinghuan around? He was just silly, not stupid. Fang Wanfu, I'm worried that if I chat with her privately, she might misunderstand me, or say something inappropriate. I'd like you to observe our conversation. Gu Qinghuan, oh, I see what you mean. You want to create a small group of 3, so you can chat with her while I secretly watch. Fang Wanfu couldn't quite put his finger on the phrase secretly watching. It was a very class 3S term. Fang Wanfu, that's about it. Is that okay? Gu Qinghuan thought about it. She was indeed concerned about Yusishin's situation. Besides, if Fang Wanfu and Yusishin really fell in love during their conversation, she would be the first to know what was going on and be able to respond promptly. Gu Qinghuan, that's fine with me. It's winter break now, so I have time for this. Gu Qinghuan, but you have to make sure Yusishin is open to this approach. Fang Wanfu replied with an I understand emoji, and didn't reply again, presumably going to look for Yusishin. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, and told Zhan Zhanshan about Fang Wanfu's plans. Zhan Zhanshan, why does he always cause you trouble? Our class monitor is already busy enough managing all the class affairs, so why would Fang Wanfu come to her? Even if someone is capable, they shouldn't do this, Zhan Zhanshan. Actually, I don't take Yusishin's matter to heart. It's her freedom to like whomever she wants, and I don't intend to respond. Yusishin's declaration of war didn't bother Zhan Zhanshan at all. It's not an honor, what's there to fight for? At worst, I could just admit defeat, saving time and effort. As for embarrassment, Zhan Zhanshan felt that her pride wasn't determined by such matters. Gu Qinghuan, that's great that you think so, but I'm going to go and see, just for fun. Still a little worried, Zhan Zhanshan urged her not to overwork herself. After Gu Qinghuan stopped sending messages, he hesitated and contacted Bao Qingsong. Zhan Zhanshan, are you free to take an order? Gu Qinghuan would go help, not only because of Fang Wanfu's request, but also because she was worried that Yusishin would affect her. Since that was the case, Zhan Zhanshan couldn't just sit there and do nothing. She also wanted to ease some of Gu Qinghuan's burden. Bao Qingsong, information on Yusishin? Zhan Zhanshan, information that's correct. Bao Qingsong, I knew you need it. I'm already researching it. I have it ready, and send it to you tomorrow. Zhan Zhanshan was very satisfied. As expected of Team 3's intelligence chief, his speed was impressive. Chapter 418. Gu Qinghuan thought that if Fang Wanfu asked, Yusishin would agree to her observing, but it would take some convincing. To her surprise, less than half an hour later, Fang Wanfu cheerfully messaged her, saying Yusishin agreed. Fang Wanfu then added Gu Qinghuan to this small group of 3. The default group name was the 3 people's online names, but once Gu Qinghuan joined, Yusishin changed it. For communication, Gu Qinghuan's mouth twitched. The group name alone suggested Yusishin's cold attitude. Yusishin, hello Gu Qinghuan, I'm Yusishin. Yusishin, thank you for your help to Fang Wanfu. Whether it was helping him form a team for the competition or encouraging him to study hard, you've been a huge help. Gu Qinghuan's brows furrowed. Putting aside the fact that Yu Cixin was currently just Fang Wenfu's classmate, even if she were truly Fang Wenfu's girlfriend, this attitude was deeply offensive. Gu Qinghuan even suspected that Yu Cixin suspected her of harboring ulterior motives toward Fang Wenfu, and was deliberately adopting this attitude to sway her. Of course, there were ways to fight back, like casually asking why she hadn't helped before. But she wasn't there to defend Fang Wenfu, so being sarcastic towards Yu Cixin was pointless. She simply replied in the group chat, "Please chat. I speak up if you have any questions." Fang Wenfu felt uncomfortable with Yu Cixin's words, but he couldn't quite articulate why. Seeing Gu Qinghuan say this, he quickly got to the point. "Classmate Yu, I already know your feelings, but I have no romantic interests, and it has nothing to do with Zhang Zhanchen. Please don't target her again." Fang Wenfu spent a considerable amount of time thinking about how to say such a polite thing. "Yu Cixin, you're just defending Zhang Zhanchen, right?" Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath after reading the words on the screen. Only then did she suppress her complaints. Fang Wenfu was even more confused. "Huh? Fang Wenfu, no, this matter has nothing to do with Zhang Zhanchen in the first place. Why must she be involved? Yu Cixin, you clearly like her, but she doesn't like you, so you rejected me. Yu Cixin, but she wasn't good to you at all, and she betrayed your feelings. I just wanted her to know what a good person you are." Gu Qinghuan felt that the logical problems in these two sentences were countless, giving her a headache. Fang Wenfu's temper was never good, like a firecracker that could go off at the slightest provocation. Although it had improved a lot recently, he couldn't hold it back any longer. "Fang Wenfu, I already said I don't like her. And my rejection of you has nothing to do with who I like. People don't have to be in a relationship." Yu Cixin fell silent. Fang Wenfu thought she had finally listened and was trying to calm down, so he turned and went to chat privately with Gu Qinghuan. "Fang Wenfu, I don't think Zhang Zhanchen treats me badly, do I?" Fang Wenfu said, "Zhang Zhanchen is really good. He's much more measured now than when he was little. At most, I kick his chair legs or hold his shoulders, but most of the time, I just use my power to suppress him. It's not like when we were little, beating him up. Isn't that good enough? Gu Qinghuan, don't defend Zhang Zhanchen in front of her. I think she's a little stressed out." Just as Gu Qinghuan's message went out, Yu Cixin posted a message in the chat group. "Yu Cixin, so what kind of person do you like?" Fang Wenfu was a little overwhelmed. "I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Yu Cixin, now is now, and later will be later. I want to be the person you like." Gu Qinghuan's hands raced, fearing Fang Wenfu might throw in some kind of tantrum. "Why do you insist on Fang Wenfu liking you? Don't go along with her at this point. It will only make Yu Cixin even more persistent. It's better to understand her perspective. Yu Cixin, because I like him. Everyone wants the person they like to like them, right? Gu Qinghuan, I mean, what did you like about Fang Wenfu?" Yu Cixin's emotions suddenly flared up, and she began to talk endlessly about how Fang Wenfu had protected her. While she was talking, Gu Qinghuan quickly sent a private message to Fang Wenfu. "Remain calm and don't reveal any of your preferences." Fang Wenfu replied with a "got it." Gu Qinghuan waited for Yu Cixin to finish before continuing. "Was it Fang Wenfu who took you to the school doctor?" Yu Cixin paused for over half a minute before reluctantly replying, "No. Gu Qinghuan, that's the student who bumped into you and took you there. Why don't you thank him?" Yu Cixin was now confident. "He was the one who knocked me down and hurt me. Why should I thank him?" Gu Qinghuan, "But did he do it on purpose? Didn't he just not notice you were injured? Didn't he say sorry?" Gu Qinghuan, "In that case, his carelessness is indeed a problem, but Fang Wenfu's direct kicking was too rude." Fang Wenfu felt ashamed. Wasn't it because he hadn't learned his lesson yet? He decided to ask someone for the student's contact information and apologize to him later. Yu Cixin seemed anxious. "How is that the same? Fang Wenfu was trying to help me." Gu Qinghuan, "Why didn't he take you to the school doctor when he helped you? The one who really helped you was the one who treated your injuries, right? Did you thank the school doctor?" After 3 questions, Yu Cixin fell silent again. Gu Qinghuan touched her forehead, and felt that she understood Yu Cixin's thoughts a little bit. She sent a private message to Fang Wenfu. "Quick, tell her why you did what you did." Fang Wenfu, "What should I say? What if I say something wrong and she misunderstands me?" Gu Qinghuan, "Just tell me what you really thought." Fang Wenfu was at his wit's end. He gritted his teeth and sent a message in the chat group. "I just thought that person hit someone and then ran away without even helping them up, like a hit and run." Fang Wenfu, "The other day I saw a news story on my phone about a car crashing into a village chicken coop. Several chickens were killed, and some escaped. Fong Wanfu. I saw the chicken farmer crying and wailing in front of the camera, saying, "My chickens are supposed to lay eggs," and calling the car owner, who had run away, heartless. Fong Wanfu. Seeing you sitting on the ground, you looked a bit like her. I remembered the news and connected that classmate with the car owner, so I got so angry I kicked him. Gu Qinghuan couldn't hold it in. I told you to tell me what you really think, not to tell a joke. Yu Cixin was silent for much longer this time, finally sending a voice message. Gu Qinghuan hesitated, then chose to play the message, not converting it to text. How can you treat me like an old lady? I'm not that old. Yu Cixin's voice cracked. This time, it was Fong Wanfu's turn to be displeased. Because of his mother, Tan Jinshu, he was quite sensitive to such remarks. Fong Wanfu, I was just saying your posture was similar, not that you look alike. Besides, what's wrong with that old lady? Fong Wanfu, she's a chicken and vegetable farmer, and she even knew to call the police and the reporters when she encountered something like this. Would you? Fong Wanfu delivered the fatal blow. You didn't even bother to say you were hurt when you got knocked down. I hate people like you who swallow their anger in silence. You're such a coward. Yu Cixin's voice was practically screaming. How could you say that to me? Gu Qinghuan covered her ears. Was this really breaking down? Chapter 419. Gu Qinghuan was certain Yu Cixin's defenses had broken down. The proof was that she had left the group, leaving Fong Wanfu and Gu Qinghuan staring at each other in the group. Fong Wanfu felt a little guilty. This isn't my fault, is it? Gu Qinghuan hesitated to speak, saying that Fong Wanfu had been acting so honest lately that she almost forgotten that he was a troublemaker at heart. Finally, she offered solace. That's good. By hitting her like this, she should know you're not what she imagined, and she won't like you anymore. Fong Wanfu, although that was our original intention, why does that sound so unpleasant? He reluctantly said, okay, then I ask a classmate to help me monitor her situation. It was okay for Yu Cixin to continue targeting him. The important thing was to avoid implicating Zhang Zhanshan, who he also felt was innocent. Gu Qinghuan felt a sense of regret when the group was disbanded less than an hour after its creation. She said to the system, now I understand why the heroines in romance novels never talk. In the early stages of a relationship, developing understanding relies entirely on misunderstandings. It's precisely because they don't talk that you can slowly understand the other person's true character and, in the process, gradually accept them. If they did, they'd be like Fong Wanfu today, completely breaking people's defenses. If they revealed this truth after they've fallen in love, wouldn't it just become a joke between young lovers? Gu Qinghuan shook her head. It was already late, so she should go to bed early and tell Zhang Zhanshan about his current situation tomorrow. Compared to Gu Qinghuan's good night's sleep, Yu Cixin's sleep wasn't as good. She had a nightmare, dreaming she was back on the day she was knocked down. In previous dreams, Fong Wanfu would always help her up, take her to the school doctor, or bandage her himself. So she always looked forward to this dream, hoping to make up for some of the regrets in reality in her fantasy. After all, in real life, she didn't know how to approach Fong Wanfu, and she didn't dare tell anyone about her feelings. If her friends knew she liked Fong Wanfu, they would definitely object, right? After all, Fong Wanfu had such a bad reputation in the class and didn't fit in. Others would think she was crazy. But starting this semester, Fong Wanfu had changed. Both his demonstrated abilities and his gradually softening personality had changed his classmates' attitudes towards him. Yu Cixin wondered, if she told him she liked Fong Wanfu, she wouldn't be opposed, right? But just as this thought occurred to her, she realized how much Fong Wanfu valued Zhang Zhanshan. Why did she draw the design for Zhang Zhanshan? What was so good about her? She was the one who had been watching over Fong Wanfu, the one who knew he was a good man. Why did she choose Zhang Zhanshan? That was why she couldn't help but rush forward and confess her love, wanting to prove that her love was far stronger than Zhang Zhanshan's. But in tonight's nightmare, Fong Wanfu didn't help her up again. He turned sideways, revealing an old woman in a large flowered cotton jacket behind him. He helped her up, gathered the dead chickens on the ground into 2 baskets, and carried them on a shoulder pole. Then, they walked away hand in hand. Yu Cixin jolted awake, gasping for air. It was all Fong Wanfu's fault. What kind of auntie was that? She had such an outrageous dream. She clearly loved him so sincerely, and he actually called her a wimp. Yu Cixin grew increasingly angry, tears streaming down her face. Fong Wanfu had gone too far. She decided that unless Fong Wanfu took back his words and apologized, she would never forgive him. Yu Cixin, tears streaming down her face, sulked and finally fell back asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Qinghuan decided to finish her winter vacation homework and wait until around 10 o'clock to find Zhang Shurchen. After all, it was winter vacation, and she wasn't sure what time Zhang Shurchen would wake up. It would be bad if he disturbed her sleep. She was working on her homework quickly when Xiaoxi ran over and jumped onto her desk, pacing back and forth for a while before finally sitting down on Gu Qinghuan's calculator. Gu Qinghuan didn't care. This morning's homework wasn't math, so she just sat down. Just don't take out her writing pen. After she finished most of her morning homework, she left the room to get a cup of hot water. She returned to stroke the sleeping Xiaoxi's for twice before pulling out her phone to send a message. Gu Qinghuan said Zanchekin the key points of their conversation last night, and he replied quickly. Zanchekin, ?3 showed how shocked she was. Zanchekin, can you answer the phone? Gu Qinghuan replied okay, and Zanchekin called immediately. How did it come to this? He asked. Zanchekin held his forehead in his hand, incredulous. Although I agree that convincing Yusishin requires a drastic measure, isn't this too drastic? This isn't just persuasion, it's simply attacking Yusishin's heart. It's a good thing to figure out Fang Wanfu's personality sooner rather than later, isn't it? Gu Qinghuan said, at least they haven't even started dating yet. She can't accept it right now, let alone in the future. Although there's a saying that love can heal pain, thinking of Yusishin's attitude last night, Gu Qinghuan felt that she probably wasn't quite that lovesick yet. Zhang Zhanshan nodded in agreement. Yes, that's good too. So, she probably won't declare war on me again, right? Yusishin was probably struggling just to mend her own broken heart right now, so how could she have the time to target Zhang Zhanshan? I think her next target will be Fang Wanfu, not you, so I can rest easy for now, Gu Qinghuan said. They chatted for a while, and Gu Qinghuan told Zhang Zhanshan to minimize his interactions with Fang Wanfu. He also kept an eye on new friends on WeChat to prevent Yusishin from picking on him. Zhang Zhanshan finished his conversation with Gu Qinghuan and turned to Bao Qingsong. Have you finished your research? Bao Qingsong, I was just about to send it to you, check it out. Bao Qingsong sent over a document containing Yusishin's basic information and her family situation. To Zhang Zhanshan's surprise, she had assumed Yusishin was introverted and would fall in love with Fang Wanfu over such a trivial matter, suggesting she was simply starving for love. But that wasn't the case. She came from a well-off family, was an only child, and had lived a happy life since childhood. Zhang Zhanshan looked around, unable to understand why Yusishin was so stubborn towards Fang Wanfu. She noticed Yusishin's online username in the profile, and after some thought, she searched for it on various platforms. There were quite a few duplicates, but after a thorough search, she actually found Yusishin's account on a certain social media platform. Clicking on her profile, Zhang Zhanshan was greeted by a sea of posts. They were the kind with images directly generated from text, so the content was instantly apparent at a glance. How did you get together with Crush? Crush likes design. How can I get close to him? Record my heartwarming moment with Crush Zhang Zhanshan. I'm almost forgetting the word crush. Chapter 420. After seeing so much, Zanchekin was almost completely overwhelmed by the word crush. She copied the word and asked Xie Xiangxue, what does this word mean? Xie Xiangxue, worthy of being the English class representative. Squeeze, crush, suppress, conquer. Zanchekin, that doesn't seem to mean that? Xie Xiangxue, oh I see. Is it the internet slang for crush? Xie Xiangxue, let me think about how to explain it. In a broad sense, it refers to someone you're attracted to. She gave Zanchekin a few examples. For example, if you often run into a stranger in the library and, for various reasons, develop a liking for them and want to pursue them, then at this stage, you call them a crush. Zanchekin, so a flirt? Xie Xiangxue, is that right? But flirtations are usually two-way, while crushes are more one-way, and they emphasize a short-term state. Zhang Zhanshan, is it because I don't understand him that I'm so overwhelmed? Xie Xiangxue, I guess I could say that. Zhang Zhanshan thought, then, the word crush really does fit Yusishin's perception of Fang Wanfu. After asking, she thanked Xie Xiangxue for her answer and turned back to Yusishin's posts. Judging from the content of Yusishin's posts, her and Fang Wanfu's experiences were indeed quite dramatic, and the comments section was filled with so sweet, so sweet. But considering the reality, especially what Gu Qinghuan had just said, Zhang Zhanshan felt that the contrast was too stark. After some thought, she sent Yusishin's profile to Gu Qinghuan. Although she had nothing to do at the moment, since she had the information, keeping it to herself wouldn't be of much use. It would be more appropriate to share it with someone who might need it. Of course, John Johnson hoped that after this setback, Yu Cixin would stop wasting her time on Fang Wenfu. It wasn't that being in a relationship was bad, but the Fang Wenfu she loved was actually a figment of her imagination, and Fang Wenfu himself didn't like her. Continuing this kind of love would only bring her more pain and hurt. With the example of Su Xinghe, the students in class 3 were quite tolerant of those who were in love. However, if liking someone brings more pain than happiness, then such a love is definitely unhealthy. Gu Qinghuan wasn't surprised to see Yu Cixin's profile. She and Yu Cixin had been in the same group, so she naturally knew her username. Searching for Yu Cixin's profile was just a matter of mood and time. She briefly browsed through all of Yu Cixin's posts, which confirmed her thoughts and helped her understand how to respond. Simply put, she wanted attention, to be the center of attention. This was perfectly normal, just like every athlete's desire to win the gold medal, stand on the podium, the national flag hoisted behind them, and be the center of attention. Yu Cixin, however, wanted to achieve this through her own love. After receiving Fang Wenfu's help, she found the event incredibly dramatic and romantic, like the beginning of a romance between a heroine and a heroine in a novel. So, rather than falling in love with Fang Wenfu, it would be more accurate to say that she chose him to be the hero of her love story. She might not have done this intentionally, but her attention and support for Fang Wenfu were genuine. In another future, she and Fang Wenfu might have gone through all sorts of things, eventually ending up together and finding her own happiness. But in this world, that ending was clearly impossible. She wanted to continue her story, but it would only cause trouble and inconvenience to others. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. I seem to be breaking up couples again. Who was the last couple? Qin Yu and Gao Changjing? No, Qin Yu in the most desperate fate didn't actually end up with Gao Changjing. He just had a one-sided yearning for her. Jiang Chuchu and Ning Siki did break up, but as long as it could help her friends avoid the most hopeless fate, Gu Qinghuan felt no apologies for this breaking up. As for Fang Wenfu and Yu Cixin, it couldn't be considered her breaking up, right? After all, Fang Wenfu wasn't interested at the moment. Gu Qinghuan decided to let the matter go. Yu Cixin hadn't been heard from since she left the group. It's unclear whether she's discovered Fang Wenfu's sharp tongue and no longer likes him, or if she's regrouping, waiting for another fight. Gu Qinghuan hoped she'd choose the former. Even more, she hoped that after this incident, Yu Cixin would realize she couldn't dictate others' wishes. If Yu Cixin wanted to be the director of her own life story, she should find willing actors instead of forcing uninterested ones into her. Gu Qinghuan obediently went about her winter break homework, and John Johnson didn't take the incident personally. By comparison, Fang Wenfu was the most relaxed. This wasn't the first time he'd been so sharp-tongued, and he knew how those he angered would avoid him afterward. Yu Cixin probably felt the same way. He already driven her out of the group, so she definitely wouldn't like him anymore, right? Finally, I could focus on tutoring, drawing, and making clothes. Fang Wenfu was so excited he didn't sleep for 2 days. Finally, Tan Jinshu confiscated his studio key and ordered him to rest. Gu Qinghuan finished her winter vacation homework 2 days before New Year's Eve, welcoming the new year with a debt-free attitude. The family was busy cleaning up, clearing out the accumulated clutter. Gu Qinghuan was assigned the job of cleaning the windows. Clutching old newspapers, she grunted and picked at the grime on the glass. When she was done, the windows looked as clean as if they had just been filmed off. She was so proud that she took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Turning her head, she saw Xiaoxi kicking the newspaper she'd thrown nearby. Gu Qinghuan quickly tossed the newspapers into the makeshift trash bin at the door. Xiaoxi, without her toys, stared at the bin motionless. What's Xiaoxi doing? After Wang Jian finished pasting the couplets, he saw Xiaoxi squatting at the door to greet him, feeling a bit pleased. I just threw a ball of paper he was playing with in there. He's probably thinking about jumping in and digging it out, Gu Qinghuan said. Wang Jian scooped Xiaoxi up. Stop playing. Come on, let's go get some rest. The work was done, and the family could finally relax for a while. Wang Jian, holding Xiaoxi, lay on the sofa, watching TV. Gu Haiyan, carrying a bag of tangerines, sat with Gu Qinghuan, eating and chatting. Your school sent me my final exam scores a while ago, Gu Haiyan said. How did I do? Gu Qinghuan asked. All 3 core subjects are pretty high. Just keep steady. Physics, chemistry, and politics. Chemistry is a little weak, but physics and politics are above average. Gu Haiyan recalled the rankings. Wang Jian overheard this and interrupted. Can I help you with that? Gu Haiyan rolled her eyes at him. How much of high school knowledge do you remember now? Besides, the textbooks back then were different than they are now. Don't mess with Huan Huan. She turned to Gu Qinghuan again and said seriously, take care of yourself. If you need a tutor, just let us know. Gu Qinghuan scratched her face. Why would she need a tutor for chemistry? She had Xinbao here, but for now, she nodded solemnly to Gu Haiyan, I pay attention. Although Gu Qinghuan felt a little embarrassed to always ask Yu Xian to help her with the questions, Yu Xian herself was happy to do it. Yu Xian, don't compete with me for your academic support. Chapter 421. New Year's money is a natural gift. Gu Qinghuan has few relatives, and Wang Jian has no elders, so Gu Qinghuan hasn't received many red envelopes since childhood. However, in addition to his share, Wang Jian also gives Gu Qinghuan 2 more red envelopes to make up for the share of her deceased grandparents. Gu Haiyan also receives 3 red envelopes, 1 for her, 1 for Gu Min, and 1 for her deceased grandfather. Although her grandfather passed away suddenly, Gu Min said, the old man has given her a red envelope every year since Wanhuan was born. Even though he's gone now, he certainly doesn't want to miss out. So, Gu Min will also give Gu Qinghuan her grandfather's red envelope. This year, Gu Qinghuan happily received 6 red envelopes from the elders. After the New Year's Eve dinner, she secretly retreated to her room to count the New Year's money. 1, 2, 3. 20! Gu Qinghuan rolled over on the bed, clutching the 2,000 yuan. Grandma and Grandpa, for red envelopes, 300 each, totaling 1,200. Last year, Mom and Dad each gave her a 300 red envelope, totaling 1,800. But this year was different. This year, Mom and Dad each gave 400, totaling 2,000. The total amount of these red envelopes wasn't much for Class 3. For example, Chuchu's family gave her more pocket money. But for Gu Qinghuan, it was already a lot, not to mention she had just earned 4,000 yuan from Little Chef's Big Love. Never mind the 1,000 in her online bank account, she hadn't even touched the 1,000 cash on hand. After all, Gu Haiyan wouldn't cancel her monthly allowance just because Gu Qinghuan had earned money, it was her due. Furthermore, Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian each deposited 1,000 yuan into a bank account opened specifically for Gu Qinghuan every month, as a safeguard for her future. Every year on Gu Qinghuan's birthday, they would withdraw 20,000 yuan and deposit it into a 3-year certificate of deposit, with an additional deposit added every 5 years. The interest earned on the certificate of deposit would be transferred to the card, and when the next deposit reached 20,000 yuan, it would be used. This way, by the time Gu Qinghuan turned 18, she would have at least 420,000 yuan in savings. This 420,000 yuan was Gu Qinghuan's confidence. No matter which university she chose to apply to, what kind of college life she would lead, whether she chose employment after graduation, further studies, or a period of leisure before work, anything was possible. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian hoped that Gu Qinghuan could freely pursue the future she chose, without being swayed by money. Not to mention the lottery winnings, by the time Gu Qinghuan finished high school, there would probably be some left. Gu Qinghuan knew her parents had saved money for her, but she didn't know exactly how much. She didn't care. She had confidence in herself, and even without money, she could still live well. It wasn't about her supporters, but her own abilities. If nothing else, Gu Qinghuan felt she could make money just by spreading a piece of paper on the ground, squatting on the side of the road, and offering psychological counseling under the guise of fortune-telling. Of course, if Jiang Chuchu and the others knew of this idea, they would definitely scream, "Why don't you come to me?" For now, Gu Qinghuan stuffed 200 yuan bills into a red envelope, watched the envelope bulge, and then put it away in a drawer with satisfaction. She had cash to use. After the Lunar New Year, she would ask Gu Haiyan to deposit the 2,000 yuan into her online bank account. She's planning on getting a new school bag next semester. Her previous one isn't broken, but she wants one with more functional areas. Gu Qinghuan, what's wrong with being fancy? I'm just happy using it. After putting away her lucky money, Gu Qinghuan scooped up her coconut juice and sipped it while casually checking the group chat. Luckily, she already finished her New Year's Eve dinner. The students from Class 3 were sharing theirs in the group chat. Meanwhile, they were maliciously asking why the class monitor hadn't shown up yet. Gu Qinghuan, oh so naive. I already finished my New Year's Eve dinner. Tao Shenqing, damn it. Song Yi, sister. I didn't post it. Jiang Chuchu, it's okay if I already eaten. I look at it next time I'm hungry. Gu Qinghuan, question mark. Gu Qinghuan, it's New Year's Eve. Are you really going to do this to me? Yu Xian, picture. Yu Xian, Yu Yuan asked me to post it after hearing about the excitement in the group chat. I have to say, Yu Wenxiu's New Year's Eve dinner was a feast for the eyes, the stomach, and the flavors. Not only was Gu Qinghuan, who was already stuffed, but even the other civets were clamoring with envy. Jiang Chuchu, I told you we should get Anju to Yunjinlu. It's a shame they can't. Yuanshou's housekeeping company is thriving, and business is booming. Gu Qinghuan quickly posted an emoji, and someone immediately followed suit, successfully pushing the photo to the top. Gu Qinghuan, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Su Xinghe, what a deceptive trick. Xie Xiangxue, if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. Xie Xiangxue's cry was far more mournful and indignant. She had a competition after the new year, and it was time to control her weight again. Gu Qinghuan was about to say something when a red envelope popped up in the group chat. Quickly opening it, she snatched a 31.65 yuan red envelope. This time, the red envelope cascade was from Yu Xian. This is the New Year's money my father gave me. I'm sharing it with everyone. After Yu Jinxin secured the contract, Yu Winli was delighted and had originally planned to buy Yu Jinxin a new car, but Yu Jinxin stopped him. After Xia He's birthday party, Yu Jinxin became even more cautious with Yu Xian. Yu Xian's urging was crucial in getting the contract signed so quickly. He worried that if all the credit went to him, Yu Xian would be upset. So, he nervously refused the new car and only asked for a sum of money, which he then immediately gave 80% to Yu Xian. Yu Xian was pleased with his tact, treating it as if Yu Jinxin had given her over a decade of New Year's money all at once. Then, like Chu Chu had done before, she distributed a ton of red envelopes to everyone, hoping for a festive new year. Gu Qinghuan snatched up 21 red envelopes, pocketing over 230 yuan. Her luck was pretty good. She herself decided not to give out red envelopes. In such matters, she simply did her best. After receiving the red envelope, Gu Qinghuan was content. Just as she was about to toss the empty can of drink in the trash, she noticed from the corner of her eye that there was another red envelope on her phone. She instinctively clicked on it. Luckily, the red envelope contained a New Year's emoji, which Gu Qinghuan hadn't seen before. After a closer look, she realized this wasn't a group message from Class 3. It was Fang Wanfu. Gu Qinghuan quickly clicked return. Fang Wanfu, why aren't you accepting it? Gu Qinghuan, tell me first, what do you want? Fang Wanfu, hey, don't scare me if I tell you. Fang Wanfu, the clothes I want to give to Zhanshan are ready. Gu Qinghuan, then why are you looking for me? Go send it to Chu Chen. Fang Wanfu, I'm a little unsure. Can you help me check it? Gu Qinghuan thought again and again, although I'm a little worried, this is Chu Chen's gift. I'd let her judge it herself. Different people have different preferences for clothing. What if she thinks it's not good, but Zhanshan thinks it's good? More importantly, she didn't want to diminish Zhanshan's surprise and anticipation when he received the gift. Gu Qinghuan, besides, you have to believe in your abilities. Fang Wanfu, exclamation mark, he was encouraged. As a designer, how could you not have confidence in your work? Fang Wanfu was immediately inspired and went to make an appointment with Zhanshan with great enthusiasm. Zhanshan hesitated after receiving the call. Seeing Fang Wanfu on the morning of New Year's Day doesn't seem like a good omen. Chapter 422. Zhanshan pondered for a few seconds and decided to go see Fang Wanfu. However, on the morning of New Year's Day, she had to visit relatives with her mother and father. The afternoon would be different. The relatives would gather to chat or play cards or mahjong. Zhanshan didn't know how to play, and it would be boring to stay aside. It would be better to sneak off to see Fang Wanfu. Fang Wanfu didn't care when to meet him. His relatives hadn't changed their impression of him. He was still the same lawless devil. Who would want to see him during such a good time as the New Year? Especially the younger relatives, who would be as terrified as mice seeing a cat. Tan Jinshu and Fang Ping'an knew their son's character well, even though Fang Wanfu had changed significantly since the second half of the year, surrounded by friends. But it was New Year's Day, and neither of them dared to gamble, fearing it would ruin everyone's new year, so they didn't want to take Fang Wanfu with them. Fang Wanfu didn't feel bad at all. He made an appointment with Zhanshan and happily packed the clothes he would give to him. The meeting place was Fang's residence. Zanchekin had been there before and knew where it was, but Fang Wanfu still sent her the location again to make sure she wasn't mistaken. On the afternoon of New Year's Day, Zanchekin arrived at Fang's residence. After a long time of ringing the doorbell, with no response, he called. Only then did he hear a flurry of running around inside. When Fang Wanfu opened the door, a few threads were still clinging to his clothes. Sorry, Fang Wanfu said twice. I was drawing, and was so engrossed I didn't hear. As soon as he finished speaking, Zanchekin heard his stomach growl. Did you skip lunch? John Johnson asked. Fong Wanfu chuckled dryly and tried to defend himself. I was too engrossed. John Johnson shook his head and followed Fong Wanfu inside. Get something to eat first. I don't want to see someone rush to the hospital on New Year's Day. Fong Wanfu unwrapped a bag of toast and put it in the toaster. While he waited, he pushed out a mannequin covered in a black dust cover. Is it so grand? John Johnson said casually. Fong Wanfu's eyes widened. This is my first gift to someone. Be serious. John Johnson's expression was one of disdain, but he still solemnly removed the dust cover. To her surprise, she had thought Fong Wanfu, who loved drawing skirts so much, would make one for her, like a mermaid skirt, but it turned out to be a long black trench coat. The style didn't seem particularly impressive, but John Johnson liked it. Growing up, she heard many people ask her why she was so tall, and she even felt insecure about her height. So, she always tried to be less conspicuous, wearing mostly standard clothing in black, white, and gray. Although no one in Class 3 had ever criticized her for her height, this long-standing perception had conditioned John Johnson to maintain a low profile. At most, she'd be more outgoing when hanging out with the others in Class 3. Looking at the color of this long trench coat, John Johnson was truly pleased. As she took off her down jacket and prepared to try it on, she said to Fong Wanfu, I thought you were going to make a skirt, but it's a trench coat. Fong Wanfu's eyes widened. I told you to wear a skirt in this weather. Are you going to beat me up and send me to the hospital right then and there? John Johnson began to wonder what Fong Wanfu thought of her. But she was in a good mood, so she didn't ask, lest she get angry. The trench coat was made of fine material, and because it was made exactly to her measurements, it fit perfectly. Where the shoulders and underarms, where movement would pull, were generously designed, so it felt completely free of restriction. John Johnson raised her arms and glanced around. Fong Wanfu pushed the floor-length mirror toward her and said smugly, Look. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, John Johnson was stunned. She had assumed the long black trench coat, with its color and style, wouldn't be conspicuous, satisfying her need for understated elegance. To her surprise, she looked tall and dashing in the mirror, even without posing. In short, walking down the street, she was the most imposing woman on the street. John Johnson blurted out, How could this be? Fong Wanfu, admiring his masterpiece with delight, was startled by John Johnson's voice. He caught her words and suddenly tensed. What's wrong? What's wrong? I think it's pretty good, Fong Wanfu said weakly. It's not that your clothes are bad, John Johnson said, somewhat embarrassed. They look pretty ordinary, so why do they look so striking on me? Fong Wanfu was struck by the word pretty ordinary, but he stubbornly pulled himself together. Clothes are designed to be worn by people. If a piece of clothing is eye-catching but doesn't suit the person, it won't look good. I wasted dozens of designs, and even had a video call with Sister Chi Xiang. I spent so much time making this dress, all to enhance your elegance. If it doesn't look good on you, then what's the point of dreaming of being a designer? That being said, Fong Wanfu still felt a little guilty. Given his age and skills, it was impossible for him to outperform professionals in just a few months. During the production process, there were many areas where he didn't actually understand why he was doing something. He simply followed Chi Xiang's instructions. Not to mention, there were many areas where he could have done better, but was limited by his knowledge and skills. The more he delved into it, the more he realized he still had much to learn. Fong Wanfu now lived every day with such a fulfilling life, deeply understanding the meaning of endless learning. John Johnson couldn't help but glance at himself in the mirror again. It does look good, but it's good looking, isn't it? Fong Wanfu didn't bother to dwell on the buts. He turned back to his toast, nibbling on it dryly without even adding any sauce. He sat on the sofa. John Johnson thought for a moment and walked over, standing to look at him. Don't you feel pressured by me like this? Fong Wanfu raised her chin to look at her. He'd been hunched over his desk for so long, and when he suddenly looked up, he actually heard his neck crack. Fong Wanfu clutched the back of his neck. What's the pressure? I'm too tall, and with this dress. John Johnson didn't finish her sentence. But Fong Wanfu understood her meaning, so that's what you're worried about. He jumped up, biting his toast. Why do you care what others think of you? Those people are just inferior to you, a bunch of cowards. What does a groundhog care which tree a giraffe eats leaves from? They can't even reach it. John Johnson was amused by his vivid metaphor. If she hadn't been worried about wrinkling her long trench coat, she would have rolled over on the sofa with her hands on her stomach. I'm a giraffe, John Johnson thought. I was born this tall. Chapter 423. On the afternoon of New Year's Day, a photo Zanchekin posted in the class group caused a major uproar in Class 3. Lin Julu, I give you 3 seconds to see the link to this windbreaker. Gu Qinghwan, don't count on it, it's a custom-made item. Lin Julu, how could that be? Murong Tianjiao, wait a minute, could it be that Fan Wanfu made it? Shi Guanghui, pupils tremble. Shi Guanghui, no, it's only been a few months, how could he have evolved so quickly? Jiang Chu Chu, actually, the reason this windbreaker looks so good is that it was made specifically for Zanchekin. This one-of-a-kind piece perfectly fits Zanchekin's measurements, taking into account her personal style and reflecting her personal style. Zanchekin, I didn't have high expectations, but I didn't expect him to do such a great job. Zanchekin, I'm planning to give him a return gift after school starts. Su Xinghe, it's a good thing, but... Bao Qingsong, it's well-intentioned, but... Yuan Wuwei, but there's Yu Cixin. When Yu Cixin was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Finally, Yu Xian broke the deadlock. What's her situation now? Gu Qinghwan, I don't know. After Fan Wanfu exposed his true colors in front of her last time, there hasn't been any follow-up. Fan Wanfu was actually quite persistent in this matter. Every morning, upon waking up, he'd take a moment to check Yu Cixin's moments to see if there were any new posts about him. This behavior sounded almost like a stoic, but Yu Cixin rarely posted on moments, so Fan Wanfu could just glance at it, and then leave without a second thought. Of course, Fan Wanfu had also suspected that Yu Cixin had blocked him. That was all he could do. While he could ask someone else to help him check Yu Cixin's moments, it was fine once or twice. Too often, and it would seem like he was plotting something bad against her. Jiang Chuchu concluded, then don't send a return gift for now. Wait until school starts, and we're clear on Yu Cixin's feelings. Gifts can be given at any time. If Yu Cixin hasn't given up, then Zhan Zhanshan's gift to Fan Wanfu will only complicate matters. Zhan Zhanshan calmed down from the joy and emotion brought by the windbreaker, and agreed with Jiang Chuchu's suggestion. For now, let's all happily welcome the new year. Gu Qinghwan checked the system to see how Zhan Zhanshan's task progressed. What's the current status? System response, 70%. Gu Qinghwan, isn't it already pretty close to completion? She remembered that before winter break, Zhan Zhanshan's progress on the mission was around 60%. Why did it go up today? Gu Qinghwan, is it because of the windbreaker Fan Wanfu gave her today? System, to be more precise, that windbreaker helped her gain a deeper understanding of herself. As the system always says, the fates of people influence each other. Gu Qinghwan influenced Fan Wanfu's fate, and he developed his own dreams and aspirations, and began to move towards his goals. In the process, he also influenced Zhan Zhanshan. The old Fan Wanfu would never have said such a thing, let alone created this windbreaker, and let Zhan Zhanshan see a different side of himself. Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but smile. That's good too. I saved myself some trouble. The system felt that its host had misunderstood the term saving trouble. While Fan Wanfu did speed up Zhan Zhanshan's mission progress, Gu Qinghwan also created a new destiny for him. The time and energy she spent on Fan Wanfu wasn't small, was it? The system even considered reporting this to the world and requesting additional rewards. Gu Qinghwan didn't care to her, it was all just a matter of convenience. Although he wasn't the target of her mission, Fan Wanfu certainly had his most desperate future. No matter what choices led to that fate, at least in this world, Gu Qinghwan hoped that everyone she knew could find happiness. As for the fate of the Yin, Wei, and Chu families who sacrificed for this, Gu Qinghwan simply considered it their deserved punishment. People are always selfish, so isn't it natural for her to favor those on her side? Although Zhan Zhanshan's mission was only 5% away, Gu Qinghwan didn't slack off. Instead, she intensified her attention to Yu Cixin's social media accounts. Perhaps because of the Lunar New Year holiday, many people were free. Gu Qinghwan saw many people urging her to update in the comments section of Yu Cixin's recent post. Why aren't you updating, sis? How far along are you with Crush? No follow-up in so long, could it be that your confession failed? Gu Qinghwan looked at the last post and felt that this person's guess was pretty accurate. As for netizens, when they encounter people in relationships, their attitude is generally the same. You know, we're all about trying to break up, not reconcile. But when Gu Qinghwan came back from watching a few food videos, she saw Yu Cixin's reply to that post. My confession didn't fail, I just need to think it over. Gu Qinghwan's head was filled with a question mark. No, sis, you haven't given up yet? This rumor was also very ambiguous. What did just need to think it over mean? Gu Qinghwan knew the truth, but netizens didn't. They might think Yusishin was still considering whether to confess, or that she had already confessed and her crush was still deciding whether to accept. The problem was, that wasn't the case. Fang Wenfu had said all that, and Yusishin hadn't given up yet? Gu Qinghuan held her forehead. Zhang Zhanshan had almost gotten over this matter, so she couldn't be dragged into it again. If Fang Wenfu knew, he might get furious again, but the problem was that it didn't seem to have much effect at the moment. While she was thinking, Yusishin's new post appeared. Gu Qinghuan glanced at it briefly, mainly because she couldn't read it too closely, otherwise she'd be tempted to analyze the messy logic. Yusishin's post explained that she hadn't updated recently because she was busy with various activities during the Lunar New Year holiday. As for Crush's progress, she and Crush were still talking. Although there had been some minor disagreements, she had also gained a better understanding of him. She believed that once she understood Crush better, they would be able to be together smoothly. Gu Qinghuan, what do you mean by lying with open eyes? At this point, she already had some admiration for Yusishin. Fang Wenfu had put her down so hard, so how did she persevere? She was still pondering this when Zhang Zhanshan sent her a screenshot of Yusishin's latest post, accompanied by 3 question marks. Gu Qinghuan slapped her head. How could she have forgotten? Even if she hadn't informed Zhang Zhanshan, he would have known Yusishin's account. Zhang Zhanshan, she's been holding it in for so many days, and this is the result? Gu Qinghuan, yeah, I now suspect she thought she had a different love story. Zhang Zhanshan, what story? Gu Qinghuan, I wonder if you heard of the crematorium for chasing wives? Chapter 424. For a while, Gu Qinghuan read quite a few stories about the wife-chasing crematorium. The so-called wife-chasing crematorium is where the heroine is physically and emotionally abused by the hero, her love completely worn out, and she ultimately decides to give up. At this point, the hero suddenly realizes his deep love for the heroine and begins desperately trying to win her back. Readers enjoy the exhilarating feeling of you used to be indifferent to me, but now I'm too good for you. However, many of the previous wife-chasing crematoriums ended with the heroine finally winning the heart back, or the hero died, leaving powerful and wealthy, but lonely forever. Nowadays, the real hero is often replaced with the ex-boyfriend's or ex-husband's brother, relative, or similar, essentially the affectionate second male lead in the previous stories. Of course, there are also many heroines who, from the outset, are impervious to any physical or emotional abuse and will retaliate, destroying their ex-boyfriend's or ex-husband's family. As for the male lead, he is unnecessary. During Gu Qinghuan's downtime, he grabbed a few of these novels to read, for no other reason than to see scumbags get their comeuppance. But sometimes, he'd be tempted by some author's carefully disguised poison, and he just slogged through a set of questions to soothe his frustration. Right now, Gu Qinghuan felt that Yusishin's behavior was like the heroine in the story Chasing Wife at the crematorium, completely devoted to the hero, no matter how badly he treated her. But that was only her online display. If Fang Wenfu knew the real situation, he'd probably start another round of scolding. Zhang Zhanshan searched for Chasing Wife at the crematorium and, after understanding its meaning, his mind was still rife with confusion. Zhang Zhanshan, what's she after? Gu Qinghuan, attention perhaps? Gu Qinghuan glanced at the comments section under Yusishin's new post. She wasn't the only one. Some netizens had also keenly sensed something was amiss in Yusishin's vague words. Minor conflict? Could it be a dispute? Increase understanding. So what did the blogger misunderstand earlier? These comments clearly flustered Yusishin, and she replied forcefully. There was no dispute or misunderstanding. Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanshan could only sigh. Isn't this just a confession? They didn't look at Yusishin's comments again. Netizens wouldn't give a stranger face. Their reactions would only get more pointed. Zhang Zhanshan, I feel quite sorry for Fang Wenfu now. Yusishin's secret crush was too subtle. If she complained a few times, Fang Wenfu would have been seen as a scumbag who toyed with other people's feelings. Gu Qinghuan, same with you. Zhang Zhanshan suddenly lost all sympathy for Fang Wenfu. It looked like she was just the supporting actress in the quest for his wife. Gu Qinghuan consoled her, but right now, her focus should be on Fang Wenfu. Just stay out of the picture. Zhang Zhanshan made up her mind. I don't care. Let Fang Wenfu deal with her. She worried that if she continued paying attention, she actually forced Yusishin to drink the water out of her head. The system suddenly popped up. Zhang Zhanshan's mission progress has increased again. Host, it's already 75%. Gu Qinghuan, how did it increase this time? System, it's probably based on her attitude towards Yusishin. Previously, Zhang Zhanshan couldn't understand Yusishin's thoughts. At most, He thought she was secretly in love with someone who didn't like her, without knowing her. Liking things like this isn't something you can control, so misunderstandings are normal. John Johnson thought that as long as things were explained and understood, the matter could be resolved. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Yu Cixin was completely knowing her mistakes, but refusing to correct them. Then John Johnson wouldn't be polite the next time she came to him. She had developed a fighting spirit, so the next time she faced suspicion and slander, John Johnson wouldn't hesitate to fight back. As long as one had such courage and perseverance, one would never fall into despair. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't completely relax. John Johnson's mission was indeed accomplished, but that only meant she had avoided the most hopeless fate. The problem still existed, and just because it might be solved later didn't mean it could be ignored. Besides, addressing it in advance could avoid a lot of trouble, so it was better to act now. In troubled times, harsh punishments are called for. For chronic illnesses, strong medicine is used. In Yu Cixin's case, it was better to be drastic. Gu Qinghuan moved his fingers and forwarded Yu Cixin's profile to Fan Wenfu. Gu Qinghuan, Devil of Chaos, the seal is lifted. Fan Wenfu, ? Fan Wenfu, what are you talking about? Why are you sending this to me? Fan Wenfu, huh? Fan Wenfu, with that kind of imagination, can't she just write a novel? Fan Wenfu stopped replying to Gu Qinghuan. He quickly registered an account on the platform, using the username Who's Your Crush? And began to dominate Yu Cixin's comments section. This is so pissing me off. I thought you finally come to terms with reality, but it turns out you're still sulking. Can you find someone else to fall in love with? I have my own things to do, and I don't even want to be in a relationship, let alone anyone I'm attracted to. Netizens were drawn to the melon. Wow, so it's not a crush, but a persistent stalker? I just read this and it felt off. I see. Yu Cixin couldn't delete any more comments, so she decided to go all out and started arguing with Fan Wenfu in the comments section. Gu Qinghuan watched for a while and noticed that even though Fan Wenfu and Yu Cixin had fallen out, he had been careful not to disclose any of her personal information. He was also being very harsh in his insults, repeating the same coward line from before. The impression he gave was that he was truly annoyed with Yu Cixin and wanted nothing to do with her. Not to mention that his attacks extended to some well-meaning netizens, and those who spoke up for Yu Cixin were even more harshly criticized. Fan Wenfu, it's just you, a bunch of brainless people who are constantly inciting her, right? It's so sweet, it's obvious she's never had anything good to eat. Seeing him perform normally, Gu Qinghuan turned back to her own activities. When she checked before bed, the post was gone, and even Yu Cixin's account was gone. She refreshed the homepage, and the big data platform recommended follow-up posts from other netizens asking about this matter. The comment section was filled with screenshots of Fan Wenfu's replies. Although he ran out of words after the last insult, everyone could see how much he disliked Yu Cixin. Gu Qinghuan was tired of reading, and was about to go to bed when Fan Wenfu sent her a screenshot. It was a screenshot of his one-sided message bombardment of Yu Cixin. The content wasn't the point. The key point was his last message, a red circle in front of the green dialog box. At the bottom was the system notification. Message sent, but rejected. Chapter 425. Outside, fireworks crackled. Inside, Yu Cixin locked herself in her room, sobbing uncontrollably. She had never lost face like this in her entire life. While she wasn't at the top of the pyramid of other people's children, she was often mentioned. Family background, academics, talent, all aspects combined put her firmly at the top of her peers. But this was a comprehensive result. The older she got, the more she realized she remained inconspicuous. Especially after entering Mingda, she felt even more insignificant. The students in her grade were all too dazzling. In terms of family background, Jiang Chuchu from class 3 was undoubtedly number 1. Especially since her family was so wealthy, Jiang Chuchu didn't give off any sign of wealth around school. This contrast actually made her even more appealing. I thought she'd be a high-profile young lady, but she's actually quite easy to get along with. I heard her best friend comes from a very ordinary family, and she doesn't mind taking her to a street stall. When it comes to academics, Su Lin from class 2 is the envy of the entire school. With such a poor family background and such a brilliant mind, she's a true inspirational hero, a truly top student from a humble background. She's the modern, real-life version of God will grant great responsibilities to those who are capable of them. I witnessed a legend. If I'm interviewed again, I might mention that Su Lin and I are classmates. When it comes to talent, Ning Fu from class 12 has made a splash on variety shows. She's usually so low-key and ordinary, and the Class 12 environment is so poor that everyone can see it, but unexpectedly, she has such a beautiful singing voice. It really just happened in a flash. A dazzling debut. So amazing. I'm so excited for her official debut. I'm a fan now. Yu Cixin had heard this kind of thing countless times, and she didn't know if she took it too seriously or if those people just had to say it in front of her. She was like someone possessed. She clearly didn't want to hear it, but she forced a smile and agreed, joining the others in exaggerated sighs. That's right, they're so amazing. I can't compare. Yes, it was like another world, dazzling and radiant. It was a realm that ordinary people like her couldn't enter. She could only watch them glitter with envy. At some point, another emotion quietly welled up within her. Yearning, reluctance, and insatiable desire. She wanted everyone's attention, wanted to be the envy of others. She wanted to be the heroine. But that was too difficult. She studied hard, but she could only get into the top 10 in her grade. Su Lin, the top student in the class, was an insurmountable obstacle. Yu Xian and Lu Jian's battle for second place was a formidable challenge. They were firmly in the top 3, and no one else would remember the 4th through 10th students much. As for talent and family background, Yu Cixin couldn't find a way to excel. It was so annoying. What fun was there in such a life? While others' campus lives were so vibrant, hers was like a stagnant pool. Yu Cixin spent her freshman year of high school in such a mediocrity way. Then, shortly after the start of her sophomore year, she encountered that incident. Fang Wanfu saved her. Could there be a more classic first encounter than this? It was like the first encounter between the heroine and the hero in a novel. Yu Cixin was incredibly excited. Was her life finally about to change? She began following Fang Wanfu, and the more she read, the more she felt he resembled the aloof, misunderstood hero in a novel. Although he seemed like a tough school bully, he was truly a gentle person at heart. Otherwise, why would he help her? How wonderful. Stories are always like this. Those cold, cruel, and difficult heroes only soften around the heroine. She must be special to Fang Wanfu. Yu Cixin was convinced of this. Until Fang Wanfu called her an old lady, and said she was too cowardly for swallowing her anger. Not to mention now, he actually went to her account and cursed her in the comments section. No, this shouldn't be happening. How could a hero discover a heroine's secret account at this moment? He should have waited until she and Fang Wanfu were together before he stumbled upon her account, learned of her long-standing secret crush, and was deeply moved. Fang Wanfu's attitude was wrong. She had almost forgiven him for his last gaffe, so why had he escalated? Netizens' attitudes were also wrong. Why were they scolding her? Shouldn't they be blessing her or encouraging her? Yu Cixin couldn't stand Fang Wanfu's words. Her image of him shattered rapidly, leaving no trace of the man who had once captivated her. It was so embarrassing that she had ever liked such a man, rude, foul-mouthed, and uncultured. He wasn't worthy of being her leading man. Yu Cixin quickly blocked Fang Wanfu and deleted her own account, trying to completely bury this dark history. Thankfully, to avoid being discovered by those she knew, she had blurred out a lot of the content when she posted the post on the platform. That way, no one would connect the real Yu Cixin with the disgraced person online. The thought of this made Yu Cixin feel even more distressed. She had finally managed to amass a few hundred followers on her account, and everyone was eagerly anticipating her updates, hoping to see her and Crush's love story. And then, it was all ruined by Fang Wanfu. Her starring role, her stage, was gone. She shouldn't have trusted someone like Fang Wanfu. Sure enough, there was a reason he was so annoying. He wasn't the leading man at all, but the vicious supporting actor. Yu Cixin cried herself to sleep, and when she woke up, it was already daybreak. Mom and Dad seemed oblivious to her crying last night behind closed doors. This was her family's suburban villa. Because they were outside the prohibited area for fireworks, many families set off firecrackers during the Lunar New Year holiday, which helped to cover her up. However, her face still bore the obvious traces of tears. Her eyelids were swollen and her eye circles were red. Yu Cixin applied a hot towel to her face for a while before she felt better. At least, keeping her eyes open wasn't as tiring. But if her parents saw her like this, they would definitely yell and ask what was wrong. Forget it. She wouldn't leave her bedroom today. She would just stay in her room. She would have lunch left at the door later, and she would open it and bring it in. Her parents were very protective of her privacy. As long as she said she didn't want to go out, they wouldn't force her to leave the bedroom. Besides, she had gotten so engrossed in novels before, so she might as well keep using that excuse when she didn't want to leave her room during the holidays. Yu Cixin had already given up. Fang Wanfu had already ruined her like this. What was the point? It was still winter break anyway, so she could just lie there. It wouldn't bother anyone else. No, how could she bother anyone else now? She hadn't even had the energy to find a new leading man. Forget it. Just accept reality. Yu Cixin tossed the now cold towel back into the basin. Even the hot water had cooled. The corners of her mouth in the mirror curved in a mocking manner. You're just an ordinary, incompetent person. Don't even think about being the protagonist. Chapter 426. The 1-month winter vacation always passes so quickly. Gu Qinghuan calculated that she had eaten less than 100 meals. John Johnson's mission was successfully completed, but she hadn't used the reward yet. In her most desperate future, was her own strength truly what she needed? Wouldn't that make her regret not being braver? The wrongdoers weren't her, but Yu Cixin and Fang Wanfu in that world line. But in her current fate, Fang Wanfu alone had no chance of retribution. If she simply gave John Johnson the memory of Yu Cixin receiving criticism from Fang Wanfu and netizens, would she truly be able to let it go? Gu Qinghuan was torn and decided to put it aside until she found the right content to use. Unlike summer vacation, the weather during winter vacation was too cold, and everyone basically stayed home, reluctant to go out. Add to that the good food and good sleep, and when school started and she went to class, everyone was basically back to square one. Only a few people, like Xie Xiangxue, maintained their weight. Unstable wasn't a good option, there was a competition going on. Jiang Chuchu's weight was also stable. Zhu Qinglan even took the family hiking during the New Year holiday, but she didn't gain any weight at all. She pinched Gu Qinghuan's rounded face. It seems you ate well during winter break. My dad's culinary training was very successful. Gu Qinghuan was proud. My grandma said that with my dad's level, he could become her apprentice. While Wang Jian hadn't learned many recipes, he understood the various steps in cooking and the purpose of various seasonings. This allowed him to master the basics, avoiding sudden, whimsical ideas and creating unconventional dishes, or family cuisine. Gu Haiyan was even more satisfied. From now on, she only had to wash the dishes, leaving the cooking to Wang Jian. If Wang Jian was away on business or working overtime, they could just order takeout. Gu Haiyan and Gu Qinghuan were used to it. Jiang Chuchu withdrew her hand and looked at Yu Xian again. Why is your face getting rounder? Yu Xian spread her hands. A few days after the new year, my father took Yu Jinxin on a business trip, and my mother and a friend signed up for a tour group. I didn't go and stayed at Aunt Yu's. Gu Qinghuan was envious. Thinking back to the previous New Year's Eve dinner, she suddenly felt that Wang Jian's cooking skills needed improvement. By the way, has the Zhan Shurchen issue been resolved? Yu Xian asked. Is it resolved? At least judging by the progress of the task, Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. Fang Wanfu has been blocked by Yu Cixin, and there hasn't been any contact since. She was actually quite curious about Yu Cixin's situation, but since they were in different classes, and it was vacation time, she had no way to find out. During politics class, Gu Qinghuan saw Fang Wanfu, and before he could say anything, his heart sank. You changed so much. John Johnson said coldly, don't make me spank you on the first day of school. Fang Wanfu took a step back, holding his head. That's not what I meant. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Gu Qinghuan understood what he was saying. Are the clothes you made for me based on my previous size? Fang Wanfu nodded obediently. Yes, I'm making spring clothes. If your measurements have changed, I have to adjust the size. Then just stick with your original measurements, Gu Qinghuan waved. You'll be back to your original weight soon after school starts. Her metabolism is pretty good. Otherwise she wouldn't have such a good appetite. It's mainly because she stayed home all winter break and didn't get much exercise, which is why she gained weight. Now that school's back, if she moves more, all the gained weight will be burned off quickly. She also made an appointment with Yu Xian to play badminton together during the next PE class. If she could turn the fat she gained into muscle, that would be even better. Fang Wanfu said, oh, and said, then I get on with it. By the way, did you see she do anything else after she blocked you? Gu Qinghuan asked. Fang Wanfu shook his head. No, I checked again 2 days later, and she not only blocked me, but she also deleted me. I asked a classmate to secretly check for me. She didn't post on WeChat moments, and she didn't post in the class group either. But not posting in the group was pretty normal. Fang Wanfu's class only used the group for announcements, and people didn't chat much there. Did you see her today? Anything unusual? Gu Qinghuan continued. Fang Wanfu thought about it, and shook his head. I didn't pay attention to her before, but she seemed pretty normal in class. John Johnson interrupted, she was able to hide her crush well before, And now, if there's any real problem, she'd probably do the same. When you mention it, I'm really worried she accused me of bullying online one day. Fong Wenfu was starting to get a headache. As soon as he said this, the three of them fell silent. No way. John Johnson hesitated. Even her classmates know the truth about her rejection, right? Fong Wenfu didn't respond. He doubted that his newly improved popularity would withstand such a test. Before they could come to any conclusion, the bell rang, and the three of them had no choice but to attend class. After lunch with her friends, Gu Qinghwan went to the student union office. Before winter break, she had cleared out the water bar of snacks and drinks with short expiration dates. Now that school had started, it was time to restock. Qian Xiaoyao had sent her the shopping list the day before, and today the goods had arrived. A large box was piled outside the office, waiting for Gu Qinghwan to sort it out. She took out her key to open the door, wondering how she would stuff it in later, when a sudden hello from the side startled her so much that she almost dropped her key. Gu Qinghwan turned and looked at the strange girl who had suddenly appeared. "Excuse me, who are you?" The student union hadn't recruited new members yet, so she had never seen this girl before. She was clearly not a member. "You know me," the girl said. "I'm Yu Cixin." Although they had chatted on WeChat before, this was the first time Gu Qinghwan had met Yu Cixin in person. Yu Cixin looked like a typical good student, with short black hair and lightly styled bangs. She wore few accessories, save for a smart watch on her left wrist. Standing before Gu Qinghwan, it was hard to imagine her paranoid appearance. Gu Qinghwan greeted her cautiously. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Yu Cixin didn't answer directly, but asked, "Can we go inside?" Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment, then said calmly, "I need to confirm your intentions. I will only be in a room with a stranger if my personal safety is guaranteed." She didn't have a good impression of Yu Cixin. She was easily agitated and somewhat paranoid, and it was hard to guarantee she wouldn't do anything during the conversation. Although they were similar in size, and Gu Qinghwan had learned some self-defense techniques from Song Yi, it was better to prevent danger from happening in the first place than to wait until it happened. Yu Cixin was clearly irritated by this. She tried to say something, her lips moved, then she swallowed the words back with a dejected look. She took a step back. "Then let's talk outside where there's no one around. I just don't want anyone to overhear me." Gu Qinghwan glanced at the box at her feet and nodded regretfully. Okay. She hoped the conversation wouldn't last long, so she could return to restock her water bar. Chapter 427. Gu Qinghwan was more familiar with the area surrounding the student union. She led Yu Cixin around to a corner behind the building, where a large tree stood, beneath which stood a stone table and 4 stone benches. The student union members would usually rest here, making it a perfect place for conversation. Of course, another reason Gu Qinghwan chose this spot was that it was visible from every floor of the student union office building. During their breaks, everyone would often walk to the windows, and a glance down would tell them whether the space was occupied. Gu Qinghwan didn't intend to reveal the contents of her conversation with Yu Cixin, but she also had to ensure that someone could prove her conversation with her. In the short time she had been sitting down, Gu Qinghwan had already seen figures pass by several windows. Yu Cixin sat on the stone bench with her back to the office building, oblivious to the gazes of others. The weather was still cold, and her hands were too cold to rest on the stone table, so she folded them on her knees. Gu Qinghwan sat across from her and asked directly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Yu Cixin hesitated. "Well, after that group chat, he and I had another argument." "I know," Gu Qinghwan nodded readily. "He also told me you blocked him." "Of course I did." Yu Cixin felt angry just thinking about it. He actually made such a big fuss. Everyone's laughing at me. I never been so embarrassed. She spoke angrily, then met Gu Qinghwan's calm gaze, a little lost for words. "Anyway, I don't like him anymore." Gu Qinghwan scratched his face. "So what do you want to talk to me about?" "You and John Johnson are friends, right?" Yu Cixin said. "I won't look for her again, you can rest assured." She had originally declared war on John Johnson because of Fong Wenfu, and now that she disliked Fong Wenfu, she had to take her words back. This was indeed good news. Gu Qinghwan nodded. "That's good." Chuchen was the innocent victim of this. After saying this, Yu Cixin fell silent again, staring at Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. If it were just this one thing, I already known about it. I tell Chuchen when I get back. I can leave now. Before she could finish her words, Yu Cixin quickly called out, "Wait! I have something else to talk to you about." Gu Qinghwan sighed inwardly. "What else?" Yu Cixin hesitated for a few seconds before gritting her teeth and saying, I looked into your case." Gu Qinghwan didn't seem to mind. Class 3 kept track of everyone's situations every day, so being investigated was normal. With that opening, the rest of the conversation became much easier. Yu Cixin said quickly, I heard a lot about Team 3 before, like Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian. I also know you participated in last year's New Year's Eve party, and that several of you appeared on a variety show together not long ago. But to be honest, during Walking with the Light, her focus was on Jiang Chuchu, and her impression of Gu Qinghuan was very vague. As for Little Chef's big love, she was only slightly aware of it. She had little interest in variety shows like that, and was more concerned about Chu Changting and the others being arrested. As for the skin design competition, which had previously been her priority, Gu Qinghuan was completely insignificant within the team, and Yu Cixin didn't care about her. However, in order to discuss the lifting of the declaration of war with Gu Qinghuan, Yu Cixin researched her and discovered the astonishing nature of this girl's deeds. I want to know. Yu Cixin's expression was filled with eagerness. How did you manage all this? What do you mean by all this? Gu Qinghuan was initially stunned. Yu Cixin said, You're clearly an ordinary girl, from an ordinary family. Logically, you should be ostracized and discriminated against at a private high school like Mingda. Wait, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but interrupt. Why would I be ostracized and discriminated against? Yu Cixin argued confidently, because you don't have a good family background. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. Why would someone with a poor family background be ostracized and discriminated against? Would you bully someone from a less well-off family? Yu Cixin was speechless. Not really, it's just that, generally. Gu Qinghuan saw through her thoughts, and pointed out expressionlessly, fiction is fiction. Reality is. It's a reality. Most people don't pick on others just because of the wealth gap. Yu Cixin didn't want to waste time on this topic. She quickly said, I just want to say that despite your humble background, you become good friends with Jiang Chuchu. Your academic performance isn't particularly good, but Yu Xian, who also has excellent grades, is also your friend. Even Su Lin tutored you during your freshman year. And then, there's the student union president's secretary, and the entire student union's praise for you. You also know quite a few people in the entertainment industry who are willing to get along with you. Yu Cixin was still lingering on, but Gu Qinghuan understood what she was trying to say. You're saying that all my achievements are so remarkable they don't seem like something I could have accomplished, right? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Cixin's eyes lit up. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, like a true protagonist. Ah, I see. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temple. You want to learn from me how to become a protagonist, right? Yu Cixin nodded heavily. Gu Qinghuan thought, since she had been chosen by the system, perhaps in some other world, her fate was also a future viewed by others. Then she could indeed be the protagonist of this story, and I wonder if anyone would like her story. But that's getting off topic. Anyway, how should she answer Yu Cixin's question? The truth was, she and her family were nearly killed in a car accident, and it was only by signing a contract with the system that they were able to change their fate. She worked hard to create a new future for others. It was both her mission and her aspiration. However, to consider these achievements she achieved while completing her mission as benefits of being a protagonist would be completely and utterly wrong. Gu Qinghuan looked at Yu Cixin. You're mistaken. Yu Cixin was confused. What's wrong? It's not because I'm the protagonist that I achieved these results, Gu Qinghuan said. It's because I achieved these results, I'm the protagonist in your eyes. In your opinion, relationships, status, and so on are necessary to be the protagonist. But in reality, everyone has different criteria for what constitutes a protagonist. If our world were a story about a top student, wouldn't Su Lin be the protagonist? If it were a story about the entertainment industry, then Ning Fu would definitely be the protagonist. Why don't you consider them the protagonists? And why are you coming to me for advice? Gu Qinghuan stared at Yu Cixin's face. Because you think you can't reach their level. But if it were me, it would be different. You think my success is replicable. I don't have such outstanding grades, nor such amazing talent. I'm just ordinary. So if you knew my methods, and were better than me in every way, you could become a popular and beloved star like me. This time, in front of Yu Cixin, Gu Qinghuan sighed helplessly. I say, don't underestimate me. Chapter 428. Gu Qinghuan has always been aware of her own abilities. In terms of material conditions, her circumstances in Mingda are certainly not particularly good. But the fact that she has become the trusted monitor of Class 3, creating new possibilities for everyone's destinies, isn't this the result of her own hard work? Take the initiative to understand everyone's situation, observe their mental states, and immediately address any problems as soon as they are discovered. Are these things so simple? If they could truly be learned so easily, Gu Qinghuan would be quite happy. Then surely more people would gain new destinies, and her mission would be completed faster. But that's not the case. Even the system says that if it completes the missions of 10 people, it will gain energy and travel to a new world to find its next host. This is no different from any other exam. As long as it passes, it will pass, and the fate of her mother, and her father will be secure. That's enough. But Gu Qinghuan feels it's not enough. Even though the possibility of despair is dwindling, she needs to see everyone's missions completed before her eyes to feel satisfied. She is excellent, she is outstanding, she is unique. Yu Cixin's cheeks gradually flushed, her expression clearly flustered. She hurriedly shouted, "No, I didn't. I didn't look down on you. I just wanted to be like you." Unable to organize her thoughts, she stuttered, "I envy you so much. I don't want to be so mediocre." Gu Qinghuan recalled the information she had. She raised her right hand and pressed it downward, gesturing for Yu Cixin to calm down. "Don't overthink it. Can you answer a few questions for me first?" Yu Cixin closed her mouth and nodded silently. "Your grades are better than mine, yes or no?" Gu Qinghuan raised a finger. Yu Cixin nodded. Although she and Gu Qinghuan had different subject areas after entering their second year of high school, her grades were still better than Gu Qinghuan's, judging by her ranking. "Second, you possess a talent that I don't, yes or no?" Yu Cixin pondered for a moment. "Do you play any musical instruments?" Gu Qinghuan shook her head briskly. "My neighborhood has poor soundproofing. I find it noisy even when I hear others practicing, let alone learning. Besides, her musical sense was poor. She would sing out of tune if she didn't follow the original track. I play the guzheng a little bit, and I passed the amateur level 10 exam, but the difference was so great compared to the professional level that I didn't continue." Yu Cixin murmured, "But, as for you?" "I don't." Gu Qinghuan answered crisply. So the answer to the second question was also yes. "Based on your answers to these two questions, are you sure you're more mediocre than me?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Cixin was a little confused, hesitant, unsure how to respond. Gu Qinghuan continued, "Maybe I'm popular in your eyes, but in my opinion, you're also excellent. At least I can't get such high scores on the test, and I can't learn those instruments." She looked at Yu Cixin and said seriously, "Striving to become better is a good thing, but it shouldn't be based on self-deprecation. You say I'm the protagonist, but the world doesn't belong to me. I'm just trying my best to live my life. You too. Perhaps one day, someone will come to you and ask how they can become like you. First, please be positive about yourself. You're no worse than anyone else, you just see what others have that you don't." She had indeed felt that Yu Cixin had underestimated her, that her hard work and dedication were being viewed as a protagonist's halo, and Gu Qinghuan had been a little upset. But when Yu Cixin called her mediocre, she realized that Yu Cixin didn't really look down on her, she simply wanted to prove herself. Even without considering external qualities, she had many strengths, yet she was constantly trapped by the image of someone better than herself. She easily accepted the fact that others were better than her, unable to entertain the thought of competing. Instead of giving up, she blamed herself. To put it bluntly, it was internal friction. This kind of life was too tiring. It would have been fine if she hadn't known her, but now that Yu Cixin had come to her, Gu Qinghuan couldn't ignore her. Yu Cixin stared at Gu Qinghuan, somewhat bewildered. "I don't quite understand." Gu Qinghuan sighed exaggeratedly. "How about this? From today on, you be with me during lunch break. If I need to stay at school after school, you can come see me when you're free." She pulled up her WeChat QR code on her phone and held it out to Yu Cixin. "Let's add each other as friends." Seeing Yu Cixin still hesitate, she added, "Don't you want to learn from me? Seeing it with your own eyes is more intuitive than just telling you verbally, isn't it?" Yu Cixin added Gu Qinghuan as a friend. When she accepted the friend request, Gu Qinghuan took the opportunity to check out her moments. The latest post was mostly about regretting her relationship. Gu Qinghuan quickly stepped back, shoved her phone back in her pocket, and stood up. "Okay, we're done talking. I'm going to go do my own thing. Do you want to come and see?" Yu Cixin followed her back to the office door. There was still plenty of lunch break left, and Gu Qinghuan figured she should have enough time to pack. She unpacked the box, sorted the snacks and drinks onto the table, then opened the water bar door and began filling it. Yu Cixin felt a little awkward standing there, but Gu Qinghuan's movements were so quick that she suspected her help would only cause more trouble. She hesitated for a few minutes before finally approaching Gu Qinghuan and asking, "Do you need any help?" "Sure," Gu Qinghuan said without hesitation. "Please help me throw these into the trash can outside the office building." She stuffed all the remaining packaging into the box, picked it up, and handed it to Yu Cixin. Yu Cixin had thought Gu Qinghuan would ask her to help organize it, but with the box already in her hands, she could only carry it as she walked out. The box wasn't heavy, just bulky, and Yu Cixin didn't notice it and bumped into someone as she went down the stairs. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't notice. It's okay. The other person shook his head, dismissing the small matter. Yu Cixin recognized him. The newly appointed vice president of the student union, Yin Shixing. She had heard that Yin Shixing had some voice problems, but just now, it sounded quite normal. Although Yin Shixing was her junior, this was the student union, and Yin Shixing was the vice president, so Yu Cixin felt a little awkward. She wasn't a member of the student union, so wouldn't it be strange to see her here? She couldn't help but say, I'm Gu Qinghuan's classmate. I'm helping her take out the trash. Yin Shixing nodded in understanding. Hello. Yu Cixin replied, hello, and Yin Shixing left. Yu Cixin tossed the box into the trash and walked back to the office, a bit distracted. I heard someone talking. Did you run into someone you know? Gu Qinghuan asked casually. No, I ran into the vice president. I told her I was your classmate, and she didn't ask any questions. Yu Cixin felt a little disappointed. You're so convincing in the student union. She didn't even have to give her name, and people believed her. Is this the credibility of the name Gu Qinghuan? If Gu Qinghuan hadn't been holding something, she had wanted to hold her head in her hands. You're overthinking it. This has nothing to do with me. You were carrying such a large wastepaper box. It was obvious you were taking out the trash. And you were wearing a school uniform. Even if they didn't know you, they know you were a student. That alone is enough. Most people wouldn't suspect you just because they don't know you. The student union isn't a bank vault. Non-student union members often come in and out. For example, the student affairs department often asks class committee members to come and collect things. Yu Cixin was a little surprised. That's it? That's it. Gu Qinghuan's tone was extremely confident. Looking at Yu Cixin, who was still doubting herself, she felt that building her confidence would be a long and arduous task. Chapter 429. The students in Class 3 were shocked to learn that their monitor had actually started taking Yu Cixin into their group. Qinyu said bluntly, can you really correct her mindset? Actually, I think the monitor could do it, but... Ming Xiaolan frowned. It's too much trouble. Su Xinghe cowered, trying to pretend he was just a passing gecko. He sat next to Gu Qinghuan, enjoying a melon feast, and his location was quite advantageous. But as the well-known love-brained person in Class 3, discussing another love-brained person made Su Xinghe a little embarrassed. I'm such a good squad leader, Lin Zhulu cried, hugging Gu Qinghuan. It feels like the cabbages in my garden are being eaten by pigs outside. Jiang Chuchu separated Lin Zhulu and Gu Qinghuan. Calm down. Qinghuan is the only one who gets to eat others, not be eaten. Gu Qinghuan was speechless. Can't you say something I like? Luckily, Yu Xian was calmer. I support Qinghuan's actions. After all, Yu Cixin is a bit like a ticking time bomb. If we don't keep a close eye on her, she might explode at any moment, and there's no telling where it will go off, or how much damage it will cause. If we can defuse this bomb, it would be even better. Qinghuan, are you sure about this? Jiang Chuchu asked. I don't do anything I'm not sure about, Gu Qinghuan said matter-of-factly. Her problem is indeed very troublesome, but the fact that she took the initiative to come to me is a good start. Yu Cixin struck Gu Qinghuan as being reckless. Once she is determined about something, she will go all out and charge forward with the determination not to turn back until she hits a wall. Fang Wenfu's wall was made of steel, and after it pounded Yu Cixin's chest and left her bleeding, she clearly realized that this path was a dead end. So she chose a different path, turning to Gu Qinghuan. She felt she could learn from Gu Qinghuan, so she came to her for help. This self-righteous attitude, while unspeakable, was at least better than her own furtive self-study. What if Yu Cixin thought she had learned something, only to make a huge mistake when applying it, and then had to say, Gu Qinghuan used it just fine? Well, the thought gave her a headache. Gu Qinghuan felt she was already quite prominent, and didn't want to get embroiled in a messy dispute. So, she was truly relieved that Yu Cixin had come to her, and agreed to spend her downtime with her, listening and observing. As long as you're confident, Jiang Chuchu sighed. Just tell me if you need any help. Okay, when it's time for everyone to help, I definitely notify everyone. Gu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. The water bar wasn't completely cleaned up after lunch, so Gu Qinghuan went back to the office after school. Before her last class, Gu Qinghuan messaged Yu Cixin, asking if she wanted to come. Yu Cixin replied with a curt okay, which made her seem a little nervous. When she arrived, Yu Cixin was already there, leaning against the wall with her backpack, looking obedient. Maybe her conversation at noon had given her some pause, but she started asking Gu Qinghwan questions. Why did you choose Mingda? Yu Cixin asked. Aren't your family's means ordinary? Gu Qinghwan shoved a bowl of mashed potatoes and turkey noodles into the cupboard. My grades were good, and my family heard Mingda's teaching was excellent. Plus, I won the lottery, so they sent me here. Winning the lottery sounds like a hero. Yu Cixin muttered quietly. So how many tens of millions are there in your family? Gu Qinghwan, without blinking, replied, 4 million. Yu Cixin remained silent. 4 million didn't seem like a hero, let alone hundreds of millions, let alone tens of millions. System, that was the best luck I could muster at the time. The system tried to instigate Gu Qinghwan. Host, take her to buy a lottery ticket. With your current luck, you're sure to win a scratch-off ticket. As for how much money she could win, that's another matter. Gu Qinghwan remained unmoved. I'm still a minor, I can't buy lottery tickets. Even if she could, she wouldn't be interested. As the number of missions she completed grew, her fate became increasingly secure. One more would bring her complete peace of mind. Although she had always used the mission rewards on her most desperate futures, she had also created different destinies for many people who weren't even the targets of the missions during the missions. The world attributed all of this to her, taking credit for it. It was normal for her to have a bit of luck. Gu Qinghwan preferred to use her luck for things like always having a seat on the bus and buying the last Rujamo, a pork bun, before the stall closed rather than the lottery. Yu Cixin paused, then asked, So how did you join the student union? Through the back door, Gu Qinghwan answered confidently. The previous president created a slacking position for me. Yu Cixin choked. Don't the other student union members object? No, I don't cause trouble for anyone, nor do I get involved in any department's work. And it was the president's decision, so there's nothing I can object to. Gu Qinghwan replied. Then how did you get along so well with everyone? To Yu Cixin, this was a complete disaster. Gu Qinghwan handed her a dozen drinks. Put these on the shelf, and I tell you. Yu Cixin was taller than her, so her height advantage was worth exploiting. Yu Cixin obediently put the drinks away, while Gu Qinghwan recounted her journey into the student union. Yu Cixin was stunned. Each step she took seemed unnatural. Even if others noticed a message board, they wouldn't necessarily like it, right? If she really wanted to build good relationships with all the departments, shouldn't she offer to help? Gu Qinghwan knew what she was thinking from her expression and said bluntly, I'm superfluous. The division of labor within the student union was clear. None of the departments needed her involvement. If she had rashly joined, she would only disrupt the flow of others. Besides, I never expected to receive so much positive feedback from the student union, Gu Qinghwan said. She was simply looking for something to do out of interest, to share her joy, and also to help everyone make up for some of their shortcomings in life. Don't you think this kind of unintentional act of planting willows and bringing them prosperity is a bit like the protagonist's halo? Gu Qinghwan looked at Yu Cixin. Yu Cixin said hesitantly, Isn't it? Okay, let's think so. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Then do you think this approach will be helpful for your studies? Yu Cixin pondered for a moment, and slowly shook her head. She couldn't do it. Even if she knew the whole process of Gu Qinghwan's relationship building with the student union, she couldn't learn it. She didn't have Gu Qinghwan's perceptive eyes. In other words, if it were her, let alone gaining popularity in the student union, she would be lucky to avoid incurring hatred. Thinking of this, Yu Cixin felt a little disappointed. Gu Qinghwan was right. She really underestimated Gu Qinghwan. Chapter 430. After the water bar was cleaned up, Gu Qinghwan also shouldered her backpack and prepared to go home. She and Yu Cixin had chatted a lot, and Yu Cixin probably needed some time to process today's events. The two walked all the way to the school gate, and Yu Cixin got into her car. Turning around, she saw Gu Qinghwan waiting for the bus, and she felt a little torn. It was getting dark now. Would it be unsafe to let Gu Qinghwan go back alone? But her relationship with Gu Qinghwan wasn't that good, or rather, Gu Qinghwan was actually a little annoyed with her. It was just that Gu Qinghwan was a kind person who would help those in need. So that's why he offered her a helping hand. Even if it was out of good intentions, she was still hanging around with someone she didn't like after leaving campus. Wouldn't that also seem annoying? Yu Cixin had the driver drive to the bus stop, rolled down the window, and said to Gu Qinghwan, I have something else I want to ask you. Get in the car. I take you home. We can continue our conversation in the car. Gu Qinghwan was a little surprised and smiled at Yu Cixin. At a time like this, just say I take you home. Can you say that again? Yu Cixin felt her face burning. How could having her thoughts seen through be so humiliating? She looked away, her eyes fixed on the slit of the car window, but she could still feel Gu Qingwan's gaze. I take you home, she repeated hesitantly. Okay. Gu Qingwan agreed loudly, opened the car door, and slid into the back seat next to Yu Cixin. She even pulled out her phone, activated the navigation system, and handed it to the driver. Please drive this way. Thank you. Yu Cixin felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She had never felt so cramped in her car before. Gu Qingwan wasn't taller than her, but his presence was so imposing that she felt like she was being squashed. You said you wanted to ask me something, but that was probably just an excuse. Anyway, we're free, so why not chat? Gu Qingwan said. If you knew that, why did you get in the car? Yu Cixin clasped her hands together, her right hand tightly gripping the fingers of her left. There's no conflict between the two. Gu Qingwan shook her head. The excuse isn't the point, the real purpose is. You want to help me, and I want to accept that help, so the excuse doesn't matter. Then can't you just stop exposing me? Yu Cixin felt a little frustrated. No, Gu Qingwan replied with a smile, because you're too twisted. If you like novels, let me give you an analogy. A man who clearly likes the heroine and wants to support her, but then pretends to look down on her, telling others she'd do anything for money, and allowing them to misunderstand her. Do you think a man like that is qualified to be the male lead? Yu Cixin blurted out, men like that should be thrown into the trash right now. How can they be the male lead? After she finished cursing, she realized that her actions had been somewhat similar to those of men, and she felt so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Don't worry, you're not that bad. You didn't belittle me. You just added a few layers of packaging to your true feelings. Gu Qingwan waved her hand. The problem is, not everyone has the patience to peel back the layers and see your true heart. Even if someone is willing to open the packaging, if the energy and enthusiasm she expends removing it exceeds the joy and touch of receiving sincerity, then she feels exhausted. At this point, Gu Qingwan patted his chest and said, of course, I'm different. I'm the champion of the unpacking competition. I open the box as soon as I receive it. Yu Cixin applauded silently. She just wanted to get Gu Qingwan home, but she actually learned another lesson. Can you just speak your mind directly? Yu Cixin asked. Generally speaking, it depends on the situation. There are some situations where you really can't be too blunt, Gu Qingwan replied. But you shouldn't worry about that. After all, you're wrapped in so many layers of packaging. Just take your time. Gu Qingwan's neighborhood soon arrived. She took her phone from the driver, got out, and closed the door. Without waiting for her to say goodbye, Yu Cixin once again leaned on the car window with one hand, and said hesitantly, well, you taught me a lot today, and it was all quite useful. I also realized I have a lot of problems. Anyway. She took a deep breath. Thank you. You're welcome, Gu Qingwan smiled back. If you have anything tonight, feel free to message me, but I might be busy with something else, and can't guarantee an immediate reply. I try not to disturb you. Yu Cixin said quickly. Gu Qingwan shook her head slightly. No, don't think your presence is an unplanned inconvenience for me, because I already promised to help. Don't be afraid to bother me, and don't worry that I find you annoying. When you encounter something you can't solve yourself, it's normal to talk to others and seek help. If I truly have something against you, I say it directly. So, if you have any questions, feel free to tell me directly. Let's be honest, okay? Yu Cixin was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say, is this really okay? But then she remembered what she had said before and nodded firmly, okay. It was brief and straightforward enough, without any more words to distort or disguise herself. Gu Qingwan waved, then I be leaving. Bye. Yu Cixin also waved goodbye. Watching Gu Qingwan disappear between the buildings, Yu Cixin leaned back. She withdrew her gaze from the car window. The window was raised again. The privacy film made the interior even darker, but a bright light still seemed to linger. Gu Qingwan was truly remarkable. Not only did she understand her thoughts, she was willing to analyze them, helping her understand the problem, and even telling her how to solve it. Yu Cixin pressed her chest. She seemed to want to be like Gu Qingwan even more, but what difference did her current desire make? She knew she couldn't be Gu Qingwan, nor did she want to replace her. Because even she knew Gu Qingwan was unique and truly wonderful. She simply wanted to be closer. It seemed that even without being the star, she could still be happy. When Yu Cixin returned home, her parents weren't home yet. She asked the kitchen staff to bring dinner to her door later. She sat down at her desk and dug out her diary from the drawer. She had a habit of keeping a diary. Whether happy or sad, anything she wanted to say to herself or to others, she would write it down in her diary. When she had loved Fan Wanfu, Her diary was filled with her dreams, so much so that when those dreams were shattered, those very words became a source of pain. Every time she opened her diary and read the words from the past, she felt even more regretful for the wasted time and feelings. But today, she didn't have time to read the past entries. She had other things to do. She wanted to write down everything Gu Qinghwan had told her. Everything she had learned today was worth saving. Slightly, her beautiful handwriting filled the empty pages, turning page after page. Yu Cixin reminisced, anticipating what she would write in her diary tomorrow. Chapter 431. Yu Cixin had been with Gu Qinghwan for a week. The thugs in Class 3 were initially wary, but eventually grew accustomed to her. She wasn't the only one who came to see their monitor. That was perfectly normal. If Mingda didn't have a psychology committee member among its class leaders, there would be a long line of people waiting in front of Gu Qinghwan's desk. Perhaps she could even get some work from other classes, which would have meant even more people coming to see her. Comparatively, Fang Wenfu hadn't adapted as well. He happened to see Gu Qinghwan in the cafeteria and was about to join her table when he saw Yu Cixin sitting next to her. God knows how turbulent he felt. "Why are you with Yu Cixin?" Before politics class began, Fang Wenfu quickly asked Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan briefly explained the situation, leaving Fang Wenfu dumbfounded. "You're still controlling her?" Fang Wenfu looked Gu Qinghwan up and down. "You're such a nice person." "Of course, she's controlling you too." John Johnson's strike was a sure kill. Fang Wenfu clutched his chest, sensing that John Johnson's lethality was growing stronger this semester. "It's not bad, actually. She's smarter than I am. A little nudging can make a big difference." Gu Qinghwan pondered the changes in Yu Cixin over time. First, Yu Cixin was more willing to express her opinions, instead of keeping them to herself like before. She still enjoyed keeping a journal, sharing her changing moods on WeChat moments. She hadn't registered a new social media account yet, but from what Gu Qinghwan had gotten to know her recently, she might open one soon. Yu Cixin was actually someone with a strong desire to share and express herself, but she'd been so internalized that she didn't know how to share with her real-life classmates. For example, when recommending a favorite novel to someone, she rambled endlessly on about the protagonist's personality, the highlights, the exciting plot. However, this kind of recommendation might not always meet the person's needs. After hitting a wall several times, realizing her recommendations might be a nuisance to others, she became troubled again. Would the person tolerate spoilers? Would they enjoy the plot? What kind of writing style did they prefer? Over time, it became easier to post her own thoughts online. After all, online, one casts a wide net. As long as she catches a single fish, her recommendation is considered a success, and her desire to share is satisfied. With so many online friends, there's always someone she get along with. She doesn't need to overthink things. She can just express her feelings directly. However, this is precisely one of the reasons for her inner paranoia. She craves recognition, attention, and support. Under these circumstances, Yu Cixin only listens to those who agree with her, and even if someone disagrees, she chooses to ignore them. That's why she's so convinced she's infallible, blindly immersing herself in the beautiful dream she's woven for herself. Of course, things are different now. No one can handle Gu Qinghwan's bluntness. She can express different viewpoints in a way that Yu Cixin can understand, and even persuade her to accept her perspective. Yu Cixin simply wants to say that Gu Qinghwan deserves the unanimous praise from the student union. Or rather, the student union alone is too small a platform. Yu Cixin seriously considered suggesting that Gu Qinghwan start a consulting-related live streaming platform. This brings us to Yu Cixin's second transformation. She's now open to listening to others. Before, she lived in her own world, oblivious to what others said. Now, things were different. Not only did she listen attentively to everything Gu Qinghwan said, but when others expressed their opinions, she would first listen silently and then understand their intentions. Instead of hastily dismissing anyone's opinion, as soon as she heard it differ from her own, assuming she was right. After witnessing Yu Cixin's discussion with her classmates in class, Fang Wenfu almost suspected she had been possessed. It had only been so long, and the Yu Cixin, who had completely ignored everyone during winter break, was now saying, "You have a point." The next day, Fang Wenfu sighed to Gu Qinghwan, "You truly done a great service." Gu Qinghwan rolled her eyes at him and spread her hands. "Where's my spring clothes?" Fang Wenfu choked. "Wait a little longer. I definitely bring them to you next week, before next Friday." It was mainly because he had a new inspiration recently and wanted to make some adjustments. Gu Qinghwan wasn't in a hurry. She urged Fang Wenfu simply to find him something to do and to keep him out of this matter. Yu Cixin was now focused on self-improvement, Fong Wenfu, to her, was nothing more than a dark past. Until Yu Cixin gained enough confidence to confront her past, Gu Qinghuan felt it was best for the two to stay apart. Fong Wenfu, being urged, suddenly felt a sense of crisis, mainly because of Zhang Zhanshan's aggressive gaze, which made him tremble with fear. Although he had less time to make clothes after school started, Fong Wenfu kept his promise and delivered Gu Qinghuan's spring clothes to her by the following Friday. He didn't do it during politics class. He ran to the entrance of class 3 early in the morning, waited for Gu Qinghuan to arrive, and then presented them to her with both hands. Bao Qingsong sat in the front row, and if he stretched his neck, he could see what Fong Wenfu had given him. Fong Wenfu walked off with a shaky gait. He worked all night, finishing Gu Qinghuan's spring outfit in one go, and now he was exhausted. Is this the spring outfit Fong Wenfu made for you, class leader? Shin Jianwei leaned forward. Class leader, let us see it too. Gu Qinghuan simply stood on the podium to open the box. Several people gathered around, forming a circle around it, with those standing on tiptoe to see. The trench coat Fong Wenfu had made for Zhang Shirchen had been a huge hit in class 3. To encourage him, Zhang Shirchen took screenshots of everyone's compliments about the trench coat from the chat log and sent them to Fong Wenfu. This delighted Fong Wenfu immensely. If Zhang Shirchen hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to come to class 3 and shake hands with each of the speakers. Upon hearing that Fong Wenfu had made another dress for Gu Qinghuan, everyone gathered to watch her unwrap her presents. Untying the ribbon and opening the box, she revealed a neatly stacked pile of clothes. Gu Qinghuan lifted the garment and shook it out. It's a two-piece sweatshirt. The outer layer was a sleeveless, diamond-patterned V-neck sweater, and the inner layer was a caramel brown, stand-up collared shirt. The sweater, with its white base and caramel brown, light gray, and off-white diamond patterns, looked so warm and inviting that it made you want to lie on the grass and bask in the sun. Not bad, Jiang Chuchu nodded. Fong Wenfu's performance is quite consistent. After seeing the two garments together, Jiang Chuchu realized that while Fong Wenfu loved to draw beautiful dresses, when it came to making them, he didn't let his own preferences guide him. The styles of Zhang Chen and Gu Qinghuan's clothes were normal, even a little ordinary, but they suited them perfectly, meeting their needs while showcasing their individual style. Fong Wenfu's designs focus primarily on comfort, with subtle details that are subtle but surprisingly noticeable. For example, the cuffs on Gu Qinghuan's faux two-piece dress button on the outside, not the inside of the wrist. This is especially helpful for students, who often rest their hands on their desks while taking notes or doing homework, as it prevents them from being irritated by buttons. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. The Fong family isn't in the clothing business, so expanding into new areas isn't easy. However, Yongchang Group has its own clothing brand. Should she bring Fong Wenfu in to work for them? Chapter 432. Changing clothes at school wasn't convenient, and there wasn't a dressing mirror in the student union office, so Gu Qinghuan took her jacket home to try on. Gu Haiyan was surprised to see her return with a box. What did you buy? I didn't buy it. A classmate gave it to me, Gu Qinghuan said. It was Fong Wenfu. He said he wanted to give me a dress he made himself. Oh, Gu Haiyan nodded with interest, remembering. Are you ready? Try it on, and let me see. When Gu Qinghuan came out changed, Gu Haiyan's eyes lit up. Not bad. She stood up, walked around Gu Qinghuan, and nodded repeatedly. Custom-made clothes are perfect fits. They look perfect. Gu Qinghuan also found it very comfortable. From the collar and cuffs to the armpits and shoulders, every detail was just right. Unlike some clothes, which stretch for a long time and feel a little tight around the neck or a little long around the sleeves. Gu Haiyan took a photo of her and sent it to Gu Min, who then video called her. This new dress is lovely. It looks very lively. Gu Haiyan held up her phone for Gu Min to see again, saying, this was made by Huan's classmate. Kids these days are truly amazing. Gu Min nodded in agreement and asked Gu Qinghuan, do you want to prepare a return gift for your classmate? Gu Qinghuan said, no, he gave me this dress as a thank you. If I were to return it, it would be endless. But I tell him all the compliments you gave him about it. He'd definitely be happy. Gu Min thought it was a good idea and stopped asking, simply reminding Gu Qinghuan to wear it when he comes over this weekend. The next day, Gu Qinghuan wore this dress to school. With the recent warm weather, it was just the right thickness for a base layer, and she could just layer it over her school uniform jacket. Fong Wenfu's nose was practically curled with pride. It seems you really like the clothes I make. They're really good. My family all praised you. Gu Qinghuan started praising him. Fong Wenfu, in turn, felt less proud and started to feel embarrassed. Ah, there's still room for improvement. Good is good, not perfection. Gu Qinghuan said, be prouder. You're the only person I know who can design and make clothes in high school. Fang Wanfu was so touched that he promised Gu Qinghuan on the spot that if she liked any clothes in the future, she could tell him, and he would make them for her. Gu Qinghuan didn't really consider him her personal designer, but she appreciated the kindness and shared the compliments from her family. Fang Wanfu was so excited that he perked up for the entire class, and he taught with unwavering dedication. At noon, Gu Qinghuan and her friends went to lunch and happened to run into Yu Cixin. Yu Cixin had originally planned to visit her at the student union during lunch break, so running into her in the cafeteria was a pleasant surprise. She knew her previous actions had likely left a bad impression on the people in class 3, so she simply said hello and sat down at a nearby table, not sharing one with Gu Qinghuan. Yu Xian had seen Yu Cixin a few times during this time, and during meals, she quietly remarked, she seems to have changed so much. Yu Cixin had been unremarkable before, but when they met face to face, her emotions felt like a swamp, simmering with uncertainty. Now it was much more peaceful. A tranquil lake would be a more accurate description than a swamp. That's a good thing. Everything will get better, Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. Yu Cixin and Gu Qinghuan finished lunch around the same time, making it a good time for them to go to the student union together. Jiang Chuchu had some business to attend to, and went to her own lounge. Yu Xian, however, had nothing else to do today, and went to Gu Qinghuan's office to rest. Yu Cixin felt a little awkward with the new person on the street, so Yu Xian took the initiative to start a conversation. Hello, my name is Yu Xian. Hello, I'm Yu Cixin, Yu Cixin replied, then thought for a moment before saying, I know you. Back in freshman year, you and Lu Jian were always competing for second place in the grade. Yu Xian felt a little embarrassed by this, but after a moment's reflection, she said, I remember your name too. I was always in the top 10. Yu Cixin was stunned. You remember me? Yeah, doesn't your name look very similar to mine? I noticed it when I was looking at the grade rankings. I felt a connection, so I wrote it down, Yu Xian replied. Although the characters were different, Yu and Xian had the same pronunciation, so Yu Xian remembered them at a glance. Yu Cixin didn't know what to say. She had always admired the top 3, Su Lin, Yu Xian, and Lu Jian, and even now, she still felt that longing. She had thought herself insignificant and obscure, unnoticed, but she hadn't expected the very people she once envied to notice her. Her existence wasn't entirely useless. Yu Xian watched Yu Cixin's tears well up before her eyes, startled. What's wrong? No, it's okay, Yu Cixin frantically wiped away her tears. I was just a little too excited. I'll be fine soon. I adjust quickly. Gu Qinghuan fished out a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled out one, and thrust it into Yu Cixin's hand. Here, it's good to cry occasionally. Think of it as a way to soothe your eyes. Yu Cixin wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. After she calmed down, the 3 of them arrived outside the student union building. The student union had a short meeting this afternoon, primarily to discuss next month's outing. Gu Qinghuan hadn't had much interest in such meetings. It didn't matter whether she attended or not. However, last semester, thanks to the Little Chef, Big Love program, Class 3 had been awarded the opportunity to choose their own outing location, so Gu Qinghuan decided to attend the meeting to learn about the arrangements. Yu Xian had gone to her office to rest. Although Yu Cixin couldn't attend the meeting, she wanted to help. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and asked her to fetch a large number of drinks from the water bar, handing one to each of the ministers and vice ministers attending the meeting. Yu Cixin was busy distributing drinks when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Orange juice, any more? Yes. Yu Cixin instinctively agreed, found the orange juice, and handed it to the other person. Looking up, she realized it was Yin Xixing, whom she had met before. Yin Xixing clearly remembered her, gazing at her face. I remember you were a classmate of Senior Gu's. Yes, Yu Cixin paused, then smiled. My name is Yu Cixin. No longer someone's classmate, she was her own person, with her own name and face. Hello, my name is Yin Xixing. Yin Xixing smiled back and gave his name. Yu Cixin had been following Gu Qinghuan for a while, and everyone in the student union had become more or less curious. After a few inquiries, they figured out what was going on. As vice president, Yin Xixing naturally had someone to report to. She had also been helped by Gu Qinghuan in the past, and in some ways, she understood Yu Cixin's perspective and shared her anticipation for her growth. Now that she could proactively introduce herself, Yu Cixin had clearly gained a certain level of confidence. So she, too, wanted to introduce herself, responding to that confidence like a small wish. Both she and Yusishin hoped that everyone would continue to improve. Chapter 433. The management system was the first to discover the data anomaly. Unlike the systems that typically accompany their hosts on missions, the management system is primarily responsible for reviewing the periodic reports submitted by each system. It also screens the issues reported by each system, ranking them according to their importance, and submits them to the world for resolution. Guqingwan's system is somewhat well known among the management systems. It was initially assigned a mission to 21 people, and the management systems held a large-scale discussion based on the calculated results. One side argued that the 21 targets, coveted by the insects, were all in the same class, and the impact of their fates was too profound, making completion too difficult. It was necessary to split the mission and assign it to different hosts to complete it together, increasing the likelihood of completion. Of course, the different hosts would not be in the same world, thus preventing interference between the two hosts. The other side objected, arguing that while splitting the 21 missions into different worlds would increase the probability of completion, it would be too difficult. Not only would this consume a significant amount of computational energy, but if the task were split, one host would likely sacrifice the remaining personnel to complete their own mission, potentially causing even greater damage. The fates of these 21 individuals are already highly likely to affect each other. For example, if Bao Qingsong and Xie Xiangxue were to be guaranteed Bao Qingsong's fate, sacrificing Xie Xiangxue would further facilitate the acquisition of leverage over the Yin family. In that scenario, Xie Xiangxue might even be more eager to be reborn and seek revenge against those who had stood by her. This would make Xie Xiangxue's mission even more difficult to complete. Even if the task were split with another host, the difficulty would increase, making it quite unfair to the other host. The management systems ultimately concluded that a mission is a mission, and solving it is the host's responsibility. The tasks of these 21 people would not be split up. While it may sound a bit cold, they are not human and cannot create new destinies like humans do. All they can do is constantly select hosts to complete missions. To this end, the management systems granted Guqingwan's system increased computing power and permissions. For example, real-time monitoring of mission progress is something ordinary systems simply cannot do. They also provide higher response levels to ensure that any issues are addressed immediately. For example, when Guqingwan's system discovered traces of the bugs, the management systems quickly assigned it the highest level of protection. They also screened many hosts for consideration, but ultimately chose Guqingwan. Guqingwan's mission compatibility wasn't particularly high, but she had one metric that was the highest among all the hosts. Her affinity was so high that it was a significant gap from the second-place finisher. The system's analysis was straightforward. With 21 mission targets, even if they couldn't complete all of their missions, they had to get along with everyone. So, the system chose Guqingwan. The result of this choice caused all the management system databases to be updated repeatedly. This time, too, the data was so abnormal that the management systems had to hold another discussion. What's going on this time? Is it because of the previous request? Although not the target of its mission, its host has indeed increased the possibility of others' fate and brought more energy to the world. I think its request for more rewards for its host is reasonable. I agree. This amount of energy is quite sufficient and can definitely be rewarded. No, the topic of this discussion is related, but the content is different. The topic of discussion was instantly transmitted to all management systems, causing a sensation. How is this possible? The mission itself is fading? This has already destroyed the cause and effect of the mission. What will happen to the world? The world is doing fine. Wait, that's possible. The world doesn't care how good or bad fate is. It just can't let the bug steal the energy of fate. Although the cause and effect of the mission is now destroyed, the root cause is the conflict between the newly born future and the original future. The new future continues, while the most hopeless future is coming to an end. Naturally, it will be replaced due to defeat. The purpose of the mission is to create a new future. This does not conflict with the rules of the world. The only problem is that, from a system perspective, there is a logical problem. For example, if you don't have dinner at home, you order takeout. When the takeout arrives, you realize that dinner is actually already in the pot. While having two dinners is a good thing, the reason for ordering takeout is gone. At this point, people might lament the money they wasted on takeout, or worry about the waste of not being able to finish two meals. But for the world, that's not a problem. The host's reward has long been set. Even if the bonus is increased, the energy consumed is insignificant compared to the energy generated by the added future. For the world, the more possible futures, the better. Wait, in this case, What will happen to the bugs that covet the most hopeless fate? According to calculations, if the bugs infiltrate the most hopeless future, then, as the concept of that future disappears, they will cease to exist. The management systems instantly realized that this was a new method for eliminating the bugs. They sprang into action, researching a method to replicate this anomaly and contacting Gu Qinghuan's system. Gu Qinghuan, upon receiving the system's retelling, was incredulous. "You said my mission is over?" "No, to be more precise, my most hopeless future has been replaced by another possibility." The system, too, found this absurd. Gu Qinghuan was confused. "I don't understand." The system pondered for a moment, and since Zanchekin's mission had already been completed, it decided to speak frankly. "Host, didn't you influence the fates of Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin this time?" These two, in turn, influenced the fates of others. And the resulting shift in others' fates ultimately affected Zanchekin's most hopeless future. The seemingly insignificant fates of one person after another piled up, constantly converging towards another possibility. This caused Zanchekin's fate to encounter various obstacles as it progressed towards its most hopeless destination. Fang Wanfu couldn't pursue the path of a designer? No, his mother, Tan Jinshu, would support him, and his teacher, Qi Xiang, would guide him. Would Yu Cixin become extreme because she longed for attention? No, Yu Xian would notice her efforts, and Yin Xixin would want her to improve. The changes in all of these people are like countless sparks, eventually converging into a fire powerful enough to burn away despair. Beneath the ashes, a new future awaits, waiting to sprout. Chapter 434. To say she never resented Fang Wanfu, and Yu Cixin was an absolute lie. Zhang Zhanshan knew better than anyone that at least 90% of the rumors he had endured throughout his life were caused by those two. She had clearly received the dress made by Fang Wanfu without knowing it. At that time, Fang Wanfu studied it himself, using instructional videos and books, without any guidance, and keeping it a secret from his family. He had no idea of Zhang Zhanshan's physical measurements, and relied solely on visual inspection. It was well known that even professionals, who could determine accurate measurements through visual inspection, were either exceptionally talented or had extensive experience. This was completely impossible for Fang Wanfu, who was starting from scratch. He did have a talent for design, but his practical skills were merely average. As a result, Fang Wanfu spent a great deal of time and effort on the first dress he created, and it wasn't a particularly good one. He chose a very intriguing time to present this gift, Zhang Zhanshan's birthday. After all, they sat next to each other in the same class, and had once punched each other in childhood. With a sense of apology towards their childhood acquaintance, Zhang Zhanshan and Fang Wanfu got along quite well. Although she didn't hold a special birthday party, she and Fang Wanfu casually discussed birthdays in their daily conversations. So, while Zhang Zhanshan was a little surprised to receive Fang Wanfu's birthday gift, she didn't think much of it. She simply assumed Fang Wanfu had a good memory and remembered the birthday she had mentioned. When she discovered the gift was a dress Fang Wanfu had made himself, Zhang Zhanshan was quite surprised. She hadn't expected such a valuable thought. She asked Fang Wanfu why he had given her this, but he replied awkwardly, "You know, I like it, so I gave it to you." It was much later that Zhang Zhanshan realized that Fang Wanfu's like had meant his love for her, or rather, the Yu Cixin he had mistakenly thought was comforting him online. Zhang Zhanshan, however, had assumed Fang Wanfu was referring to his love of making clothes, and that he had chosen to use his hobby as a gift. He had also specifically emphasized that Zhang Zhanshan shouldn't feel too much pressure, as the dress wasn't particularly well made. Zhang Zhanshan tried it on at home, and found it unfitting, not only in size, but also in style. It could only be a souvenir. Still, she thanked him sincerely, and prepared a cake for Fang Wanfu the next day. However, Yu Cixin was disappointed and heartbroken not to receive the gift she had longed for, and she didn't reply to Fang Wanfu again. Fang Wanfu's surprise and confusion grew, and he couldn't help but run to Zhang Zhanshan to ask if he had done something wrong to anger her. Zhang Zhanshan was bewildered and asked what had happened. And so, the misunderstanding was resolved. Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin, like the protagonists in a romance novel, embarked on a long and fraught love affair. People were moved by their relationship, and moved by the thought that if Zhang Zhanshan had spoken the truth sooner, Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship. Why blame her? The misunderstanding was caused by Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin, so what was her fault? No one could answer Zhang Zhanshan's question. People were saying that Yu Cixin was already in so much pain, and Fang Wanfu hadn't done it on purpose. She'd just been misunderstood, and hadn't truly lost anything, so she shouldn't dwell on it. Zhang Zhanshan had tried to let go of his anger, to let go of the past, and simply live his life. But whenever he saw people discussing Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin, whenever he heard comments about himself, or even similar incidents, John Johnson would wonder, what had I done wrong? Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the ECG monitor gradually became clearer, and John Johnson slowly opened his eyes. At the head of the bed sat a strange woman, about her own age, her white hair gleaming in the sunlight. Seeing her awake, the woman stood up and pressed the bedside call bell. While the doctor and nurse checked on John Johnson's condition, she simply sat quietly by her side, gazing at her. John Johnson was certain she didn't recognize her. Only after the doctor and nurse left did she finally have time to ask, "Excuse me, who are you?" The woman smiled, her crow's feet wrinkling slightly at the corners of her eyes. Her expression appeared kind, but her tone carried the authority of a superior. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yin Xixing, the current chairman of Dang Group." John Johnson knew a little about Dang Group. The current chairman, despite opposition, reorganized the Yin family's assets and established Dang Group. Many criticized the Yin family's new heir for their rash actions, but unexpectedly, the Yin family had fought back from adversity and now stands as a leader in their field. "Do we know each other?" John Johnson asked. Yin Xixing shook his head slightly. "No, we never met before. The only connection is that we both attended Mingda High School, though I was 2 years younger than you." "So why did you come to see me?" John Johnson asked again. Yin Xixing didn't answer immediately, but with a nostalgic look on his face, he told John Johnson a story. "Before I started high school, I was having a rough time. I was trapped in an emotional cage, unable to find my way out on my own. Until one day, I was persuaded by someone I once loved and was almost going to meet him when I suddenly saw a video introducing the city's zoo. The weather was beautiful that day. The sun was bright, the temperature was comfortable, the breeze was warm, and the animals on my phone screen were so adorable. For some reason, I turned down his invitation and went to the zoo alone. That day was really rough. I hadn't been out for so long that I couldn't even hold a conversation. I was so flustered buying tickets and entering the zoo. But the staff member who helped me buy the ticket was so considerate, and the ticket inspector was so kind. She was also very patient, and a child even showed off the various animals she knew. Only after leaving the zoo did I realize I hadn't thought about the lover who had only caused me pain all day. I began trying to resume my normal life, completely letting go of my feelings for that person, monitoring my meals, and retaking the high school entrance exam. It was difficult, but I persevered. After 2 years, I finally adjusted and was admitted to Mingda. Looking back now, that state of mind was truly miraculous, like a miracle had happened to me. I graduated from high school, went to college, and, under my mother's guidance, inherited the family business. I experienced various failures and successes, ultimately becoming the person I am today. John Johnson sighed softly. "That's wonderful." Yin Xixing smiled. "Yes, I work very hard, and I'm happy and proud of myself." She gazed at John Johnson and said calmly, "Not long ago, a brand under the Dang Group was looking for a well-known couple to endorse a new product. Among the recommendations that came to my desk was Fang Wanfu and Yu Cixin. I admit their story is fascinating and moving, but I just can't help but feel something's off. After further investigation, I discovered you, and then I suddenly realized this story was wrong. If those two wanted a passionate love, they could have tortured each other instead of implicating you, an innocent person. So I want to help you." "Just that?" John Johnson thought it was too bizarre. Yin Xixing nodded slightly. "Yes, I find it incredible too, but just like that day at the zoo, I want to do what I want." She extended her hand to John Johnson and waited quietly. She was actually old, John Johnson thought. Her life was drawing to a close, and there was no need to struggle any longer. But if she didn't hold his hand now, she would surely regret it, wouldn't she? She didn't want to regret it. She wanted to live for herself. Her life belonged to her, not just a backdrop in someone else's story. John Johnson grasped Yin Xixing's hand. "I need your help." What should have ended on the hospital bed was, in this moment, extended. "Hello, John Johnson. Your story will continue." Chapter 435. Gu Qinghuan held her chin, tilting her head left, then right. Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting behind her, couldn't help but tap her shoulder. "What are you doing?" This was a study session, and everyone was doing their own thing. While not everyone was studying seriously, an occasional slacking off was inevitable. Gu Qinghuan's days was a bit unusual. Gu Qinghuan sighed deeply. "I'm thinking about something." "What is it?" Jiang Chuchu was curious. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the front row, leaned back calmly, practically pricked up his ears. Gu Qinghuan pretended not to notice and continued to ask Jiang Chuchu, if you could make a wish, what would it be? Jiang Chuchu touched her forehead, suspecting that Gu Qinghuan hadn't slept well last night and was still dreaming. But since she asked, Jiang Chuchu began to think, what do you want? I want a hand-pulled pancake with egg, grilled sausage, pork floss, bacon, pork tenderloin, lettuce, and banana, plus salad dressing and sweet and spicy sauce. Gu Qinghuan didn't even blink. Qin Yu almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched. She glanced at the clock. It was the last class, and there were still 10 minutes until dismissal. Let's go to the snack street after school and buy some hand-pulled pancakes, Jiang Chuchu said. But she figured that after finishing this hand-pulled pancake, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't need dinner. Okay, Gu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. I call Mom after school and tell her not to prepare dinner for me. Qin Yu couldn't help but interrupt. So you're really not using your wish as an excuse to go out for food and drinks? No, but this trick sounds good. Have you learned it? Gu Qinghuan asked. Su Xinghe, who was also eavesdropping nearby, beamed, I learned it. And I be our squad leader? Qin Yu tried to bring the subject back. Why did you suddenly have such a dream? Jiang Chuchu glared at him. What's a dream? Qinghuan was just thinking about it. What's the big deal? Gu Qinghuan didn't care about Qin Yu's explanation. After all, her worries were truly unreal. John Johnson's mission had been completed smoothly, and she had saved the reward, hoping to find a suitable opportunity to provide hospice care for John Johnson, whose fate was most desperate. To her surprise, the system informed her that John Johnson's mission was over. It wasn't that all of John Johnson's futures would be hopeless. It was mainly because the most hopeless future she had been targeted by the bug was gone. However, Gu Qinghuan's mission was designed based on John Johnson's most hopeless future. In other words, although Gu Qinghuan was at the end, the starting point was gone. Gu Qinghuan had assumed that with the mission gone, her reward was gone, too. Unexpectedly, the system informed her that the world had decided to establish a new reward system for her. As long as she could continue to create new possibilities for her fate, allowing even the most hopeless fate to continue, she would receive new rewards. John Johnson's most hopeless fate had been replaced, and the reward originally intended for hospice care was no longer needed. At the system's suggestion, Gu Qinghuan used this reward to stabilize her own fate and that of her mother and father. In other words, Gu Qinghuan and her mother and father were now completely stable. This not only meant that the Gu family had completely escaped the fate of death in the car accident, but also meant that their sense of existence could finally return to normal. Previously, many people were affected by this, leaving them with a vague understanding of Gu Qinghuan. Especially when she appeared with the students from Class 3, unless Gu Qinghuan's performance was particularly striking, others would only notice her classmates. As she completed more missions, Gu Qinghuan's fate gradually stabilized, and her presence gradually became more noticeable. Now it was different. Her presence had returned to normal, and even when she walked among the worms, she wouldn't go unnoticed. In fact, according to the system's calculations, others might even notice Gu Qinghuan more than the students from Class 3. There was no other way. Leading a group of worms, she had caused countless troubles for a year and a half, and she had to deal with all kinds of people. Under such circumstances, anyone with even the slightest observation could sense that Gu Qinghuan was something special. Next, Gu Qinghuan's mission continued as usual. The system received instructions to replicate the same situation as many times as possible in the remaining 12 missions. In other words, to ensure the continuation of the most hopeless future, fundamentally undermining the worm's intentions. As long as she could do this, Gu Qinghuan would receive greater rewards. Gu Qinghuan didn't care about the mission's reward. Not to mention her backers, she believed she could live well on her own. Now that she had no worries, and the mission's requirements aligned with her goals, she could focus more fully on completing it. That being said, the mission's reward still needed careful consideration. If left unused, the accumulated energy could easily become so high that it would attract insects. Gu Qinghuan shrugged at Qin Yu. What do you mean by suddenly having this kind of dream? Can't I have a wish? Are all your wishes related to food? Qin Yu scoffed, then thought of something else. Then you can wish for good health, and no matter how much you eat, it won't affect your health. Gu Qinghuan's eyes lit up, and she gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. That makes sense. The system was speechless. While health is a good thing, the host's reasons for wanting it are truly subtle. That being said, Gu Qinghuan was just casually thinking. She had little homework today, and now that she had finished it, she was thinking about random things. The bell rang, and Jiang Chuchu called Yu Xian, and the three of them went to the snack street to buy scallion pancakes. Qingyu had a basketball team activity after school today, so he didn't go with them. Gu Qinghuan rushed to the scallion pancake stall, paid 15 yuan, and ordered a family portrait scallion pancake with all the fillings she mentioned. Yu Xian bought a small bunch of candied haws of strawberries and tangerines. She had to eat at home, so she decided to just have a simple sweet treat. Jiang Chuchu wasn't hungry. She was just there to accompany him. She watched the stall owner constantly add toppings, until a single pancake was practically full, and she felt a little greedy. So she ordered a pancake too, but only with egg, pork tenderloin, and lettuce. The difference in thickness between the two pancakes was greater than that between a t-shirt and a down jacket. Ah! Gu Qinghuan opened her mouth wide and took a bite, leaving the pancake with only a minor scratch. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. You should wish for a mouth as big as a hippopotamus, so you can eat everything you want. How can that be possible? Gu Qinghuan shook her head decisively. Stuff it like that, and it all get mixed up and chewed, and you won't be able to taste anything. Yu Xian, who had already heard Jiang Chuchu mention Gu Qinghuan's wish on the way here, also smiled and continued, What about a stomach like a black hole? You can eat forever. Even worse, Gu Qinghuan said seriously. You can't eat enough. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu silently gave Gu Qinghuan a thumbs up. You're worthy of me. Now that they had bought their food, the three of them prepared to return to the car to eat. It was so busy here that eating, while walking, would easily bump into people. But they had only taken a few steps when they unexpectedly spotted someone they knew. The other party also noticed them and extended their hands to greet them. Class monitor, student committee member, discipline committee. Stop shouting, everyone's going to look over. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead. Are you here to buy food too? Fan Ziren, with an inscrutable look, shook his right index finger. No, I'm here to do market research. Jiang Chuchu frowned. Market research? Yes. Fan Ziren was full of energy. I'm going to open a food stall. Gu Qinghuan chewed her hand-pulled pancake, feeling that her own civet was becoming increasingly abstract. Chapter 436. After Jiang Chuchu's interrogation, Fan Ziren honestly explained his reason for wanting to set up a stall. Didn't we go help Aunt Ji when she was filming a program and earn 4,000 yuan? Fan Ziren spoke of this with a touch of indignation. I threw the money in front of my dad when I got home, and he said I was incompetent. Now he's slapped me in the face, right? Yu Xian silently thought. If it were her, she would hide the money well, and never let Yu Winli know she had a knack for making money. Otherwise, Yu Winli would become wary, and try to clip her wings before she could fully grow. However, Yu Jinxin had been increasingly obedient recently. Yu Xian suspected that perhaps she could let him inherit the Yu family fortune first, and then, after sending Yu Winli away, ask him to step down. This would be a peaceful transition. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her temples. And what was your father's reaction? Even though she asked that question, Jiang Chuchu felt the result wouldn't be good. Otherwise, why would Fan Ziren come to do market research for a snack stall, and even plan to open his own? Fan Ziren's face fell. He said I was just lucky, and got a ride from a classmate, and that 4,000 yuan is nothing. Gu Qinghuan internally sighed. She really didn't like this kind of repressive parenting style. Jiang Chuchu disliked it even more. Every penny of self-earned money was precious, so how could it be nothing? But he was still Fan Ziren's father, after all. Judging by his attitude, even if he argued, he still wanted to prove himself to his father. It wouldn't be good to scold him in front of Fan Ziren. She calmed herself and continued. So, you want to make more money by setting up a stall to prove yourself to your father? Yes, I use my 4,000 yuan as capital. Fan Ziren nodded. But you have to go to school every day, so where do you find the time to set up a stall? Jiang Chuchu asked. I have a partner, Fan Ziren said proudly. I'm responsible for market research, purchasing ingredients, and customizing the stall, and he's in charge of production and sales. Huh? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. Who is it? Actually, it's a male online friend I know, who happens to live in the same city, Fan Ziren said. He's the same age as me, but his family isn't well off. He stopped studying after junior high, and now makes money delivering food. You didn't go to high school? Yu Xian was shocked. Even before she returned to the Yu family, she had never considered interrupting her studies. Fan Ziren sighed. For one thing, the family was broke, and for another, his mother was seriously ill at the time and needed care. His mother passed away last year, and he owed a lot of money to friends and family for her medical treatment. His grades were already mediocre, so he stopped studying. The four of them were silent for a moment, and it was Gu Qinghuan who broke the deadlock. Have you discussed this with him? Yes. At this point, Fan Ziren perked up again. He had been coming here frequently for research these days, and had become familiar with several of the stall owners. The four of them found a few small stools behind a stall, and sat down to chat. After Gu Qinghuan finished his hand-pulled pancake, Fan Ziren had almost finished explaining everything. According to Fan Ziren, he had been upset by his father's scolding that day, and had been browsing videos online, hoping to find something cheerful, but he didn't expect to come across that netizen's post. The netizen's real name is Lu Siyuan, and his online nickname is Pond Fish Missing Its Old Pond. Fan Ziren's name comes from Tao Yuanming's line long caged, now free to return to nature, so seeing other lines from the same poem immediately caught his attention. Lu Siyuan posts a simple log of his daily delivery income. He also posts about interesting or sad things that happened during his workday. He has 200 or 300 followers, and each video has dozens of views, with the best ones reaching hundreds. Fan Ziren watched his pinned video and, upon learning about Lu Siyuan's family situation, felt deeply sympathetic. Lu Siyuan was recently hit by a car while delivering food in a hurry. Although it wasn't a serious injury, he felt that if he continued like this, it would sooner or later lead to a bigger problem, so he wanted to find a new way to make money. Fan Ziren, because of his father, was unhappy about the 4,000 yuan, so he contacted Lu Siyuan privately, asking if he needed a sponsorship. You wanted to give him the money directly? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yeah, I don't need the money. I almost convinced him to take it, but I forgot to hide my personal information, revealing the fact that I'm the same age as him, and he refused to take it. Fan Ziren spread his hands. He's quite a nice guy. Jiang Chuchu nodded. His behavior made me want to help him even more, and that's how it ended up being like this. I pay, he runs the stall. Fan Ziren said. As for profit sharing, since no one knew if it would be profitable, Lu Siyuan decided to give all the initial earnings to Fan Ziren. If there were any losses, Fan Ziren would lose less. He just needed to get enough to cover the minimum social security contributions. As for 3 meals a day, since he had to set up a stall, there should be some leftover food, right? He could just eat that. Fan Ziren certainly wouldn't agree. He wasn't short of money, and he'd been thinking about doing something good. He hadn't expected Lu Siyuan to be so stubborn. Thankfully, after a year and a half of special training with the troublemakers, Fan Ziren understood the principle of taking things slow and steady. He told Lu Siyuan that their relationship was a partnership, not an employment one. One party provided the money, the other the effort, and both parties were equal. The energy and time Lu Siyuan expended were also of great value. For the time being, let's ignore the 4,000 yuan cost. We split the profits in half, regardless of the profit. Once we're certain of profitability, and have a stable income, we adjust the business plan and profit-sharing ratio. Also, Lu Siyuan's account must continue to update with content about the stall, and the profits will belong to him personally. After Fan Ziren finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Chuchu and said flatteringly, Disciplinary Committee, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Chuchu didn't even blink. Bring out a business plan. Fan Ziren was struck by lightning. I just want to set up a stall. Jiang Chuchu bluntly said, whether it's a stall or a company, if you want to keep it going long term, you need to have a good plan. You're already doing market research, so isn't a business plan just a side job? Qualification requirements, supply channels, funding, market analysis, publicity methods, development goals, risk assessment. Think through everything. If you just act like a headless fly and assume things, you never achieve anything. Fan Ziren gathered his composure and cheered himself up. I understand. I try to get you the plan before school is over on Friday. Today was Tuesday, so if it was scheduled for Friday, Fan Ziren would have 3 days to prepare. Before school is over on Thursday, Jiang Chuchu said sternly. I discussed the plan with you on Friday and finalize it thoroughly, so you can start implementing it over the weekend. Fan Ziren, the devilish disciplinary committee. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, raised her hand, and asked, I can also donate 2,000. That was the 2,000 she earned last time, plus her pocket money. No, I have some extra money, but Lu Siyuan wouldn't take more than the 4,000 I mentioned back then. Fan Ziren waved his hand. That being said, Fan Ziren had already made up his mind. Since he was in charge of purchasing, he could secretly contribute. But I do have something I'd like the monitor to help me with. Fan Ziren clasped his hands together. Are you interested in being a taster? Yes. Gu Qinghuan replied immediately. What is professional matching? This is it. Chapter 437. Van Ziren executed quickly. After returning home that evening, Gu Qinghuan was added to Van Ziren's small group chat. The group name was quite impressive. 3,000 a day is not a dream. Gu Qinghuan, your 3,000 a day, is that sales or net income? Van Ziren, of course it's sales. Gu Qinghuan did some calculations. Assuming a sandwich costs $5, that would mean selling 600. Excellent. Young people should have dreams. Lu Xiyuan, hello, I'm Lu Xiyuan. Lu Xiyuan's profile picture was a simple cartoon fish. Gu Qinghuan greeted him and got to know him. There were only 3 people in the group, and Van Ziren wasn't planning to add Jiang Chuchu for now, to avoid being watched while she wrote her proposal. Gu Qinghuan turned on Do Not Disturb to do her homework. When she finished and came back, she saw Lu Xiyuan had posted a few photos. Van Ziren had apparently already told Lu Xiyuan that he wanted Gu Qinghuan to be a taster, so Lu Xiyuan immediately posted some snacks he made in the group chat. There were gooey turkey noodles sprinkled with sesame and seaweed, sandwiches with lettuce, a fried egg, and luncheon meat, and crispy, golden brown potatoes with a soft, chewy interior. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the 2154 on her phone, and suspected the other party was here to poison her late at night. Gu Qinghuan, did you make all these? Lu Xiyuan, well, my mom had a low appetite during her last days, and I wanted her to eat more, so I watched a lot of food and food watching videos with her. Lu Xiyuan, she likes watching these snacks, so I learned to make them for her. So it's pretty good, isn't it? His tone was calm, without any sympathy, and even a hint of boasting. Gu Qing cheered and replied earnestly, looks delicious. Lu Xiyuan, I make these and send them to your school gate tomorrow. Please try them. Gu Qinghuan, no problem. Not at all. Gu Qinghuan, could you please pack a few more boxes? I can't finish it all by myself. So I can give it to others and get their feedback. Lu Xiyuan, okay, thank you. Gu Qinghuan didn't mention payment. She was a taster, and these were Lu Xiyuan and Van Ziren's costs, so there was no need to be polite. She thought for a moment and added, when you're cooking, remember to take a video to prove your ingredients are fresh and your cooking is clean and hygienic. Lu Xiyuan, okay. Gu Qinghuan made another appointment with him, and then went to take a look in his parents' bedroom. Gu Haiyan was already asleep, but Wang Jian wasn't. Gu Qinghuan lowered his voice and said, Dad, I won't be eating at home tomorrow morning, so don't prepare breakfast for me. Wang Jian whispered back, I know. Go to bed early after you finish your homework. Gu Qinghuan tiptoed back to his bedroom to get some rest. The next morning, Gu Qinghuan had just gotten off the bus, and before he could even pull out his phone to call Lu Xiyuan, he saw 2 security guards at the school gate surrounding a man holding a phone box. He hurried over. Lu Xiyuan. Gu Qinghuan called out, and Lu Xiyuan, who had been at a loss, suddenly felt reassured. Here he is. The person I'm waiting for is here. Gu Qinghuan ran up to the 2 security guards and said, Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhao, he's someone I know. He's not here to set up a stall. Of course, stalls weren't allowed at the entrance to Mingda. While the security guards thought no one would be so bold, they couldn't just ignore it, that would be dereliction of duty. Uncle Lu nodded. So it's someone Xiao Gu knows. Why didn't you just say you were looking for Xiao Gu? Uncle Zhao even joked. Looks like you had a big breakfast today, Xiao Gu. Eat more to have the energy for school. Gu Qinghuan replied with a grin. Lu Xiyuan was puzzled. From what the security guard said, they seemed quite familiar with Gu Qinghuan. And, could an ordinary student vouch for a stranger like him? After the 2 security guards left, Gu Qinghuan had time to observe Lu Xiyuan. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, dark and thin, with a shaved head and bright eyes. His jacket was worn, with round patches on the elbows that must have worn through. However, the patches aligned perfectly, and the color was a suitable solid, making it look like a natural design. Although the jacket and pants were slightly faded, there were no noticeable stains, giving the overall look a simple and down-to-earth feel. Gu Qinghuan took the foam box from Lu Xiyuan, surprisingly heavy. How much did you prepare? Lu Xiyuan smiled sheepishly. The raw materials will spoil if left out for a long time, so I made a few extra. Okay, I take it then. Gu Qinghuan nodded, and was about to leave when she paused and added, next time you come to Mingda, if security or anyone else asks you a question, just mention my name. Gu Qinghuan found this rather novel. She hadn't expected her to be a supporter of others. Lu Xiyuan nodded vigorously. I remember that. Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to him, and carried the foam box into the school. Such a conspicuous foam box, brought to class, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Class monitor, what is this? Shin Jianwei asked curiously. Gu Qinghuan immediately stood up on the podium, holding the phone box. Who's interested in doing a snack review? Those who haven't had breakfast first. Xie Xiangxue stared at the unopened whole wheat European bread in her hand, and decisively stuffed it back into her school bag. Me. At worst, she could add another half hour of aerobics tonight. She wanted something delicious. Gu Qinghuan asked her preferences, and picked out a serving of turkey noodles, and a chive box from the phone box for her. Lu Xiyuan did as she had said, and each portion was small. The turkey noodles were about half the size of the bagged ones, and the chive box was only half the size of a palm. As the foam boxes were opened, the aroma of food filled the air. Everyone grabbed a few, like pot stickers and crispy rice cakes, which could be shared. Gu Qinghuan tried most of them, jotting down a brief review on voice memo for easy retrieval, then writing a detailed review after finishing. Xian held up a sandwich and said, with this skill, you can definitely set up a stall. While the sandwiches were generally flawless, the combination of ingredients did have its own particular touch. For example, to better blend the flavors, spread a sauce between the two ingredients. For watery vegetables, be sure to drain them first to prevent the bread from becoming limp. You can also spread mashed purple sweet potatoes or taro on the bread to seal in the moisture. Of course, mashed potatoes, which are not very watery, blend perfectly with vegetables like corn and onions, and are also suitable for various fillings, are even more perfect. Paired with bread, they offer an unbeatable combination of carbohydrates and carbohydrates. Xian was holding a crab stick and scrambled egg sandwich. The sweet crab sticks, mixed with the tender scrambled egg, paired with the bread, were incredibly satisfying. Jiang Chuchu poked a piece of grilled cold noodles with a bamboo skewer and put it in her mouth. His cooking is truly excellent. At least the quality is guaranteed. Van Ziren sidled up and asked, in that case, can we skip writing about competitive advantages? Jiang Chuchu glanced at him and said, sure. Then, write about the product selection analysis. Van Ziren covered his face. With so many snacks to choose from, writing about the product selection would be even more tedious. He shouldn't have interrupted. Chapter 438. Gu Qinghuan's Food Tasting Report, a lavish 2,000-word spread, included comments on flavor, texture, satiety, and convenience, and also included everyone's preferences and suggestions. If only writing an essay were this easy, Gu Qinghuan thought with a sense of unease. She wrote it on her phone during break, gave it a quick check, and after making sure everything was correct, she posted it to the group chat. Van Ziren was shocked. Class monitor, you should be writing the plan. Can I just copy yours? Gu Qinghuan, I'm going to tell Chuchu off. Van Ziren, I didn't say anything. Lu Xiyuan's reply was late. He bid on a delivery run again that morning, and only after the peak delivery period had passed did he have time to seriously examine Gu Qinghuan's masterpiece. His reply was succinct. Thank you, I make some adjustments. Gu Qinghuan let it go, waiting to see when Van Ziren's plan would be ready. Everyone finished breakfast, but the foam box was still there. Gu Qinghuan noticed the corners were taped to prevent damage, and figured it wasn't disposable. She didn't throw the box away, but instead brought it to the office during lunch break, intending to pack some leftover snacks and drinks to return to Lu Xiyuan. Seeing the foam box, Yu Xixin thought she ordered some cold drinks for delivery to school. When Gu Qinghuan opened the office door, she helped take the box, only to discover it was empty. What's this for? Yu Xixin asked. It's just to keep things warm when someone sends me something. I'm packing some snacks and drinks to return to them, Gu Qinghuan replied. As Yu Xixin helped Gu Qinghuan put things in, she began to wonder, who was giving Gu Qinghuan the gift? Shouldn't she give something too? Gu Qinghuan had taught her so much, yet she still hadn't properly expressed her gratitude. How rude. She was about to ask Gu Qinghuan if there was anything he wanted when he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Yu Xixin was startled, but her expression remained expressionless. What's wrong? Gu Qinghuan recovered and waved at her. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. Is it something serious? Do you need me to do anything? Yu Xixin quickly replied. She was eager to help. No problem, just some shopping for the outing. Gu Qinghuan waved her off. Class 3 could choose their own outing location this time, but it wasn't entirely up to them. The school and the student union had proposed several options, and Class 3 would choose one. We really enjoyed last year's farm, with all the activities on offer, allowing for a wide variety of activities to choose from. But this year, after much discussion, we decided to go hiking, camping, and watching the sunrise. Guys, watching the sunrise is the most memorable part of any group activity, This year's spring equinox falls on a Friday, so we set out for the hike during the day, camp at night, and head home the next Saturday after watching the sunrise. There's a guest house on the mountain we're climbing, so those who aren't comfortable camping can stay there and eat there. However, everyone still prefers to eat together, but bringing their own barbecue grill or fire pit is too demanding for beginners. Not to mention the mountain climbing involved. Carrying so much stuff would be inconvenient. So, after a class meeting, everyone decided to bring semi-finished products and pre-cooked meals that only required minimal processing. The purchasing task has been assigned to Ming Xiaolan, the living committee member. She's been sifting through the items these days, and will finalize the list next week. Gu Qinghuan had just considered asking Lu Xiyuan to prepare some cooked meals, which would be a good opportunity to expand his and Fan Xiren's business. Seeing Yu Xixin's interest, Gu Qinghuan shared his idea and also introduced Lu Xiyuan's situation. After hearing about Lu Xiyuan's story, Yu Xixin was utterly shocked. She practically blurted out, "That person is so pitiful." Yu Xixin even reflected on how incredibly happy her life was compared to Lu Xiyuan's. The things she previously struggled with were nothing compared to Lu Xiyuan's life, and they made her feel ashamed. Gu Qinghuan noticed the change in her expression and patted the back of her hand. You don't have to feel ashamed of your happiness, it belongs to you. If you truly sympathize with others, you should leverage the resources at your disposal to create greater value. Donations and charity events, for example, aren't they meaningful? Yu Xixin nodded heavily, feeling her world broaden. She asked, "So now you plan to use your status to offer suggestions?" "Yes, but I'm just making suggestions. Outings are a collective activity, and I can't exploit everyone's rights for personal gain," Gu Qinghuan said. Yu Xixin pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is Lu Xiyuan planning to set up his stall in the snack street across from Mingguang community?" She suddenly brought this up, and Gu Qinghuan was a bit taken aback. "Yeah, what's wrong? Then I can go to my dad and ask him to waive Lu Xiyuan's stall fee." Yu Xixin was delighted. "That snack street is run by my family's company. My dad can just say a word." Gu Qinghuan fell silent, realizing once again that Mingda was truly full of hidden talents. Yu Xixin thought she felt this was inappropriate, so she quickly said, "I just sympathize with him and want to help. Don't put any pressure on me. Besides, if my dad knew about his situation, he'd definitely agree and even praise me for being helpful." Gu Qinghuan wanted to say she felt no pressure, but just thought it was a coincidence. But the words were on her lips, but she changed her tune. "Thank you for your kindness. I give Fan Xiren to you, and let him discuss it with you." Yu Xixin agreed immediately. "Okay." Fan Xiren was sitting in the classroom, scratching his head at his plan. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's message, he was still a little puzzled. What does put my name on the plan mean? Was his plagiarism of Gu Qinghuan's food tasting report exposed? The next second, Gu Qinghuan recommended a friend to him. "Gu Qinghuan, this is Yu Xixin at her." "Gu Qinghuan, the snack street you're planning to set up is run by her family's company." "Gu Qinghuan." She heard about Lu Xiyuan's situation and felt very sympathetic. She said she could waive the stall fee for you. Fan Xiren's eyes widened. Our squad leader is really becoming more and more versatile. How long has it been since she heard about Lu Xiyuan? She even managed to secure the stall fee. How impressive. That wasn't all. Gu Qinghuan sent another message. "Also, I'm planning to recommend Lu Xiyuan as the supplier of the prepared food we're buying for our outing. Please prepare." Fan Xiren silently replied okay, then flipped to the front cover of the plan and added Gu Qinghuan's name to the person in charge column. He sighed deeply. It feels so good to be flying. Chapter 439. As for the stall fee, Fan Xiren and Lu Xiyuan only needed to know. It didn't matter much whether anyone else knew. As for purchasing prepared food from Lu Xiyuan, Gu Qinghuan had Fan Xiren reported during the class meeting planning the outing, and everyone was quite happy to agree. After all, the school was paying, so it didn't matter who bought it from. Everyone had tasted Lu Xiyuan's cooking and found it quite good. Support was a given. As long as they checked his health certificate and the supplier's qualifications to ensure there were no safety issues, everyone would be happy to help. More importantly, you could order whatever you wanted directly. It wasn't based on what the store had. Lu Xiyuan would buy whatever you wanted and cook it. While Lu Xiyuan's cooking wasn't perfect, he could easily make basic prepared food. Fan Xiren was swamped, writing down everyone's requests. Pre-cooked food that was also portable was a must. After much deliberation, braised food was the most suitable. They can be either meaty or vegetarian, and come in a variety of flavors, making them perfect for satisfying cravings. Compared to desserts or puff foods, There's no need to worry about them deforming or taking up too much space in your backpack. They're delicious whether you eat them hot or cold. Van Ziren wrote down several pages of notes, almost ready to start preparing the ingredients. Duck neck. Duck neck. Have some spicy lemon chicken feet. Chicken wings are so delicious when you chew them on the tips. Let's have some vegetarian options too. I want kelp knots and potato chips. Yuba. The juicy red yuba is so fragrant. Gu Qinghuan decided not to join in the fun for now. She eat anything anyway. But then she thought, we still need a staple food. How about rice balls? That's no problem. Van Ziren put aside his thoughts. Many street vendors use rice balls, so Lu Siyuan has done some research. If everyone wants something else, like chicken rolls, burgers, sandwiches, etc., Lu Siyuan should be able to make them too. Just keep track of them. Gu Qinghuan easily added more work to Van Ziren's workload. Jiang Chuchu felt a little sympathetic. Want some help? Van Ziren gritted his teeth. No. I just consider this preparation for the future. If he really wanted to set up a street stall, the daily tasks of purchasing ingredients, preparing food, and collecting customer orders would be no small feat. With only 22 people in the third shift, if he couldn't manage it, let alone the future. He didn't just want to help Lu Siyuan, nor was he solely trying to prove himself to his father. He simply felt fulfilled by the struggle. After school, Van Ziren, backpack on his back, rushed to Lu Siyuan's temporary rental apartment and unleashed a barrage of words like a machine gun. Lu Siyuan was stunned. It had only been a day, and he hadn't even officially set up his stall, and he already landed a big order? And the stall fee, was it waived so easily? Van Ziren had finally let others experience firsthand the power of his class monitor, and he patted Lu Siyuan's shoulder with pride. Do you see how versatile our class monitor is? Van Ziren spoke with even more pride than when he thrown money at his father. Lu Siyuan nodded in satisfaction. I see. I sensed something was amiss when I delivered breakfast this morning. So she's really that powerful. Van Ziren, sensing something was amiss, questioned Lu Siyuan, only to discover what had happened that morning. From what I understand, the class monitor is quite familiar with our school's security. Van Ziren rubbed his chin. Back when it was cold, Gu Qinghuan saw the security guards stamping their feet from the cold while on duty, so he recommended heating insoles to them. They're hidden in the shoes, invisible to everyone, and won't affect the security guard's image. The security guards all said they were great and felt more energetic when they used them. Lu Siyuan nodded. Yes, she even said I could just mention her name next time I go. Damn, he wanted to borrow the tiger's power just once. Van Ziren controlled his temper and said seriously, although the class leader has won us many advantages, starting a business ultimately depends on ourselves. He took out a notebook filled with everyone's requests and handed it to Lu Siyuan. Look, these are the requests I compiled for the class. Just follow them. Lu Siyuan opened the notebook and glanced at it, almost dizzy. So many? Yes, we have things to do before next Friday. Van Ziren seemed to see himself being braised to perfection. He had originally wanted to discuss the stall with Yu Cixin, but he had to submit the proposal to Jiang Chuchu the next day, and he was a bit overwhelmed. After thinking it over, he asked Lu Siyuan, how about you contact Yu Cixin? I still have to write the proposal. Lu Siyuan nodded. This meeting was mainly to confirm the stall situation and express gratitude to the other party. He didn't have many requirements. Van Ziren was already so busy, and Lu Siyuan wanted to help share some of the work. Van Ziren recommended Yu Cixin's WeChat account to Lu Siyuan, and he started chatting with her. Being able to add Lu Siyuan directly, Yu Cixin was quite happy. After all, her desire to help was out of sympathy for Lu Siyuan. Yu Cixin. Hello, I'm Yu Cixin. Lu Siyuan was a little reserved, imitating Yu Cixin's manner. Hello, I'm Lu Siyuan. He wanted to thank her first, but unfortunately, his typing speed wasn't as fast as Yu Cixin's, and she got beaten to the punch by a new message. Yu Cixin sent a floor plan. Green represents empty stalls on the snack street, and red represents stalls whose expiration dates are nearing their expiration dates and aren't planning to renew them. Yu Cixin, which stall do you want? This statement was quite assertive, compelling Lu Siyuan for 10 seconds. The plan was actually very detailed. Besides the two types Yu Cixin mentioned, it also listed the current business of each stall. Lu Siyuan replied, let me take a look, and began to study it carefully, ultimately choosing a stall closer to the entrance. He explained his reasons for choosing this location to Van Ziren, who pondered it for a moment, agreed that his argument made sense, and let him choose. Lu Siyuan circled his chosen location on the map and sent it back to Yu Cixin. Can I choose this one? Yu Cixin, anyone is fine, but are you really choosing this one? I see a few stalls whose leases are about to expire have better locations. Lu Xiyuan wasn't very talkative. He typed and deleted and typed again, leaving only one sentence. This one is more suitable. He had made his decision, and Yu Cixin didn't say anything else. Okay, then I talked to my dad. Yu Cixin grabbed her phone and ran to her father. Yu Fei, intending to book the stall right away. After hearing Yu Cixin's story about Lu Xiyuan, Yu Fei felt sympathetic and readily agreed to his daughter's request. Has he chosen? Yu Fei asked. Yes, but maybe he doesn't want to cause us any trouble. I don't think the location he chose is very good, Yu Cixin said. Yu Fei took a look and agreed with Lu Xiyuan's choice. This location is great. It's right in the wind, so the aroma of the food can spread, and it's not too far out. Yu Fei gestured in the direction the wind was blowing. Yu Cixin suddenly realized, that's the thinking. Also, those stalls whose leases are about to expire, while in good locations, are facing immense competition. The surrounding stalls are doing pretty well. Yu Fei made 2 more detours. It's going to be very difficult to compete with the more popular stalls. Plus, if word gets out that he's waiving stall fees, he might provoke a boycott from other stalls. This was a possibility, and Yu Cixin nodded silently, understanding. Just as Yu Fei was about to return the phone to Yu Cixin, he saw a new message from Lu Xiyuan. Lu Xiyuan, thank you very much. Let me express my gratitude. Lu Xiyuan, do you have any favorite snacks? I can make them. Yu Fei's rationality told him that, judging by the previous conversation, this child named Lu Xiyuan was indeed polite and honest. But emotionally, he was genuinely worried his daughter might be abducted. Chapter 440. Yu Cixin was completely oblivious to Yu Fei's worries. She had also seen the message from Lu Xiyuan and happily snatched back her phone, replying with her favorite food. She truly only wanted to help Lu Xiyuan and Fan Ziren to ease their burden, and she didn't expect any financial reward. However, she actually enjoyed this form of repayment, like seeing the seeds she had planted blossom and enjoying the fragrance of the flowers. Yu Fei could only watch helplessly as his daughter ran off, clutching her phone. He turned back to bed and couldn't help but tell his wife, Xian Xiuying, about the incident. Do you think Xinxin will fall for that guy? Xian Xiuying, however, was quite open-minded. We couldn't tell who she really liked, but now that you noticed, it's definitely not someone she'd like. Yu Fei and Xian Xiuying were completely unaware of Yu Cixin's previous crush on Fan Wanfu. Firstly, Yu Cixin had hidden it well, and secondly, her intensely inward-looking personality meant that even when she was upset, she would do her utmost to pretend nothing had happened, avoiding the attention of her family. If it weren't for Gu Qinghuan's influence, Yu Cixin's mood would have shifted. One day, while walking with Xian Xiuying, she casually revealed her past crush, and Xian Xiuying would have had no idea it even existed. When Xian Xiuying returned and told Yu Fei about it, both husband and wife were horrified. It seems too much tolerance for children isn't a good thing, so the two have been paying more attention to Yu Cixin lately, feeling a bit nervous and wary. After hearing Xian Xiuying's words, Yu Fei felt it made sense. If Yu Cixin kept hiding her feelings from Lu Xiyuan, it might mean she'd fallen in love with him, and then there would still be time to catch her. He felt more at ease. Seeing it was getting late, he flipped the bedside lamp switch, turned it off, and went to sleep. With a click, the room suddenly became as bright as day. Fan Ziren, who was about to enter the house in the dark, was instantly exposed. He had been tiptoeing when he saw his father, Fan Yiqing, standing at the stairs, his hand still on the switch, his face furious. He said guiltily, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I'm not sleeping. You were out having so much fun you didn't even come back?" Fan Yiqing laughed at his indignation. "Do you even know what time it is?" Fan Ziren knew it was already past 11 o'clock. After school, he went straight to Lu Xiyuan's rental apartment, so engrossed in his work plan that he lost track of time. When Lu Xiyuan returned from his late-night takeout run, he noticed Fan Ziren was still there, and quickly reminded him to go home. Then he rode his mountain bike home. His home was close to Mingda, and he rode his mountain bike mainly to avoid walking, and he was a good rider, so he could show off. Knowing he was in the wrong, Fan Ziren's momentum weakened even further. He muttered softly, "Didn't I text you saying I had something to do, and would be back later? What could possibly happen to you, a student?" Fan Yiqing strode down the stairs, approached Fan Ziren, and said coldly, "With your grades, I don't even expect you to get into a good university, and you're still hanging out all day." The word hanging out stung Fan Ziren's ears. He was carrying his school bag, and at that moment, he felt the urge to slam it to the ground. But he couldn't bear to do that. Inside was his painstakingly written plan, which was essentially finished. He'd check it tomorrow, and then hand it over to Jiang Chuchu. Van Ziren grabbed the shoulder strap of his school bag and walked silently, bypassing Fanny Ching and heading for his room. "Stop right there!" Fanny Ching shouted harshly. Van Ziren whipped his head around, trying hard not to yell. "It's definitely my fault for coming back so late. Okay? Can you let me go back to my room now?" He finished the easy homework during recess, and he used the 2 homework exemption coupons he saved up for the 2 most difficult subjects, so he could focus on his project plan. After being scolded again, he just wanted to go back to his room and get some sleep. Fanny Ching became even more furious. "What kind of attitude is that? I'm your dad." Van Ziren wanted to yell, "I wish you weren't my dad," but he held it back. He didn't say anything else, simply sprinting back to his room and slamming the door shut. He leaned against the door, breathing heavily and silently, his eyes watering, and he quickly tilted his head back, trying not to let a single tear fall. In terms of grades, Van Ziren was indeed at the bottom of Class 3, but his overall ranking wasn't shabby. It was just that his interest wasn't in studying, and having been suppressed by Fanny Ching since childhood, he naturally disliked having his life dictated by grades. This time, with the opportunity to prove himself and help Lucy Yuan, Van Ziren was truly motivated. He clung to his school bag and slowly squatted down, the fabric of his back rustling against the door. The light in the dim bedroom was off, only a hint of light from the hallway filtered through the crack in the door, illuminating Van Ziren's feet. But he remained mired in the shadows, his tears slowly soaking his school bag, hidden from view. After a while, Van Ziren sniffed and braced himself against the floor to stand. His legs were sore from squatting for so long that if Van Ziren hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed hold of the wall, he would have fallen flat on his face. His legs were so sore, he couldn't move a step. He stood there for a long moment, grimacing, before inching his way towards the bed. After finally touching his knees to the edge, he immediately let himself fall, not forgetting to set his school bag aside to avoid it getting stuck under him. Forget about that, he still had a lot to do. The plan needed revising, suppliers needed finding, ingredients needed sourcing, and even figuring out how to package them properly. He had found a used food truck for his stall, and would have to take it to the repair shop for an inspection this weekend. As for how to modify the food truck, he had to decide what to sell first. Once Jiang Chuchu finished reading the plan, he and Lu Siyuan would work together to figure out the best modifications. The ideas that surged through his mind were gradually shattered by sleepiness, eventually sinking into the depths of his mind, transforming into nutrients for sweet dreams. Outside the door, Fanny Ching raised his hand, then lowered it again. He wanted to open the door, but remembered hearing the lock snap. He wanted to knock, but felt that knocking on the door would be like giving in to his son, who had just argued, and it wouldn't be a loss of face. Finally, he lowered his hand, simmering with anger, and turned away, returning to his bedroom. The bedroom had been tidied by the hourly helper. Any photo could be used as a model apartment advertisement. Only the photo frame on the bedside table held a personal, homely feel. Fanny Ching picked up the frame. The woman in the photo, with her charming smile, remained the most beautiful image in his memory, no matter how long it had passed. "Who do you think this child looks like?" Fanny Ching complained. "You and I aren't like that." The bedroom was silent, and no one could answer him. He replaced the photo frame, then threw back the covers and sank into the cold bed. Chapter 441. On Thursday morning, Gu Qinghuan had just gotten off the bus when she heard a deafening, earth-shattering sneeze. She and everyone around her couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. Just then, they saw Van Ziren's car swerve. If he hadn't braked quickly, the car would have flipped over. Gu Qinghuan walked over. "Good morning, Van Ziren. Do you have a cold?" "Not really," Van Ziren replied in a muffled voice. "I just got a bit windy while riding my bike this morning." Gu Qinghuan noticed his hair was still damp. "Did you exercise this morning?" "No, I was so tired after getting home last night that I fell asleep without even realizing it. I didn't shower, so I took one this morning," Van Ziren replied. "So you came to school without drying your hair?" Gu Qinghuan held her forehead. Van Ziren remained silent, feeling like the monitor would reprimand him if she said another word. Gu Qinghuan dropped her hand and hurried Van Ziren through the school gates. After he parked the car, she went to the classroom to drop off his school bag. Then, she had Qingyu report to the head teacher, Chen Zilan, and took Van Ziren to the infirmary. The school doctor hadn't arrived yet, and the infirmary door was locked. But that wasn't a problem for Gu Qinghuan. She reached into the window rails and pulled out a key. Van Ziren was surprised. The door key is right here? If the school doctor isn't here and someone needs medical supplies urgently, we have to be prepared, Gu Qinghwan replied. As for how she knew the key's location, did such a trivial matter need explanation? She had established good relationships with all the student union members, so the school doctor was no problem either. Fan Ziran obediently followed Gu Qinghwan into the infirmary, where a towel was thrust into his hand. All right, dry yourself quickly, and then take your medicine. Gu Qinghwan spoke, shaking the package of Gonmaoling granules, while finding a disposable paper cup to soak the medicine. Fan Ziran covered his head with a towel and rubbed his hair until it was a mess. He suddenly understood why Ai Ning had privately called Gu Qinghwan mom. Who wouldn't be touched by such care and affection? Squad leader, Fan Ziran's voice became even more muffled. I didn't mean to get sick. I just wanted to wake up this morning to clear my head. Your hair is short, so it won't take long to blow dry. Why don't you do that first? We clearly have enough time. Gu Qinghwan handed him the soaked Gonmaoling granules. Fan Ziran lowered his hand, draped the towel around his neck, then took the paper cup, rubbed it twice, and whispered, when I was blow-drying my hair, my dad said I was wasting time so early in the morning and dawdling. Was I trying to be late? Hearing that, I didn't want to blow-dry anymore. Gu Qinghwan's expression was indescribable. Your dad's words are really harsh. She still remembered what Fan Ziran had said earlier. To Gu Qinghwan, repressive parenting was truly torturous. That's what he meant. Fan Ziran nodded vigorously. What good would it do him to squash me flat? Wanting to satisfy his need for control. To assert his authority? These two thoughts popped into Gu Qinghwan's mind, and she shook her head again. No, if that was his motive, Fan Ziran would have suffered less. Just your dad? What did your mom say? Gu Qinghwan asked. Fan Ziran's expression remained unchanged. I don't have a mother. After saying this, he realized it sounded rude and quickly added, my mother died of amniotic fluid embolism while giving birth to me. So growing up, I never knew what it was like to have a mother. I only saw other people's mothers. Gu Qinghwan hadn't expected Fan Ziran to quietly reveal such a significant piece of information. After a pause, he said, if your mother were here, she certainly wouldn't look at your father and say that about you. Really? Fan Ziran wasn't sure. He's seen photos of his mother, smiling softly at the camera. Grandma and Grandpa said his mother was quiet, spoke softly, and rarely got angry. By comparison, Fanny Cheng was a burly figure, always stern. Fan Ziran felt his father was like the stubborn and demanding imperial censors in ancient dramas, so sharp. Sometimes, looking at his mother's photo, he wondered how his father had negotiated with his mother. Could it have been forced? Judging by Grandma and Grandpa's attitude, that shouldn't have been the case. Of course it's true, Gu Qinghwan said. You're her treasure, so of course she'd protect you. Fan Ziran wanted to exclaim, wow. He thought the word treasure was too corny. But he couldn't utter a single wow. He thought of Fan Yiqing's words. If his mother were there, would she have stood in front of him when he was scolded, arguing with his father on his behalf? Could he, too, have been a cherished child? The thought of it filled him with anticipation. Fan Ziran drank the cold medicine in one gulp. The warm liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, a bittersweet taste. He grinned exaggeratedly. The medicine really doesn't taste good. I think the cold medicine tastes quite good. Gu Qinghwan followed his lead and changed the subject. Squad leader, you're really too tolerant of what you eat. After Fan Ziran finished his rant, he patted his chest and said, I feel much better now. Achoo. Gu Qinghwan shook his head. You should rest here for morning reading. I'm going back now, and will tell your teacher. This time, Fan Ziran obediently lay down on the bed in the infirmary. After taking the medicine, he began to sweat a little, so he had to cover himself for a while. Gu Qinghwan walked to the door and, as if remembering something, turned to Fan Ziran and asked, does your father love your mother? If Fan Ziran hadn't had a stepmother for all these years, it meant either his father wasn't interested in remarrying, or he still missed his mother. Fan Ziran thought for a moment. I don't know whether he loves her or not, but he always keeps a picture of my mother by his bedside. Every Qiming festival, and on my mother's death anniversary, he takes me to visit her grave. He brings my mother's favorite flowers when he visits her grave, and he also burns her favorite books and movies with her. So, it seems he at least misses her. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Then, next time your father oppresses you, bring your mother up. Perhaps some people are well suited to oppressive parenting, but Fan Ziran is clearly not one of them. His eagerness to prove himself clearly proves he doesn't want to be reduced to nothingness. In that case, Gu Qinghwan felt that it would be a good thing for him to appropriately leverage his mother's influence. How? Van Ziren asked curiously. Just tell him he can't insult your mother's last treasure like this, Gu Qingwan said. Van Ziren laughed out loud. That sounds good. I give it a try next time. Okay, get some rest. You still have to report your plan to Chu Chu before school ends today, Gu Qingwan said, and then left. Van Ziren lay alone on the bed in the infirmary, wrapped in a quilt. Even without his mother, his very existence was the last treasure she left behind. So, he wasn't completely useless. Van Ziren secretly clenched his fists. Next time, he knew how to stand up to his father. Let him see how powerful he was. Chapter 442. When Gu Qingwan returned to class, morning reading had already begun, and Chen Zilan had just emerged from the classroom. Seeing her, Chen Zilan asked, "Qin, you just told me what exactly happened to Van Ziren?" He caught a slight cold. I took him to the infirmary and gave him some cold medicine. He's lying down now, resting. I see how he does after morning reading is over, Gu Qingwan explained briefly. Chen Zilan nodded slightly. Colds are unpredictable. He's been feeling a bit cold in the mornings these past few days, so it's best to be careful. As for morning reading, it had little impact. Chen Zilan preferred the health of his students to their grades. Okay, go back to class. You too. Chen Zilan wanted to tell Gu Qingwan to take care of herself, but seeing her vibrant face, he swallowed his words back. Gu Qingwan's health management was excellent. She ate well, slept well, and didn't look like she catch a cold. Chen Zilan changed his tone. We're going on an outing next week. Have fun then. His class monitor is always worried about everything. It's a rare opportunity, so he should relax. Gu Qingwan responded, and went back to class for morning reading. Seeing Gu Qingwan return, Qin Yu turned around and rested his arm on her desk. What's wrong with old Fan? He has a slight cold. I sent him to the infirmary to rest. Gu Qingwan replied. Maybe he's been too busy lately and feels weak? Qin Yu speculated. That's possible. Gu Qingwan didn't mention the conflict between Van Ziren and his father. It was his family matter. Van Ziren told her these things because he trusted her. It would be bad to spread them without permission. Gu Qingwan felt that Van Ziren's most desperate fate might be related to his conflict with his father. Resolving this long-standing conflict of opinion between father and son is no easy task. She was Van Ziren's classmate, and his father, a repressive parent, was likely even more stubborn. Even if his attitude wasn't condescending, he certainly looked down on her. If he wanted to offer personal advice, he needed the right setting and position to ensure his words were taken seriously. There was no rush, so he had to proceed slowly. In short, let Van Ziren bring his mother out to try to soften his father's attitude. After morning reading ended, Van Ziren returned to the classroom. Although he only had a 1-hour break, he looked much better, and had stopped sneezing. It was just that he brushed his hair too carelessly, so once it dried, it lay tangled on his head, like a layer of durian shell. Yuan Wue nearly quacked. What's wrong with your hairstyle? Van Ziren touched his hair and said confidently, You don't understand. This is called fashion. Even if the sky falls, old Fan's mouth will hold it up. Ji Tianshao shook his head. Van Ziren ignored him. The next class was an elective, so he had to change classes. He grabbed his textbook from his drawer and left. He hadn't brought his plan with him. It was fine to discuss this within class 3, but if anyone outside the class knew about it, they might say something. It was best not to spread it outside. After lunch break, Van Ziren returned to class and continued revising his plan. Ji Tianshao packed a lunch for Van Ziren from the cafeteria and brought it back to class to eat. He placed the lunch box on the table and opened the window to let in some air, preventing the smell from spreading throughout the classroom. Ji Tianshao said as he ate, You really worked really hard this time. Van Ziren still had 2 pages left to review, planning to finish them before eating. Hearing this, he said, without even looking up, Not bad. You've been working hard, haven't you? Ji Tianshao had already signed with Ween Entertainment, and Van Ziren sat behind him, so he was well aware of his daily workload. During breaks, he listened to open classes with headphones on, or watched audition videos of famous actors Ween Entertainment had found for him. He also read books related to acting. Ji Tianshao shrugged. For the future, I have to start preparing now. Those people were sent to jail, but I still have to decide my own fate. Although Ji Fuling's popularity had soared and she no longer had to worry about making a living, Ji Tianshao still wanted to pursue his dream. His love of acting was indeed influenced by his mother, but he actually preferred drama to variety shows, TV dramas, and movies, and he had a slight interest in musicals. No one could predict the future, but learning more and improving one's abilities would always open up more options. Van Ziren paused. Destiny. Feels so far away. I just want to prove myself right now, to show my dad that I'm not as bad as he says. There's no need to dwell on the reasons, right? Ji Tianxiao took another bite of his food. What you did, what you achieved, those are more important. Actions, not intentions? Van Ziren scoffed. If old Su hears you explain it that way, he give us a lecture. I already heard it. Su Xinghe poked his head in from the window and said quietly. Ji Tianxiao was so frightened that he almost dropped his lunch box. Ghost. Who is the ghost? Su Xinghe slapped the wall by the window. How can you interpret discussed deeds, not hearts like that? Wang Yongbin's original line in Around the Fireside Night Chat is. He launched into a Chinese class with such a rambling flow that Van Ziren stopped looking at his plan and simply ate his food, treating it like extra background music. Concerned about Van Ziren's situation, Gu Qinghuan skipped his office nap and returned to class with Jiang Chu, who was equally concerned. Yu Xian, however, went for a nap and was entrusted with the important task of bringing back 2 bottles of drinks. When they arrived, Su Xinghe had just finished his class, contentedly, leaving behind a half-dead Van Ziren and Ji Tianxiao. Seeing Jiang Chu, Van Ziren perked up. The plan will be ready soon. Discipline Inspection Commission, please wait for me. Jiang Chu waved her hand to signal her absence and returned to her seat with Gu Qinghuan. A moment later, Van Ziren arrived, holding the plan. Since Qingyu wasn't around during lunch, Gu Qinghuan took his seat, giving his own to Van Ziren so that he and Jiang Chu could discuss. In one word, Jiang Chu's impression of the proposal was terrible. But for a first-time writer, being able to complete it was already excellent, not to mention Van Ziren's surprisingly good handling of the phase divisions. Jiang Chu patiently discussed the proposal with him throughout lunch break, and in the end, every blank page of the proposal was filled with revision suggestions. Van Ziren, in turn, became more energetic. He looked at Jiang Chu with admiration. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your guidance. Jiang Chu was also very happy. Usually Jiang Yue taught her, but this time, she was teaching others. Being looked at with such admiration was truly satisfying. She waved her hand calmly. Let's revise it this way for now. If we have time tomorrow, we can discuss it again during lunch break and finalize the plan. By the weekend, you and Lu Xiyuan can start working on it. Okay. Van Ziren readily agreed. He could just focus on his classes in the afternoon and revise it at home in the evening. And by the way, try out that trick the class monitor taught him with his dad. Chapter 443. As soon as school was over today, Van Ziren grabbed his school bag and rushed to the bicycle garage. He had already messaged Lu Xiyuan during lunch break, saying he wouldn't be going today and needed to go home and revise his plan. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to try out the trick Gu Qinghuan had just taught him on his dad. Van Ziren had even planned it out. Not only would he tell his dad, but he would also go to his dad's bedroom and get his mom's photo, then hug the frame and tell his story. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but shake his head at this, sighing, shrimp and pig heart. Van Ziren, riding his mountain bike, mingled with a throng of people leaving school, quickly rushed home. Thinking of the upcoming showdown, he felt his adrenaline surge. He quickly reached his front door, hurriedly parked his mountain bike in the yard, and rushed inside. At the same time, he saw the leather shoes in the entryway. Van Ziren's face instantly fell. Usually Fanny Cheng wouldn't come home until after 6, but occasionally he'd come home earlier. It seemed like today was one of his days. Van Ziren thought for a moment, took off his shoes, and slipped his foot into Fanny Cheng's shoe, feeling it with his big toe. Though his temperature wasn't very keen through socks, it still felt a bit warm. Van Ziren quickly withdrew his big toe and rubbed it twice on the mat near the entrance, as if he was afraid of getting infected by bacteria from Fanny Cheng's shoes. It seemed like Dad had just come home, and the heat from his shoes hadn't dissipated yet. Van Ziren quietly closed the door and walked even more cautiously in his slippers. He decided to first find Fanny Cheng. If Dad had just come back to get something and was leaving soon, he would hide in his room. After Fanny Cheng left, he slipped into the bedroom and took out Mom's photo. If Dad didn't leave when he came back, well, there was nothing he could do. While the intimidation factor would be diminished without Mom's photo, he could still keep up the act. Thinking this way, Van Ziren walked down the hallway, looked around the living room, balcony, and kitchen. No one was on the first floor, so he must be in the bedroom on the second. He walked up the stairs softly again, passing Fanny Cheng's bedroom first. The door was half open. He pressed his ear against the wall, listening for a long time, but there was no sound. Puzzled, he moved to the door and peered through the crack. The first thing he saw was a floor-to-ceiling window with the curtain slightly open. The bed was uneven, and the quilt hadn't been lifted, though there were indentations on the cover. Van Ziren wondered if Fanny Ching had done something while sitting by the bed. So where was Dad now? There was no one in the room, not even a sound. He was about to look elsewhere when he suddenly realized. This was a golden opportunity. If not now, when would he get his mother's photo? Van Ziren immediately opened the door and walked towards the bedside table. Just as he was about to pick up the photo frame, his gaze stumbled to the side and froze. Between the bed and the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a familiar figure lying face down, motionless. For a moment, Van Ziren felt his ears muffled and his head buzzing. He seemed to open his mouth, but he couldn't tell if he shouted anything. Even his consciousness seemed to have left his body. When he regained consciousness, the figure had already crawled to Fanny Ching's side, his hands completely paralyzed. He tried to pull at Fanny Ching's clothes, but his fingers curled and unclenched, unable to do anything more than ripple the fabric. Who can? Van Ziren felt his head spin, shivering and gasping for air until he heard a familiar ringtone. He almost saw the ringtone as a lifeline, instinctively grabbing his phone and pressing it several times before his trembling fingers pressed the green connect button. Before the other person could say anything, he screamed, "Help! My dad, my dad!" His throat felt like it was clogged, and he couldn't say anything. The other person was silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a steady and calm voice. "Van Ziren, do as I say. Put the phone on the ground and press speakerphone." Van Ziren practically threw the phone to the ground, pressing speakerphone several times before it worked. "Raise your right hand in front of you, looking at it. Raise your left hand now, and use your left index finger to touch your right thumb. Okay, now your index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger. Do it the other way around. This time, use your right index finger, starting with your left pinky finger, and work your way back to touch all 5 fingers of your left hand." Van Ziren's hands were shaking violently at first, but by the time he shifted his gaze from right to left and touched the 5 fingers of his left hand with his right index finger, his hands were much steadier. "Are you calm now?" The voice on the microphone was still steady and powerful. I am feeling better." Van Ziren regained his hoarse voice. "What happened? Get to the point. What happened to your father?" Gu Qinghuan spoke a little faster. I had just maintained a steady speed to calm Van Ziren down. Although over a minute had passed since the call was connected, allowing Van Ziren to calm down was more effective than anxiously rushing him. I came back and found him collapsed on the ground. Van Ziren had regained some of his composure, his mind much clearer. He didn't try to turn Fanny Ching over again, but instead turned his head to confirm his father's breathing. "He seems to be breathing fine, but unconscious," Van Ziren said. Gu Qinghuan sent Van Ziren a location-sharing request on WeChat. Van Ziren instinctively clicked confirm. Gu Qinghuan then used the phone a passenger had handed her to call 120. After the call connected, she quickly reported her shared location and used her own phone to ask Van Ziren for his specific address. "That's the address. Please send a car immediately. Also, there should be a red mountain bike parked outside his house or in his yard, which can serve as a landmark. It was just about a quarter of an hour after our school let out, so the parent has been unconscious for at least that. There are no obvious injuries. His breathing is normal, but he's unconscious. We're not sure of his medical history at this time. I'd be there right away. The phone you used to call 120 belongs to someone else. Please contact me later. My number is..." Gu Qinghuan hung up the phone and hurriedly thanked the passenger. She pulled a bag of konjac noodles from her pocket and handed it to the passenger. "Sorry, this is all I have. Thank you for lending me your phone to make a call." With that, she took advantage of the bus stop and ran off, hailing a taxi to Van Ziren's home. The passengers on the bus watched Gu Qinghuan flee, then looked at the passenger she stuffed with the konjac noodles. The passenger quickly stuffed the konjac noodles into his pocket. What were you looking at? This was a souvenir of her good deed. Chapter 444. Gu Qinghuan arrived at the fan residence just before the ambulance. Perhaps because she was wearing Aminga's school uniform and mentioned Van Ziren's name, the security guards didn't bother to stop her. As soon as she reached the fan residence, she heard the sirens of an ambulance at the entrance. Van Ziren ran downstairs and opened the door, bumping into her. Seeing her, Van Ziren suddenly regained his composure. "Class leader." "It's okay, the ambulance will be here soon," Gu Qinghuan reassured him. "Bring your and your father's IDs." Do you know where his medical records or medications are? Fan Ziren shook his head in bewilderment. Gu Qinghwan said nothing, letting Fan Ziren lead him to Fan Yiqing's bedroom. Since the situation was urgent, she didn't care to offend anyone. Gu Qinghwan searched the bedside table. There were only common cold and fever medications, along with some vitamins. In the bottom drawer, she found Fan Yiqing's medical records, his previous physical examination reports, and the Fan family's household registration booklet. Gu Qinghwan packed up the materials and handed them to Fan Ziren, asking him to take them to the medical staff. The medical staff, having learned from the emergency number that there was only one adult and one child in the house, expected chaos. Unexpectedly, upon entering, 2 students were waiting. Their expressions were anxious, but generally stable. The doctor briefly examined Fan Yiqing's condition, confirming that the transport would be safe. The 2 accompanying stretcher bearers then lifted him onto the stretcher. Fan Ziren, clutching the materials, followed the nurse to the ambulance. The nurse looked at Gu Qinghwan, a bit embarrassed. Although he knew it was the young woman who called 120, Gu Qinghwan wasn't considered a family member, and there wasn't anything else he needed to consult with her about. Should he bring her along? Fan Ziren was extremely anxious, eager to drag Gu Qinghwan along. The nurse thought better of it, and decided to take Gu Qinghwan with her into the ambulance. It was Gu Qinghwan's first time riding in an ambulance, and hearing the wail-wail sound, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Thankfully, the doctor remained calm, which was good news for both Gu Qinghwan and Fan Ziren. Fan Ziren asked, "Doctor, what's wrong with my dad?" The doctor had already examined Fan Yiqing using the equipment in the car and replied, "At this point, it seems he has hypoglycemia." He had this suspicion during the on-site examination, and a portable blood glucose meter in the car confirmed the result. However, according to Fan Yiqing's medical report from last November, he wasn't diabetic. So, hypoglycemia to the point of coma might have other causes, and he needed to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. For now, he would just give Fan Yiqing some glucose solution in the ambulance. Fan Ziren didn't know this, but when the doctor said it was just hypoglycemia, a huge weight lifted from his chest. "I was so scared, so scared." Fan Ziren was still terrified. "Luckily I got home early." He was truly terrified. If Gu Qinghwan hadn't given him advice today, and Jiang Chuchu hadn't helped him revise the plan at noon, he might have gone to Lu Siyuan's place to finish his work before returning home. Although Fan Yiqing was only in a coma due to hypoglycemia, a prolonged coma wasn't a good thing. Gu Qinghwan also asked the system, "Did this happen during Fan Ziren's most desperate fate?" System, "Yes, but Fan Ziren's reason for not returning home was different." Gu Qinghwan wanted to ask about the specifics, but that involved the future, and the system couldn't tell her. She could only regretfully give up and focus on her own affairs. Arriving at the hospital, Fan Ziren, under the nurse's guidance, busied himself with the various paperwork. Gu Qinghwan found a corner and called home. Wang Jian listened and immediately said, "Wait at the hospital. Your mother and I will be there shortly." No matter how reliable their daughter was, she was still a child. It was too late to let 2 children shoulder the burden of such a matter. It was the parents' turn. As for whether it would cause trouble for their family, Wang Jian and Gu Haiyan didn't take it seriously. It was just hypoglycemia. Fan Yiqing should recover soon, and could handle the rest of the situation himself. When Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian arrived at the hospital, Fan Yiqing was still undergoing examinations. Fan Ziren remained outside the department, fidgeting restlessly. He couldn't focus on his phone, unconsciously tensing and relaxing. Gu Qinghwan stayed nearby. After all, he was a classmate's father, so she wasn't overly worried. She spread her homework on her lap, working on some simple problems. Gu Haiyan walked over quickly. "Huan. Mom." Gu Qinghwan looked up and immediately put her homework aside. Gu Haiyan handed her the wrap and red bean paste she was holding. "Are you hungry? Eat something first." Wang Jian also handed a wrap to Fan Ziren. "Come on, little classmate, eat something first. Don't starve yourself. Wraps are easy to hold, have plenty of filling, and taste even better without being too greasy." Fan Ziren grabbed the wrap and stammered a thank you. Glancing at Wang Jian holding a thermos box, he felt even more embarrassed. "I'm sorry for interrupting your dinner." "What are you talking about?" Wang Jian picked up the thermos box. "This is for your dad. Didn't he say he has low blood sugar? I went to the store and packed a bowl of multigrain porridge. This thermos can be reheated by plugging it in, so it won't be cold. We can still eat it when your dad has an appetite. Just give it to Huan after you're done." Fan Ziren was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. No wonder the squad leader was so kind, And her family was so kind too. He solemnly accepted the thermos and thanked her, then began to eat the burrito. The aroma of food filled his nose, and he only then realized he was hungry. He quickly finished the burrito, and Wang Jian handed him the hot water from the front desk. Don't worry, your Aunt Gu and I will help. Listen carefully to what we say to the doctor and ask any questions you have, Wang Jian said. Although he and Gu Haiyan had come here to help, they were still outsiders. As a son, Fan Ziren should be aware of his father's condition. Fan Ziren nodded vigorously. Just then, the examination was over, and the nurse wheeled Fan Yiqing out. The doctor had hesitated about how to explain the situation to the child, but upon seeing Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Fan Yiqing could handle these matters himself once he woke up, someone had to be briefed on the situation before he woke up. Gu Qinghuan sat nearby, finished his burrito and red bean paste, put the garbage in the trash can, and then followed him back to the ward. After Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian helped settle the patient, Gu Haiyan took Gu Qinghuan home. Wang Jian stayed there, waiting for Fan Yiqing to wake up and explain everything before returning home. Fan Ziren's grandparents were traveling, and he didn't have them. Now, it was just the two of them, father and son, who truly experienced what it meant to be dependent on each other. When Fan Yiqing woke up, his mind was still a little hazy. The ceiling above him looked unfamiliar, and the light was glaring. He squinted for a long time before fully opening his eyes. Wang Jian saw that he had woken up and went to fetch the doctors and nurses. Only then did Fan Yiqing realize they were in a hospital. Turning around, he saw Fan Ziren's stunned face. Why am I? Fan Yiqing wanted to ask why he was in the hospital, but then he remembered he fainted. Fan Yiqing couldn't help but blame himself, unaware of how panicked and frightened Fan Ziren had been when he found him. He forced the words out of his throat. I'm fine. You go home. Fan Ziren's tears fell, his tone still fierce. What do you mean you're fine? You're like this and you're still fine. What home should I go back to? Where can I go home if you're not here? He had no mother, only a father. If even his father was gone, where could he go back to? Chapter 445. As soon as Wang Jian, the doctors, and the nurses entered the ward, they heard the father and son arguing and hurried over. What's wrong? Fan Ziren quickly lowered his head and wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse. Nothing, my dad just told me to go home. Wang Jian had originally thought that after the shock his child had received, it would be best for him to go home and rest. But seeing how well Fan Ziren and Fan Yiqing got along, he quickly changed his mind. While the doctor was examining Fan Yiqing, he greeted him friendly. Hello, Mr. Fan's father. My daughter, Gu Qinghuan, is in the same class as your son. My name is Wang Jian. The name Gu Qinghuan was a household name for every parent in Class 3. Fan Yiqing was no exception. He asked in surprise, Your class leader Gu's father? Why are you here? Wang Jian said cheerfully, Student Fan came home and found you collapsed. My daughter called him and, upon learning about the situation, came to help. My wife and I came too. But they already gone, and I figured it wouldn't be convenient for Student Fan to be here alone, so I stayed with him until you woke up. Fan Yiqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Why did he even ask his classmates for help? I'm really causing you trouble. How is that trouble? Wang Jian shook his head in disapproval. You know, Student Fan was terrified when he saw you unconscious. As parents, we not only have to create a good living environment for our children, but we also have to take care of our own health. This is a crucial time for our children. How can we hold them back and make them worry about us? Wang Jian's words were spoken with such earnestness and sincerity. Fan Ziren sat nearby, stunned. His dad seemed to have been lectured? From the looks of it, was he blaming his dad for causing him trouble? Fan Yiqing's face flushed crimson, but after thinking it over, he felt Wang Jian wasn't wrong. Many parents compare their children with others, and then find fault with their own children. Not as smart as others, not as hardworking as others, not as focused as others, all these factors become expectations for their children. However, few parents compare themselves to other children's parents. The Gu family was different. Whether it was Wang Jian or Gu Haiyan, before comparing Gu Qinghuan to other children, it would be better to identify their own shortcomings. What kind of environment had they created for Gu Qinghuan? Could they set a good example? Did they fully understand Gu Qinghuan's perspective when conflicts arose? All of these needed to be carefully considered. Raising a child is like planting. Without loose, breathable soil, suitable temperature and moisture, targeted fertilization, and regular pruning, how could an ordinary seed possibly bear abundant fruit? The doctors and nurses, who had been silent until then, couldn't help but glance at Wang Jian. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly suspect he was just bragging, putting on an act. But the story of Gu Qinghuan calling the emergency number had already spread through the hospital, and everyone was impressed by how reliable a high school student could be. If such parents could raise such children, it seemed quite scientific. Fanny Ching said dryly, "You have a point. I've been too negligent in my daily health management." The doctor coughed twice, trying to attract attention. "Mr. Fan, according to the test results, you're in a coma due to hypoglycemia because you have an insulinoma in your pancreas." "Tumor? Tumor?" Van Ziren suddenly became nervous again, blurting out, "Can it be cured?" "Don't worry, because it was discovered early, and it's a benign tumor. Surgical removal is all that's needed," the doctor reassured him. Van Ziren breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Fanny Cheng, on the other hand, remained calm. "Can the surgery be scheduled as soon as possible?" The doctor then explained the details of the surgery to Fanny Cheng. Since his insulinoma was discovered early, his pancreas should be preserved. However, this surgery is rarely performed in our hospital, and we lack experience. If Fanny Cheng can afford it, it would be best to transfer to another hospital. While Fanny Cheng was talking to the doctor, Wang Jian didn't leave immediately. He sat next to Fan Ziren and whispered, "Are you and your dad on bad terms?" Fan Ziren instinctively wanted to curl his lips, but he didn't want to be rude to the squad leader's father, so he just whispered, "Very bad." The word quite revealed quite a few contradictions. Wang Jian shook his head inwardly. "Is it because he speaks too harshly?" Fan Ziren nodded frantically. Sure enough, outsiders could immediately spot this. It was his dad's problem. "Do you hate him?" Wang Jian asked again. Van Ziren fell silent, slowly shaking his head. Sometimes he really thought his dad was too much. He spoke harshly, didn't care about him, and only cared about finding fault. But today's incident made him realize that he simply disliked his father's behavior, not the person himself. He had been without a mother since childhood, but he had grown up well. Although Fanny Cheng was busy with work, he tried his best to attend parent-teacher meetings. When he asked for pocket money, Fanny Cheng would always nag him, telling him not to spend it on unnecessary things. But as long as he truly needed it, Fanny Cheng would give it to him. He bought him things, took him out to play. So many past events piled up together, and he became his father. They were a family, and no matter how much he disliked some of Fanny Cheng's behavior, he could never truly hate Fanny Cheng as a father. When he scolded me, it was really harsh. Sometimes, I wanted to run away from home, Van Ziren whispered. But he couldn't leave. While he felt bad, he knew that his father was just that way. He himself was also stubborn and unwilling to give in. Then that's what your father did wrong. Wang Jian's bluntness startled Fan Ziren. He scratched his head. "Uncle, why don't you speak up for my dad?" As a parent, shouldn't Wang Jian have asked him to put himself in his father's shoes and understand his difficulties? "Why should I help him? He just can't talk. He needs to change," Wang Jian said firmly. Van Ziren was amused. He looked at Fanny Cheng, who was still frowning as he spoke to the doctor, and whispered, "Can I not forgive him for what he said?" "Not only can you not forgive him, you can also ask him to apologize." Wang Jian pouted at Fanny Cheng. "It's just like a joke. If the person being joked doesn't find it funny, then it's a failed joke. Loving a child, but causing them emotional pain is the wrong approach. You should apologize and change your expression." Van Ziren couldn't imagine his own father apologizing. He was more likely to scowl at him. However, hearing Wang Jian's words, he felt relieved. It turns out you don't have to understand your dad. A mistake is a mistake, and he can choose not to forgive. After Fanny Cheng finished his discussion with the doctor, he turned around and saw Fan Ziren and Wang Jian chatting happily. He felt a bit mixed up. "I need to go back. Don't waste Uncle One's time." Fanny Cheng began to lecture him again. Fan Ziren was already a little annoyed, but before he could say anything, Wang Jian chimed in. "It's okay. It's still early. I was having a good chat with your son. You're in this state now. Saying you're wasting time isn't convincing. Just take care of yourself first." Van Ziren listened to these light-hearted words, then looked at his father's flushed face, and thought Wang Jian was truly handsome. Chapter 446. When Wang Jian returned home, Gu Qinghuan had just finished her homework. Hearing the noise, she emerged from her room. "Dad, you're back?" "Yes," Wang Jian said, lifting the bag he was carrying. "I passed by the fruit store. They had a special for the evening, so I bought a box of strawberries." Xiao Si, upon hearing the door open, trotted out of the bedroom. Seeing Wang Jian carrying the bag, he nuzzled up to his feet. Wang Jian set the bag down. He sniffed it, then walked away, uninterested. Gu Qinghuan picked up the bag and happily went to wash the strawberries. Gu Haiyan also emerged from the bedroom and asked, "Is Xiaofan's father okay?" "He's awake now, and has eaten his porridge. I wanted to bring the lunch box back, but he insisted on washing it before returning it," Wang Jian said. "Low blood sugar?" "Low blood sugar isn't enough to cause fainting, right?" Gu Haiyan asked again. Wang Jian shook his head. "The doctor said it's an insulinoma. We need to transfer to another hospital for surgery." Gu Haiyan, like Fan Ziren, was startled. "A tumor? It's benign, not serious." He'd be coordinating the surgery with the hospital himself. He said he'd contact Xiao Fan's grandparents once they're confirmed. With the elders by his side, Xiao Fan won't have to worry. Wang Jian replied. Gu Haiyan relaxed. "That's good. If it were serious, Xiao Fan would have been incredibly hard-pressed." "Who says it's not?" Wang Jian sighed. "He's still in school. How can I be at ease with the elders at home in this situation?" He recalled the conflict between Fan Ziren and Fanny Ching and discussed it with Gu Haiyan, who shook her head. "How can there be no conflicts if you treat a child like this every day? If you ask me, little Fan is pretty good. He might be noisy, but he really cares about his dad." Gu Haiyan frowned slightly. "I did give him some advice, but it was only in the hospital, and he seemed to be more concerned about his reputation. Since we weren't close, I couldn't say anything too harsh," Wang Jian said. Gu Qinghuan brought out some washed strawberries, and passed them to Wang Jian and Gu Haiyan, one still stuck in his mouth. His words were a little slurred. "I know about this too. I'm trying to figure it out. What are you going to do?" Gu Haiyan picked up a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. "He's starting a business with someone else." Gu Qinghuan briefly explained Fan Ziren and Lu Siyuan's business to his mother and father. Wang Jian grimaced. "Lu Siyuan has a tough life." Gu Haiyan poked him. "He's working hard to improve himself." Neither of them worried about whether Fan Ziren's studies would be affected. First, for her to be able to attend Mingda and receive 4,000 yuan at her own expense, the Fan family must be well off. As long as Fan Ziren didn't consider starting a business, she shouldn't have any problems living a normal life with the family fortune. Second, if the situation truly had a significant impact, given their daughter's personality, they certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Chen Zilan had mentioned during his regular communications with the parents that Gu Qinghuan's performance as class monitor was incredibly conscientious and trustworthy. Gu Qinghuan spoke calmly about the matter, presumably having analyzed the pros and cons of Fan Ziren's actions. "Let her handle it herself for now. If there's anything we can help you with, just let us know." Gu Haiyan patted Gu Qinghuan's arm. After all, the two families weren't particularly close. Going directly to persuade her would have seemed presumptuous, and Fanny Ching might not have listened. Let's let the kids try it out on their own first. Whether they succeed or not, it'd be a valuable experience. On Friday morning, Gu Qinghuan saw Fan Ziren coming to school with dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Didn't you sleep well last night, did you?" "I suppose so. After something like this happened to their father, he'd be worried, right?" "Huh?" Fan Ziren's mind was clearly not clear. "Well, I didn't go to bed until after 2 a.m., busy revising the plan." Gu Qinghuan, She pressed her temples. "You went back home last night and revised the plan, didn't you?" "Yes, the Discipline Inspection Commission wants it today. Once it's finalized, we can start work tomorrow," Fan Ziren replied. At this point, he finally understood what Gu Qinghuan meant. "It's not that I'm not worried about my dad, but the doctor said it's not serious. He's doing fine now, so I might as well get on with my business." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I can't really help, and he doesn't need my help. If I really try, I might even be criticized for my incompetence." Gu Qinghuan sighed inwardly and said decisively, "Just proceed at your own pace. Leave him alone for now." Compared to Fanny Ching, Fan Ziren's tough talk was nothing. So why bother trying to please Fan Ziren? It's not a question of who gives in first. Accommodating and communicating are two different things. Although it felt a bit like a cold approach, there weren't any good opportunities right now, so it was better to just keep working on his business. Fan Ziren relied on coffee to get through the morning. Jiang Chu, listening to Gu Qinghuan's story about his late nights, didn't even wait for lunch break. She finished the proposal during the break and successfully finalized it. During lunch break, she generously offered her lounge card. "Well done. Take a good nap." Qinyu had been to Jiang Chuchu's lounge before, and upon hearing this, he quickly approached. "Old Fan, you don't know where Chuchu's lounge is, do you? I take you there." Jiang Chuchu stared at him speechlessly. So you're taking a nap in the lounge too, right? Qin Yu pretended not to notice Jiang Chuchu's gaze, put his arm around Fan Ziren's shoulder, and dragged him away. Gu Qinghuan was still in the group chat, sending the finalized plan to Lu Siyuan. The plan, which had been photographed and sent back, still showed traces of revisions. Lu Siyuan looked at the photo and felt incredibly lucky to have met Fan Ziren. If it had been anyone else, they would have probably thought he was ungrateful and ignored him if he had refused to donate directly. However, Fan Ziren was considerate of him, saying he wanted to partner with him in setting up a stall and even carefully writing the plan. Lu Siyuan thought he must do this right, ensuring Fan Ziren's investment paid off. He put away his phone and prepared to return his e-bike to the dealership. The e-bike he used for delivery was rented at 180 yuan a month, payable later. The dealership owner, out of pity for him, had given him a discount. It normally would have cost at least 200 yuan. Seeing Lu Siyuan, the dealership owner greeted him. Xiao Lu, looking for a replacement bike? No, I'm returning it. Lu Siyuan said a little embarrassedly, I'm going to set up a stall with someone else, and won't be delivering food anymore. Setting up a stall is fine, the owner said. Let me know where it is when you open, and I come and support you. Lu Siyuan waved his hands repeatedly. No need, boss, you've been so kind to me. I treat you when the time comes. Well, I transfer this month's rental fee to you first. It's only been less than 2 weeks this month. Forget it. Consider it a celebration for you. Opening. The boss waved his hand. Just park the car over there. You can get back to work. How can that be? Before Lu Siyuan could finish his sentence, the boss interrupted him. Why not? You're the boss and I'm the boss? It's settled. Let's go. Lu Siyuan's eyes warmed, but he smiled and said, if I don't do well, I come back and rent a car. The boss glared at him. You kid, you haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking about retreating. I'm waiting for you to get rich. When you do, you have to treat me to a meal. Lu Siyuan smiled, waved his hand, and ran off. He was afraid that if he ran too slowly, tears would fall. Chapter 447. Fan Ziren and Lu Siyuan worked hard all weekend, tentatively completing the prototype of the food truck. For the snacks on sale, they decided to start with some braised dishes, leveraging the stall's location and attracting customers with their aroma. Of course, another reason was that the third shift's outing had also ordered some braised dishes, making it easier to prepare them together. Gu Qinghuan stopped by to try the food midway. The various freshly braised meat and vegetable dishes were fragrant and delicious. On Sunday evening, while Lu Siyuan was doing a soft opening, Gu Qinghuan and Fan Ziren stood nearby, each holding a small bowl, nibbling, while soliciting customers. A box of disposable gloves was placed next to the food truck, allowing customers to help themselves. After selecting their food, they placed it in plastic bowls of various sizes and paid separately. For items like pig's trotters, ribs, and duck heads, they were charged per piece. Chicken feet, chicken wing tips, and vegetarian dishes were charged by weight. A price list was placed in front of each bowl, allowing customers to see it directly while choosing, saving them the trouble of asking questions. At Gu Qinghuan's suggestion, a weight was placed next to the scale to prove that Lu Siyuan's scale was absolutely accurate, and there was no possibility of shortfalls. Although this is a trial run, the price can't be lower than the normal operating price, Gu Qinghuan said, but you can give away some. Since we still don't know if the trial run will sell out, giving away some can be considered a marketing expense. Gu Qinghuan, wearing disposable gloves, took a tiger skin chicken claw and nibbled it directly. Tiger skin chicken claws are rarely made. After all, they have to be fried and soaked in cold water, but they are truly fragrant. The freshly braised tiger skin chicken claws were still warm, the skin soft and tender, and they fell off the bone easily with one bite. The bone came out clean, without a trace of meat. The aroma of the braised food permeated the food as Gu Qinghuan ate, spitting bones into her small bowl. Two girls were just passing by the stall, but when they heard Gu Qinghuan spitting out the bones, they couldn't help but look over and whisper in her ear. That tiger skin chicken feet looks delicious. Look at how clean she spitted out the bones. They must have been stewed thoroughly. Why don't you buy some and try? Let's try. The two girls came over, pulled on disposable gloves, and each took a small bowl. After looking at one and the other, they found them good, and finally filled not only the two small bowls, but also a medium-sized one. Lu Siyuan counted the money, poured the braised broth into the bowls, and filled 2 more tiger skin chicken feet for them. It's a trial run today, so I give you 2 extra. The girls, still wearing their disposable gloves, simply started eating, spitting out the bones like Gu Qingwan did. Brother, you're quite skilled. The girls gave him a thumbs up. Will you come again tomorrow night? I recommend it to my friends. I'd be there. Lu Siyuan nodded quickly. After that first order, more and more people came to buy. Fan Ziren had been patient, but in the end, Gu Qinghuan pushed him over to help. If you want to go, go ahead. Even though Lu Siyuan said you have to do it all on your own from now on, it's your first day, and you're not very experienced, so you need help. Gu Qinghuan argued. Convinced, Fan Ziren decisively went over to help. When Lu Siyuan tried to refuse, Fan Ziren used Gu Qinghuan's words to argue, and Lu Siyuan was speechless. Gu Qinghuan hadn't eaten for dinner and planned to buy some food while setting up the stall. After finishing Lu Siyuan's tiger skin chicken feet, she couldn't think of anything else to eat. She wandered back, holding a steamed bun. Fan Ziren almost thought he'd seen right. Squad leader, don't you have enough pocket money? Otherwise, with their squad leader's appetite, how could he only eat steamed buns? Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, but simply walked over to the side of the stall, broke the bun apart, picked up a chicken leg, tore off the meat, and stuffed it in. She added lotus root slices, kelp, cucumber strips, and finally, crushed a few peanuts and poured a little broth over it. The dish was done. Fan Ziren was impressed. You're making Chinese hamburgers here? Gu Qinghuan picked up the bun, which was already stuffed full, and took a bite. Next time, let's have braised eggs. I want them. You even ordered a dish. Fan Ziren's eyes widened. Lu Siyuan nodded seriously. Eggs are easy to make, and I think a lot of people will eat them. I braise them next time. The customer glanced at the braised steamed buns in Gu Qinghuan's hand and sidled over. Boss, I'd like to make one like hers, is that okay? I don't have any steamed buns. Before Lu Siyuan could finish his sentence, the customer interrupted him. I buy some from somewhere else and bring them over. With that, the customer quickly ran off to buy the buns. And several others followed. Fan Ziren looked at Gu Qinghuan. Who said last time, squad leader, you should do a food live stream and explore restaurants. I actually thought about it before, Gu Qinghuan nodded. But editing the video was too much trouble, so I gave up. The customer who bought the steamed bun soon returned. He had not only ordered a chicken thigh, but also sausage. Since there weren't many vegetables, Lu Siyuan only charged for the chicken thigh and sausage. Just these braised steamed buns alone attracted a few more customers to Lu Siyuan's restaurant. Freshly made and ready to eat, with your choice of fillings, it was quite entertaining. Gu Qinghuan finished her braised steamed buns, her stomach full, and she wasn't in a hurry to leave, observing if there were any problems with the operation. When someone approached her, Gu Qinghuan hadn't noticed. Are you the person in this video? Gu Qinghuan uttered a huh? And looked down to see her own face displayed on the other person's phone screen. The video was short, and judging by the caption, it was about her calling the emergency number on the bus after school on Thursday. Gu Qinghuan scratched her face. When was this video taken? It's you? The other person was impressed. You're amazing. You stayed so calm in that situation. Gu Qinghuan could only mumble a few hms and ahs in agreement. After finally saying goodbye, she decisively put on her mask. What was that person talking to you about just now? Since no one was around, Fan naturally had time to chat with Gu Qinghuan. Someone filmed me calling 120 on the bus. Gu Qinghuan was melancholy. This time, the police didn't notice and delete the video, perhaps because the video wasn't clear enough, and it was a good deed, with positive implications. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and decided there was no need to ask the police or anyone else for help in controlling public opinion. After all, it could provide guidance. Fan Ziren suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Blame me. If I'd been calmer, this wouldn't have happened. Why should I blame you? Gu Qinghuan said immediately. I was the one who called you. Since we met, I should have helped. Fan Ziren then remembered something and asked, by the way, squad leader, what did you call me about? Nothing. I was just asking if I could switch. This time, it was Gu Qinghuan who felt embarrassed. Change? What for? Fan Ziren wondered. I just want to switch my portion of the pre-made meals we ordered from Lu Siyuan. Gu Qinghuan said. Then why don't you just tell Lu Siyuan directly? Fan Ziren blurted out. No, the order is submitted to you, so you're the one responsible for it. While it might seem a bit troublesome, it's more rigorous this way. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. What if she went directly to Lu Siyuan, and he made changes without telling Fan Ziren? What if, on the day of the outing, Fan Ziren saw something different and thought Lu Siyuan had made a mistake? That would only lead to further misunderstandings, and would require time to explain and confirm. Completely unnecessary. Van Zieren seemed to understand, but one thing was clear: improved communication was essential. That wasn't a problem, Van Zieren thought confidently. After closing the stall today, he have a good chat with Lu Siyuan. Chapter 448. Gu Qinghwan watched for a while longer, making sure Van Zieren and Lu Siyuan's stall was operating without issue, before returning home. This was their business. After all, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere too much. As for her own food, she took advantage of the chaos to slip 10 yuan into the change box, feeling quite pleased with her hand speed. Because it was a trial run, Lu Siyuan hadn't prepared much braised food, so it sold out fairly quickly. There was still some left, so Lu Siyuan divided it into small bowls and gave it to the surrounding vendors, a way of building goodwill with them. The two of them pushed the food cart back to Lu Siyuan's rented apartment, parked it downstairs, and began to count tonight's sales. After deducting costs, they estimated they had made over 300 yuan tonight. Lu Siyuan scrubbed various tools while listening to Van Zieren's analysis. Judging from tonight's sales, vegetarian dishes are surprisingly popular. It might be because the stall next to us sells fried skewers, so we're overlapping products. Most customers choose a combination of several items. Can we offer set meals? For example, 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes? The price list and weights save a lot of trouble. Not many customers try using weights, but just seeing them builds trust. He rambled on and on, so much energy that Lu Siyuan suspected he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I thought business wouldn't be very good on this first day, Lu Siyuan said absent-mindedly, still scrubbing the pot. Although he could earn 300 yuan a day delivering food if he worked hard, there were still the hassles of competing for orders, worrying about overtime, and all sorts of other issues. Especially after being hit by a car, he was truly worried about getting into another accident someday. He didn't really care about his own life or death, but he had borrowed money from many people to pay for his mother's medical treatment, and he felt guilty if he didn't repay them. Although setting up a stall was hard work, it was at least much safer for Lu Siyuan. Moreover, by studying flavors and cultivating a customer base, he would eventually build a loyal following, and his profits would steadily increase. Today's trial run was a good start, and Lu Siyuan was even more excited for the days ahead. Your craftsmanship is here, and it suits local tastes. It's much better than those online, paid-for-fee meals. Van Zieren patted his shoulder. We're counting on you to prepare the culinary offerings for our class's outing next week. Next Monday, after Chen Zielin's review, Ming Xiaolin, the Student Affairs Committee member, would pay the deposit to Lu Siyuan. Our school isn't short of money. This order is guaranteed to make a lot of money, Van Zieren said proudly. Lu Siyuan smiled but said nothing. However, Van Zieren, remembering Gu Qinghwan's earlier words, added, "Don't feel bad about accepting this money. It doesn't matter who you give it to. It's better than picking up something expensive and tasteless." Lu Siyuan placed the cleaned utensils on a rack to drain, walked to the side and sat down, saying slowly, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Van Zieren made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Siyuan paused, then, as if making up his mind, spoke, "I thought you were one of those wealthy young men with so much money you couldn't spend it all, so you give me money. But I really don't like being given charity. When I was in the 3rd grade, someone was collecting donations for my family, and asked me to do some publicity. They asked me to share my thoughts, and came to my house to take pictures of me, and my mother living a hard life, so everyone could see. But my mother actually loves life. Even when she was sick, she tried to keep the house clean. She even told me the osmanthus flowers outside were blooming, and asked me to pick some, so she could make me some osmanthus cake. Yet, those cameras always show her in a state of distress and pain, as if only in this way do we deserve charity. That's why I hate being pitted. When you first approached me, I kind of hated you. But over the past few days, I've seen that you truly want to help me. Not as a handout, but as a way for me to live a good life on my own. Thank you so much." The painstakingly completed business plan, the scouting for food trucks and tools, the exhausting negotiations to negotiate the purchase price. Van Zieren did so much, and Lu Siyuan saw it all. Words of thanks may be inadequate, but Lu Siyuan will always find ways to express his gratitude through actions. However, that doesn't mean words can be omitted. Verbal communication is the most direct, and Lu Siyuan wanted to convey his gratitude to Van Zieren. He had heard Van Zieren complain about his father, and knew he hated being lectured. He had also wondered if his words might offend Van Zieren and cause misunderstanding. But, speaking out loud was better. Lu Siyuan wanted Van Zieren to know that he truly was a good person. Enthusiastic, hardworking, sincere, kind. A good person deserves the praise that goes with that. Van Ziren was speechless. He scratched his hair and rubbed his hands together, and after a long pause, he finally uttered, "No, you're welcome." He immediately changed the subject, speaking rapidly, "Let's talk about setting up the stall tomorrow. If today's sales aren't good, we can make less tomorrow. What about the braised eggs the squad leader mentioned? Besides chicken eggs, how about quail eggs? And the set meal pricing I just mentioned. The tools being drained drip water drop by drop, pooling on the countertop to form a transparent surface, reflecting the two men's vibrant faces. The man's face looked a little haggard on the surface of the water in the white porcelain cup. Fanny Ching took a sip of juice and looked at the cup he usually drank tea from, feeling a mixture of emotions. This cup probably didn't expect that it would one day be filled with juice. He had never been used to this sour and sweet drink, but now, suffering from low blood sugar, he had to drink it. Although taking glucose tablets or drinking sugar water would be more effective, Fanny Ching felt a certain resistance. He didn't want to admit he was sick, that approach was too direct. He could explain the juice as a change of taste. He'd been busy these days dealing with company matters, and preparing for his upcoming surgery. He already contacted the hospital, and he also informed Van Ziren's grandparents they'd be back next week. Fanny Ching felt sorry for needing the elderly's company at his age, but the two elders didn't mind. "You're Chuching's husband. Just calling us Mom and Dad makes you our son. It's no big deal," Grandma said on the phone. "Besides, we're in good health, much healthier than you are. You don't need to worry about us," Grandpa echoed. Thinking of the elder's words, Fanny Ching gulped down the remaining juice in his glass. After finishing this part, he'd go home and rest. It might have been okay if he hadn't known before, but now that he knew he was ill, fainting again would really be causing trouble for Van Ziren. Chapter 449. When Chen Zilan received the shopping list submitted by his students, he felt that these wild animals were not going on an outing, but rather a dinner party. "Can you finish all this food?" Chen Zilan asked. Ming Xiaolin pushed his glasses up and said seriously, "We're going hiking. Hiking is so physically demanding, so of course we need to replenish our energy." How much energy we could replenish was another matter, but Chen Zilan felt that his backpack was indeed getting lighter. He looked at the list again and saw that he was hungry. He had woken up late that morning and had no time for breakfast, so he only nibbled on a few soda crackers from his office drawer. Now, looking at the words on the list, they all turned into dishes. Chen Zilan's stomach growled, but it was not noticeable. Li Gang, who happened to be sitting across from him, was playing a video, which should have drowned out the rumbling. Chen Zilan tried to act nonchalant. "Okay, eat whatever you want." Ming Xiaolin nodded, taking the list and leaving. Chen Zilan quickly asked Teacher Li, "Do you have any food?" Li Gang rummaged through the drawers and shook her head apologetically. "Sorry, we haven't had time to restock yet. It was Monday, and the office was full of food. They already finished their meal last Friday, leaving a few snacks, but they weren't enough to fill their stomachs." Chen Zilan was about to ask the other teachers when he looked up and saw Gu Qinghuan scurrying in like a swallow. She ran to Chen Zilan's desk, pulled a plastic bag from her lap, put it down, and ran off. She had been so hurried that by the time the teachers realized what was happening, Gu Qinghuan had already fled. Li Gang leaned over and laughed heartily. "Teacher Chen, your students are here to feed you." The plastic bag contained the whole wheat bagels provided by Xie Xiangxue, the braised eggs and sausage samples Lu Xiyuan had sent today, and the extra bottle of milk Shen Jianwei had brought this morning. Chen Zilan wanted to cover his face, so Ming Xiaolin had heard his stomach growling. Where was his dignity as the homeroom teacher? Gu Qinghuan ran back to the classroom, beaming, "The homeroom teacher's breakfast has arrived." Ming Xiaolin applauded. "Besides the homeroom monitor, there's no one else in the school who would dare to storm into a teacher's office like that. That's all thanks to your sharp ears. You heard the homeroom teacher's stomach growling." Qin Yu covered his mouth and chuckled. The homeroom teacher must be feeling ashamed right now. Van Ziren was standing by Ming Xiaolin's desk, transferring money with her face to face. "This order is already 4,400. That's a lot." Van Ziren sighed. Everyone chipped in 200. After their own orders, Lu Xiyuan paid the remaining balance, preparing some pre-made dishes. For example, marinated chicken wings and pork belly. "There's a campsite on the mountain that provides charcoal and grills. We can rent a few and grill these things." "Ai Ning Tutate, old fan, you thought 4,000 yuan in hard work pay wasn't much at first, but now 4,014 seems like a lot." "It is a lot." Fan naturally held up 3 fingers. Lu Siyuan started preparing after lunch yesterday, and worked until after 9 o'clock in the evening before returning home, and he only made a little over 300. Although the profit from 4,014 yuan wasn't that much after deducting costs, it was still enough to cover Lu Siyuan's several days' work. The restaurant industry is profitable, but it's also very tiring. Lin Julu recalled the videos he watched of street vendors. Luckily, it was just this one time. Usually, Lu Siyuan sets up his stall at night. The braised dishes everyone wants can be prepared the night before, but sandwiches and the like will have to be made fresh early in the morning. But for Lu Siyuan, this is fine, right? Gu Qingwan said. Van Ziren was taken aback, then grinned. That's right. He's very motivated. He told me yesterday he used his best skills to make delicious food for everyone. With Van Ziren's words, everyone welcomed Friday with great anticipation. The food for 22 people was quite a bit, so Jiang Chuchu had contacted Lu Siyuan in advance and arranged for their own car to handle the transportation. Tall and strong men like Song Yi and Zhang Zhanshan were responsible for the handling. Lu Siyuan tried to help, but Van Ziren pushed him away. Okay, you've been busy for so long, time to rest. We handle the rest. It has to be cooked thoroughly before you eat it. Lu Siyuan was still worried. I written down the exact instructions on a sticky note and stuck it on the outside of the packaging. If there's anything you don't know how to do, remember to call me, and I teach you. Van Ziren quickly pushed him into the hallway. Okay, got it. Go to bed. We be setting up a stall tonight. Eat something and go to sleep. Seeing Lu Siyuan leave, Van Ziren immediately ran back to the car. Go! We have to divide it up at the school gate. The whole car of food arrived at the school gate and was unloaded one by one. It looked quite rich. Although only Class 3 could choose their own outing location, the other classes also set out on the same day. So, when Class 3's carload of delicious food was being distributed, it attracted quite a bit of attention from people from other classes. The capybaras of Class 2 were known for their peaceful ways. But curiosity was not lacking. Su Lin, the representative, was pushed forward. Pointing calmly at his capybaras, he said, "My class would like to know where you bought these." Van Ziren's eyes rolled, as he grabbed a few bags of mixed braised food and enthusiastically shoved them towards Su Lin. "We ordered these from someone. They're delicious. Su Xueshan, please share some with everyone else." Su Lin's academic prowess didn't mean she was worldly wise. She probably guessed what Van Ziren meant and gave him a rare smile. "Thank you. I take them back and share with everyone." In any case, Class 2 had gotten a few bags of food for free. As long as the food was truly delicious, it wouldn't be considered exploitation if the students wanted to buy it themselves. After Su Lin left, Yuan Wue said quietly, "Old Fan, you're amazing. You even knew to ask the academic genius to advertise." Van Ziren rubbed his nose. "This is a rare opportunity. We have a good relationship with Class 2, so let's expand our business." He added, "Those bags you just took will be deducted from my share. Who's arguing with you about this? It's too formal, isn't it?" Tao Xinqing put his arm around his neck. "Besides, Lu Siyuan prepared so much, giving it away will just lighten the load on the backpacks." The civets nodded in agreement. Their own portions had already been packed into their bags, and now it was time to share the collective portion. Lu Siyuan was worried that Class 3 would suffer a loss, and he hadn't set a price for food other than the braised dishes. Furthermore, he wasn't sure how much Class 3 ate, so he prepared quite a bit. Tao Xinqing continued, "If you really feel sorry for everyone by taking the initiative, then carry my bag." Van Ziren felt a little apologetic at the first half of his words, but after hearing the second half, he wanted to throw Tao Xinqing off his feet. "Why should I carry your bag? My share was among those bags you gave away." Tao Xinqing lied with his eyes wide open. Yuan Wue blurted out, "We haven't divided them yet. What's yours or his?" "That's right." Qin Yu said righteously, "It's obviously mine." Seeing this group of scoundrels already discussing how he would take turns carrying everyone's bags, Van Ziren had no other choice but to roll his eyes. But before he could finish rolling his eyes, Van Ziren couldn't help but laugh. "It's so great to be a member of Class 3. Chapter 450. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Gu Qingwan gazed at the lofty summit, her neck feeling a bit sore from stretching. Although she usually enjoyed playing badminton and diligently completed her laps in gym class, looking at the mountain before her, she felt that today's exercise was too much. "My legs are starting to give way now." Gu Qingwan's expression was heavy. Jiang Chuchu, on the other hand, was quite calm. One of Gu Qingwan's current hobbies was mountain climbing, and she often went hiking with her on holidays. She didn't take this mountain seriously at all. She stretched her arms and legs. Just climb one step at a time. Don't think about the summit. Just think of it as climbing stairs while eating. Gu Qinghuan rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a chicken roll. Okay, I'm ready. She didn't usually get carsick, but the windows on this bus were completely sealed, not letting in air, and she felt stuffy. So, she didn't eat anything before getting off, only drinking some water. Now that she was off the bus, it was time to have a good breakfast. Jiang Chuchu, Okay. Yu Xin handed over a freshly filled bottle of hot water. Will it get cold if you keep it in your bag? Cover it with hot water for a while. Gu Qinghuan took the hot water and ate in one hand while drinking in the other, looking quite well fed. Qin Yu shook his head. With you doing that, I doubt there'd be anything left in your bag by the time you reach the top. Isn't that a good thing? It'd be relaxing. Gu Qinghuan waved his hand and began to climb the mountain while eating. The mountain looked high, but the steps were well maintained, not too steep, and the climb was stable and easy. Shift 3 was climbing again, chatting as they climbed. Those focused on climbing walked faster, reaching the top earlier, so they could pick up their supplies from the stores they had booked in advance. If you like taking photos, just walk slowly, and be careful not to disturb other tourists. Gu Qinghuan was at the back of the group, not because she was slow at climbing, but because, as the group leader, she had to constantly monitor everyone's progress. Ming Xiaolan, the group's living committee member, walked in front. She needed to arrive early to connect with the shops at the top. Song Yi, the group's physical education committee member, was in the rear, helping carry the backpacks if anyone got tired. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian didn't deliberately wait for Gu Qinghuan. They climbed and took photos as needed, taking occasional breaks and waiting for Gu Qinghuan to come up. When Gu Qinghuan came over, they shared their photos. Gu Qinghuan also told them what they had eaten and recommended some dishes. When they reached a scenic spot, the three of them took photos together. Speaking of photography, Shi Guanghui, worthy of being someone who'd been carrying a camera since childhood, took photos for everyone as she climbed, running back and forth. Song Yi even praised him. With your stamina, you should run a marathon. Shi Guanghui chuckled. I actually did one, to take a picture for my mom. Song Yi didn't respond, but simply gave a silent thumbs up. As the group gradually reached the top of the mountain, they surprisingly didn't feel particularly tired. They were all quite full, so they didn't need lunch for the time being. Su Xinghe ate peanuts and said to Fan Ziren, Lu Xiyuan's cooking is quite good. When the weather gets warmer, he can probably sell something else, right? Fan Ziren was proud. Yeah, I thought so too. To be honest, Lu Xiyuan's cooking skills weren't exactly renowned, but among the stalls, he was very attentive. For chicken feet, wings, and so on, removing the nails and feathers is basic, and when packing and weighing, they also take care to skim off spices like chili peppers and star anise. This time, when making other snacks for the third shift savages, this was even more evident. The chicken in the chicken rolls is stuffed until the chicken sticks out from both ends, the fillings in the sandwiches are filled to the edges, the lettuce is drained before adding, and the fried food is not covered in a thick batter crust to make it look good, focusing on honesty. While at first glance it might look similar to other places, the owner's care is evident when you eat it. Since the group wasn't hungry, they didn't go looking for charcoal or a grill, but instead leisurely set up their tent. Gu Qinghuan's legs were still shaking, and he wanted to help, but Jiang Chuchu stuffed a lollipop and shooed him aside, saying, Go rest over there. You've been busy enough climbing the mountain. Gu Qinghuan munched on his lollipop and sat on a rock in the sun. A Bernese mountain dog came over and squatted before her. The man and the dog seemed to be competing to see who was lazier. Gu Qinghuan extended her hand. Shake hands. Bernese Mountain slowly raised a large foot, no, a large hand, and gently placed it in Gu Qinghuan's hand, pressing down hard. Gu Qinghuan grabbed a handful of grass scraps and dirt. Looking at Bernese Mountain's clear, naive eyes, she withdrew her hand and rubbed it against the stone behind her. Ai Ning passed by with something in her arms. Where did you get this dog? Another tourist brought it, right? It has a collar. Gu Qinghuan pointed at the red collar around Bernese Mountain's neck. Do you want some food? Ai Ning asked. No, it's not good to feed pet dogs rashly. We don't know how their stomachs are. More importantly, they're used to being fed, and it wouldn't be good if they ate something they shouldn't. Gu Qinghuan shook his head. Ai Ning thought about it, and went back to work, carrying her things. Gu Qinghuan waited for a while, but didn't see the Bernese Mountain's owner. He waved to it again. The Bernese Mountain moved closer, and Gu Qinghuan tried to touch its collar, and it didn't resist. A small tag hung from the collar, engraved with the word Ban Ban and a phone number on the back. Gu Qingwan called and asked, "Excuse me, is this Ban Ban's owner?" A scream rang out from the other end, piercing Gu Qingwan's heart, and she covered her ears reflexively. "Yes. Did you find Ban Ban? Where are you? I'd be right there." The woman's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Gu Qingwan gave the location, and heard the woman curse fiercely. "He actually threw my Ban Ban up the mountain. Worse than an animal. I'd be up there all day. I take Ban Ban with me." "Call me when you get there," Gu Qingwan said. The woman said quickly, "Okay, thank you. I'd be there as soon as possible. By the way, I don't know how long it's been since it last ate. Can we feed it something? Or is there anything it shouldn't be fed?" Gu Qingwan asked. "It's okay. Banan isn't picky about food. Just don't feed it anything poisonous to dogs." The woman quickly hung up the phone. Gu Qingwan's legs were no longer weak. She stood up and coaxed Bershan to join her. She searched the shops on the mountain and luckily bought a dog leash. She put it on and walked the dog. Seeing her, Yuxian wanted to hold her head in her hands. "You're hiking and walking someone else's dog?" "No, I picked up the dog," Gu Qingwan said righteously. "The owner will come pick it up later. It seems someone deliberately left it here." The wild animals immediately gathered around. "What? There seems to be melon? Since the start of school, no one has had any melon yet." They're all excited now. Bochen followed Gu Qingwan, looking at this foot, then that foot. "Why are there so many feet? You wouldn't blame it if I stepped on it, would you?"